Chapter 1 Rehabilitation Against the World. Winter. Snow filled the sky and the cold wind pierced the bones. Inside the simple rented room, the bearded Ling Yi slowly opens his eyes. He first surveyed his surroundings with a wary face, and only after determining that the place was right did his gaze soften. Daughter, after a whole 100,000 years, Dad has finally reversed time and space and come back. 100,000 years ago, his daughter was diagnosed with a terminal disease, and there was no cure in the world. In order to renew his daughter's life, he exhausted his family's wealth and owed a bunch of loan sharks. His daughter's condition did not improve, but he himself suddenly changed his temperament. Alcoholism, gambling, irritability, loan sharks owe more and more. Not move on. His wife and daughter punched and kicked, but also called his daughter a money loser. Until the daughter's death, she had 7 or 8 bruises on her body. The wife had even more. So after her daughter breathed her last, the wife did not hesitate and leapt down from the hospital rooftop, leaving only 2 sentences for Ling Yi. Even before Xiao Xiao died, she still thought that it was because she was misbehaving that you beat her and scolded her, and she said that the biggest wish of her life was to hear you forgive her. Ling Yi, you don't deserve to be Xiao Xiao's father. Hearing this, Ling Yi, who was worse than dead, also leaps down from the rooftop, but instead of dying, he was taken to another starry sky by the green-shirt immortal who traveled here in the clouds. But at that time, Ling Yi was unattached and was bent on death. It was only after the green-shirt immortal told him that as long as he ascended to the Immortal Emperor realm, he would be able to reverse time and space to save his wife and daughter, that he began to cultivate without any distractions. Perhaps because of guilt, he cultivated more desperately than anyone else, and he could eat the bitterness that others could not eat, and he dared to enter the forbidden zone that others did not dare to enter. Therefore, it only took him 100,000 years to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm that others couldn't reach even in millions of years. As a 10,000 Immortal Emperor, he didn't crave immortality, but immediately used his entire body cultivation as a price to forcefully split the heaven and earth, reversing time and space, and using his Yuanshen to re-enter the blue star of 100,000 years ago, which led to the opening scene. Tiny, Ling Yi shouted and hurriedly walked out of the bedroom. It had been a whole 100,000 years and he couldn't wait to hug his daughter. However, his wife and daughter were not at home, and only a few simple pieces of furniture came into view. Looking at the simple but tidy living room, his wife Qi Shiyun's figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Thinking of how he used to beat and scold her for the slightest disobedience, Ling Yi raises his hand and slaps himself. Simply worse, but don't worry, from now on, I will never let you suffer any harm. And Xiao Xiao, even if Yama wants you to die 3 times, Dad, I have to keep you to long life. He didn't have his wife's contact information, as it had long been blacked out by the other party, so he could only wait at home, but he didn't waste any time. Instead, he re-entered his bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to concentrate on cultivating the heaven-swallowing record. This heaven-swallowing record was something he had carefully selected from hundreds of millions of Gonfu secrets 20,000 years ago, and it was most suitable for practicing in a place like Blue Star, where the aura was depleted. Moreover, when practiced to the extreme, it was 100 times more domineering than the Gongfu he had practiced in his previous life. In just a few minutes, Ling Yi's body has changed. The atrophy caused by alcoholism has disappeared and replaced by a high spirit. Even though the wind outside the window is chilly and there is no air conditioning in the house, Ling Yi is hot and full of anticipation for the future. At dusk, the snow has already drowned the knees. In the whistling cold wind, not even a ghost shadow can be seen on the road. But at the entrance of the neighborhood, there was a thinly dressed young mother who was cleaning radishes with her 3-year-old daughter. These radishes, which Qi Shiyun had planted in the field before and after work, had just been pulled out of the ground and hadn't yet had time to be cleaned. She had to rush to get the stall set up before dinner, or else she wouldn't be able to sell these radishes if she missed the meal. The snow bustled down again. Qi Shiyun hurriedly took off her jacket and blocked it over her daughter's head. Xiao Xiao, it's too cold. Why don't you go back first? Don't. In case I disturb Dad, Dad will beat me. The little girl's body trembled slightly, an incomparable look of fear on her face. Qi Shiyun's expression was stunned, her eyes full of heartache. She should have had a happy childhood, but now she was following herself to wash radishes in the freezing snow. Looking at her small tender hands being frozen purple, Qi Shiyun's heart was as painful as being stabbed by a knife, and 2 lines of clear tears could not stop falling. Mommy doesn't cry, little isn't cold. The daughter wiped her small hands on her clothes, then held her mom's face and gently wiped the tears away for her. Mommy isn't crying, it's the wind that's too strong. Qi Shiyun put her daughter into her arms and looked back in the direction of home, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. Must divorce. As night was approaching, a group of people suddenly surrounded the mother and daughter. After Xiao Xiao saw the people coming, she was so scared that she hurriedly hugged her mom's legs, and her body couldn't stop trembling. MS. Chi, is the money ready? Zhang Kai struck the ground with an iron bar, menacing. What money? Chi Shiryun protects her daughter and frowns. The money Ling Yi borrowed from you guys. I paid it back yesterday. That's what you said yourself. I remembered wrongly yesterday. The 50,000 you paid back was just the interest. There is still 10,000 principal left to pay back. Counting today's interest, you still owe me 15,000. You guys are robbing. Chi Shiryun heard and understood. That's right, it's robbery. Either pay back the money now or come with me. Zhang Kai sized up Chi Shiryun and thought to himself that this woman was really something special. No wonder young Qin would name her to serve him. On this cold day, having such a special creature warming the bed, thinking about it made his whole body permeable. Don't think about it. Don't think about it? Humph. With a look from Zhang Kai, a few juniors immediately rushed up and forcefully pulled the mother and daughter apart. The little one was so scared that she wailed and cried, her body trembling like a sieve. No matter how much Chi Shiryun comforted her, it was useless. Zhang Kai, if you have anything to do with me, let go of my daughter. Chi Shiryun was in tears at the sight and her heart was like a knife. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you serve Qin Shao comfortably tonight, my account with your punk husband will be cancelled. Otherwise I will break your daughter's legs right now. You let my daughter go first. Chi Shiryun hissed and begged bitterly. It seems like you're not going to let go of the wine until you've toasted it. With that, Zhang Kai raised the iron rod and smashed it hard towards the tiny knee. With a click sound, Tiny's left leg was instantly deformed. The person who grabbed her let go of his hand, and the little one fell to the ground. The intense pain caused her mouth to open wide, but she couldn't make any sound, and only kept on convulsing in the snow. Chi Shiryun let out a miserable scream, violently breaking away from the restraints, rolling and crawling to run to Xiao Xiao, wanting to reach out and pick her up, but did not dare to touch her. A pair of hands hanging in the air trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears dripped on Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and opened her eyes, reaching out to wipe away her mother's tears. Her voice like a mosquito, Mom, don't cry Xiao Xiao, it doesn't hurt. Chi Shiryun sniffed and felt like her chest was going to be torn apart. She wanted to call an ambulance, but her cell phone was snatched away by Zhang Kai. Young Qin doesn't like this sinful child. Just let her freeze to death here. After Zhang Kai finished speaking, with a wink, someone immediately rushed up, carrying the horse Chi Shiryun and disappearing into the night. Mommy, tiny cold. In the dark night, the tiny voice, getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 2. Tiny is not afraid. Daddy is there. Rental room. Inside the bedroom, Ling Yi, who was practicing cultivation, suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brow. This feeling of bloodline connection. Is Little's life in danger? Ling Yi violently opens his eyes and without the slightest hesitation, crashes through the bedroom window and leaps down from the 4th floor, furiously running towards the entrance of the neighborhood. He is already in the 3rd level of chi refining. His entire body is like a sharp sword, slicing out a deep snow trail in the thick snow. When he ran to the entrance of the neighborhood, the scene in front of him almost made him collapse on the spot. In the thick snow, Xiao Xiao desperately lying there. Small hands and small face has been frozen purple. A leg is even more bizarre folded under the body. Dying. Xiao Xiao. Ling Yi let out a shout, rushed over and knelt beside Xiao Xiao. His hands wanted to pick up his daughter, but he panicked like he didn't know how to start. Xiao Xiao isn't afraid. Xiao Xiao isn't afraid. Dad is. Dad is. Ling Yi, the Immortal Emperor who had been worshipped by 10,000 immortals at the beginning, was like a helpless child at this moment, letting the tears drip down. Although Ling Yi is overwhelmed with grief, he does not hesitate, but instead, he runs the heaven-swallowing record at the first time and ferries all of his small amount of spiritual chi into Xiao Xiao's body, helping her to retain that last breath. With the nourishment of spiritual chi, Xiao Xiao, who only had a breath left, gradually breathed clearly, and her palms and face gradually became rosy. After Ling Yi transmits the last trace of spiritual chi into Xiao Xiao's body, Xiao Xiao finally opens her eyes, but when she sees that it is Ling Yi, she is instantly filled with panic. Daddy, sorry, don't you hit me, okay? Xiao Xiao didn't fall down on purpose. Xiao Xiao will stand up, Xiao Xiao said while standing up, but the pain of her broken leg immediately made her fall to the ground again. Daddy, Xiao Xiao's leg hurts. Xiao Xiao can't stand up. Daddy, don't hit Xiao Xiao, okay? Looking at the panic on his 3-year-old daughter's face, Ling Yi's heart is like 1,000 cuts. How much of an asshole he had to be to make his own daughter fear himself to such an extent. It's only normal for a child to fall. Why did he hit her and scold her in the past? Also, her leg was obviously broken, but she saw herself, but not aggrieved complaining, but pretended to be strong, want to stand up. When the father cannot do the daughter's dependence, this father when he has what use? Thinking of this, Ling Yi ruthlessly gave himself 2 punches, and then the little tightly in his arms, sobbing, Little, I'm sorry, Dad was wrong. Dad should not hit you before scolding you. Is Dad wrong? It's Dad's fault. Xiao Xiao did not hear Ling Yi's apology. The intense pain on her knees had already made her sky spin, but even so, she still held her breath and said to Ling Yi, "Daddy, go save mommy. That bad man took mommy away yesterday. Daddy, save mommy." After saying that, Xiao Xiao can no longer support herself and directly faints from the pain. Ling Yi looks at his daughter who is still frowning in her sleep, and hates to break himself into pieces. But now is not the time to blame himself. He has to go save Qi Shiyun. The tiny knee is knocked to pieces. Even if it is sent to the hospital now, it may not be cured, and it is likely that she will need to use a wheelchair in the future. Even if it was connected, I was afraid that she would still walk with a limp. If one wanted to be completely cured, one could only rely on immortal cultivation means. Just with his current cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi refining, there is no way to cast a spell to revitalize the bones, unless he refines the broken jade dan. After weighing the situation, Ling Yi rushes to the rental house with his daughter in his arms, and transmits the just recovered spiritual Qi into his daughter's body, so that she can have a good night's sleep. He himself locks the door to his room and leaves the neighborhood before speeding off in a certain direction. That bad guy from yesterday. Who else could it be but him? Zhang Kai? Even a small child dares to lay a deadly hand on them. If you don't kill them and save them for the new year? Chengyun Townhouse neighborhood. After Zhang Kai and the others stuffed Qi Shiyun into a certain large flat, they stood guard outside the door, not allowing anyone to approach. Qi Shiyun also finally met the mastermind behind the scene, the Qin family's 3rd young master, the colorful and hungry Qin Tianji. MS. Qi, I sent people to invite you 3 times, but you refused on the spot. You're really hard to invite. The air conditioning underfloor heating was turned on in the large flat floor. The temperature was suitable. Qin Tianji was wearing a thin silk robe, holding a tall glass of wine, recklessly admiring Qi Shiyun's curves. Sick. Qi Shiyun lightly shouted, turned around and went to open the door, but the door of the room was locked with a chain from the outside. No matter how hard she tried, she could not open it. Miss Qi, on such a cold day, there should be very few people going in and out of your neighborhood, right? Qin Tianji wasn't in a hurry and said as he slowly sipped his red wine. Qi Shiyun froze at his words. What do you mean? If I don't send someone to send your daughter to the hospital, do you think anyone will find her? Qi Shiyun was struck by lightning, her body paralyzed in an instant. Don't tell me that your loser husband will go out and find your daughter. That would be better than begging me to let you go. Qi Shiyun's heart was ashen when she thought of the royally drunk Ling Yi. Instead of complaining, she hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged Qin Tianji. Young Qin, please, be magnanimous and let my daughter go. Ha ha ha. Qin Tianji laughed out loud at the sight. What? Didn't you just look like a chaste and virtuous woman? How come you're begging for mercy now? Young Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go save my daughter. As long as you let me take my daughter to the hospital, I'll listen to you in everything from now on. Even if I let you go now, it'll take you another half an hour to rush back. Do you think your daughter will last another half an hour? Qin Tianzi, don't be anxious. I've already had people send your daughter to the entrance of the hospital. As long as you're good and obedient, I'll let them call a doctor. Or else. Qin Tianji shook his wine glass. The threat in his demeanor was incomparably obvious. These words were all his lies to Qi Shiyun, because he knew very well that Qi Shiyun's only weakness was her daughter. You let them into the hospital. I'll listen to you from now on. Qi Shiyun sat paralyzed on the ground, her face full of despair. Not later, but now. Qin Tianji forked his legs and beckoned Qi Shiyun. Come here, give me a bite. Qi Shiyun thought of her daughter since her birth has not lived a good life with herself. Every day is either fearful of being scolded by Ling Yi, or suffering from freezing and starvation, and now she has also had her legs broken and her life hangs in the balance. Her tears cannot be stopped from flowing out. She did not think of suicide, but the thought that her daughter will be alone in the world. She cannot be ruthless. Now there is only one way to save her daughter. Even though she is reluctant, she is still like a zombie standing up and walking towards Qin Tianji. Wait, who told you to stand up? Being a should have the awareness of being a. Crawl over to this young man. Qi Shiyun's body froze. Her eyes glanced at the fruit plate on the table once again before kneeling down and crawling towards Qin Tianji step by step. Seeing this, Qin Tianji laughs and pulls out his cell phone to shoot a video. Ha ha ha, Qi Shiyun Qi Shiyun. Thanks to this young man for thinking how chaste you are. In the end, you still have to be a for my old man. Qi Shiyun lowered her head and silently calculated the distance. When she saw the legs of the coffee table, she got up violently, copied the fruit knife from the fruit tray on the table, and pressed it against Qin Tianji's throat in a lightning-fast manner. Call your men and send my daughter to the hospital. As soon as the words fell, Qi Shiyun felt a sharp pain coming from her wrist, and the knife in her hand could no longer be grasped, dropping to the ground with a dangling sound. Splat! Qin Tianji slapped Qi Shiyun in the face. I'm going to inherit a few $100 million in the future. Do you think I won't have some self-defense skills? You don't want to be a good. You have to be a biting dog. Then don't blame me for being impolite to you. After saying that, Qin Tianji shouted at the door, all of you, get the hell in here. Chapter 3 If there is an afterlife, don't marry Ling Yi to death. Zhang Kai and the others immediately fishtailed into the room, each of them cocky and inexplicable. They were well aware of young Qin's preferences, and the women he played with would all be shared with their little brothers. The excitement on their faces overflowed at the thought of being able to enjoy a supreme beauty like Qi Shiyun later on. Only, is young Qin so quick today? Hold down this stinky. Upon hearing Xiao Qin's words, Zhang Kai and the others reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Qi Shiyun down on her knees. Qin Tianqi went up and slapped him. Dare to make a move against this young master. Have you never died before? Qi Shiyun, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, looked at Qin Tianji coldly, not saying a word. To tell you the truth, your daughter is still lying in the snow. I have no intention of sending her to the hospital. Hearing this, Qi Shiyun's expression was stunned, and then she desperately struggled towards Qin Tianji hysterically. Qin Tianji, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You shall not die. I don't know if I'll die or not, but I know that I'll let you die with pleasure in a while. Qin Tianji was full of concern, smoothly picking up a cup of water on the table and shaking it in front of Qi Shiyun. Know what this is? It's called dewy mandarin ducks. Even if you're sexually frigid, as long as you take a sip of it, you'll instantly turn into a lecherous. Aren't you high and cold? Fine, this cup is all for you to pour in, so that you can feel good until you die. When Zhang Kai and the others heard this, their faces showed uncontrollable excitement, and their eyes changed as they looked at Qi Shiyun. Qi Shiyun, on the other hand, was already so scared that her cheeks were pale, clenching her teeth and struggling desperately to prevent the other party from pinching her mouth open. Still dare to resist? Qin Tianji raised his hand and slapped, then pinched Qi Shiyun's face and pinched her mouth open. Drink it for me. Seeing that the cup was about to be handed over, Qi Shiyun suddenly swung her head and bit down on Qin Tianji's tiger's mouth. Not letting go. Under the pain, Qin Tianji directly smashed the cup against Qi Shiyun's head. The blood mixed with the dewy lovebirds dyed Qi Shiyun's face red, but Qin Tianqi still didn't relieve his hatred, grabbing Qi Shiyun's hair, lifting it up, and then directly smashing it down towards the ground. Thud! Qi Shiyun felt the sky spinning. Her eyes could no longer open and slowly closed. In a blur, it was as if she saw that snowy field again, and saw Xiao Xiao who was lying on her back in the snow and dying. Xiao Xiao, Mom is sorry. Xiao Xiao is not afraid. Mom is here to accompany you. Before her eyes closed, she seemed to see another familiar figure. Qi Shiyun, Qi Shiyun, you are really guilty of cheap, dead to the end. Actually still remember him in the heart. You're still thinking about him at the end of your life. He is no longer the man he used to be. Qi Shiyun, remember, if there is an afterlife, don't marry Ling Yi. The eyelids fall and Qi Shiyun faints full of despair. Asterisk 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 so unbeatable. Qin Tianji kicked Qi Shiyun with his foot, then waved his hand. It's for you guys while you're still alive. You don't need to wear clothes after playing. Just throw it in the snow. Thank you, young Qin. The crowd cheered in unison, looking exuberant. Qin Tianji, on the other hand, spat towards Qi Shiyun and cursed, what a ing spoilsport, before waving his hand to dismiss the crowd. Zhang Kai and the others set up Qi Shiyun and were about to leave, but as a result of a loud bang, the security door of the large flat floor collapsed, and a young man stood in the doorway with an iron blue complexion, his eyes red. Yo, isn't this the Ling family's big waist? What are you doing here if you're not lying at home waiting to die? Zhang Kai said with a smirk. Could it be that you know that we are going to play with your wife and came to get in on the action as well? Ling Yi glances at his wife who was bleeding from her head. His chest is like a million arrows piercing through his heart in general pain. He didn't say anything and stepped on the security door to go inside. What attitude are you stepping on? It's your good fortune that Qin Xiao looks at your wife. What are you pretending to be in front of Qin Xiao? Zhang Kai angrily rebuked, swinging his fist to smash towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi is what kind of goods he knows best. He only needs to put out 3 points of force. He can beat him all over the place. However, only to see Ling Yi raise his hand and swing out a fist, smashing it onto Zhang Kai's fist. With a click sound, Zhang Kai's shoulder is instantly exposed with white bones. The entire arm was pierced through by Ling Yi's fist. Before Zhang Kai has the time to scream miserably, Ling Yi continuously throws out 2 kicks, kicking at Zhang Kai's knees. Click 2 sounds instantly come out. Zhang Kai's body instantly shortens by half, kneeling on the ground. It was just that regular people kneeled down, with their calves at the back, while his pair of calves, however, were placed flush in front of his body. Zhang Kai was first silent for a short while, and then let out a heart-rending wail, making people hear it without any creepiness. The little brother behind him, at the first moment, let go of Qi Shiyun and looked at Ling Yi like a monster, terrified and puzzled. Rather, I didn't see that you, a waste of space, actually has this much strength. Although Qin Tianji is also surprised in his heart, he does not take it to heart. In his opinion, Ling Yi is only a bit stronger, and when he is really up against him, a serious practitioner, he would be beaten to his knees and beg for forgiveness in minutes. Ling Yi still didn't say anything. Instead he walked over and took Qi Shiyun into his arms, tenderly wiping away the bloodstains on her face, his heart aching so much that he even forgot to breathe. He knows that all these miserable encounters of their mother and daughter are because of him. This scum! I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Ling Yi hugs Qi Shiyun tightly and ferries all the freshly recovered aura in his body into her, helping her to quickly heal her wounds. What are you waiting for? Take a shortcut and the hell out of him. Qin Tianji's explosive shout makes the group of juniors come back to their senses. Although they were afraid of Ling Yi's might just now, they were even more afraid of the powerful young Qin. So they all pulled out small daggers from their pants pockets and warily stabbed towards Ling Yi. Facing the siege of 7 or 8 people, Ling Yi only looks up at them and scares them to take a big step back. They look at me and I look at you. The courage they have just gathered dissipates and no one dares to take another half step forward. Ling Yi ignores them and instead picks up Qi Shiyun and walks towards the sofa step by step, during which no one dares to make a move. After he placed Qi Shiyun on the sofa to lie down without any haste, he then glanced at the broken water cup on the ground. Since you like to drug people so much, then I'll let you have a taste of this drug as well. Ling Yi tried his best to suppress his killing intent. He knows very well that killing Qin Tianji would be completely cheap. With a punk like you? Also worthy? Qin Tianji snorted coldly, not putting Ling Yi in his eyes at all. It is only until Ling Yi walks to a meter in front of him that he violently storms up, using his mastery Eagle Claw Lock Throat, directly pressing Ling Yi's throat. He is incomparably confident that even if Ling Yi's strength is great, he will definitely not be able to receive this countless variations of his Eagle Claw Lock Throat. Splat! With a crunching sound, before he can lock Ling Yi's throat, a sharp pain comes from his own face and it is accompanied by tinnitus and the sky is spinning. Fancy! With a contemptuous smile, Ling Yi raises his foot once again and repeats the same trick, kicking off both of Qin Tianqi's knees, causing him to kneel on the ground. Ah! Just as Qin Tianqi is about to wail, Ling Yi slaps him over and knocks all the teeth out of his mouth. Blood immediately flows all over the place and he can only let out a gurgling whimpering sound, following which, Ling Yi lifts Qin Tianqi's collar and makes him lie down on the sofa, pouting his ass. Only after doing so, Ling Yi walks over to the shattered cup and lightly steps on the floor with his right foot. Those scattered thousands of water droplets instantly leapt into midair and were held by Ling Yi with a wave of his hand. The purity is too light. Add some more ingredients for you. Only to see Ling Yi's fingers move slightly. A few strands of spiritual chi shoots into the water, and those thousands of water beads instantly emerge with a faint reddish aura. After that, Ling Yi's index finger flicks, and a drop of red water droplets fall into the mouths of those 7 or 8 juniors with precision. When Qin Tianqi, who was originally in pain, saw this, he was instantly stunned with fear, and after hastily spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he looked at Ling Yi in horror. What do you want to do? You devil! You kill me! Please, kill me! Ling Yi doesn't bother to pay attention to his pleas for mercy. Carrying Qi Shiyun with one hand and dragging Zhang Kai with the other, he calmly leaves the room. Chapter 4. It's still early. There's no rush. Zhang Kai doesn't know where Ling Yi is taking him, but he is clear that the ending will definitely be more brutal than staying in that room. Ling Yi walks straight to the remote corner of the neighborhood and throws Zhang Kai to the ground before he speaks. Take off your clothes. Zhang Kai has long been scared out of his wits. Where would he dare to hesitate? Enduring the severe pain, with only one hand, with incomparable difficulty, he took off all the clothes on his body. Only helplessly, the bone of his other arm poked through the clothes, making it impossible for him to take them off no matter what, and they were all stuck on the broken arm. The agonized man is about to beg for mercy again when Ling Yi strikes. He first crushes Zhang Kai's vocal cords, leaving him with no way to make a sound. Then he kicked off Zhang Kai's other arm, making him completely incapacitated. Finally, he turned around and left without any delay. Looking at Ling Yi's departing back, Zhang Kai's face is bloodless. He finally understands that Ling Yi is trying to let himself freeze to death in despair. The sky suddenly drifts heavy snow. Looking at Ling Yi's figure that is gradually moving away, thinking that Xiao Xiao was this desperate after, Zhang Kai's heart is full of remorse. After leaving the neighborhood, Ling Yi did not take a taxi, but held Qi Shiyun in the sky-flying snow alone. He couldn't let go of Qi Shiyun. He wanted to walk like this until the end of his life. He also could not let go of Qi Shiyun. If he could let go, 100,000 years of years, he would have already let go. He owed their mother and daughter too much. He reversed time and space back this time, is to 10 times 100 times to compensate them. Although the snowflakes are big, they cannot get close to Ling Yi's body. When they are 2 inches away from his head, they will suddenly change direction and drift down to the side. In the snowy night, under the dim yellow street lamp, the shadows of the two were pulled along. Long, Back at home, Ling Yi puts Qi Shiyun on the bed and lies down, and looks at the small situation to make sure that it is all stable before returning to the next room and gluing the crashed window with newspaper. There is no air conditioning in the rental house. If this hole is not patched up, the mother and daughter are afraid that they will freeze. After mending the window, Ling Yi comes back to Qi Shiyun's room and pulls out an envelope from underneath the nightstand, taking out the $2,000 inside, then turns around and leaves the rented house. In the windy and snowy night, heading towards the place that he has been going to often in the past 2 years, he already knew the refining materials for the jade shattering dan, but there were only a few herbs that were very rare and could not necessarily be purchased at a general pharmacy. If he wanted to get the materials together as soon as possible, he could only pay a high price to acquire them, and $2,000 was obviously not enough. So the first order of business was to get money. There is only one way to make $2,000 multiply 1,000 times: overnight gambling. Yo, brother E, here to get rich again? At the entrance of an abandoned steel factory on the outskirts of the city, the youth watching the door enthusiastically greets Ling Yi, but his eyes are full of contempt. Ling Yi did not respond and went inside to change his chips before coming to the table where he bets on the size of the game. He only took one look and bet all the chips in his hand on big. Half an hour later, the chips in front of Ling Yi have already piled up in front of him, with a denomination of over $1 million, attracting quite a number of people to watch and call the bet. Just when Ling Yi once again placed his chips on big, the dealer who shook the dice was already sweating. His legs were soft, and he said he didn't dare to open the cup. If he lost this hand, he would have to put his life on the line. Open it. What are you waiting for? I say, you guys are open for business. Can't you afford to lose? Grandma, how much money have I given you guys in the past few years? And now that it's so hard to win some, you guys aren't happy about it? You can only win but not lose? If you are so unruly, who will dare to play here in the future? Ling Yi didn't say anything, but those who followed him to place bets were in a hurry, seeing that both sides are about to clash. There is a sudden commotion coming from the direction of the doorway. The crowd looks back and realizes that it is actually Chen Bao, who is the venue's caretaker, who has brought people over. Those angry gamblers see Chen Bao, instantly subsided. A leopard brother called, feet unconsciously make away, face written with respect and humility. There is no way. Chen Bao, this person is not only tall and powerful, and ruthless. Anyone who offended him, in less than 3 days, will be missing arms and legs. Never an exception. They want to win money, but they need to have a life to spend it. This brother, it's getting late. Go back after playing this hand. Lin Tao patted Ling Yi's shoulder and said with a smile on his face, it's still early. There's no rush. Ling Yi slaps away Lin Tao's hand. Straightforward and not afraid at all. Brother, you're not making any sense. Siblings and children can be waiting for you at home. You can't let them wait for a long time, can you? Lin Tao narrowed his eyes and said words that looked like concern but were actually threats. Then why don't you hurry back? Are you relieved to let your wife and children wait for a long time? Ling Yi said tit for tat. Fine. Chen Bao pushes away the lotter and says fiercely, since you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. After saying that, he opened the dice cup. 4, 5, 6, big, pay up. Chen Bao said without hesitation. A few juniors immediately began to give out chips to those who placed bets. At the same time, Chen Bao once again shook the dice. While shaking it, he said to the other gamblers, it's so cold, don't you all need to go home and hug your wives? Those who followed Ling Yi to place their bets heard this. Although they were very reluctant, they still all took out their chips and moved away from the table, standing aside and watching quietly. On the entire gambling table, Ling Yi is the only one left to place a bet, or all bets are big. Chen Bao opens the cup. 446. Big. Hiss. Everyone in the room can't help but suck in a breath of cool air. More than half an hour. All bets are big. This is too outrageous, right? If not for Chen Bao personally shaking the dice, they all want to suspect that Ling Yi has tampered with the lottery officials to cheat. The chips in front of Ling Yi, from the initial 2,000, has turned into more than 4 million. Looking at the crowd present, all I read. Brother, continue? Chen Bao finished shaking the dice and asked with a gloomy face. Ling Yi, however, shook his head and said, alright, cash out. Chen Bao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Even though he knew that Ling Yi would not be able to take this money with him, Ling Yi had still caused him great psychological pressure. In order to ensure the credibility of the casino, Chen Bao still transferred the money to Ling Yi in front of everyone, and then he even pretended to send Ling Yi away with a smile. However, secretly, he sends someone to keep an eye on Ling Yi, preparing to ask for that more than $4 million back. Chapter 5. The proposal is good, but you don't deserve it. It is already early in the morning when he comes out from the abandoned steel factory. Ling Yi, who was only in the 3rd degree of chi refining, is not yet in the realm of valley rescue, and after a busy day, his stomach starts to protest. He knows that there is a noodle shop in this neighborhood that is open all night. He just doesn't know if it is still open on such a cold day. If it is not open, he will have to take a detour to the city. The noodle shop is not far away. Ling Yi quickly walks to the door of the noodle shop, which is brightly lit. The opening of the noodle shop is an old man surnamed Zhang, claiming to be in his 70s. His body is quite strong. After seeing Ling Yi, he takes the initiative to greet him. Still the same? Aha. Ling Yi politely responds. Why are you so early today? Want money? Old man Zhang asks while cooking noodles. Want a little. Ling Yi says. Count the noodle money owed to you from before. I'll pay you back. No need. Girl, she settled it yesterday. Old man Zhang seriously cooks the noodles, his back facing Ling Yi. She sure Yun did come yesterday, but he did not ask for her money. In his own words, the sins created by that bastard Ling Yi, how come she shouldn't be the one to bear them? When Ling Yi hears this, his body trembles and the image of Qi Shiyun holding Xiao Xiao walking in the snow to return the money instantly comes to his mind. His heart is like a knife. Young man, listen to the old man's advice. Gambling this line of work, harming people and oneself, should quit. A woman like Qi Yao too, you should know how to cherish. Old man Zhang serves noodles on the table with a despondent look. Ling Yi nods his head and smiles bitterly, not saying much. Alas, old man Zhang still thinks that Ling Yi did not listen in, sighs and does not persuade more. Ling Yi eats all the noodles in 2 or 3 times and asks with a smile on his way out. Old man Zhang, are you not afraid that if I quit gambling, you will have less regular customers here? Bah, as long as you quit gambling, what's the harm if my place goes down? Old man Zhang laughs and curses. Ling Yi smiles and waves his hand. Let's go. I won't come back later. Old man Zhang's expression is stunned at his words. Until Ling Yi's back cannot be seen in the snowy night, he slowly packs up his desktop. Outside the house, the wind and snow are filled with darkness, but he softly sighs. Maiden Qi, it's dawn. There were 2 roads back from the noodle shop. One is an alley, with households on both sides. One is a highway, sparsely populated and relatively far away. Without even thinking about it, Ling Yi walked towards the highway, waiting until he reaches the place where there is no village in front and no store at the back. Not surprisingly, for cars stop Ling Yi's way and retreat. The one who comes down from the car is no other than Chen Bao from the casino. Ling Yi, I just checked and I know that your daughter has a broken leg and needs money for an operation. I won't make things difficult for you. You keep $200,000 and return the rest. In the wind and snow, Chen Bao lights a cigarette for himself and leans by the car door, saying without moving. Ling Yi shakes his head. $200,000. You think it's enough to replace a knee joint? Ling Yi, don't you damn well not know what's good for you? $500,000. This is my maximum authority. Any more and my leg will be broken. I still count on you to have some conscience, or else you, right now, would already be a corpse. Ling Yi's footsteps are not stopping. He continues to move forward. As for this money, you can't take a single penny of it. Surname Ling, did I give you face? Chen Ba throws away the cigarette in his hand, points at Ling Yi and curses. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Do you think you can take these money away? Surname Ling, I'll give you one last chance. Either take $500,000 and get out of here in a hurry. Either the person and the money are all left for me. Ling Yi took one step at a time. If you have the ability, come and get it. Asterisk, all of you, give it to me. Scrap this scumbag. Chen Bao gave an order. For cars and more than 20 people holding steel rods rush towards Ling Yi. The spiritual qi in Ling Yi's body has recovered a little bit, but he does not need to mobilize his spiritual qi to deal with these minions, only to see him sticking one hand in his pocket and one hand out, weaving in and out of the steel rods. Like a dragon, he is able to maneuver freely. Just wherever his palm passed, those minions tumbled over, their tendons cracking, and the pace of Ling Yi's feet has not been messed up. Is still the previous steps forward frequency steps, as if those blocking the way of the minions never appeared the same. Kid, you hide quite deep. These 2 years actually did not see that you are a practitioner. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Chen Bao shakes off his mink cloak, picks up a steel rod from the ground, and after trying his hand, drags it on the ground towards Ling Yi. But your brother Panther, I'm not a vegetarian either. Otherwise I wouldn't be qualified to watch out for the Han family. Chen Bao said smugly. In this way, I see that you have good talent. Why don't you worship me as your teacher and mix with me in the future? I'll consider this money as a gift to you. How about it? Not a bad proposal. Ling Yi nods his head and responds, but you don't deserve it. Damn. Then don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Bao raises his steel stick and swings it towards Ling Yi's neck at a very tricky angle. Regardless of which direction Ling Yi dodges, Chen Bao has a follow-up move to follow up, guaranteeing that he will even slash and beat this scumbag so much that he can't take care of himself. However, Ling Yi didn't dodge at all, directly lifted his hand to catch that powerful steel rod, then lifted his foot and kicked, then kicked Chen Bao to fly backwards, smashed in the windshield of the car behind him. The pain of his atmosphere did not dare to come out. You are an inner strength martial artist? Chen Bao's face was ashen, as if he saw the god of death in general horror. Ling Yi is too lazy to care, throws away the steel rod, puts his hand in his pocket and continues forward. I get it. The reason why you took this path is actually to deliberately lure us over. Chen Bao suddenly realized, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Ling Yi did not go back to the rented room. Instead, after making sure that no one was around, he ran towards the distant woods at breakneck speed. In the age of the end of the law, wherever there are human traces, aura does not exist. Only in those places where people are rare, the aura is relatively abundant. If he wants to cure the tiny terminal illness, he must raise his cultivation to Jindan realm as soon as possible. Not a single second can be wasted. When he arrives at the forest, Ling Yi does not fear the bitter cold and sits cross-legged in the snow, running the heaven-swallowing record and devoting himself to cultivation. It is only until the east is slightly white that Ling Yi collects his energy and runs wildly towards the rental house. Inside the rental house, Qi Shiyun touches her forehead and wakes up quietly, when she realizes that she is lying on the bed, especially when she sees her daughter also lying beside her. She thought that everything that happened last night was a dream. It was only after she touched the wound on her head and her daughter's shattered knee that she woke up with a start that it was all real. She didn't look deeper into how she came back. Instead, the first thing she did was to rush into the next room, wanting Ling Yi to send her daughter to the hospital, only to find out that Ling Yi wasn't there. Humph, I should have thought of this. Gambling is his life. How could he care about his daughter's death? Qi Shiyun choked and returned to her room, moving the nightstand to take the $2,000 to take her daughter to the hospital, only to find an empty envelope. At that moment, all her fantasies and hopes were in vain. Your daughter's leg is broken, and you actually stole money to gamble. Ling Yi, are you still a human being? You are simply worse than that. Qi Shiyun couldn't hold it in any longer. Her tears swished down. She no longer hesitated, but took out the signed divorce agreement from under her pillow and laid it on the table, then carefully picked up her daughter, cried and knelt down to the neighbors before borrowing $2,000, and then anxiously rushed to the hospital. Chapter 6. If you are a man, you should carry this family. It was hard to get a taxi in the suburbs of the city, and it was a snowy morning, so there wasn't even a cars but to be seen. Qi Shiyun held a small in the snow and walked along, long way before stopping a cab. Inside the cab, the air conditioning was on, which made the sweaty Qi Shiyun very uncomfortable, but she didn't even realize it, and only urged the driver to hurry up, learning that the little leg-broken driver is not ambiguous, all the way to the hospital door with the fastest speed. Not only that, he also escorted Qi Shiyun's mother and daughter all the way into the hospital and waited until the nurse took over before he turned to leave. Ling Yi, you as a father are really not even as good as a stranger. You don't deserve to be a father at all. Qi Shiyun despaired at Ling Yi to the extreme. On the other hand, after the doctor examined Xiao Zhao's situation, he immediately arranged for a bed and told Qi Shiyun that she would have to replace the patella with an artificial one and asked her to prepare at least $100,000 for the surgery. Hearing this figure, Qi Shiyun's brain buzzed, bewildered and at a loss. It was only after the doctor's repeated gentle calls that she came back to her senses in a ghostly manner. This family member, please go through the admission procedures as soon as possible. We need the hospitalization number in order to prescribe medication involving her daughter. Qi Shiyun immediately came to her senses, and after answering, she jogged all the way to the charging office to apply for admission. $2,000, all paid in. After handing over the hospitalization form to the nurse, Qi Shiyun came to the side of the small bed, looking at her daughter's sleeping appearance, associated with the high cost of the operation. Qi Shiyun could no longer hold back, squatting on the side of the bed and sobbing. Her daughter's cancer medication and the loan sharks owed by Ling Yi's gambling debts are already weighing her down. And now where is she going to get $100,000? The $2,000 under the nightstand was her only deposit, originally saved to buy cancer drugs for her daughter next month, but it was stolen by Ling Yi. The more Qi Shiyun thought about it, the sadder she became, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing downward, because she was afraid of waking up her daughter. She even tried to suppress her voice when she cried, make way, please make way. Qi Shiyun had just returned from washing her face in the restroom when she saw the doctors and nurses pushing 7 or 8 carts, anxiously running towards the resuscitation room. So many people injured. A car accident? Qi Shiyun said in secret and didn't pay attention to it, but when she saw the person lying on the last cart, she was struck by lightning and subconsciously wanted to run. Qin Tianji, why is he here? And by the looks of it, both legs seem to be broken? Why is his mouth full of blood? Also, why is there white bean juice on his face? No, if he's injured like this, it should be brain matter? Retribution. Qi Shiyun snorted coldly and returned to the hospital room. Her daughter was still asleep, and if it wasn't for the doctor telling her that Xiao Zhao's indicators were surprisingly normal, she would have suspected that Xiao Xiao wouldn't wake up. Xiao Qi, did you just see that? This world is really messed up. Auntie Wang, who was in the same ward, came in from outside the ward in a rage and said to Qi Shiyun in a familiar manner, "What's wrong?" Qi Shiyun was flustered and didn't really want to be bothered. Those people who were just pushed in. I heard the nurse say, cut off their children and grandchildren. Qi Shiyun didn't understand at first, until Auntie Wang gestured up with her hands, and she turned her head away with a red face. Seeing this, Auntie Wang suddenly asked mysteriously, do you know how they got into that? Qi Shiyun shook her head, not really wanting to know, but she was curious again, as it would likely explain why she had returned home in one piece yesterday. Auntie Wang said, have you ever heard of the proverb that says an iron pestle grinds into a needle? Qi Shiyun was first stunned, then her face was filled with nausea and she almost threw up. However, when she thought of Qin Tianji and their miserable appearance at the moment, she felt a thrill of revenge in her heart. How could they be like this? Qi Shiyun hurriedly asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. Qin Tianji shouldn't be, otherwise he wouldn't have done it to himself. Auntie Wang, the doctor also asked this question, and the police said it was likely that he was high on drugs. Qi Shiyun immediately associated it with dewy lovebirds and then broke out into a cold sweat. If she drank that glass of water last night, then wouldn't she be? Qi Shiyun didn't dare to think about it any further. The panic made her body tremble slightly. She now wants to know more about who saved her after she fainted. Ling Yi? Qi Shiyun immediately dismisses it. She would rather believe that the ghosts and gods saved her than to believe that the person who saved her was Ling Yi. I don't know who you are or why you saved me, but I sincerely thank you. If there is an afterlife, I, Qi Shiyun, will repay you even if I become an ox. Ling Yi returns to the rented house and goes straight to the bedroom, and as a result, he does not find his wife and daughter's figure. He is anxious. It can't be that Chen Bo has sent someone to retaliate, right? He checks the door lock and quickly dismisses this possibility, so he knocked on the door of his neighbor's room. As soon as the neighbor sees that it is Ling Yi, he immediately throws off his face and says, what for? Grandma Do you know where my wife has gone? Du Being is stunned at his words. This bastard kid usually calls himself an old thing. Why did he change his tone today? He must be holding back something bad again. Xiaoling your wife is really not easy, so don't go wreaking havoc on her. When Du Being thought of Qi Shiyun's crying and kneeling down to borrow money in the morning, her heart felt a pang of heartache. As for Ling Yi, after hearing this, his heart is also very unfavorable. Grandma Du is a good person. Qi Shiyun has to work during the day, so she helps to bring Xiao Xiao for free, although she is not Xiao Xiao's real grandmother, but she is no different from her real grandmother. But himself, not only cheat her money, but also because she advised himself to quit gambling and drinking and resentment, yelling and cursing at her. What unpleasant words are cursed out? Simply worse than a pig and a dog. Grandma Do, I'm sorry, I was an asshole before, but I've changed. I know you don't believe me, but my daughter's leg is broken. I have to find her, otherwise she will be in pain when she wakes up. The aura that was ferried in earlier could only last until noon, so Ling Yi was in a hurry. He cannot imagine his daughter moaning in pain. It would tear his heart apart. Du Being sees that Ling Yi is sincere in his words and looks really anxious, although she is worried that he is faking. Her heart softens and she tells about Qi Shiyun kneeling down in the morning to borrow money to go to the hospital. Xiao Ling stop being such an asshole. If you are a man, you should carry this family. Where can you find a good woman like Xiao Qi? Alas, after saying that, Du Being closes the door of the room and goes back to the house sighing. Ling Yi imagines Qi Shiyun kneeling down to borrow money. His heart is like a knife gouging out. He clenches his fists and says to himself, don't worry Grandma Do, I will definitely take care of them mother and daughter. After knowing their whereabouts, Ling Yi does not rush to the hospital but goes back to his room to pack a few clothes for Qi Shiyun before he prepares to go out. He knows that before the jade shattering pill is refined, Qi Shiyun will not let Xiao Xiao out of the hospital even if he talks a lot. The good thing is that he needs a few days to do the checkup and anti-inflammatory before the surgery. As long as he refines the jade breaking pill before then, he can spare Xiao Xiao from the suffering on the operating table. After making up his mind, Ling Yi prepares to go out, but when he passes by the living room, he is attracted by the documents on the table. Chapter 7 Ling Yi, don't you feel disgusted? Looking at the signed divorce agreement, Ling Yi fiercely slapped himself. Let you make. This is good. Make your wife and child lose. Deserve it. Ling Yi bags the documents and heads to the hospital. On the way, a problem suddenly occurs to him. That is, Xiao Zhao's past life leg was not broken, and Qi Shiyun was not captured by Qin Tianji. It should be that one's forced reversal of time and space has caused many things to change. Doesn't that mean that the time of the tiny onset of the disease may also be advanced? It seems like we have to hurry up and raise our cultivation. Ling Yi clenches his fists and his steps cannot help but speed up a few points. After arriving at the hospital, Ling Yi quickly inquires where the tiny ward is located. When Ling Yi pushed the door in, Chi Shiyun was on the phone. Hello Sister Wang. I would like to take a leave of absence. My daughter is hospitalized. Good. Thank you Sister Wang. Brother Li, sorry to bother you. My daughter is hospitalized. She needs 100,000 yuan for surgery. Can you, Mr. Wang? Good. I am the small Chi who docked the project with you last time. My daughter has a comminuted patella fracture. Can I ask you to borrow? Hello, Mr. Wang? Ling Yi knows that before he came, Chi Shiyun must have already called all the ones she could. That's why she's now asking these people who only have a one-sided relationship to borrow money. It's just that she was hung up on before she could even finish her sentence. Looking at his wife over and over again, she is forced to beg in a low voice. Ling Yi's heart bursts with pain. How much of an asshole does he have to be to force the schoolgirl who was so high up in the world to this point? Ling Yi pushes open the door with a guilty face. He originally thought that Chi Shiyun will scold him for not being an asshole when she sees him, but to his surprise, Chi Shiyun is very indifferent, and she doesn't even see the slightest fluctuation of emotions on her face, as if the one who came in is a stranger. Seeing this, Ling Yi's heart aches. He knows that there is no greater sorrow than death of the heart. Chi Shiyun is not holding any hope for herself. Even though Ling Yi has cultivated immortality for 100,000 years and his heart has long been as solid as a rock, he is still at a loss for words when faced with Chi Shiyun, a woman who has been hurt by him. After a long period of silence, Ling Yi raises the bag. Brought you some change of clothes. Hearing this, Chi Shiyun, who was arranging her daughter's quilt, shivered slightly, but quickly returned to indifference and said indifferently, there's no need to pretend to put on a show. I don't have a penny on me. Don't misunderstand me. I don't want money. Ling Yi's heart aches so much that it is hard to breathe. He pulls out a bunch of money from his pocket and puts it on the bed. Don't borrow any more money. This is the money you take for emergency first. Where did you get the money? Went to borrow from loan sharks again? Chi Shiyun is not happy. Instead, she stands up straight in fear and looks at Ling Yi with resentment in her eyes. Who have you mortgaged our mother and daughter to this time? Ling Yi, you have to drive us to the brink of extinction before you will give up, right? Ling Yi's heart aches inexplicably as he softly says, don't worry, this money is clean. Those loan sharks won't come back to you in the future either. You said the same thing last time, and what happened? As a result, Xiao Zhao's leg was broken, and I almost got. Chi Shiyun ended abruptly. Forget it, take your money and get lost. Don't appear in front of me again in the future, even if I beg you, okay? Ling Yi sniffed in pain. His mouth opened and closed several times before he said in a choked voice, I'll just look at my daughter and leave. Ling Yi walks to the side of the bed, reaches out and touches his daughter's forehead, slowly transferring the spiritual chi in his body into Xiao Zhao's body. After these auras were ferried in, Xiao Xiao would wake up in a while, but she wouldn't feel the pain in her knees. Xiao Xiao, Daddy still has things to do. Otherwise I really want to just watch you for the rest of my life. After ferrying in the aura, Ling Yi is slightly weak. He kisses his daughter on the forehead, looks at Chi Shiyun guiltily and asks, when did the doctor say to do the surgery? Ling Yi, do you find this interesting? Chi Shiyun looks at Ling Yi and coldly says, what did you do when your daughter broke her bones? You stole your daughter's life-saving money to gamble. Now running over to pretend to care about your daughter and sympathize. Ling Yi, don't you feel disgusted? Ling Yi opened his mouth. His heart ached so much that it was hard to breathe. 1,000 words were only left with one sentence. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I've heard enough of these words. Please put away this hypocritical face in the future, okay? Chi Shiyun said as she held back her tears. I know it was me who was an asshole in the past, but if you still believe in me, don't borrow any more money. I'll think of a way for my daughter's matter. You think of a way? Your way is either gambling or selling your wife. If we relied on you to think of a way, our mother and son would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Chi Shiyun looks sad. Ling Yi, can you let us go? If it's not possible, I'll give my life to you. For the sake of Xiao Xiao being your own daughter, will you let her go? She is only 3 years old. Chi Shiyun, who has been holding back her grievances, finally fails to hold back and kneels down to Ling Yi while letting her voice cry out in pain. The family members in the 2 beds next door have gathered around at the sound of their voices. Auntie Wang helps Chi Shiyun up, while the others block in front of her, pointing at Ling Yi with an angry face. Pushing a woman to this point, are you still a ing man? Ling Yi has long been pained by the sight of Chi Shiyun crying in pain. He wants to reach out and dry her tears for her but ends up being grabbed by the 2 males' arms at the same time. What? You still want to make a move? We don't have any money, but we have a lot of ing strength. Try moving? Sister, don't be afraid. There are a few of us. This can't do anything to you. These 2 men naturally can't stop Ling Yi, who was in the 3rd level of chi refining, but Ling Yi didn't make a move, but rather tearfully retracted his right hand, and said to Qi Shiyun through the wall of people, "I'm sorry, I'm really wrong. The sins I created in the past, I will slowly make up for them in the future. I know you won't believe my words, but please give me some time and let me prove it with my actions. Also, before I come back, don't let the doctor operate on Xiao Xiao. That will harm her." After saying that, Ling Yi took another incomparably guilty and self-reproachful look at Xiao Xiao on the hospital bed before finally turning away in remorse. The smell of disinfectant water in the hospital is very heavy, and is not conducive to Xiao Xiao's recovery. It is not that Ling Yi has not thought of taking Xiao Xiao back to live in the hospital. With his spiritual qi nourishing him, it is even more effective than the hospital's anti-inflammatory injections. But Ling Yi is very clear that as long as he dares to open this mouth, then he will definitely be beaten. The reaction of those people just now was the best proof. Instead of wasting time with them, it would be better to go and look for the materials for the jade shattering pill as early as possible. As long as Xiao Xiao's leg was cured, he would naturally be discharged from the hospital. Besides, Xiao Xiao herself was suffering from a terminal illness. It would be good to have some nutrient infusion in the hospital to increase her resistance a little. However, Qi Shiyun doesn't understand Ling Yi's good intention, and even misunderstands Ling Yi in her heart. Don't operate on Xiao Xiao. Do you want her to be disabled for the rest of her life? Ling Yi, are you also worthy of being a father? Under the comfort of the crowd, Qi Shiyun quickly stops crying. She didn't have time to grieve. She still had to continue to gather the money for the surgery. As for Ling Yi's words, she just pretends that she never heard them. However, after borrowing around, the person on the other end of the phone basically didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and just hung up the phone, not even bothering to make a scene. Qi Shiyun sat on the edge of the bed in despair and looked at Xiao Xiao. Tears flowed out again without argument. When her eyes glanced at the pile of money, last night's scene instantly surfaced in her mind, scaring her so much that she hurriedly threw the pile of money out. But after a while, Qi Shiyun slowly got up again and picked up the pile of money. Xiao Xiao, as long as I can cure you, as long as he just sells me again, I'll admit it. Ling Yi out of the ward to find the doctor. The doctor said that 3 days after the operation can be carried out, so that their families as soon as possible to get together the operating costs. 3 days should be enough. Ling Yi does not waste any time and says goodbye to the doctor before turning to leave. Not long after leaving the doctor's office, he encounters a row of carts in the aisle. The patients lying on them are surprisingly consistent, all with their legs forked and dull as idiots. But when they brushed past each other, those people somehow caught a glimpse of Ling Yi, and immediately, like a cat that had exploded its fur, ignored the pain and rolled out of bed, hiding on the other side of the trolley and shivering, with their mouths still murmuring, "The devil, the devil, the devil's here again. Run, run." Chapter 8 10 Years of Zhangzhou, 100 Years of the Han family. 7 or 8 people went crazy at the same time and the corridor was in chaos. Ling Yi only gave a cold glance before walking through the chaotic crowd towards the hospital entrance. After he reaches out and beckons a cab, he heads towards the largest traditional Chinese medicine store in Zhangzhou, 100 Apricot Grove. According to the cab driver, although 100 Apricot Grove is a traditional Chinese medicine store, there is a divine doctor sitting inside, and it is also the kind of medicine that can cure the disease. After saying that, he asks Ling Yi if he is going to see a doctor. If so, he can help to get the consultation number of the divine doctor. Ling Yi naturally shakes his head and refuses. After all, in front of him, where in this world is there any divine doctor? After arriving at the 100 Apricot Grove, Ling Yi takes out the prepared prescription and heads to the counter to grab the medicine. The guy grabbing the medicine looks at the prescription and immediately shows an embarrassed face. "Sir, we don't have the last 3 medicines of your prescription for the time being. Do you see? Can we receive them from other places?" This guy hesitated a bit, then asked, "Is sir sure you want it? If you are sure, I will ask for permission to see if I can receive it." "Okay." Ling Yi nodded. "Also, I only have 3 days. 3 days? The guy is a bit surprised, but immediately nods. "Okay, wait a moment, I'll go and ask." Ling Yi is not idle, but looks at the wall full of herbal medicine cabinets, quickly sifting through the herbs that are useful to him. In the journey of immortal cultivation, while one's own efforts are important, relying on the aid of heavenly herbs is also essential. Just this wall full of medicine cabinets, only a handful of them help in cultivation, belonging to the dispensable kind. It is not until Ling Yi sees the medicine cabinet at the top corner of the wall that his eyebrows jump slightly. Dragon beard herb. Surprisingly, one can see dragon beard grass in such a place. I wonder if it is true or not. At this moment, the medicine-grabbing boy hurriedly ran to him with a somewhat complicated look on his face. "Sir, that. The boss said that as long as you can afford the price, these 3 medicines will definitely be received for you within 3 days. What price?" 3. The guy stretched out 3 fingers. 3 million. The deposit is 1 million. The moment these words came out, The surrounding medicine grabbers, no matter if they were customers or shopkeepers, all looked sideways over, their faces full of incredulity. What herbs were worth $3 million? The mythical peach that could prolong life? Only would buy it. Alright, swipe your card. Ling Yi barely hesitates and pulls out his bank card and hands it to the guy. This time, the guy also froze. So brash, not even with a counteroffer? Okay, please enter the password. The guy mechanically operated. He was unable to accept this reality for a moment. After Ling Yi drops a few times to lose the password, the cashier immediately broadcasts the sound of XXX to 1 million. As soon as this sound came out, the surroundings immediately quieted down and they all looked at Ling Yi. This is a sweet directly brush out? But the person who swiped the card, it seems like his eyes didn't even blink. Sir, this is the invoice. Please come pick up the medicine after 3 days, the guy said politely. Ling Yi collects the invoice and points to the upper right corner of the medicine cabinet. Dragon's beard herb. Is there any? Yes, I just received a plant last night. Sir, you are going to? The guy is a little unsure, because although the dragon beard grass is expensive, one plant costs around $500,000. He heard that it is not very useful. Ling Yi did not say anything and once again handed over his bank card. This time when the guy received the bank card, he didn't know why, but he always felt heavy. Soon, the cashier broadcasts the tone of XXX to the account of $500,000. Hearing the scalp of the surrounding people are numb. What kind of people are these? Buy things without asking or bargaining? Can't spend like this even if you have mines at home, right? Sir, please keep the bank card. Although I haven't asked the boss yet, I'll make the decision to give you a waiver for the other medicines on this prescription of yours. The guy politely hands over the bank card to Ling Yi along with the other herbs before making an inviting gesture. This way please sir, because the long shoe grass is preserved in a special way, so please also rest for a moment while I go to the storehouse to get the medicine for you. Hearing the words specially preserved, Ling Yi knows that this dragon beard grass should not be fake. Sitting on the sofa in the resting area, Ling Yi is a bit excited. I didn't expect to reap unexpected benefits. With the aid of this dragon beard grass, cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort, let alone $500,000. It's worth $50 million or $500 million. While Ling Yi is secretly pondering, the noisy hall suddenly quietens down. Ling Yi looks up and sees a tall, fair-skinned Cheongsam woman coming through the door. All the people in the hall stop to watch with their eyes. Some of them are even stunned to the point of holding their breath. Ling Yi just took a glance and moved his eyes to the old man who was following her with a light step, narrow breathing, and restrained breath, obviously an expert. Of course, this is only for ordinary people. So Ling Yi lost interest after taking a look and instead continued to plan his cultivation. Master Qian, what wind blew you to the small store? The manager of the 100 Apricot Grove drilled out from nowhere and asked the old man with a pleasing face. When the crowd heard the word Master Qian, they all subconsciously had a jolt. He is the Wu Qian who shook Jiangzhou. It is better to mess with the king of Hades than to mess with Master Qian. It is said that a pair of iron palms can open mountains and crack rocks. He actually saw a real person this time? But such a character can only follow that woman? Who is that woman? I heard that your store collected a dragon's bush last night? Master Qian opened his mouth and asked. Yes, but, the manager was filled with embarrassment. It has just been sold. No matter what price the other party offers, I'll double it. Master Qian said. The manager glanced at the rest area and was a little heartbroken. 10 times, the Cheongsam woman suddenly opened her mouth, her voice imperial. 10 times 10. 5 million? Hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up. How much commission would this be? The most crucial thing was that all these commissions would be counted under his own name. Okay, I'll go ask for you. After the manager finishes speaking, he walks towards Ling Yi with gusto. At this moment, the medicine-grabbing boy walked out from the back hall holding a glass bottle. Everyone stretches their necks, wanting to see what the herb that has increased in price to $5 million looks like. Ling Yi also looks back and sees that there is something in that glass bottle. Its roots and whiskers are intertwined and complicated. From afar, it looks like the head of a dragon in a myth and legend, noble and majestic. However, such a large number of roots above, but only 2 or 3 leaves. These leaves are dark green in color, but the tips of the leaves are red like a blazing fire, which looks particularly demonic. Ling Yi knew that this was undoubtedly the most vigorous and yang dragon beard grass, still knows that it is being nourished with medicinal water. It seems to know more or less about pharmacology. Ling Yi secretly nods his head. Few people know that dragon beard grass loves water, and will wither when it lacks water for a moment. The withered dragon beard grass, its medicinal effect will be greatly reduced. But this is only for ordinary people. At Ling Yi's level, even if it withers, it does not matter. Just as the guy wants to give the dragon beard grass to Ling Yi, he is stopped by the manager, only to see the manager pulling the young guy aside while he himself says to Ling Yi, "This gentleman, let me show you the way to wealth. As long as you let out the dragon's bearded grass, 100 Apricot Grove will not only refund you in full, but also compensate you with an additional 100,000. How about that? Compared to a $5 million business, the manager felt that compensating 100,000 wasn't bad at all. Not good. Ling Yi gets up, pushes the manager away, takes the longshoe grass from the young man, turns around and walks away. Sir, don't blame me for not reminding you. That's Master Qian. Offending him won't end well. You have to think clearly. Ling Yi ignores it and continues forward. Just before he can take a few steps, he is stopped by the Cheongsam woman. Name your price. I'll take this dragon beard grass. Ling Yi shakes his head. You can't afford it. The Cheongsam woman smiles. Ever heard of the Han family in Zhengzhou? I am Han Ruoshui of the Han family. The moment these words came out, a sound of sucking in cool air rang out from all around. 10 years of Zhengzhou, 100 years of the Han family. Han family? That was an existence that could make Zhengzhou tremble when it stomped its foot. The family industry even involves energy, real estate, entertainment, assets tens of billions. It's no exaggeration to say that in Zhengzhou, there's nothing the Han family can't afford. No wonder Master Qian has to follow her. The manager is even staring straight, a heart so excited that it is about to jump out of his throat. He himself is really a traitorous luck this time. He actually crossed paths with the Han family. However, Ling Yi still shakes his head. Whoever you are is useless. You can't afford to buy this dragon beard grass. After saying that, Ling Yi bypassed Han Ruoshui and walked in the direction of the door. Han Ruoshui was unmoving and had her hands wrapped around her chest, but Master Qian took a step forward and chided. Asshole, are you trying to sit on your hands? $5 million is quite a lot. Some money. If you have the life to earn it, you also have to have the life to spend it. Ling Yi also laughed, stopping his steps and turning back slightly. Are you threatening me? So what if I am? Today, this dragon beard grass, you have to sell it even if you sell it, and you have to sell it even if you don't sell it. Otherwise you won't be able to walk out of this 100 apricot forest. As Master Qian says, he probes his hand and slaps towards Ling Yi's back. Actually a standard life-snatching iron sand palm. Chapter 9, in front of him. No. Yes? Hearing the sound of the wind, Ling Yi straightly also retracts his sight, not even bothering to look at it, and continues to stride forward. Only when he gently taps the glass bottle with his finger, a droplet of water leaps out of the mouth of the bottle and hangs half an inch above his shoulder, only to see him unhurriedly turn the glass bottle to his left hand, then raised his hand and flexed his fingers to flick. The drop of water will be like a sharp arrow, stabbing the center of the middle-aged man's hand. This set of action looks very leisurely and slow, plus the bystanders can't see the drop of water beads at all, so they all just think that Ling Yi is very pretentious in waving goodbye to Master Qian. The manager even snorted coldly. There is a way to heaven and you don't go. You have to offend the living king of hell. Wu Qian, let's see how you will die in a while. However, Wu Qian, who originally had a strong palm wind, suddenly let out a muffled grunt, covered his right hand and plopped down on his knees, his face full of panic, like seeing a ghost. Han Ruoshui was puzzled and went forward to ask with a frown, Grandpa Wu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you stop him? After saying that, she then shouted at Ling Yi's back, did I tell you to leave? Stop right there. Hearing this, Wu Qian's face turned white with fear and hurriedly reached out to cover Han Ruoshui's mouth. Ling Yi, on the other hand, stops once again and turns around to ask, anything else? No. Sorry. It was us who took offense just now. The stunned Wu Qian was so shocked that he apologized one after another, his attitude humble to the bone. This sudden apology, the surrounding customers were dumbfounded. You are the king of living hell, Wu Qian. There is still the Zhangzhou Han family behind you. How can you bow your head and apologize to a young man? Waiting to see the good show of the manager is even more stunned. Jaws are almost shocked off the ground. Han Ruoshui was also confused. Grandpa Wu, what are you doing? You just let him go? Hearing this, Wu Qian was on the verge of crying in a hurry, one after another telling Han Ruoshui to keep quiet. Can I get out of this 100 apricot forest? Can. Whoever dares to stop you, I, Wu Qian, will be the first to say no. Wu Qian is close to kowtowing to Ling Yi, only hoping that he will hurry up and leave. Only after Ling Yi hears this, does he turn around and leave in satisfaction? Grandpa Wu, that's my grandfather's life-saving medicine, Han Ruoshui said as she was about to chase after him, but was pulled back by Wu Qian. He first glanced at the doorway to make sure that Ling Yi had walked out of the 100 apricot grove before he dared to whisper to Han Ruoshui, Miss, that's not Grandpa's life-saving medicine, that's the Han family's life-saving charm. Look at. Saying so, he stretched out his right hand hidden in his sleeve and spread his palm. Han Ruoshui looked down and her pupils instantly narrowed. She saw that there was a hole the size of a soybean right in the middle of Grandpa Wu's iron sand-like palm. This is what that kid just did? Wu Qian nodded his head and frowned as he whispered, a mere droplet of water. Boom! Han Ruoshui was struck by lightning. How could this be possible? After all, Grandpa Wu could catch steel swords with his bare hands, so how could a mere droplet of water penetrate Grandpa Wu's steel like iron sandpalm? How did that guy do it? Is he still human? Miss, if what he just aimed at wasn't his palm, but you're in my head, Wu Qian wanted to say. Han Ruoxue was instantly covered in cold sweat. Fearful. Miss, give it up, he was right just now. We really can't afford this dragon beard grass. If we have to rob it the hard way, then our entire Han family will have to get hitched. This is the price he set. Wu Qian's face was helpless and full of frustration. He dares. At the mention of the Han family, Han Ruoxue suddenly came to her senses. My 100 years Han family, am I not a vegetarian? Miss, to put it mildly, Wu Qian said with a pale face. The 100 years Han family, in front of him, ain't. Wu Qian, do you know what you're saying? Han Ruoxue even changed her address. Of course I know, it's just that you don't know what kind of terrifying existence you just faced. Humph, how terrifying can it be? Dare to not even put my Han family in your eyes? Wu Qian glanced in the direction of the doorway and spat out a sentence quietly from his mouth. A martial arts grandmaster. How terrifying do you think it is? Han Ruoxue was petrified on the spot when she heard this. After a while, she asked with a shocked expression. He really is a martial Dao grandmaster? Wu Qian nodded his head. Internal energy outward, dripping to kill. What is a martial arts master if not one who has practiced huanjing from internal energy? Han Ruoxue was completely stunned, shock written all over her imperial face. It must be known that since she was young and practiced martial arts with Wu Qian, all kinds of supplements were constantly available. But now she could only just manage to practice internal energy from external energy, and it was still the kind that was just started. And there were still the 3 realms of small success, great success, and complete success at the back. As for the martial arts master, she is not even dreamed of. She even once thought that the world simply does not exist martial arts master. After all, Grandpa was so powerful characters but also the internal force into. And that young man just now, not older than herself by a few years, how could he be a martial arts master? Han Ruoxue took another look at Wu Qian's pierced palm, and despite her unwillingness to believe it, she ultimately lowered her head, her face full of frustration. Martial Dao Grandmaster, alas, hit the eye. Wu Qian looked in the direction of the doorway and couldn't help but sigh. Just who would have thought that it would be so young? The manager did not know what they were muttering, and did not dare to get close enough to listen, but he went to call the doctor the first time after seeing the blood. Standing aside and waiting, his intestines are now almost repenting. Had he known that that kid made Master Chen so scornful, he should have just flattered himself. I don't know if my behavior just now has made him hold a grudge. The manager is the more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he is, the more he thinks about it, the more he is emboldened. I don't know whether it was intentional or coincidental. Wu Qian's hand looked like it had been pierced through a hole, but it didn't hurt the nerves or other vitals, so it wasn't complicated to deal with. While Wu Qian was treating the wound, Han Ruoxue asked for Ling Yi's cell phone number from the boy. With this number, she could find out a lot of information she wanted, such as his identity, address. Miss, what now? Without the dragon's beard grass, the master is afraid that, after coming out from the 100 Apricot Grove, Wu Qian frowned tightly. They have already run several states during this time. All of them do not have longshu grass. The 100 Apricot Forest is the last hope, but the result, alas. Han Ruoxue glanced at the red sun rising in the east. Since coming hard won't work, then come soft. On the other hand, the hospital ward, Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Mom, don't go. Xiao Xiao is afraid. Don't leave Xiao Xiao behind. Qi Shiyun, who was on the phone to borrow money, heard this and immediately threw away her cell phone and hugged her daughter tightly. Xiao Xiao is not afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy is here. Mom, where is this? Little this is dead? Why doesn't my body hurt at all? Qi Shiyun endured her heartache and forced out a smile. Because this is a hospital, there are doctors and nurses to take care of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao naturally doesn't hurt anymore. Qi Shiyun thought that it was the potion prescribed by the doctor that worked, but it was actually Ling Yi's aura that was protecting Xiao Xiao. As for Xiao Xiao, as soon as she hears that she is in the hospital, she is so scared that she immediately struggles to get out of bed. I'm not hospitalized. If Dad knows that I'm lying in the hospital wasting money again, he will definitely hit me again and scold me for being a money loser. I'm not going to be hospitalized. Chapter 10, Sacred Yongdan Completion. 4th level of Qi practicing. When Qi Shiyun heard these words, tears immediately fell like rain. She tightly hugged Xiao Xiao, her heart aching to the point of suffocation. As for the family members of the patients in the next bed, when they heard Xiao Xiao's words, they all also revealed a look of sadness, and the resentment towards Ling Yi in their hearts was even greater than before. What an understanding little doll. Her father is simply not a person. That's right, to be sick like this. Is it something the child is willing to do? even this has to be scolded. Simply not as good as, damn, pissed me off, also I have no money, or beat that bastard to death. The family's in the hospital room. A sentence. A little do not understand. Thought he did something wrong, so embraced his mother and asked, Mom does not cry. Is not a little and said the wrong thing? Make mom unhappy? Xiao Xiao is right. The uncles and aunts are praising Xiao Xiao for understanding things. In addition, Xiao Xiao is not afraid. With the uncles and aunts around, Dad won't and dare not hit you and scold you again. You can rest assured that the cure is, really? Xiao Xiao was a little unsure, until she saw her mom nodding her head. Only then did she finally reveal a happy smiling face, but this smile of hers was like a needle, deeply piercing everyone in the hospital room. After Xiao Xiao laughed for a while, she opened her mouth and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Didn't he go to save you last night? Shi Shiyun's body trembled at the words and secretly thought, he was the one who saved me last night? But the moment she thought of the miserable state of those people in Qin Tianxi, Shi Shiyun immediately dismissed this thought. That drunkard Ling Yi, beating his wife and children was okay, but if he wanted to save himself from Qin Tianxi, 10 of him would not be enough, let alone forcing them to drink the dewy lovebirds. Besides, he's not even capable of finding out where I've been kidnapped to. How else can he save me? In fact, regarding the matter of who had saved herself, Shi Shiyun had secretly speculated. She felt that it was very likely to be someone Qin Tianji had offended before, and this person happened to seek revenge on Qin Tianji last night, and that's why they got them that way. As for saving herself, it should just be something that person did in passing. I heard that the Han and Qin families have been having a fierce row recently, so I guess it was someone from the Han family who saved me. Shi Shiyun secretly thought, so she cupped her tiny face and tenderly said, Dad isn't here, and he didn't go to save me last night, but, after Daddy found me last night, I let Daddy go save Mommy. Little tilted his head, his face full of doubts. Shi Shiyun was both touched and desperate when she heard this. Touched is that Xiao Xiao's own legs are broken, but she is still concerned about her own safety. The despair is that Ling Yi, that rotten person, knows that his daughter's leg is broken, and as a result, he doesn't even send her to the hospital. He knows that he has been captured, and he doesn't have the slightest worry, and actually steals money to gamble. Ling Yi, you scum, when really so cruel. Shi Shiyun is disappointed to the core. Tears are once again indisputably welling up in her eyes. Xiao Xiao saw her mom's heartbroken look and knew that her dad hadn't gone to save her mom. Mom, is it that Little didn't make it clear? That's why Dad didn't go to you. It's all Little's fault, but Little was in too much pain yesterday. Hearing this, Shi Shiyun bursts into tears again and hugs Xiao Xiao and sobs. It's not Xiao Xiao's fault. Xiao Xiao didn't do anything wrong. It's Ling Yi who is dead set on stealing your money to buy medicine to go gambling. Really not about Little thing. Little has done enough good. Oh. Xiao Xiao seems to understand, patting her mom's back to give her comfort. Feeling the patting of her daughter's small hands, Shi Shiyun admonished herself in her heart that she must take her daughter out of Ling Yi's clutches, no matter how painful a price she would pay. After the heavy snowfall, the sun shines brightly. Although there is not much temperature, it is pleasing to the eyes. Ling Yi carries the medicinal herbs and nibbles on the pancake fruit he bought on the roadside while walking towards the forest where he practiced last night. It was off the beaten path there, and it was very suitable for doing some unseen things, such as alchemy. Although those 3 herbs still had to wait, with the dragon's beard grass, he could now refine the sacred yang dan that aided in cultivation. After walking all the way to the outskirts and making sure that no one is there, Ling Yi performs his stance and transforms into a swift wind, disappearing into the wind and snow. After entering the woods, Ling Yi first sets up a few subtle organs in the periphery to prevent wild beasts from mistakenly entering before shaking off the white snow and sitting down cross-legged to refine pills. According to reason, with his current realm of the 3rd level of qi refining, actually not suitable for alchemy. After all, the most difficult part of alchemy is the control of the fire. More or less a point will seriously affect the rank of the elixir. The 3rd level of qi refining, but can touch the threshold of immortal cultivation. To force alchemy is tantamount to a fool's dream. Even in the immortal cultivation realm where there are many talented people, one has never heard of a person at the 3rd level of qi refinement refining an elixir. Not to mention, Ling Yi does not even have an alchemy furnace right now. It is simply hell mode. However, Ling Yi is not negative. He believes that he has 100,000 years of immortal cultivation experience, and has also stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm where others have not, so refining a mere sacred sun pill should not be a problem. Seeing Ling Yi spreading out his palm, the alchemy technique operates, and the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth immediately converge. After a ringing finger, a white flame rises in the center of Ling Yi's palm, igniting itself without a root. Very strange. Ling Yi stabilizes his mind and throws a few herbs into the fire. The medicinal herbs are instantly transformed into medicinal liquid when they encounter the fire, tumbling and boiling in the flame. With the channel of spiritual qi sinking in, the color of the medicinal liquid keeps changing, as colorful as the 7 rainbow haze. Ling Yi slightly frowns and stares at the changes of the medicinal liquid with a serious face, then puts in other medicinal herbs at the right time, progressing step by step. Time passes minute by minute. Fine beads of sweat have already seeped out on Ling Yi's face, but Ling Yi does not move at all, staring at the medicinal liquid in the flames. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the fusion of various medicinal liquids in the flame fails and explodes. Ling Yi shakes off his hands that are slightly numb from the shock, not being discouraged nor complaining, but propping up his chin and closing his eyes to recall the details of what just happened. 10 minutes later, Ling Yi opened his eyes. Again, he then respread his palm and snapped his fingers. An hour later, there was a boom sound. It was not an explosion, but the flame was too big. The medicinal liquid was burnt out. Not even ashes were left. Ling Yi looked at the palm, slightly sideways head contemplation for a moment. Find the reason. Again. Then spread the palm. Hit a ring finger. The fire is enough. The purity of the herbs is not enough. Come again. The purity was enough, but the surrounding wind direction was not right. Then again. The wind direction is right. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is not enough. Again. 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 It has been approaching noon. The slightly tired Ling Yi tilts his head to look at the sun. After taking a deep breath, he softly murmurs, "It's almost time." Spreading out his palm and hitting a ringing finger, the white flame rises in response to the medicinal material, fire, purity, spiritual chi, and wind direction. Ling Yi accurately grasps each and every detail, and does not dare to be careless in the slightest, until the medicinal liquid is completely fused. Only then does Ling Yi take out the dragon's beard grass and put the whole root into the flame in his palm. As the dragon beard grass is thrown into the flame, Ling Yi is fully concentrated. Even the frequency of his breathing is reduced to a minimum. When the sun rises to the top of his head, Ling Yi's palm violently clenches his hand, and streams of light spill out from the cracks of his fingers, the brightness even overshadowing the bright sun above his head. At the same time, a burst of medicinal fragrance comes in, haunting this side of the woods, even causing some wild beasts to come in droves. When Ling Yi spreads out his palm, a golden pill comes into view. Dan Chang. Ling Yi pinches his fingertips and looks at it, and realizes that the rank of this elixir has exceeded his expectations. In this regard, Ling Yi does not have too much joy. After all, 100,000 years of experience has long made him unperturbed. After taking the pill, Ling Yi operates the heaven-swallowing record and pushes the medicinal power of the sacred sun pill to the extreme. In an instant, the wind around Ling Yi's body is so fierce that white snow is swept up into the air and turned into a dragon scroll, while those beasts that are attracted by the medicinal scent flee around in fear and emit a burst of mournful cries. At this moment, Ling Yi is like a bottomless abyss, where all the auras in the world converge. Even the blazing sun overhead shoots down dazzling rays of light, sweeping towards Ling Yi. It lasted for a tea time before the winds scattered, the snow fell, and a mess was created. Looking at Ling Yi, he continues to absorb the remaining medicinal power as if he is not aware of it. It is only after an hour passes that Ling Yi puts away his gong method and slowly opens his eyes. At that moment, Ling Yi's gaze is like substance, condensing into 2 golden lights shooting into the distance. Majestic and peerless. Ling Yi exhales a long breath of turbid chi from his body, but unexpectedly, he exerts too much force, and that turbid chi is actually like a white rainbow, blasting straight at the half-meter thick tree on the opposite side. With a loud bang, the tree immediately cuts off and collapses, eyes shooting golden light, exhaling chi to kill. It was the 4th level of chi practicing. Chapter 11. You're not qualified enough to know my identity. It's a pity that the aura is still too thin. Otherwise, with the help of the sacred sun pill, I would be able to at least reach the 6th level of chi refining. Ling Yi sighed, shook his head and got up, carrying the medicinal herbs in the direction of the rental house. He is not frustrated. After all, the further the realm goes, the harder it is to raise. To be able to raise one weight in just one morning, he is already satisfied. Moreover, the 4th level of chi refining has a greater certainty of refining the shattered jade pill. It is hard for Ling Yi to be unsatisfied even if he wants to. On the way, he first calls a carpenter to come over to fix the windows, and then pays off the several loan sharks he owes one by one. With this, the money that he won last night, there is only 2.5 million left. After subtracting the $2 million balance from 100 Apricot Grove, Ling Yi only has a few tens of thousands of dollars left at his disposal. The other party is also very honest. Most of them send videos of IOUs being torn up, but there is also one that doesn't say a word and plays dead in general. Ling Yi did not take this to heart. After all, with his current strength, pay back the money is just to seek a peace of mind. Even if you really do not return, those people can help themselves. A small IOU, for him there is really nothing binding. Back to the rental house. The carpenter also happened to arrive. After talking about the requirements, Ling Yi goes down to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook. When the carpenter fixes the window, he also happens to pack the meal. After settling the wages, Ling Yi carried the meal to the hospital. Emergency ward. Shi Shiyun ordered Xiao Zhao's favorite fried chicken while she herself made a packet of instant noodles. In the course of the morning, all the calls that could be made were made, and as a result, not a single penny was borrowed. At this rate, the operation fee would not be able to come up with the money. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of calling her own mother's family for help, but when she had insisted on marrying the poor boy Ling Yi, she had made the family feel disgraced, and had been expelled from the Qi family and never contacted. On her parents-in-law's side, in order to clean up Ling Yi's mess all these years, half of her life has been put into it. If she calls them again to ask for money, she is afraid that she will directly force them to die. If she calls her mother-in-law again to ask for money, she is afraid that she will drive them to death. Moreover, they have treated her like their own daughter, so she doesn't need to give them any trouble. Distraught Shi Shiyun held the instant noodles. No appetite at all. Right at this moment, a group of punks with colorful hair suddenly breaks into the ward, pointing at Shi Shiyun and cursing. Stinking, you have the money to pay for your daughter's medical treatment, but you don't have the money to pay us back? If Ling Yi was here, he would be able to recognize this person. The guy who just didn't send himself the video of tearing up the IOU. This guy has dyed yellow hair and a loud voice. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she dropped her fried chicken and hid in the corner of the bed shivering. Shi Shiyun was calm, and hurriedly embraced her daughter to give her comfort. She has seen this kind of scene many times in the past few years and has long gotten used to it. Just remembering Ling Yi's assurance in the morning, she felt ridiculous. In the past, it was at least 2 or 3 days apart, but this time, it was only less than half a day. You guys have the wrong person. I don't know you. Shi Shiyun took one look and stopped paying attention. Less pretending. Ling Yi is your husband, right? Yellow hair pulls out an IOU. He borrowed $60,000 from me. Now it's a total of $100,000 with interest. Hurry up and pay it back. Who find you borrowed? You find who to return. About what I do? Seeing you like this, are you not going to pay it back? Yellow hair said, gave his men a wink. Immediately a junior guarded the door, not letting anyone in or out. It's fine if you don't return it. It's just that I don't know if your daughter's other leg can still be saved. Yellow hair says and walks towards the bed. After Ling Yi gave him the money back, the first thing he did was to investigate Ling Yi, because logically speaking, it is impossible for this money to be paid back by Ling Yi in his lifetime. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Sure enough, after inquiring, he found out that Ling Yi won a few $1 million last night at Brother Panther's venue, so he thought of hurrying up to make another fortune from Ling Yi while Brother Panther is still not looking for Ling Yi's trouble. However, if he goes to Ling Yi, he may not necessarily get the money yet, but looking for his daughter is a different story. Come at me if you have anything to do. Don't move my daughter. Shi Shiyun stands up and protects in front of Xiao Xiao. Although there were family members in the same ward who wanted to help, they were all pulled back by their relatives. It can't be helped. Yellow hair and his men are outnumbered and are obviously not comparable to a single Ling Yi. Even if they stop Ling Yi, if so many people still rush up, what's the difference between sending them to their deaths? Stinky, I gave you face right? Seeing this, yellow hair raises his palm and is about to slap down. He was about to slap Shi Shiyun's face, but his hand froze in midair and he couldn't slap her. Shi Shiyun closed her eyes ready to be beaten, but waited for a while, did not wait for the fiery pain. When she opened her eyes to see, only to see an old man as calm and relaxed grasp yellow hair wrist, not moving. Old thing, dare to spoil my good deed. Do you know who I am? Yellow hair grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth and shouting. Wu Qian smiled and asked back, and do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Dare to spoil my business. Brothers, beat me to death. Yellow hair gave an order, and the punks he brought with him instantly rushed forward with their fists raised, just when everyone thought that the old man would suffer, only to see the old man with one hand pinching the yellow hair wrist, the other hand behind his back, lifting a foot to lightly kick the left and right, 3 or 2 times to subdue the offenders, so that one of them all covered their stomachs and lay on the ground moaning in pain. Everyone in the ward looked dumbfounded. Is this? Sure it's not in a movie? Old. You. Who the hell are you? Yellow hair was so frightened that he was incoherent and stuttered in his words. You are not qualified enough to know my identity, Wu Qian said, and with a slight force from his fingers, he crushed yellow hair's wrist, causing the latter to let out a heart-rending wail of agony and pain. This time, I will only waste your wrist. If you dare to harass the mother and daughter again, I will take your life. Scram! Wu Qian kicked on yellow hair's back, kicking him straight out of the ward. Yellow hair and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They did not even dare to grunt, and fled away with a crawl. Ms. You're not hurt, right? Wu Qian changed from his previous sternness and instead asked kindly. Shi Yun was a little confused. She was completely confused about the current situation. Could it be the people sent by mom and dad to protect her? But it shouldn't be. If it was really the people they sent, Xiao wouldn't have gotten his legs broken yesterday, and he himself wouldn't have been kidnapped. Shi Yun shook her head and thanked. I'm fine, thank you for your help. I dare to ask the old master his name. I will definitely repay you in the future as an ox. Miss Chi is polite. Passing by here, it's just a show of hands. No need to take it to heart. The little old man also has no honorable name. Surname Wu Qian. A bad old man just. Wu Qian said politely, and I don't know whether it was intentional or not. When he said his name, not only did his speech slow down, his voice was also aggravated by a few points. Xiao. Quick. Thank you Grandpa Wu. Grandpa Wu. Thank you. Xiao said in a milky voice, causing Wu Qian to laugh heartily. Alright, since Miss Chi is fine, then the little old man won't disturb your rest and will take his leave first. Shi Yun smiled, thanked him again and again, and kept sending him to the elevator entrance before returning to the ward. After returning to the ward, Shi Yun kept frowning and pondering, thinking about what kind of god this Wu Qian is. Why would he help himself? And why does he know his surname is Chi? Also, he is so powerful. Could he be the one who saved his life last night? Shi Yun thought for a long time, but did not think clearly. But just then, the family member in the next bed suddenly let out a strange cry. I know who he is. Master Qian, the living Yama. Chapter 12. Mom, Dad was just so handsome. Everyone in the ward was startled by this strange cry and blamed him for not taking it lightly. But the man didn't care and said with a face full of exuberance, that's Master Qian, the living Yama of Zhangzhou. Master Qian, I've actually seen a living one. Can I not be excited? What? You said that old man just now was Master Qian? The others in the same ward were shocked. Even Shi Yun, her eyes couldn't help but jump. There was no way. Master Qian's reputation was too big in Zhangzhou. The 8 words, better to mess with King of Hell. Don't mess with Master Qian was not an empty phrase. Is he really Master Qian? Shi Yun asked softly. The person who was the first to recognize Master Qian's identity nodded his head with incomparable certainty. I dare to bet that he is Master Qian. Why are you so sure? Someone else opened his mouth and asked. Because I work in a company under the Han family, and once Master Qian and 3rd Miss Han came to inspect the company, I saw a glimpse from afar, and it was extremely similar in stature to the man just now. Plus his name is also Wu Qian and his martial arts skills are high. It can't be such a coincidence, right? After he finished speaking, there was first a brief silence in the ward, followed by a deafening hiss that erupted. So, that old man just now was really Master Qian? No, I have to hurry and send a friend circle to show off a wave. To be able to get so close to such a big shot like Master Qian in my lifetime, this is an ox I can blow for the rest of my life. This kind of exuberance lasted for several minutes before they calmed down, and at this time, they also finally realized a problem. That is, why would Master Qian help Miss Chi? And it looked as if he knew her well? How else would he know that Miss Chi's surname was Chi? Xiao Chi, you're familiar with Master Qian? Under the urging of the crowd, Auntie Wang walked over and asked. Shi Yun was also pondering these questions after learning about the old master's identity. Originally, she couldn't figure it out either, but after hearing her patient say that Master Qian had inspected the company together with Miss Han-san, she was enlightened. The Han family and the Qin family were not on speaking terms, and as a friend of the Han family, Master Qian would naturally take a shot at the Qin family. As for why he knew his surname Qi, it should have been from Qin Tianzhi and the others when he saved himself last night. And the reason why he appeared here today should also be because he was afraid that his orphans and widows would be retaliated against by the Qin family. So he came to check out the situation, and he happened to run into Yellow Hair and the others to make things difficult for him. A character like him, how could I possibly climb up high? Shi Yun shook her head back with a bitter smile. Then how did he know that your surname is Qi? Shi Yun couldn't possibly tell what happened last night, so she had to shake her head again. I don't know either. The crowd had wanted to take some lessons from Shi Yun and learn how to get to know Master Qian, but when they got such an answer, they all hung their heads in shame. Shi Yun wasn't overjoyed that Master Qian had helped resolve Yellow Hair either. After all, if the root cause wasn't resolved, things like this would happen again in the future. Yellow Hair was just a small hurdle among the thousands of difficult hurdles she had to overcome. Looking at Xiao who sat on the bed and continued to eat fried chicken, Shi Yun felt that the burden on her shoulders was heavy but worth it. Ling Yi just walked into the ward and felt several hostile gazes, and just like in the morning, Shi Yun only glanced at him and directly ignored him. Xiao, on the other hand, throws away her fried chicken and grips her mom's hand with a death grip, her body trembling softly in fear. Seeing his daughter so afraid of herself, Ling Yi felt pain like a million arrows piercing her heart. What are you still doing here? Still don't think the torture is enough? Do you? Chi Shiryun coldly says. Ling Yi takes out a packing box and sets it on the bedside table. I fried a few dishes for you at home. Eat them while they're hot. Ling Yi, what the hell do you want? Chi Shiryun chortled. I've said it all. I don't have any money. You don't have to pretend to act anymore. I know you don't believe me, but I really don't want money, and I've paid off all the money I owe. Paid it off? Ling Yi, do you believe this yourself? Chi Shiryun coldly snorted. There were even people running over to collect the debt just now, and they even said that they would break Xiao Xiao's other leg. Someone just came over to collect a debt? Ling Yi frowns, his face grim. So many people are watching here. How can I still lie to you? You don't have to act either. You know better than me if someone came to collect the debt. Ling Yi is just worried about those loan sharks coming to find their mother and daughter in trouble. That's why she paid off the debt. But there are actually people coming to collect the debt. Are they tired of living? Do you know who they are? Ling Yi asks as he holds back his anger. Chi Shiryun snorted coldly, not bothering to pay attention to the sympathetic Ling Yi. Ling Yi glances at Xiao Xiao with an inquiring look, resulting in Xiao Xiao being so scared that she dares not raise her head as she burrows into her mother's arms. Not getting an answer from Chi Shiryun's mother and daughter, Ling Yi has no choice but to ask the family members in the next bed. Although they are very unimpressed with Ling Yi, but seeing as Ling Yi has a good attitude, they still tell him what happened. Moreover, when introducing the part of Master Qian, they also added a lot of fuel to the fire. By the time they finish, Ling Yi also understands a rough idea. The only ones who can come with an IOU are the yellow hair family who didn't send him the video of the torn IOU. As for Wu Qian, most likely he is still here for the dragon beard grass, so Ling Yi did not put much on his mind. A martial artist with a large internal strength is just a martial artist, not worth Ling Yi's attention. After understanding what happened, Ling Yi returned to the small bedside, dotingly pulled up a small hand. Will be their own spiritual chi into her body, small not afraid. In the past is Dad wrong? Dad apologized to you. I'm sorry. Dad will never hit you and scold you again. At first, Xiao Xiao wanted to shrink her hand back, but soon she realized that her father's big hand was warm and comfortable, so she dismissed the idea of shrinking her hand, and when Ling Yi pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, a smile immediately appeared on Xiao Xiao's face. Little children are indeed the most unforgiving existences in this world, especially towards their parents. They are even more bottomless tolerant. Looking at the small smiling face, Ling Yi's eyes are moist, and his voice becomes choked up. Little obedient. Dad goes to deal with something, and will come to see you later. Saying this, Ling Yi gets up, glances at the bedside table, and tenderly says, eat it while it's hot. It will get cold in a while. After saying that, Ling Yi turned around and left. What are you doing to go? Going to gamble again? Chi Shiryun subconsciously asked, and she regretted it afterward. Didn't she say that she would treat him as if he doesn't exist? Why is she asking him again? Ling Yi's heart rejoices at his words, knowing that Chi Shiryun still has herself in her heart. Don't worry, I quit gambling. If you don't believe me, you can ask old man Zhang from the noodle shop. Ling Yi smiles. As for what I am going to do, naturally, I am going to seek justice for you guys. After saying that, Ling Yi turns around and leaves the hospital room. Mommy, Daddy was just so handsome. Xiao Xiao licks the lollipop and says with a face of infatuation, Ling Yi is indeed handsome. Otherwise Chi Shiryun wouldn't have looked at him in the first place, especially when he was clean-shaven. He had an inexplicable flavor. However, Chi Shiryun has long passed the age of being a nymphomaniac, especially in these few years. She has seen too many of Ling Yi's tactics to deceive her, and has long since lost all hope in him. So this time, she only took Ling Yi's gentleness as a new type of deception on his part. I would like to see how long you can pretend this time. Chapter 13, No Need. I'll go there personally. After leaving the hospital room, Ling Yi walks straight to the lawn outside the hospital and finds a chair to sit down. The snow hasn't melted yet. The patients coming and going are in a hurry. No one would sit outside in such cold weather to blow the wind. I'll only give you one chance to explain. You'd better grasp it. With no one around, Ling Yi said indifferently to the air. However, as soon as he finished saying this, a figure busily appeared in front of him, and it was none other than Wu Qian, who was known as the King of Living Hell. Master Ling, don't misunderstand, we have no ill intentions. Wu Qian bowed slightly, his attitude incomparably humble. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would be afraid that they would die of fright on the spot. Not only did you even find out my wife and child's information, but you're also spying from the sidelines. This is called having no malicious intent? Hearing the icy coldness in Ling Yi's words, in this cold day, Wu Qian's forehead is oozing with dense cold sweat. Master Ling, misunderstanding, it's not surveillance, it's protection. Wu Qian hurriedly explained. Miss knows that Master Ling is very busy, so she specifically asked me to come here to protect Master's family. Miss is also waiting here. I'll have her come over to personally apologize to Master Ling. Seeing that Ling Yi did not refuse, Wu Qian hurriedly makes a call to Han Ruoxue, who quickly appears at the entrance of the hospital before trotting all the way in the snow to Ling Yi, respectfully shouting, "Master Ling." Ling Yi was not asking for a favor. Otherwise he would not have given Wu Qian a chance to explain. So he waved his hand and said, "Today, I owe the Han family a favor. Don't even think about the dragon beard herb. I've already used it. But in the future, if the Han family is in trouble, I will take one shot for the Han family." When the two of them heard this, an unconcealable look of delight appeared on their faces. One had to know that it was a favor from a martial arts grandmaster. Even though it was only once, the relationship would definitely become more and more familiar over the course of time. By then, the Han family would have the equivalent of a martial arts grandmaster in their midst, and the benefits of this would be hard to express in a million words. Wasn't it the Zhao family in Beijing state that had dipped into the light of Patriarch Zhao before asking for the world's most powerful family? Only to see the two of them bend deeply towards Ling Yi and say in unison, "Ruoxue, old man, here thanks Master Ling on behalf of the Han family." Ling Yi nods his head and accepts this bow quite openly. The favor of a reborn Immortal Emperor is not something that anyone would have the chance to take. Even if the Han family's entire family kowtowed and bowed to him, he could afford to accept it. "Do you know where those people are going?" Ling Yi coldly asks. "I know. I've been letting people keep an eye on them." Wu Qian bowed and asked, "Master Ling, should I send someone to finish them off?" "No need. I will personally go over." On the outskirts of Jiangzhou Yuelu, in a dilapidated underground casino, Yellow Hair, whose right wrist had just been plastered, was swallowing clouds and rubbing mahjong with his brethren. Asterisk. Haven't we found out the identity of that old thing yet? Yellow Hair shouted angrily at the junior brothers outside. "Still, not yet," came a trembling voice. Asterisk. If I know who he is, I will not exterminate his ancestors 18 generations. Saying so, just that he himself did not believe it, especially when he thought of that old man's skill. His wrist was paralyzed with pain. "Big brother, Ling Yi is looking for you." A small brother's announcement came from the doorway. "Grass. I didn't go to look for him and he still dares to come to the door? Let him enter." Huang Mao suddenly stopped his voice and asked, "Wait, he came alone?" "Yes, just one person. Let him roll in." The roll-up door opens and a junior brother leads Ling Yi into the casino. "Kid, come to pay me back?" Yellow Hair leans back on his chair and says in a graceful manner, "You owed me 100,000 before, plus today's medical bills. It's not too much for me to charge you 1 million, right?" Ling Yi doesn't answer him, but asks back, "Who were the ones who went to the hospital at noon to harass my wife and child?" "Yo-ho, listen to you. You are here to ask for punishment?" Yellow Hair snapped and slapped the mahjong on the table. "Dog bastard, did I give you face?" As soon as these words came out, the juniors in the casino immediately surrounded Ling Yi, the kind that would start a fight at the drop of a hat. Huang Mao originally thought that Ling Yi would be scared to piss his pants. After all, he was a complete loser before, but it turns out that he is completely different from before. Not only is he standing still, but his demeanor seems to be very calm. "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want at noon when someone backs up your mother-in-law." Yellow Hair guesses that Ling Yi's bottom line comes from the old man. "This is my turf. I want to play dead you easily. If you are sensible, hurry up and pay back the money, or else, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Ling Yi shakes his head in disappointment. "Gave you a chance. It's you who doesn't know how to cherish it." Pretending in front of me. Who the hell do you think you are? Yellow Hair flips over the mahjong table, points at Ling Yi and yells, "Waste him for me." Hearing the boss's command, those juniors surrounding Ling Yi immediately pounced on him. Ling Yi lifts his right hand and slaps one with ease. In less than half a minute, these juniors have either broken their hands or legs, lying on the ground wailing. In addition to Ling Yi, there is no one left standing in the casino. Yellow Hair was scared to the point that he knelt on the ground, terrified to the extreme. How could he not understand? Ling Yi, who used to be like a dog in front of him, why would he suddenly become so raw? Looking at Ling Yi, who was walking towards him, Yellow Hair panics. "Brother E, I was wrong. I will give you $1 million. Brother E, spare your life." Ling Yi ignores his pleas for mercy. Grabbing a head of his Yellow Hair, he walks towards the door. The Yellow Hair, in shock, pulls out a spring-loaded knife from his pocket and stabs at Ling Yi's stomach. It is a pity that he only stabbed this knife halfway out, but it was snapped by Ling Yi's left hand, and then with a slight force, he directly pinched off the hand holding the knife. This is good. Both hands are ruined. Yellow Hair is completely scared and begs for forgiveness. "Brother E, everything is negotiable. As long as you let me go, all the proceeds from my venue will be given to you." Ling Yi turns a deaf ear. After dragging Yellow Hair out of the casino, he presses Yellow Hair's head and dislikes his face on the concrete wall of the house. This house is a 10-year-old house. At that time, the exterior walls are not leveled, but full walls are encrusted with gravel. very rough to the touch. After Yellow Hair's face was disliked, his nose and forehead immediately broke the skin and bled. Yellow Hair seemed to have realized his next miserable encounter, and immediately buzzed and shouted to beg for forgiveness. Brother E, Master E, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. I'll tear up your IOU immediately, and I'll work for you as an ox for the rest of my life. You are indeed wrong, but not wrong for not tearing the IOU. Ling Yi finally opens his mouth. Rather, it's wrong in that she's such a flawless person. You actually called her a stinking. After saying that, without waiting for Yellow Hair to beg for mercy, Ling Yi presses his head and slides all the way on the rough wall. Chapter 14. No matter who it is, the blood debt is paid in blood. At first, Yellow Hair hissed as he tore his heart out, but soon his voice went mute, and he could only let out bursts of whimpering sounds that were miserable and incomparable. A long trail of blood and flesh had been left on the wall. Just looking at it was enough to make people tremble with fear. Yellow Hair was also in pain and was about to faint several times, but every time he suddenly came to his senses, and then practically felt the drilling pain coming from his face, until Yellow Hair's nose is flattened and all the flesh on his face is ground off, and the sharp sound of bones rubbing against stones can be clearly heard. Ling Yi releases his hand and lets Yellow Hair slide down like a dead dog. At this moment, Yellow Hair is already dying and his face is completely disfigured. Ling Yi casually patted his hand and turned around to leave, and shortly after he left, a group of professionals immediately ran to clean up the mess. Since Ling Yi didn't let Yellow Hair die, then they would definitely not let Yellow Hair die. After all, there is a word for it. It's worse than death. Han Ruoshua's master and servant looked at Ling Yi's distant back and both unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa Wu, it's a good thing you stopped me in the morning, otherwise I'd be another him. Han Ruoshua couldn't help but feel a pang of fear once she remembered the scene in the morning when she stopped Ling Yi. You have to be glad that we offended him at the time and not his wife and daughter. Otherwise, we would have ended up worse off than Yellow Hair. Wu Qian looked at the faceless Yellow Hair and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Han Ruoshua nodded at his words and said, Indeed, just by cursing, we ended up in a situation worse than death. If we slapped him with our hands, wouldn't we be doomed? After saying that, Han Ruoshua broke out into a cold sweat. One must know that at that time, after checking Qi Shiyun's information, she was planning to use her to blackmail Ling Yi into handing over the dragon beard herb, but only out of fear of Ling Yi's strength, so she dismissed the idea. Now that he thought about it, if he really did it, he was afraid that the entire Han family would cease to exist. How could this not make Han Ruoshua break out in a cold sweat? So it's still Miss who was wise enough to protect their mother and daughter in advance and find such a great backer for the Han family. Han Ruoshua sniffed and let out a bitter smile. It was also a thought that almost brought the Han family to ruin as well. Wu Qian, alright, Grandpa Wu, just wait in Jiangzhou, and whatever Master Ling's request is, fulfill it at all costs. I have to keep going to look for the dragon beard grass. Han Ruoshua looked at the snow-covered ground and sighed. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Master is fortunate, he'll definitely be able to find it. Wu Qian comforted. I hope, Han Ruoshua said. By the way, explain it down. Anyone in the Han family mustn't bump into Grandmaster Ling's wife and daughter. That's Grandmaster Ling's scales. Give me courtesy when you see them. Miss, don't worry, the old man understands what to do. Also, Grandmaster Ling's decadent behavior in the first few years should be a deliberate act to hide his identity for the world to see. Since he didn't tell Qi Shiyun, our people shouldn't break it up, lest we offend Master Ling. Han Ruoshua continued to instruct, and Wu Qian nodded frequently from the side, indicating that he had memorized it. Qi Shiyun, you and I are really the same person with different lives. Calling for envy, wearing a cheongsam, Han Ruoshua, striding with her long legs wrapped in stockings, gradually walked away in the snow. At the same time, the SVIP ward of the Qinhuang International Hospital in Jiangzhou was crowded with chief experts from various departments, led by President Chen Tianming himself. As the largest private hospital in Jiangzhou, it possessed the top medical equipment and talents in the whole of Jiangzhou. To describe it in the words of the common people, when the black and white invincibles come here, they all have to walk around, but it was such a ghostly medical heavenly group. At this moment, when facing a patient transferred from the hospital below in the morning, all of them were frowning tightly, full of sorrow. President Chen, I've been supporting you for so many years with an annual salary of $8 million, and now I just want an accurate statement. Will my son still be able to come to his senses? A middle-aged man with a slightly blonde physique asked Chen Tianming with a gloomy face. The middle-aged man's name was Qin Jianye, the chairman of Qin's international group and Qin Tianqi's father. Dong Qin, the third son's situation is very complicated, and we don't know for the time being if and when he will wake up, Chen Tianming said stiffly. At this moment, his hands were already clenched with sweat. This is the conclusion that you guys have studied all morning? Qin Jianye didn't explode in anger, and his words were calm. but he gave off an oppressive feeling of a storm coming. Shin Dong, the third son, not only had both knee joints shattered, but also an anal fissure and genital edema, plus his teeth were violently knocked out and his throat swollen. These traumatic injuries themselves are enough to cause a coma. Plus, Chen Tianming did not dare to say more after saying this, but glanced at Qin Jianye and saw that the expression on his face was unchanged before continuing. Together with the fact that he has obvious traces of being sexually assaulted by a male. This kind of psychological trauma, we estimate that it will be difficult to wake up in a short period of time. Although he had already been informed of his son's general situation, when he heard the fact that his son had been sexually assaulted by a man from the dean's mouth, Qin Jianye still couldn't help but clench his fists. After a while, Qin Jianye loosened his fists and said to Chen Tianming, 10 days, if my son still can't wake up, then what my son is like, what you guys are like, Shin Dong, this is not. Chen Tianming still wanted to fight for a bit, but before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Qin Jianye waving his hand. Alright, don't force me to shorten the time. Chen Tianming and the others heard this and were so scared that they immediately turned around and left, not daring to say half a word. The large SVIP ward suddenly became empty, leaving only a few senior members of the Qin family remaining here, their faces full of sadness. No one speaking, only Qin Tianqi's mother sat beside the bed, sobbing in a low voice. Eldest, have you found out who did it yet? After a long time, Qin Jianye breaks the silence and takes the lead to speak. Qin Jianguang sniffed and shook his head. Not yet. Seeing his elder brother's lack of movement, Qin Jianguang hurriedly explained. Qingyan district is a place where Xiao Tian specializes in playing with women, and the surveillance along the way has long since been withdrawn by him, in order to prevent leaving evidence behind. So, keep checking, Qin Jianye said. No matter who he is, I want him to pay in blood. Qin Jianguang nodded and opened his mouth to speak. Just say whatever you have to say. Big brother, I've seen Xiao Tian and Zhang Kai's injuries. This is clearly the work of an expert. In Jiangzhou, those who can make us unable to find the slightest clue in half a day. There is no other number but the Han family. So, if it's really the Han family, kill them without amnesty as well? You don't understand my words? What I'm saying is, no matter who it is, blood will be paid for blood. But the Han family's Wu Qian, there's no need to worry about him. There's an expert of the inner strength perfection realm to deal with him. Qin Jianguang heard this, then put down his heart, nodded his head and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a bodyguard hurriedly pushed the door in. Second master, we found out who the woman who was kidnapped by Third Yun last night is. Who? Qi Shiyun. Chapter 15. How did you grow so big in the blink of an eye? Ling Yi spends the afternoon in the middle of nowhere cultivating the heaven-swallowing record until the sun sets in the west before he runs back to his rental house to cook dinner for Qi Shiyun. During this time, he was missing some soy sauce, so he ran next door and asked Grandma Du to borrow some. This makes Grandma Du happy and says straight away that Ling Yi has changed his nature, which is a good thing. In fact, your nature is not bad. I don't know what happened to you in the past few years. It's like you've changed, but now it's good. You've finally woken up, and the bitter days of the Qi maiden have come to an end. When returning the soy sauce bottle, Du Being pats Ling Yi's shoulder and says with great relief. Hearing this, Ling Yi always feels that something is not right, but for a moment, he does not think of a reason, which makes him frown. However, he soon regains his normal color and pulls out $10,000 from his pocket and hands it to Du Being. Grandma Du, thank you for taking care of their mother and daughter all these years. This is the money that is owed to you. Keep it. What are you doing? Why do you need to pay back so much? Du Being says that she is going to return the extra money, only to be blocked by Ling Yi. The favor you have done to our family, no amount of money can repay it. Accept it and I will feel more at ease. Alas, you this child. Line. I accept it first. In the future you three families will live a good life. If you are not free during the day, I will help you to bring the child. Then I'll thank Grandma Du first. After saying goodbye, Ling Yi quickly finishes frying the rest of the dishes before packing his bag and heading to the hospital. Hospital, emergency ward. Xiao, what do you want to eat at night? Mom will order takeout for you. Qi Shiyun asked with her cell phone. Don't. I want to eat the dinner that Daddy sent, Xiao said with anticipation. Although she has been scolded by Ling Yi many times in the past for no reason, but at noon, Ling Yi has already apologized to her, so of course she is forgiving him. Qi Shiyun is stunned when she hears this. Her heart is not elated. Instead she is more worried than before. She is worried that Ling Yi will go crazy and scold her daughter again, causing her to be sad and disappointed once again. God, if you can hear my voice, bless Ling Yi even if he is faking it. Let him fake it for a few more days, okay? I beg you. Qi Shiyun endures her heartache and prays silently. Ling Yi, I also beg you, don't let your daughter be sad and disappointed again, okay? Just take pity on her who is only 3 years old, okay? Xiao, Dad won't necessarily come, don't get your hopes up. prayer after prayer. The preventive shots should still be given, lest Xiao Xiao's heart fall too far. I don't believe it. Mommy lied. How does mommy know daddy won't come? Qi Shiyun pointed to the cleaned and arranged packing box on the bedside table. He didn't even come to pick up the packing box. What's he going to pack for us? The tiny little brain couldn't figure it out for a while, and after stumbling around for half a day, she couldn't come up with an answer, just as she also felt that daddy wouldn't come again, and was about to feel aggrieved and sad. Ling Yi's figure appeared in the doorway. Dad can buy another new set of packing boxes. Ling Yi shakes the rice in his hand and says to Xiao Xiao with a smile, Daddy! Xiao Xiao's eyes are on the verge of sprouting light when she sees Ling Yi. If not for the cast on her leg, she would have jumped up. Mom, it's Dad! It's Dad! I knew Daddy would definitely come. Xiao Xiao shakes Qi Shiyun's arm and shouts excitedly. Ling Yi was so excited to see this scene that he was on the verge of crying. After a whole 100,000 years, he finally saw his daughter's smiling face again. A whole 100,000 years. Holding back his tears, Ling Yi sets up the bed on the dining table and places the meals one by one in front of Xiao Xiao, then asks in an almost choked voice, What does Xiao Xiao want to eat? Daddy will clip it for you. Thank you, Dad. But Mom said, eat to clip yourself. As Xiao Xiao said, she picked up her chopsticks and stuck a bean curd into her mouth, saying vaguely, Look, Daddy, Xiao Xiao can clip her own food. Little good, little awesome. Ling Yi reached out and stroked the little hair. Just how little in the blink of an eye. Grow so big. Dad has not even had time to feed you. You will clip your own food. Ling Yi said, no longer hold back, turned around and put his head against the wall and cried in a low voice. Daddy, I'm sorry. It's Xiao Xiao who was not good. Xiao Xiao did something wrong again. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao is so scared that he hurriedly throws away his chopsticks and pulls his ears with his hands, his face full of panic. Hearing this, Ling Yi's tears flowed even harder. He hurriedly turns around, pulls Xiao Xiao's hand, shakes his head and cries and laughs. Xiao Xiao is right. It's Daddy who is wrong. Xiao Xiao quickly eat the food. Try Daddy's cooking. Seeing that Dad really wasn't angry, Xiao Xiao then dared to carefully pick up chopsticks and clip the food for himself to eat. Seeing Xiao Xiao walking on thin ice like this, Ling Yi's heart tingles. Ling Yi's arrival is somewhat unexpected by Qi Shiyun, but this does not make her change her opinion of Ling Yi. After all, Ling Yi has pretended to be a good person before, and he also pretended for several days in a row. In the end, he still continued to be a domestic abuser and a drunkard and gambler. But loathing after loathing, Qi Shiyun did not have a problem with her stomach, but picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate on her own. Daddy eat too, Xiao Xiao says vaguely. Ling Yi's heart trembles at the words, but he doesn't move his chopsticks, instead looking at Qi Shiyun. You eat when your daughter tells you to. What are you looking at me for? Qi Shiyun says without any good humor. Ling Yi was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly brought the dishes and accompanied his wife and daughter to have dinner together. He has fantasized about this scene for 100,000 years, even though the location has turned into a hospital, and even though the family is still penniless. Ling Yi has never felt so happy, but Qi Shiyun didn't think so. Her expression was always alert, and in her heart, she was also secretly wondering, how did this guy act so much like a good husband and father this time? Could it be that he really has a clear conscience? Just as the thought rose, Qi Shiyun gave herself a hard slap in her heart. Qi Shiyun, what are you thinking? This is all an illusion. The more he pretends to be, the bigger his plot is, so keep your eyes open and don't be fooled by him again. After dinner, Qi Shiyun goes to the boiling water room to clean the dishes and Ling Yi doesn't leave in a hurry. Instead he accompanies Xiao Xiao and chats with her, at the same time transmitting spiritual qi into her to nourish her body. Dad, Mom said that you didn't go to save her last night, is that true? Little fluttered her big eyes and asked. Of course it's not true. If Daddy didn't go to save Mommy, how could Mommy be intact? But Mommy said you stole money to gamble. That's. Ling Yi is just about to open his mouth when he is interrupted by Qi Shiyun, who comes back from washing the dishes. Ling Yi, if you didn't go to save, then you didn't go to save. What are you lying about in front of the child? You're a big man. Don't you dare to act like a big man? I don't even know what you're capable of. Is it fun to be a hero in front of a child? Chapter 16, Ling Yi, can I still trust you? Wife, who's your wife? Don't shout. I signed the divorce agreement. Qi Shiyun was angry. Ling Yi held back his heartache and explained. I know this sounds outrageous, but it was really me who saved you last night, and I also. Ling Yi, the words have been said. You still want to brag, right? Qi Shiyun points at the entrance of the hospital room. Please get out. Xiao Xiao is still young now. She can't tell the truth from a lie. I don't want her to learn from you. Ling Yi is aggrieved, but he knows that he is to blame. If he wasn't too much of an asshole in the previous years, Qi Shiyun wouldn't have treated himself like this. Shiyun, I know you don't believe me, but I am really powerful now, even more powerful than Wu Qian who saved you at noon. Ling Yi would love to show her his identity as an immortal cultivator, but he feels that Qi Shiyun would definitely treat him as a psychopath and might even call the police to arrest him, so this has to be done in a gradual manner. However, Qi Shiyun shook her head and laughed coldly at his words. Humph, you're a deadbeat. Why don't you say you're better than a god? Actually, your so-called gods and immortals are just like that. Just give me some time and I'll be able to. Ling Yi was telling the truth. After all, he was once an immortal emperor. What is an immortal emperor? The emperor of 10,000 immortals. Even if an immortal met him, he would have to perform the 3 worships and 9 kowtows. But before he could finish, Qi Shiyun directly waved her hand and interrupted him. Alright, since you're so powerful, please don't come back in the future. We mother and daughter don't deserve you. The patients who had just changed their opinion of him. At this time, they also had a mocking look on their faces, and they were even more scornful of Ling Yi's character, more powerful than a god. Why don't you go to heaven? Qi Shiyun, such a good woman. With you this delusional maniac, really the heavens have no eyes. Shiyun, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. No need. I only ask that you don't bother us mother and daughter in the future, or else I'll make sure you never see us in this life. I, Qi Shiyun, will do what I say. Qi Shiyun is completely desperate towards Ling Yi. The moment of coziness that she had just had dinner with is now gone. She can't understand how Ling Yi used to be a drunkard and a gambler, but now he is still talking so loudly. What kind of person is Master Qian? He actually dares to say that he is better than him. Is this not wanting to die? Mom, don't drive Dad away, okay? It's Xiao Xiao's fault. Xiao Xiao shouldn't have asked if Daddy went to save you last night. Xiao Xiao pulled the corner of Qi Shiyun's coat, holding in her tears, pathetically pleading. Xiao Xiao is right. He is the one who is delusional. Qi Shiyun is completely defenseless against her daughter's request, but she doesn't want Ling Yi to bring her daughter down. So after thinking about it, she says to Ling Yi, for the sake of being small, I will give you another chance. But in the future, if you let me hear those arrogant words of yours that don't know the heights of heaven, you will never want to see Xiao Xiao again in your life. Do you understand? Understood. Ling Yi nodded his head and replied, while secretly giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Qi Shiyun is naturally aware of the small movements of their father and daughter, including the small detail of Ling Yi just now winking at Xiao Xiao and asking her to help persuade her. She has seen it all, only that she didn't kill them all, but just turned a blind eye. Just like this, Ling Yi stays with Xiao Xiao until she falls asleep, before being urged to leave by Qi Shiyun. According to Ling Yi's idea, he wants Qi Shiyun to go home and have a good night's sleep, while he stays here to guard Xiao Xiao. However, Qi Shiyun refuses to agree, and when asked why, she only says that she is not sure about Ling Yi and that it is better for her to keep watch. Ling Yi is unable to argue with her, and after giving her a bit of spiritual qi through the air, he turns around and leaves sadly. Xiao Qi, how nice to have her father guarding. Why are you so tired of yourself? After Ling Yi leaves, Auntie Wang walks over and asks softly. Qi Shiyun bitterly smiles and shakes her head. Looking forlorn, he's suddenly being so nice to the child. I'm afraid he has other plans. She said it euphemistically, but Auntie Wang quickly understood what she meant. She was afraid that Ling Yi would abduct and sell the child. After all, gamblers have no conscience to speak of. Is there less gamblers in this world who sell their wives and children? Alas. Auntie Wang sighed, patted Qi Shiyun's shoulder, shook her head and turned to go. In the dark night, Qi Shiyun sat beside the hospital bed, looking at her sleeping daughter, clutching her cell phone in her hand, hesitating. On the screen of the phone was a phone number, a number that Qi Shiyun had hidden in a memo. She knew that as long as she dialed this number, she would immediately be able to come up with the money for Xiao Xiao's surgery, but the consequence would be that she would be picked up and returned to the Qi family and would never be able to see Xiao Xiao again in her life. Ling Yi, can I still trust you? Qi Shiyun's knuckles pinched white, her heart struggling immensely. After being kicked out of the hospital room, Ling Yi does not go home but walks straight towards the middle of nowhere. After cultivating the heaven-swallowing record for the night, Ling Yi steps back home at the break of dawn and repeats yesterday's process of cooking and delivering food to the mother and daughter on time. After yesterday's experience, Ling Yi does not say that he is very powerful or something like that. After all, it is true that it is not false. Time will prove everything. I don't know if it's an illusion. During the meal, he feels that Qi Shiyun secretly looked at himself several times. After waiting for Xiao Xiao to fall asleep, Ling Yi is free to ask Qi Shiyun, do you have something to say to me? Qi Shiyun thought for a moment, but still spoke. The doctor said that Xiao Xiao's condition is unexpectedly good, and the surgery can be scheduled for tomorrow. A day earlier? Ling Yi immediately understands why Qi Shiyun is peeking at herself. She is worried about the surgery fee. In fact, Ling Yi wants to tell her that Xiao Xiao doesn't need to undergo surgery at all. He can cure Xiao Xiao's leg himself, but he knows that as long as he dares to say this, he will surely be kicked out of the ward once again and will never be able to enter in the future. so Ling Yi thinks of a compromise. He first uses his cell phone to transfer $20,000 to Chi Shiyun to show that he is indeed raising money and that this amount of money is not enough to do the surgery, so he can delay for a while. You take this money first, I'll think of a way to get the rest. Chi Shiyun looks at the collection interface and doesn't dare to click on it. Instead she looks at Ling Yi in doubt and fear. That's right, she is afraid. Afraid that if she takes this money, another yellow hair will come over and force her to pay the debt. Last time, she happened to meet Master Qian for help, but what about the next time? Seeing Chi Shiyun confiscating it, Ling Yi hurriedly explains, "Don't worry, all this money is clean, no one will come looking for your trouble again." How many times have you said this? Can you count it yourself? Chi Shiyun's face was filled with misery, and after hesitating, she still gritted her teeth and accepted it. Nothing in this world is more important than a small leg. As long as the small leg can recover, it doesn't matter if she is beaten to death by the debt collectors. Ling Yi does not know how to answer the question. To tell the truth is certainly not good. Will be treated as bragging, do not explain also not good, will be treated as default. After a long time, Ling Yi, who is at a loss for words, is very helpless and returns, then let time to prove it. After saying that, Ling Yi kisses his daughter's forehead and turns around to leave. Just a short distance out of the emergency department, Ling Yi violently pauses in his steps, only to see him glancing sideways at the dark corner in the distance before taking a step towards there. Chapter 17. No need to ask more questions? Directly buried. Walking into the shadows, Ling Yi sees a bald man hanging upside down on a tree. Naked, blood flowing freely, dying. In his surroundings stood a group of bodyguards wearing suits. Each hand is carrying a blood-stained baton. Expressionless, like a machine without feelings. Behind these bodyguards, stood an old man with his hands behind his back, at this time is leisurely enjoying the bloody scene in front of him. To be able to face the blood so calmly, it was no wonder he was called the King of Living Hell. What person? Wu Qian, who is enjoying the beautiful scenery, suddenly lets out a bellowing cry and raises his hand to slash towards Ling Yi's side. When he saw that the person coming was Ling Yi, he immediately put away his palm wind and greeted him with a smile on his face. But in his heart, he was horrified. He had already been very careful, but he actually still failed to notice Ling Yi's proximity ahead of time. Is this the strength of a martial arts grandmaster? Master Ling, is it the commotion here that has disturbed your rest? Wu Qian bows and asks. Ling Yi waved his hand and asked, is it also coming at my wife and child? Ling Yi knows that Wu Qian is stationed at the hospital to secretly protect Shiyun Xiaoxiao, so the bald head that he captured is most likely rushing towards Shiyun Xiaoxiao as well. Wu Qian nods his head and says, when he was ready to make a move on Miss Qi in the boiling water room, he was stopped by me in advance. His hands are quite good. When he exchanged hands, he was almost discovered by Ms. Qi. He doesn't look like a loan shark, but he didn't say who specifically sent him. Loan sharks I have finished paying back, and then those who make trouble should have ulterior motives. Ling Yi briefly thinks about it and understands a generalization. So he commands, if someone comes again, there is no need to ask more questions. Directly bury it. A simple 12 words. Hearing the King of the Living Hell is trembling in his heart. Not to mention those bodyguards. How big of a bottom line does this have to be be able to say such overbearing words? Yes. Wu Qian immediately nodded his head and agreed. But in his heart, he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the end, it's a martial arts grandmaster, doing things just as they are, as they please. How nice it would be if I could be like that too. Qin Huang International Hospital, SVIP ward. In the supporting office, Qin Jianye was dealing with company affairs, and after hearing the footsteps, he looked up and saw that it was his second, then lowered his head again to continue reading the documents, and asked carelessly, did you bring the person? Qin Jiangwan looked embarrassed and shook his head. Failed. He Yong folded. Qin Jiangwan couldn't help but frown. Didn't you say that He Yong is an internal strength martial artist? It actually couldn't bring a woman? Big brother, beside that woman, there is the King of Living Hell guarding her. Wu Qian. Qin Jianye raised his head violently, looking at his second brother with eyes full of incredulity, his mind spinning. Soon, he grimaced and said, so it seems that the one who laid hands on Tianqi that night should also be him. Big brother, but he's in the inner strength great achievement realm. Our Qin family is afraid that. Qin Jianye put down the fountain pen in his hand and grunted coldly. Inner strength great achievement is just that. When that one arrives, tell him to be broken into pieces. Then what do we do now? Just wait like this? Doesn't he, Wu Qian, want to guard that woman? Then let him guard her well. I'd like to see, with all the Han family's properties, can he guard them with one living king of hell? After a night of bitter cultivation, when Ling Yi gets up to stretch his body, he cannot help but yawn, and in a flash, the mountain forest resounds with a heavenly roar, which is as loud as 10,000 horses galloping, scaring those wild beasts that have not yet awakened from sleep to run away and flee. Ling Yi knows that his cultivation has improved again. although he is still far from the 5th level of chi refining realm, but in a place where the spiritual chi is so thin. It is already remarkable to have this kind of refinement in a short period of time. This also proves the power of the heaven-swallowing record. If he were to return to another starry sky where aura is abundant, he believes that it would take less than 100,000 years for him to return to the Immortal Emperor realm. Gathering his thoughts, Ling Yi strides forward in the snow-covered sky. When he is about to arrive home, his cell phone rings. It is an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Ling? I am 100 Apricot Grove staff Xiao Zhao. The 3 herbs you pre-ordered have all arrived at the store. Do you think you should pick them up yourself or we will send someone to deliver them? Ling Yi looks at the time. It's almost time for breakfast delivery. So he says, I'll come pick them up later. Okay Mr. Ling, I will wait for you at 100 Apricot Grove. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yi is in a surprisingly good mood, and can't help but hum a little song while walking. When Ling Yi delivers breakfast to the ward, the doctors are checking in. After Xiao Zhao's attending doctor introduces his condition to the director, he suggests, Director, the child's family is rather difficult, and he has only paid 30,000 hospitalization fees so far. I think, can we do the surgery first to save the child's knee, and think of a way to do it later for the expenses? After hearing this, the director's face instantly changed. Nonsense. Do you still need to ask for instructions? Of course it's to save the child's leg first. Thank you director. Thank you director. The attending doctor and Shi Shiyun sniffed and thanked the director one by one. Only Ling Yi, with his brows furrowed, feels the pressure given to his side. He had originally planned to delay for a day with the matter of the cost, but he did not expect that the director and the attending were both white angels, and had hardened the surgery. Broken jade dan was not rare in the immortal cultivation world, and most of the Taoist children who had entered the sect could refine it with the help of the furnace. But Ling Yi is now at best considered to have touched the threshold of immortal cultivation. There is still a long way to go, and there is still no stove tripod to add support. Want to refine the broken jade dan in one go? The pressure cannot be said to be small. Originally, there is still one more day before the surgery, so that Ling Yi can methodically refine the dan. But as a result, because of the nourishment of his own aura, the tiny body recovers extremely well, causing the surgery to be moved up by 1 day. In this way, the time left for himself is really not much. After hurriedly eating breakfast, Ling Yi said to Qi Shiyun, I have to go out for a while today, so I might not be able to deliver the meal at noon, so you can order a takeaway then. In addition, before I come back, don't let Xiao Xiao enter the operating room. Remember that. After saying that, without waiting for Qi Shiyun to question, Ling Yi walks out of the hospital room and runs towards 100 Apricot Grove. Only when he is almost at the entrance of the 100 Apricot Grove, Ling Yi slows down his speed so as not to be treated as a monster. As a result, before he even walks into the 100 Apricot Grove, he hears someone shouting his name. Ling Yi, is it really you? Ling Yi looks back and realizes that the one who called out to him is a long-haired woman, wearing a flashy sable, with fairly decent features, but he has little impression of her. You forgot? I, Song Xiaojia, Shiyun's college BFF. Hearing the name, Ling Yi remembers that there is indeed such a person, who seemed to have chased after him for a while back in college, but after being mercilessly rejected by himself, he immediately switched to someone else's embrace. Moreover, she is only Qi Shiyun's roommate, not a bosom friend at all. The reason why Ling Yi did not recognize her is because her appearance has really changed a bit. She should have gone under the knife. Hello. Ling Yi nods his head in greeting. After saying that, he heads down the hall. He is in a hurry to get his medicine and alchemy, so he doesn't have the time to shush her. However, Song Xiaojia is unwilling to let him go just like that. Instead, she takes the man beside her and follows him up, proudly introducing, this is my boyfriend Lu Feng, the general manager of Qinhuang Hotel. If you want to stay at the hotel in the future, you can look for him, you can get a discount. Ling Yi nods his head once again, but Lu Feng tilts his head and looks at the person with his nostrils, his look of contempt undisguised. Jia Jia, is this the husband of your best friend that you always mention? The school bully Ling Yi? Lu Feng said, he does look quite handsome. I just don't know where he is employed. He doesn't have a job and relies on my girlfriend to support him. Song Xiaojia sneered. Ha, these days, money is the best appearance for a man. What's the use of a man with no ability, no matter how handsome he looks? Lu Feng mockingly preaches. Ling Yi glances at the duo and is too lazy to respond to these two flies. Seeing that Ling Yi still doesn't reply, Song Xiaojia silently gives him a goon ratio hat, secretly thankful that this guy luckily didn't agree to himself back then, or else how could he catch Lu Feng? The Diamond King now? You came here to buy medicine? Looks like what Shiyun said is true. Your daughter is really sick? She asked me to borrow money the day before yesterday. I thought it was a scam call and hung up. I'm really sorry. I heard that the medicine here is quite expensive. Do you still need money? Do you want me to lend you some? Jia Jia. How small is the borrowing pattern? Lu Feng falsely chides, then condescendingly says to Ling Yi, Brother Ling, since you are the husband of my girlfriend's best friend, I will fully cover your expenses for buying medicine today. Ling Yi did not want to take care of them, but there is no way they are too annoying, so he sneers and asks, Are you sure? Chapter 18 Grandson. Remember to call me grandpa when you see me in the future. Seeing that Ling Yi was finally willing to pick up the fight, Lu Feng was about to burst out laughing. What else in this world is better than spending a few $100s and being able to trample on a man's dignity? As for Song Xiaojia, her contempt for Ling Yi is even greater than before. Sure enough, she is poor, and as soon as she hears money, she immediately comes to the fore, and she is fortunate that she did not stay with him in the first place. Of course, sure, as long as your daughter can use it, just buy it. Lu Feng waved his hand, looking very bold, but in fact, as long as you savor it. You can see the mind trick of this sentence. The medicine you buy must be something your daughter can use. That is to say, you can buy more other medicines, but as long as you buy these medicines your daughter will be able to use. This is not a curse on your daughter to get sick more often? So Lu Feng seems to be talking boldly, but in fact, he is holding Ling Yi to death, anticipating that he won't just buy randomly. No need, I only need 3 medicines, Ling Yi said and walked towards the medicine cabinet. When Lu Feng heard this, his jaw was about to drop in laughter, only to hear him whisper to Song Xiaojia, It's only 3 flavors of medicine. This bit of cheapness is to be coveted. It's true that you're a poor man without a job. Song Xiaojia nodded her head and concurred. That's all he's going to be in his life. Rotten mud that can't hold up the wall. Xiao Zhao, who is standing behind the medicine cabinet, sees Ling Yi and immediately reveals a smiling face and says very politely, Mr. Ling, please wait in the rest area. I will immediately fetch the medicine for you. No need. I'm in a hurry. Just wait here. Alright, I'll go fetch it right away. After Xiao Zhao finished speaking, he indeed turned around and trotted to the storehouse. While waiting, Ling Yi said, These 3 medicines are a bit expensive. If you back out now, it's still not too late. Elder brother Ling, are you looking down on old brother? It's just 3 flavors of medicine. How expensive can it be? Lu Feng couldn't help but snicker. Song Xiaojia immediately picked up. Hubby, you have to understand. After all, they don't have a job, and their daughter is sick right now. So you might think it's just a small amount of money, but they might think it's a huge amount of money. Also, Lu Feng nodded and pretended to think for a moment, then said, Brother Ling, as a man, how can you do without a job? This way, our hotel is currently recruiting security guards. How about I reserve a spot for you? Song Xiaojia immediately helped. Right, you don't have to worry about not being selected. Lu Feng is the general manager of the hotel. As long as he says something, you don't even need to be interviewed. You can be directly employed. Listening to them singing and harmonizing, Ling Yi's heart has no ripples, only faintly asked, Are you really not backing out? This kind of helping people, who regrets who was a grandson? Lu Feng directly said the words to death, lest Ling Yi backtracked. Moreover, he spoke loudly, attracting quite a few onlookers from the patients. Right at this moment, Xiao Zhao comes from the inner hall with 3 beautifully packaged boxes, and then sets them in front of Ling Yi, introducing the herbs inside in turn. This is the 100 isotopes fruit. This is the underworld flower. And this is the gentleman's 7th. May I ask if you are swiping it open or on your cell phone? Ling Yi sniffs and points at Lu Feng. He pays for it. Ask him. Cell phone. Lu Feng didn't hesitate to light up the payment code and then waited to enter the password. As a result, after a beep, the page didn't jump as expected, but Xiao Zhao's voice came out. Sorry this sir, your balance is insufficient. Insufficient balance? Lu Feng repeated in surprise, then looked at his cell phone balance. There were still several $1,000s. How could the balance be insufficient? Could it be that the 3 flavors this kid bought were very expensive, going up to tens of thousands? Lu Feng some meat pain, but he just said who regret who grandson, so also can only hardened his head and took out his bank card and handed it over. Swipe it. However, after he entered his password, what he got was still a reminder of insufficient balance. The machine is broken, right? I still have at least $70,000 to $80,000 in this card, and you're telling me that the balance is insufficient? Lu Feng said loudly. His heart was very upset. These 3 medicines that Mr. Ling bought are worth a total of 3 million. Mr. Ling has already paid a deposit of 1 million, so you still need to pay 2 million. Sir, Xiao Zhao said in an organized manner. After grabbing medicines at the medicine cabinet for so long, and having seen all sorts of people, how could Xiao Zhao not see that this man and woman were disgusting Ling Yi? It's just a pity that taking a few tens of thousands of dollars and wanting to act posh in front of Mr. Ling is too funny, isn't it? $3 million? And a deposit of $1 million? Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng looked surprised and shouted out almost simultaneously, causing more patients to gather around. Mistake, right? How can he, a poor man, afford something so expensive? Song Xiaojia questioned. Have you guys got it wrong? A few weeds and you dare to sell it for $3 million? Believe it or not, I'll go to the drug administration to complain about you guys? Lu Feng was having a hard time accepting this fact. All he wanted to do now was to knock down the price of the medicine so that he could continue to show his superiority in front of Ling Yi. Sir, these 3 herbs are all extremely rare and unattainable. We have no problem with this selling price. If sir has any doubts, you are welcome to supervise and complain, Xiaojiao said politely, without being condescending. Lu Feng was speechless with dislike, his face reddening. Ling Yi hadn't expected Lu Feng to be able to pay out these $2 million. Plus he was in a hurry, so he directly took out his bank card and handed it to Xiaojiao. Swipe your card. Song Xiaojia saw this and couldn't help but whisper a cold snort. Poor pretend, what luxury. I would like to see. Do you have so much money in this card? That's it. 2 million. You think it's $200? Waiting for a moment when the prompted balance is insufficient. I'll see how you explain. Lu Feng's sense of superiority came back up all of a sudden. However, when Ling Yi finished entering his password, the cashier's machine immediately broadcasted loudly. XXX arrived with $2 million. As soon as this sound came out, Song Xiaojia and Lu Feng immediately stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. How was this possible? His wife was still borrowing money from all over the world 2 days ago, but now how could she casually dump $2 million? This is all fake. After swiping the card, Ling Yi carries the 3 medicines and turns around. When he passes in front of Lu Feng, he carelessly says, "Grandson, remember to call me grandpa when you see me in the future." Lu Feng's lungs were about to explode with anger when he heard this, but the words before were his own, and he couldn't find any excuse to scold back even if he wanted to. Ling Yi has no time to waste time with them, carrying the medicinal herbs and running towards the rental house. Looking at the back of Ling Yi's departure, Song Xiaojia snorted coldly. All this money should be borrowed by his wife, crying to her grandpa and grandma. Didn't I receive a phone call from his wife to borrow money the day before yesterday? Lu Feng sniffed, and his sense of superiority immediately came up again. Ha! Borrowed money? What are you pretending? $3 million? I'll see how you'll pay it back in the future. Thinking that Qi Shiyun was burdened with debt, Lu Feng instantly had a small mind. He had seen Qi Shiyun's photos. Song Xiaojia was simply not in the same class compared to her, and in the face of a woman who was burdened with debt, he could easily take her down by spending just a little bit of money. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's unhappiness just now instantly dissipated, and was replaced by full of anticipation. As for Ling Yi, after arriving at the rented house, he took out the herbs he had bought earlier and ran non-stop to the outskirts. The grade of the shattered jade pill was similar to the sacred sun pill, but when refining the sacred sun pill there was a lot of time to practice, while this time there was only one chance. Chapter 19, Bone-Splitting Sacred Pill. You call it chocolate bean? After shaking away the white snow, Ling Yi set up protective prohibitions around him. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to refine the jade-shattering pill. Although the situation was urgent, Ling Yi was quite prepared. After all, he had accumulated quite a bit of experience in refining pills at the Qi refining realm when he refined the sacred sun pill, coupled with the fact that he is now 1 level higher than his previous cultivation level, so the chances of success should be very high. Collecting his thoughts, Ling Yi extends his palm and snaps his fingers. A ball of flame immediately appears in front of Ling Yi, hanging in the air and spontaneously combusting. Seeing this, Ling Yi takes a deep breath and then slowly exhales it, and then he gazes and stands on guard and begins to devote himself to refining the shattered jade dan. At the same time, the hospital emergency ward, the attending doctor, Wang Chen, instructed Qi Shiyun, "From now on, you can't eat or drink water. Surgery is scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'll have to explain the risks of the surgery to you, so if it's okay, you'll need to sign it." Where is the child's father? It's best to have him sign. He went out to raise money. Qi Shiyun didn't actually know what Ling Yi was doing, but she hoped that he was running around for the small surgery fee. What kind of money are you going to raise at this time? Shouldn't you be accompanying your daughter? Forget it, you come talk and sign. In the doctor's office, Qi Shiyun's entire back was wet after listening to Wang Chen's words about the various possible risks. There was even a moment when she thought about not having the surgery. At least she could still be alive. She was eager to find someone to discuss it with, only to realize that she had no one to discuss it with. The man who was supposed to be the backbone of the family, like before, did not know where he had run off to, and on her mother's side, she didn't even dare to call. Over the years, she had always carried the burden alone when she encountered difficulties, and this time was no exception. But this time her hatred towards Ling Yi is far more than before. If it wasn't for Ling Yi gambling and borrowing from loan sharks, her daughter wouldn't have gotten her legs broken by Zhang Kai. After much hesitation, Qi Shiyun still picks up the pen and writes her name on the informed consent form. The moment she put down the pen, she felt that she was carrying her daughter's life on her body, the heavy burden that pressed her a little breathless. She didn't even know how she got back to the hospital room until her daughter shook her arm and asked her when is daddy coming back. Then she came back to her senses as if she was awake from a dream. Chi Shiyun didn't know how to answer Xiao Xiao, so she could only force a smile and said, I don't know, it should be very soon. As a result, she waited from 9 in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon. The nurse has already sent the surgical gowns, letting Chi Shiyun help Xiao Xiao to change into them, and also said that she will come to pick up the patient after 10 minutes, and the surgery will take place at 3 o'clock on time. The little changed into the surgical clothes of a depressed face, looking at the door, waiting for the arrival of his father. But until the nurse pushed the wheelchair, Xiao Xiao did not wait for his father's figure, although full of disappointment. But Xiao Xiao did not complain, just quietly sitting in the wheelchair, did not say a word, knowingly let a person's heart ache. When Chi Shiyun sees this scene, she is again heartbroken and blames Ling Yi for why he hasn't come back yet. As for Ling Yi's explanation that she must remember that she must not let Xiao Xiao enter the operating room until she returns, her words have long been thrown out of her mind. While waiting for the door of the operating room to open, Chi Shiyun holds Xiao Xiao's little hand and says words of encouragement to Xiao Xiao, but the tears in her eyes keep on rolling. Obviously it was Ling Yi's sin. Why should Xiao Xiao bear the burden? Especially when she thought of the risks that Wang Chen had said. Chi Shiyun felt as if she was being cut by 1,000 knives, and her hatred for Ling Yi could not stop rising. Poor Xiao Xiao is still so small. She doesn't understand that the pain she is suffering now is all caused by her father, and she is still looking forward to her father's arrival. Just thinking about this, Chi Shiyun was suffocating. As for Ling Yi's sympathetic delivery of food in the past few days, she doesn't feel that it's Ling Yi who has changed, but rather she always thinks that it's Ling Yi who was brewing some bigger plot. The door to the operating room opens and the nurse pushes Xiao Xiao in. As the door closes, Chi Shiyun's tears fall like rain, while Xiao Xiao stubbornly turns her head, still looking blearily in the direction of the corridor entrance. Seeing that the door was about to close, Xiao Xiao no longer held any hope, lowered her head and turned back, her face full of frustration. Wait! A familiar voice suddenly comes. Xiao Xiao and Chi Shiyun turn around at the same time to look, only to see Ling Yi running towards the operating room, sweating profusely. His body was still covered in mud, as if he had rolled in the snow. Dad! Xiao Xiao climbs on the backrest of the wheelchair with her hand and shouts excitedly. When the nurse lady saw this, she also humanely reopened the door of the operating room and pushed Xiao Xiao out again. Being late for a minute or two actually doesn't matter much. Ling Yi used his last ounce of strength to run to the front of the little, could no longer stand, directly paralyzed on the ground in order to ensure that the refinement of the broken jade dan. Ling Yi exhausted all the spiritual qi. The body is not weak like a word, but in the middle of nowhere, it was impossible to stop a car, so he almost rolled and crawled before running to the nearby road. Luckily, it caught up. He didn't blame Chi Shiyun for not listening to him, but instead took out a pitch-black glossy elixir from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, eat it, and you won't have to undergo surgery. No, you can't eat before the surgery. Otherwise it may cause choking after general anesthesia. The nurse immediately stopped it. She now regretted opening the door and pushing Xiao Xiao out. How did she meet a parent who was so ignorant of common sense? Is he trying to kill his daughter? Ling Yi, what are you doing? Luckily, I thought you had changed your nature by delivering food every day, but I didn't expect that in the end. You still want to stop your daughter from having an operation. You can't bear to see your daughter with a sound limb? Chi Shiyun is enraged, pulling Ling Yi's collar and yanking him back, hoping to pull him away from the tiny body. The waiting family members of the patients around them are also pointing at Ling Yi when they see this, their faces full of contempt. Can't eat Ling Yi pretends to look like he doesn't understand, which makes the hostility of those people disappear. The nurse and Chi Shiyun are both embarrassed, feeling that they have misunderstood Ling Yi. Ling Yi is indifferent and puts the broken jade pill in Xiao Xiao's hand. Then hold it in your hand. Just think of it as daddy accompanying you. After saying that, Ling Yi then looks at the nurse and asks, is this okay? The nurse hesitates for a moment, thinking that this is also licking the calf, so she doesn't stop it. Anyway, after the general anesthesia in a while, the little one will fall asleep, and he or she can put away this chocolate bean for the time being, and it won't affect the surgery. Little held the shattered jade dan and was happy. Thank you daddy for the chocolate beans. Ling Yi's face is full of black lines. This bone-splitting holy medicine, placed in the secular world, is worth more than $10 million. You call it chocolate beans? Fine. Whatever you say is what it is. After Xiao Xiao re-enters the door of the operating room, Ling Yi exhausts his last ounce of strength and points a spiritual qi on the shattered jade dan. In this way, even if Xiao Xiao doesn't take it orally, he can also absorb the dan through the palm of his hand. After entering the operating room, looking at the long corridor, Xiao Xiao, who was only 3 years old, finally got scared and tightly pinched the chocolate beans sent by her father, not daring to let go for a moment. What she didn't know was that the chocolate beans had actually long since disappeared into her palm, and was subconsciously healing her knee joints. Chapter 20, Daughter. Hold mommy. Let's go home. Wang Chen was staring at the x-rays in the operating room, hoping to find the optimal surgical method. Although Xiao Xiao's case had already been diagnosed by several doctors, and the specific surgical procedure had already been determined, he was still unwilling to give up the last effort, which was his long-standing habit. It was not until Xiao Xiao came in that Wang Chen withdrew his sight, and after a few brief conversations with Xiao Xiao, he went out to wash his hands and change into his surgical gown. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was lying on the operating table with the help of the nurse, waiting for the anesthesiologist to come over to administer the anesthetic. Wang Chen had just washed his hands and came in, and before he had time to put on a sterile gown, he brought his assistant over in a hurry and whispered, "Master, something's not right." Being a doctor's worst fear is hearing this. Unexpected situations before surgery are the most fatal. What's wrong? Which leg did the little guy fracture? I just sterilized it and didn't feel any bone rubbing sounds. The sweat on the assistant's face was coming out, because he vaguely felt that they seemed to have misdiagnosed. When Wang Chen heard this, he didn't care that he had already washed and sterilized his hands, and walked to the operating table, so he gently pressed on the tiny left knee joint. Sure enough, as the assistant said, there is no half a bone rubbing sound, and the patella is free to move freely. Where is the sign of half a fracture? Wang Chen was confused, hastily reached out to touch the tiny right knee joint, and got the exact same result. Dragged the bedside x-ray machine over. Wang Chen's face was also oozing dense beads of sweat, and his voice trembled a little when he spoke. Soon, the assistant and the nurse moved the x-ray machine over. Wang Chen directly got on it and shot at the tiny double knee joints, and the results were immediately displayed on the machine screen. The crowd hurriedly looked, only to see that in the screen, the tiny bones were smooth and flat, not to mention the fracture. Even the tiny lines of bone cracks did not have half a line. How is this possible? The film taken when she was admitted to the hospital wasn't like this. Wang Chen walked to the film reading area and turned on the light. The image on top of the film immediately appeared, and there was indeed an obvious comminuted fracture in the left knee joint. Miracle! This is simply a medical miracle. Wang Chen shook his head and murmured one after another. Uncle Wang, is there something wrong with Tiny that can't be operated on? Little lay on the bed and waited for half a day without falling asleep, so she timidly asked. No, Xiao Xiao is not afraid. It's not your problem. Wang Chen hurriedly consoled. This little child was too understanding. He liked it from the bottom of his heart. Mom said, after coming in Little will soon fall asleep, and when I fall asleep Uncle Wang will operate on me. Is it because I didn't fall asleep? I'll sleep right now, Xiao Xiao said, and closed her eyes tightly. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Roll it out, no need for surgery. Wang Chen said to his assistant. I'll go report the situation to the director. This is definitely a miracle in the history of medicine. Once Little heard that he didn't need to do surgery, he immediately stopped being nervous and hurriedly spread his hands, wanting to see the chocolate beans that his father had given him. But where were there any chocolate beans when her little hands were spread out? Anxious, she cried out with a wow. Outside the operating room, Shi Shiyun waited anxiously with her hands clasped, still glancing in the direction of the operating room door from time to time, unable to sit still. Relax, it should come out in a few more minutes, Ling Yi comforted. Shi Shiyun sniffs and glares at Ling Yi, lightly drinking. Coming out after a few minutes means the surgery failed. Shut up if you don't know how to talk. Ling Yi shrugs his shoulders and does not explain. Seeing Ling Yi's relaxed face, Shi Shiyun associates it with what happened earlier and asks hurriedly, did you let Xiao Xiao go in and secretly eat that chocolate you gave her? Ling Yi, that's right, that's definitely it. Otherwise, how could you be sure that Xiao Xiao would come out soon? Ling Yi, you're worse than a beast. That's your own daughter. She has unconditional trust in you. How could you lie to her and harm her? Shi Shiyun was so aggravated that she was on the verge of tears. The hospital had managed to agree to give Xiao Xiao the surgery first, but it was all ruined by her father. I really didn't. Ling Yi doesn't know how to explain. It feels like no matter how he says it, it's not right. I've never seen such a cruel father like you. Shi Shiyun's tears dripped down, heartbroken. At this time, the door of the operating room opens. Shi Shiyun sees the nurse really pushed Xiao Xiao out. Following behind the nurse, there are also several assistants brought by Wang Chen. Xiao Xiao was spreading her hands and crying. Shi Shiyun sees Xiao Xiao's hands are empty, and immediately scolds Ling Yi. What else do you have to say now? After saying that, without waiting for Ling Yi to say anything, she greeted her with tears. I'm sorry for causing you guys trouble. I'll keep a good eye on Xiao Xiao and won't let her eat any more before the operation. Shi Shiyun hugged Xiao Xiao, heartbroken at how she got such a father. MS. Shi, have you misunderstood? We came to tell you that Little's leg has already healed on its own and doesn't need surgery at all. Wang Chen assistant explained. Healed? Healed? Qi Shiyun was shocked, a bit unable to believe her ears. Yes, this is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. If nothing happens, the little one should be able to walk on her own now. Then why is she crying so much? Weren't you guys in there blaming her for stealing the chocolate beans? Qi Shiyun was a bit confused. She's so understanding, how could we possibly blame her? Besides, she didn't steal any food, she just lost the chocolate beans her father gave her. That's why she was sad and crying. Assistant Wang Chen said, handing over the surgery termination slip to Qi Shiyun for her signature, and then explained, pack up, finish the discharge procedures, and you can go home. After saying that, leaving the nurse to push Xiao Xiao, everyone else turned around and went back into the operating room. The reversal of events was too sudden. Qi Shiyun had a hard time accepting it, and froze in place for a long time without coming back to her senses. Her daughter's leg was healed? She can go home now? The company's website has been updated with the latest information about the company's website. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the mud-covered Ling Yi, vaguely remembered in a trance. He seemed to let himself do not need to borrow money before. He can cure his daughter, but isn't that what he bragged about? Besides, the doctor has said that the tiny leg is healed by itself. It is a medical miracle. What has it got to do with him, Ling Yi? But I don't know why. Remembering what she just said to Ling Yi, her heart involuntarily rose a trace of guilt. She just wrongly blamed him? However, Ling Yi seems like he didn't put it on his mind at all. Walking over to Xiao Xiao's side, reaching out and touching her little head, praising, Xiao Xiao is awesome. Daddy, I'm sorry, I lost the chocolate beans you gave me. Little cried Pearly and pitifully. It's alright, Daddy will buy them for you again. Ling Yi comforts and wipes his daughter's tears while saying with a loving face, daughter, stand up and walk one for mommy. Xiao Xiao was a little scared at first, but after trying a few times and making sure it didn't hurt, she immediately jumped up and down, dumbfounding the waiting family members around her. Mommy, I'm better. I can walk by myself again. Xiao Xiao happily jumps into her mom's arms, like a chirping little magpie. Anyone who sees her can't help but reveal a happy smile. Ling Yi looked at this scene, the tenderness in his eyes about to overflow. After 100,000 years of hardship, to be able to see this scene again, everything is worth it. Only to see Ling Yi walking over, rubbing the tiny head and tenderly saying, daughter, hold mom, let's go home. Chapter 21, now, please leave my house. When they went back to the ward to pack up their things, after the people in the same ward saw that Xiao Xiao was walking in by herself, they all froze in place and stared wide-eyed, revealing a face full of shock. Dr. Wan's medical skills are too good, right? In less than half an hour, she can walk on the ground by herself? It seems that this time I came to this hospital to the right place. Before there are people who advised me to go to Qin Huang Hospital. Bah! Compared to here, Qin Huang Hospital is simply garbage. Xiao Qi, I see that other people don't get well so fast after surgery. Did you guys send red packets to Dr. Wang? That's why you recovered so fast? Auntie Wang asked bluntly. Hearing these words from them, Qi Shiyun cried and laughed, but she was still happy in her heart. Only she didn't want to exaggerate, nor did she want Little to be overly noticed, so she immediately explained. Auntie Wang, it's not as miraculous as you guys make it out to be. Dr. Wang said it's because Xiao Xiao's physique is good, plus it wasn't a big deal in the first place, so after a few days of fluids at the hospital it was fine, and it didn't need an operation. As for the medical miracle that Dr. Wang said, Qi Shiyun didn't pay attention to it. When the people in the same ward heard Qi Shiyun's words, they reacted to the fact that they had just been excited for nothing, but even so, they still came over to congratulate Xiao Xiao for being discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. Auntie Wang even took out a red envelope and handed it to Xiao Xiao, ignoring Qi Shiyun's obstruction, saying that she wanted Xiao Xiao to keep it. Qi Shiyun has no choice but to let Xiao Xiao thank Grandma Wang. After returning to his room, Ling Yi takes the hospitalization list and goes to do the discharge procedures. Auntie Wang sees that Ling Yi is not there, so she whispers to Qi Shiyun, in these few days, I see that your husband seems to have really changed his nature. If it is not the kind of thing that you can't live with, go back and talk to him. If you can live a good life, don't you think the saying is true? The prodigal son returns to his former self, don't you think so? Qi Shiyun also knows that Ling Yi's performance these days is really good. No matter what he says, he is no longer as angry as before, and even less so. He didn't do anything to himself and Xiao Xiao as before, but having been disappointed too many times, she has seen too many disguises from Ling Yi. So even in the face of Auntie Wang's persuasion, she just nods her head and agrees to it, and doesn't really take it to heart. After thanking Auntie Wang, Qi Shiyun started packing her things. When she sees the divorce agreement contained in the clothes bag, she cannot help but freeze. At this moment, it suddenly occurs to her that the reason why Ling Yi has changed Could it be that he changed because he was scared when he saw this divorce agreement? She felt that this possibility was high. However, she didn't dwell on it much, but instead, she didn't move and hid the divorce agreement at the bottom of the bag, covering it up with her clothes, as if she had never seen it before. The mother and daughter did not have much luggage. A simple packing would be enough. On the contrary, Ling Yi went to do the discharge formalities for more than an hour, and only returned with a pile of money at almost 4 o'clock. Ling Yi hands over the money to Qi Shiyun, takes Xiao Xiao to say goodbye to her uncles, aunts and grandparents, and then leaves the hospital room holding her. On the way back, Ling Yi's original plan is to take a taxi. However, Xiao Xiao refuses and insists on walking back by herself. Perhaps because of the loss, Xiao Xiao especially cherished the opportunity to walk, all the way jumping, stepping around in the snow, so happy. Qi Shiyun is following behind her, reminding her to be careful for fear of her falling. Ling Yi walks at the end with a big bag, looking at the scene of mother and daughter running and chasing each other. His heart feels like melting with happiness. This is life. Ling Yi looks at the sky and can't help but sigh with emotion. So what if he is a 10,000 Immortal Emperor? Can it compare to having a wife and child in a hotbed? At the entrance of the hospital, Wu Qian stood in the snow, looking at the backs of their family of 3, took out his phone and dialed Han Ruoxue. What is it? Han Ruoxue's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss, I think you can come back, Wu Qian said, restraining his inner excitement as much as possible. You found the dragon beard grass? No, it's Master Ling's daughter who was discharged from the hospital. You have to keep watch near his house even after being discharged from the hospital. I don't feel comfortable with the others. What if there's another bald guy? Han Ruoxue thought that Wu Qian wanted to search for the dragon beard grass instead of her, so she hurriedly instructed. But after saying that, Han Ruoxue realized that something wasn't right, so she asked, wait, you said his daughter was discharged from the hospital? Didn't she have a comminuted knee fracture? What? Did Master Ling give up on the treatment? I knew you would think so. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would have thought so too, Wu Qian excitedly said. But the truth is, Master Ling's daughter is cured. Cured? How is this possible? Miss, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Tell me carefully, what is the situation? So Wu Qian told Han Ruoxue word for word what he knew. After he finished speaking, he added, I went to the director's office to inquire, and they said they hadn't seen this kind of thing either, saying that it was a medical miracle, and that they were prepared to send out a paper to report on the matter. A medical miracle? Where in this world are there so many miracles? Wu Qian said, indeed, even if it's an inner strength martial artist, it's impossible for him to be cured in such a short period of time, not to mention it's just an ordinary child. So you mean, before Xiao Xiao went into the operating room, Master Ling gave her a chocolate bean. Chocolate bean? What kind of chocolate bean can cure a disease? Miss, in my humble opinion, that was most likely a healing elixir. In other words, Master Ling is not only a martial grandmaster, he may also be as proficient in the art of alchemy as Master Li. It's even possible that he's even more proficient than Grandmaster Li. The phone was silent for a long time. Han Ruoxue didn't speak for half a day. It was only after a while that her voice came out leisurely once more. Strictly block the news on this matter. I'll return to Jiangzhou immediately. Yes, miss, I know what to do. Qi Shiyun's current mood was extremely good. Even though she had walked for an hour before arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, it was still hard to dispel the joy in her heart. Xiao Xiao's leg was healed, and she felt that her life was full of hope again. She can go to work again. Do not have to worry about the cost of a small operation. The most critical thing is that the little do not have to suffer, neither need to receive a knife, nor need to sit in a wheelchair to recuperate for 3 months. The joy, even with her look at Ling Yi, have become a lot of eyes. However, this joy, when she walked to the door of the house, it completely disappeared. She saw that the door of the rented house had been violently pried open, and the house was even more of a mess. Everywhere that could be rummaged through had been rummaged through, and things had been thrown all over the place. Mom, is this our home? Xiao Xiao asked with a puzzled face. Qi Shiyun didn't answer, but turned her head to look at Ling Yi and asked, is this what you mean by the debt is all paid? Ling Yi, how much more torture do you want us mother and daughter to suffer before you are happy? Ling Yi does not know how to answer. After all, he was fine when he came back in the morning. However, he has a rough idea in his heart as to who these people were sent by. Before, I didn't have the time to pay attention to you guys. Now that tiny leg has been cured, then it's time to settle the score between us. Don't worry, I will settle this matter. I promise, this is the last time, Ling Yi says with a serious face. Qi Shiyun shook her head. Ling Yi, I won't believe your bull anymore. Saying this, she rummages through the bag containing her clothes and pulls out the divorce agreement. Sign it and spare me and my daughter. Seeing the divorce agreement, Ling Yi's heart feels like it has been severely gripped. The pain is inexplicable. He wants to explain to Chi Shiyun and ask her to give himself another chance, but before he has the chance to open his mouth, Chi Shiyun kneels down first and says with a face full of tears, "Ling Yi, if you really still take Xiao Xiao as your own daughter, you should let us live and sign this divorce agreement." Chi Shiyun's heart ached. She didn't want to come to this point either, but for Xiao Xiao, she had to do it. Xiao Xiao had already had her legs broken once and had almost frozen to death in the snow. She didn't want and couldn't let her suffer like this again. Chi Shiyun cried so loudly that she startled Grandma Du next door. "Alas, Xiaoling ah, what kind of nonsense are you committing again? A good home, look at what you've caused." After accusing Ling Yi, Du Beiying reaches out to help Chi Shiyun. "Girl, get up, the ground is so cold. If you get cold, what will you let Xiao Xiao do?" However, Chi Shiyun kneels on the ground and refuses to get up. "If he doesn't sign the divorce agreement today, I will die here on my knees." Seeing mom and dad fighting again, Xiao Xiao was scared and cried out early in the morning. Now that she sees her mom crying so hard, she cries even louder. When Ling Yi sees his wife and child crying so sadly, his heart is in turmoil and he can't catch up. He wants to persuade Chi Shiyun again, but he knows that no matter what he says now, Chi Shiyun won't be able to listen to it, and it might even get darker the more he talks. Moreover, he knew very well that with Chi Shiyun's temperament, if he did not sign the divorce agreement, Chi Shiyun might really kneel down. He didn't want his wife and children to suffer because of him, not even a little bit. So despite all the grief, Ling Yi still takes the divorce agreement from Chi Shiyun's hands with trembling hands, then endures the excruciating pain and signs his name on it. "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, I will wait for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Now, please leave my house. Why don't I help you pack up and then, please, immediately, right now, leave my house." Ling Yi opens his mouth, but in the end, he turns around and leaves with tears in his eyes. As for Chi Shiyun, after Ling Yi left, she covered her heart, knelt on the ground and cried heartbreakingly for a long time and could not be calmed. Chapter 22, people are definitely here to beg for peace this time. Ling Yi grimaces and walks out of the neighborhood not far before he encounters Wu Qian, who hurriedly arrives. "Master Ling, my mistake. I didn't send anyone to guard this side." Wu Qian bows and says, some cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. He has seen Ling Yi's methods, especially when he dealt with Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair's misery is still fresh in his mind. It is simply better than him, the king of living hell. Bring a message to the Qin family. Disappear from Jiangzhou within 3 days, or else suffer the consequences, Ling Yi said with a cold face, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. This is not that Ling Yi is merciful and wants to let the Qin family off the hook. On the contrary, letting the Qin family leave the Jiangzhou where they are rooted is tantamount to letting them give up all of their wealth and glory, which would be worse than killing them. Death is too cheap for them. Ling Yi wants to make their life worse than death. When Wu Qian heard this, his face couldn't help but twitch. If the Qin family offended Master Ling, then he would wake up laughing in his dreams. You have to know that because of the old man, the Han family is now being suppressed by the Qin family at every turn, and he himself is on this side guarding Grandmaster Ling's family, so there is no way to free up his hands to go against the enemy, which further fuels the Qin family's arrogance. But if they had Master Ling's help, the situation would be fundamentally reversed. But how could the Qin family have offended Master Ling? Had they ever crossed paths before? Or was the Qin family that Master Ling spoke of not the one he understood? Wu Qian felt the need to ask clearly, but don't make a mistake and make the old man happy for nothing. So he forced himself to hold back his inner glee and asked with trepidation, Master Ling, forgive me for taking the liberty. Which Qin family is it? In the entire Jiangzhou, how many Qin families are there that can allow you, King of Living Hell, to send a message? Ling Yi asked coldly, hearing Wu Qian's heartbeat. Understood, I'll go and pass the message. Wu Qian wipes a handful of cold sweat on his forehead that came out of fear, excuses himself and turns around to trot away. Only after running out of Ling Yi's line of sight did Wu Qian let out a long sigh of relief. There was no way around it. The psychological pressure that Master Ling had caused him was just too great. But, how come Master Ling didn't look like he had crossed paths with the Qin family before? How come he was so sure that the people who copied his family were ordered by the Qin family? Wu Qian was puzzled. The reason why he does not understand is because he is not clear about what happened that night, nor does he know that Qin Tianji has touched Ling Yi's reverse scale. It doesn't matter. His Qin family even dared to offend Master Ling. His good days are considered to be over. Wu Qian sits in the back of the Mercedes-Benz and can't help but hum a peaking opera in happiness. The reason why Ling Yi is sure that it is the Qin family that did this is because there are a total of 3 forces that are involved with him: the loan sharks, the underground casino Chenbao, and Qin Tianji. The loan sharks are all paid off, and the dishonest Yellow Hair has been settled, and the Yellow Hair of the end, enough to kill the chicken warning monkey, so that other lending gangsters do not dare to mess around. Underground casino Chenbao is for the Han family to watch the scene. Now Wu Qian are polite to their own. Qianbao naturally will not find their own trouble. The only possibility is the Qin family, where Qin Tianji is located. Although the people who were present that night, dead or stupid, but the Qin family, as long as willing to check, will be able to find out Qi Shiyun body. The fact that bald guy went to the hospital to lay his hands on Qi Shiyun is the best proof. Ling Yi has no place to go, and as he walks, he arrives at the forest where he cultivates. Just as he is about to cultivate, his cell phone rings, and when he opens it, it is actually Qi Shiyun who had blackballed him 2 years ago. Could it be that she reversed her decision and called to ask her to go back? Ling Yi is overjoyed and hurriedly picks up the phone. Hey, wife. I'm not a wife. I'm Xiao Xiao. Little's voice comes from the other end of the phone. It's Xiao Xiao. What's wrong? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Ling Yi asked with concern. Xiao Xiao is not uncomfortable. It's mom who asked me to ask. Oh no. It's Xiao Xiao herself who wants to ask dad. Where are you staying tonight? Did you have dinner? Little asked in a milky voice. Not lying at all. Hearing this, Ling Yi was first stunned for a moment, then his heart was about to burst with joy. Obviously, Qi Shiyun is still thinking about herself in her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have let Xiao Xiao call to ask. As long as she still has herself in her heart, no matter how much she hates herself now, there is still hope. Dad can live anywhere. Don't worry. It's not like he hasn't slept on the main street in the past 2 years after getting drunk. As for dinner, Dad isn't hungry yet. He'll go eat later when he's hungry. How about you? Have you had dinner with mom yet? Just ate it. It can be delicious. Well, don't talk to you. I'm going to help mom clean up the room to go. Dad, bye. After saying that, without waiting for Ling Yi to say bye-bye, he hangs up the phone, obviously being robbed by Qi Shiyun. When he thinks that he has broken Qi Shiyun's heart, and as a result, she is still worried about her food and shelter, Ling Yi is saddened to death. Where can I find such a good wife? The old me was a real. Thinking about how he actually domesticated Qi Shiyun in the past, Ling Yi is so hard that he blasts down a huge tree in the sky. No, I have to cultivate hard and cure the tiny cancer as soon as possible, so that Shiyun will no longer be frightened by this. At that time, she will definitely accept me again as well. Having made up his mind, Ling Yi then runs the heaven-swallowing record with no distractions. On the other hand, Qi Shiyun was unable to come back to her senses for a long time after hanging up the phone. She didn't know why she would let Xiao Xiao make this call. Obviously he had countless days of staying out at night. There was no need for her to worry about his food and shelter. After thinking for a while, Qi Shiyun still didn't figure it out, so she simply didn't think about it. Anyway, tomorrow we'll be divorced. After each life is no longer related to, but I don't know why. As soon as I thought of this, Qi Shiyun didn't feel relieved. Instead, there was a feeling of emptiness in her heart. Forget it, as long as Xiao Xiao is no longer aggrieved. It doesn't matter if I lose more. Qin Huang International Hospital, SVIP ward. Qin Jianguang hurriedly ran into his big brother's office without even knocking on the door. Big brother, next time, break your hand. Qin Jianye directly interrupted Qin Jianguang's words and said with a gloomy face, knowing that this big brother of his is true to his word. Qin Jianguang was so scared that he hurriedly retreated back again and reached out to knock on the door before walking in, saying anxiously, Big brother, Wu Qian of the Han family is here, saying that he wants to see you. Ha, how long has it been? It's only a matter of knocking out a few of the Han family's venues, and they're already sulking? Qin Jianye snorted coldly. Come to think of it, Elder Han's old illness has returned, and Wu Qian is said to have been injured in an accident. They really should be anxious. After saying that, Qin Jianye ordered, rearrange a ward so as not to disturb Tianqi's rest. But, big brother, should we no longer consider it? See you when the one you mentioned arrives? Wu Qian is after all an inner strength expert. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend against him by then. Don't wait until then. It's now. He wants to come up. Can you guys stop him? Qin Jianye said without a trace of anger. What's more, he's definitely here to beg for peace this time. If we don't see him, it'll look like we're being petty. Bring him up. Let's take a good look at what sincerity the Han family has brought this time. Chapter 23. Hello, my name is Ling Yi. Nice to meet you. Qin Jianye sat on the sofa, looking at Wu Qian who came empty-handed. His eyebrows involuntarily raised. This old thing came to the door to beg for peace and didn't bring any gifts at all? Humph. Since your Han family is so insincere, then don't blame my Qin family for being ruthless. But when he saw Wu Qian's bandaged right hand, the gloom on his face dispersed quite a bit more. It seemed that the rumors were true. Wu Qian was indeed injured. The living Hell King, who was known to be invincible with an iron palm. If his palm was injured, would it still be lethal? No wonder the Han family would be so eager to come to the door to beg for peace. It turns out that they are at the end of their rope. This what went to Jiangzhou living hell to blow to my small temple to come? Mr. Qin has missed the welcome. I hope Master Qian will bear with me. Qin Jianye spoke beautifully, but his tone was not polite at all, and even a bit overbearing. Wu Qian was not surprised. Not waiting for his master to speak, he found his own sofa to sit down, then rested his legs on the coffee table. Where was the semblance of a plea for peace? I came today because I have something to inform you. Wu Qian leans on the sofa with a relaxed expression. The humility and caution he had in front of Ling Yi was not seen for a single moment here. It's no wonder. He is after all the living Yin King of Jiangzhou, an existence that no one dares to mess with. Notice? What? Isn't it on behalf of the Han family to beg for peace? Qin Jianye sneered. Begging for peace? Wu Qian laughed. Little Qin, where did you get your whimsical ideas from? Do you think that your Qin family is good again? Or do you think that old man I can't lift the sword? Qin Jianye narrowed his eyes, his face gloomy. How was this completely different from what he thought? Also, where did their Han family get the nerve to dare to call out the Qin family? 3 days. Wu Qian stretched out 3 fingers. Within 3 days, your Qin family gets out of Jiangzhou. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Ha 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 ha. Even though Qin Jianye's city was deeper, when he heard Wu Qian's words, he still couldn't hold back his laughter. I'm sorry, your joke is just too funny. How could I not hold back? Wu Qian indifferently shrugged his shoulders and stood up after taking his legs back. The words I have brought. What to do? You watch yourself. After saying that, Wu Qian turned around and left. Old man Wu, go back and tell the person who asked you to bring the message. What tricks you have, just use them. This Jiangzhou, Qin Jianye will eat it. Qin Jianye still thought that Wu Qian came on behalf of the Han family until now. And the Han family, he didn't put in his eyes at all. Oh, Wu Qian sniffed a cold laugh, turned back to look at Qin Jianye very compassionately, shook his head and said, Qin Jianye, you are up to now have not understood. You in the end offended what kind of existence? Qin Jianye frowned slightly, but was indifferent. Just, for the sake of so many years of rivalry, I'll advise you one more time. If you're sensible, you'll hurry up and leave Jiangzhou. Otherwise, that's all there is to say. Take care of yourself. Wu Qian would like to move out of Ling Yi's identity to pretend, but there is no Ling Yi's command. He does not dare to pull this tiger skin at will to flaunt, lest he offends Master Ling. At that time, he can't eat it. However, Wu Qian's ambiguous words, in Qin Jianye's opinion, is just a bluff after the Han family is desperate, so he just pondered for a few seconds, and then completely threw it out of his mind. Just as Wu Qian left with his front foot, Qin Jianguang entered the room with his back foot, asking with an anxious face, Big brother, that old thing doesn't look like he's pretending. What should we do? It's just a pretense after a dog jumped over the wall. No need to take it to heart. Qin Jianye confidently said, hasn't he been guarding that woman? Then let him guard it well, and speed up the progress elsewhere for me. In 3 days, I want all of the Han family's underground industries to change their surname to Qin. Didn't your Han family give me 3 days? Fine. I'll give you 3 days too. I would like to see who will have the last laugh and become the Lord of Jiangzhou. The next morning, Ling Yi has just finished his work, when he receives a text message from Qi Shiyun, saying that she has only taken an hour's vacation, so he should not be late. Despite all the reluctance in his heart, Ling Yi replies back with the word okay. The reason why he is willing to go for a divorce is because he believes that as long as he cures the small terminal disease, Qi Shiyun will definitely change her mind about herself, and it will only be a matter of time before she remarries. So Ling Yi gets up, shakes off the mud on his body, and walks towards the Civil Affairs Bureau in high spirits. When he arrives at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ling Yi sees Qi Shiyun in the crowd at a glance. She is dressed in a professional suit, with a tall figure and long legs, causing many prospective husbands who come to register their marriages to glance at her. Qi Shiyun is worthy of being a university flower. Even though she has been destroyed by Ling Yi in the past few years, her foundation is there after all. As long as she tidies up a little, she will naturally be the most eye-catching presence in the crowd. It's just a pity that such a perfect woman has been messed up by herself. But don't worry, I will definitely chase you again and make you the happiest woman in the world. Ling Yi made up his mind and took a deep breath before walking towards Qi Shiyun. Qi Shiyun stands at the door, looking forlorn and anxious. She is worried that Ling Yi will not come. In that case, Xiao Zhao's safety will not be guaranteed. Those debt collectors and social mixers may rush into their home at any time and use Xiao Zhao as a tool to threaten them. The scene where Zhang Kai broke Xiao Zhao's leg is still fresh in her mind. She no longer wants Xiao Zhao to experience this kind of torture and pain. Looking between, she suddenly saw Ling Yi walking towards her, neatly dressed, gas enough god complete, all full of calm temperament, as if off the bone, actually let her eyes light up. How did he? Qi Shiyun for a moment unexpectedly could not find the right words to describe Ling Yi. He dresses up so nicely. He wants me to come back to him, right? Unfortunately, I have long passed the age of committing nymphomania. I have to think about the tiny future. Sighing, Qi Shiyun retracted her gaze, watering her eyes. her heart aching even more like pins and needles. If only he wasn't such an asshole, how nice it would be. After murmuring a sentence, Chi Shur-yun gathers her emotions and puts this impossible fantasy behind her, giving Ling Yi a look before walking into the Civil Affairs Bureau hall first. When Ling Yi and Chi Shur-yun appeared together at the entrance of the hall, the entire hall of prospective couples froze. This pair of golden couple can't help but be too beautiful and handsome? This is the kind of human being that Mother Nuwa crafted, right? We're probably just pinched by Nuwa with her feet. Male talent and female beauty, a match made in heaven. So envious that they can come together. However, when the two took their numbers and walked towards the divorce area, everyone emo. A match made in heaven can also be divorced? Can this love still be trusted? Wife, about getting a license, should we reconsider? There were many people in the marriage area and very few in the divorce area. Ling Yi and Chi Shur-yun did not have to wait long before their number was called. After the staff determined that the two were voluntarily divorcing, they sighed while applying for the divorce license for the two. The moment she got the divorce certificate, Chi Shur-yun sobbed uncontrollably and ran out of the Civil Affairs Bureau with her face covered in tears, stopped a cab and left in a hurry. Ling Yi stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking at the direction of the cab. His complexion was gloomy. Although he is confident that he can recover Chi Shur-yun, the divorce certificate in his hand is still like a sharp arrow, piercing his heart over and over again, causing him to be overwhelmed with grief. After a long time, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Chi Shur-yun. I'm sorry, I was an asshole in the past. I know you don't believe me, but I've punished myself for this for 100,000 years. I don't expect you to forgive me. I only ask that you give me another chance, so that after the change, I can recognize you again. Hello, my name is Ling Yi. Nice to meet you. Chi Shur-yun, who was far away in the cab, cried her heart out after seeing this text message. Chapter 24. Just be a transparent person, so as not to make a fool of yourself. After sending the text message, Ling Yi stood in the doorway for a while longer before putting away the divorce certificate. Right now, he feels empty, as if his heart has been emptied of a piece. He wants to go and see his daughter, but Chi Shur-yun wrote very clearly on the divorce agreement that for the sake of his daughter's safety, she hopes that it would be best for Ling Yi not to disturb her normal life. So in order to not let Chi Shur-yun worry, Ling Yi has no choice but to restrain his feelings of longing and walk in the opposite direction of his home. It's just that he didn't walk out for more than a few steps before he was tapped on the shoulder by someone, a very good-looking girl. Hello, I see you just got divorced. Can I be your girlfriend? The girl had a red face and boldly confessed. Ling Yi shook his head. We are just separated in the legal sense. My heart is not ready to leave her. So I'm sorry. In my life, I have no intention to change my wife. After saying that, Ling Yi walks away without looking back, leaving the girl standing at the same place. Her eyes are about to sprout stars. Handsome and infatuated. Where can I find such a man? I really don't know what his ex-wife was thinking. Actually divorcing him. Humph. This world. It's really a drought of drought and a flood of flood. The girl stomps her foot angrily, turns around and gets into a big black G and roars away. Ling Yi walks all the way to the outskirts of the city before exercising his stance and racing deeper into the woods. On Xiao Zhao's side, there is Grandma Du looking after her, and on the periphery, there is also Wu Qian personally guarding the area, so there should be no problem with safety. As for Chi Shur-yun, there are people sent by Wu Qian to follow her in the dark, so there is not much of a problem either. In this way, Ling Yi will be able to cultivate at ease, in order to strive to break through the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. As night falls, the woods are unusually quiet. Even the sound of leaves falling to the ground can be heard clearly. Ling Yi, who has been cultivating for a day, slowly opens his eyes and shakes his head with some loss. The aura is too thin. If this continues, I am afraid that I won't be able to break through for a year. I have to think of other ways. Ling Yi rests his cheek with one hand, pondering over the solution in the darkness. However, before he can come up with a solution, his cell phone rings, and it is actually Chi Shur-yun who is calling. Ling Yi happily picks up the phone and opens his mouth. Daughter, did you miss your father? It's me. Chi Shur-yun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, sorry, I thought it was Xiao Xiao. Ling Yi says sorry on his lips, but in his heart, he is even happier for Chi Shur-yun to take the initiative to call herself. This is a good sign. Although I'm sorry, there's something I still want to trouble you about. Chi Shur-yun said somewhat coyly. My cousin is on winter vacation from her senior year of high school and is traveling to Jiangzhou. She will arrive at the high-speed train station in a while. Can you help me pick her up? I took a few days off and have to work overtime tonight. It's no problem to pick her up, but if you work overtime, what about Xiao Xiao? Ling Yi asks worriedly. Chi Shur-yun on the other end of the phone warms her heart when she hears this. She didn't expect that Ling Yi would be so concerned about Xiao Xiao. It seems that the divorce has indeed made him change a lot. Don't worry, I brought the computer home. Xiao Xiao is right next to me, Chi Shur-yun explained. Okay, you give me your cousin's phone number. I'll go pick her up. And Chi Shu-yoon was a little embarrassed, but still spoke. I heard her just say that she's going to go to a bar with her friends tonight. Can you accompany her and take care of her from the sidelines? That was Chi Shu-yoon's main purpose. Picking up the station and all adults won't get lost. She also advised on the phone, but the other party did not listen at all, saying that she must spend her 18th birthday in the bar to make sense. Chi Shu-yoon knew that she couldn't persuade her, but she really didn't have the time to take care of her, so she had no choice but to dial Ling Yi's number. She thought that Ling Yi had become a heavy drinker over the years, and should not have a problem drinking a few newly adult brats and be able to take care of them. Anything else? Ling Yi asked. There is indeed another. Chi Shu-yoon paused and continued. I didn't tell anyone that we got divorced, so don't spill the beans when you get there. After saying that, Chi Shu-yoon hung up the phone, not giving Ling Yi a bit of space to inquire. As for Ling Yi, looking at the hung-up phone, he can't believe his ears. It is only when Chi Shu-yoon sends over her cousin's cell phone number that Ling Yi wakes up from a dream and laughs up to the sky. In the woods, the birds and beasts that were already inhabiting the forest were immediately scared and fled in all directions, causing chaos in the silent dark night. Zhengzhou high-speed train station. Zhou Yuwei looked at the cousin's husband's photo sent by her cousin in her cell phone, and her mouth couldn't help but skim. It does look quite handsome, but wears such shabby clothes. Was cousin blind in the beginning? How could she marry such a poor man? To the photo, Zhou Yuwei swept a circle, did not see the figure of cousin's husband, could not help but spit out. Cousin's sister is also really. I am an adult, but also sent a person to spy on me. Really no fun. It's not that she didn't think of sneaking away, but she was afraid that her cousin would tell her mom and dad. In that case, she wouldn't want to have pocket money in the future. How come this stinking beggar is still not coming? Doesn't he know that the high-speed train has arrived earlier? Zhou Yuwei muttered impatiently. Complaining was complaining, but she still stared at every limousine that came to pick up the station, hoping to see her cousin's husband's silhouette in it. Although cousin has fallen out with her mother's family, but cousin's mother's family is so rich that they will secretly support cousin more or less a little. It's not too much for their family to buy a big G to drive, right? If this young lady can drive a big G to meet her classmates, how dignified it would be. Zhou Yuwei was in the middle of her YY. Then she saw a somewhat familiar figure walking down from a cab. When she got a good look at the front of the figure, she despaired. Came by cab? Then I want you to pick me up my ass. Won't I drop off a taxi myself? Zhou Yuwei was speechless. She didn't expect her cousin's family to be so poor that they couldn't even afford a car. Zhou Yuwei? A voice rang in her ears. Hello, I'm Ling Yi, your cousin's husband. Oh, got it. Let's go. Zhou Yuwei answered without a good mood, and after throwing the suitcase to Ling Yi, she didn't even look at Ling Yi before walking towards the front. Still in the same cab just now, Ling Yi puts his luggage and sits in the co-pilot, asking Zhou Yuwei, where are we going now? Falling Phoenix Street, Nihuang Bar. After saying that, Zhou Yuwei no longer pays attention to Ling Yi and instead uses her cell phone to chat with her friends that she is about to meet. She would occasionally raise her head to glance at Ling Yi, and then after shaking her head with a look of contempt, her fingers flew to tap on the phone's keyboard with words. One doesn't need to look to know that it's definitely not something good to say. The car is quiet all the way until the cab turns into Lok Feng Street. Only then does Zhou Yuwei open her mouth and says, Ling Yi, right? If I ask you to go back now, you definitely won't agree, right? Seeing Ling Yi nodding, Zhou Yuwei continues, that's fine. I'll give you a precaution first. Those friends of mine are all either rich or noble. After arriving in a while, you just stay quietly on the sidelines and be a transparent person on the line, so as not to make a fool out of yourself. Remember? Chapter 25, let him realize the huge gap between him and us. Seeing that Ling Yi didn't respond, Zhou Yuwei thought that he had acquiesced and didn't say anything more. In fact, Ling Yi wasn't even listening to what she was saying. After seeing her lack of manners at the high-speed train station, Ling Yi didn't pay attention to her anymore. Instead, he was thinking about how to cultivate the whole way. The nodding of his head before was just a subconscious action. In fact, he did not hear what she was saying at all. As the car stops, Ling Yi has already examined more than 100 formations in his mind to aid in cultivation, but they were all dismissed by him one by one. After paying the fare and taking out his luggage, Ling Yi follows behind Zhou Yuwei and continues to think about cultivation. Seeing him like this, Zhou Yuwei thought that he was being a transparent person, both satisfied and contemptuous. Which man with a future would be willing to be a transparent person? He was actually so willing to do so. Cousin was really a flower stuck in cow dung. Hey, Yuwei, here. Zhou Yuwei was lamenting when she heard her best friend Sun Yi's voice. Following the sound, she looked over and saw a group of young boys and girls, dressed in all kinds of designer labels, standing in the snow, becoming one of the most beautiful landscapes at the entrance of Nihuang Bar. Zhou Yuwei waves her hand towards them. and then greets Ling Yi as he drags his suitcase over there. No way. Yue, you really brought your cousin's husband here? A boy wearing an LV down jacket looked at Ling Yi with contempt before saying to Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands. What can I do? I'm also desperate, but there's no way around it. Otherwise I won't even have a birthday tonight. Alright, I'll talk less. When he doesn't exist, is it? Hurry up and go in. The old man is going to pee out cold. A stout, relatively thinly dressed boy said. Yan Qinglong, be civilized. Don't let Yue think that all Jiangzhou are vulgar people. Another boy who was young but wore gold-rimmed glasses said. When he spoke, Zhou Yue looked at him with extraordinarily gentle eyes, looking like she liked him. This boy was also just like the center of the group. As soon as he spoke, the lanky boy called Yan Qinglong immediately smiled with an embarrassed face and said that he would pay attention next time. Just like that, the group of people walked towards the bar. It's just that everyone goes in smoothly. Only Ling Yi is stopped by the security guards at the door. The reason being that it's forbidden to bring your own alcohol in the bar, so the suitcase must be stored at the front desk. The suitcase was Zhou Yue's, and out of respect, Ling Yi called out to her and let her take the lead. But it is this behavior that makes them feel that Ling Yi is low, actually even having to ask for permission for something like luggage storage. Country bumpkin. The boy wearing LV can't help but snort coldly and directly turns his face away, not even bothering to look at him again for fear that it will dirty his eyes. Everyone else also looked contemptuous and stood far away, fearing that they would be misunderstood as having anything to do with him. On the contrary, a girl wearing a long black trench coat with a fresh and unassuming look walks over to help Ling Yi store his suitcase. This caused Ling Yi, who was contemplating on his cultivation formation, to give her a sideways glance. If it is only about face value, this girl is definitely the topmost existence amongst this group of people. Even if it is compared to Qi Shiyun, she is not far behind, only that there was more of a heroic and youthful aura about her, while Qi Shiyun had a bit more femininity, so it could be said that they each had their own style. However, Ling Yi also only took a glance before withdrawing his sight and continued to think about the matter of the formation. This little episode did not spoil everyone's excitement. After arriving at the box, all of them let loose, singing, drinking, boxing, so lively. Although Ling Yi doesn't have any good feelings towards them, but seeing this scene, he still can't help but softly sigh. This is youth. It's so good to be young. I see that you are only in your early 20s. How can you have this kind of emotion? The trenchcoat woman doesn't know when she sat beside Ling Yi and handed him a glass of wine. Hello, my name is Pei Nancheng. Hello, Ling Yi. If it was an ordinary person, Ling Yi would definitely not have bothered, but she did not discriminate against her from the start, which was worth Ling Yi telling her his name. Only in the face of the glass of wine she handed over, Ling Yi still shook his head. Sorry, I quit drinking. You still haven't answered my first question, Pei Nancheng pursued. Ling Yi let out a bitter smile and said, outwardly, I may be in my early 20s, but my mental age may already be over 100,000 years old. In addition, I'm married and my daughter is able to play soy sauce on her own. Pei Nancheng was stunned at his words, originally thinking that Ling Yi would come up with a play of pretending to be deep. She didn't expect his answer to not hide the fact that he is married and has a child in the slightest, which is far beyond her expectations. On the other side of the box, Zhou Yue had been clinging to the man with the gold glasses, especially after a few glasses of wine. She couldn't wait to stuff herself into his body. So it seems that Zhou Yue came to Jiangzhou. It should be because of this man with the golden glasses. It's no wonder, if it's not because of love. Who would be willing to travel all the way to other cities to celebrate their 18th birthday? Ling Yi guesses that maybe Zhou Yue is still here in the spirit of devotion. Unfortunately, Ling Yi could see very clearly that the man with the gold glasses' mind was not on Zhou Yue at all, but rather, he had been staring at Pei Nancheng. At this moment, when the man with the gold spectacles saw Pei Nancheng chatting with Ling Yi, he immediately pulled Zhou Yue to get up and picked up his wine glass and walked towards Ling Yi's side. When the others saw the man with the gold glasses get up, they also got up and followed with their glasses. When Ling Yi saw the man with the gold spectacles get up, he knew that he couldn't be a transparent person anymore, so he said to Pei Nancheng, you can get up now. Pei Nancheng didn't understand what it meant at first, and it wasn't until she saw Zhou Yue and the others coming this way that she reacted, only to see her brows slightly furrowed. She said to Ling Yi with an apologetic face, sorry for causing you trouble. After saying that, she gets up, intending to lead Zhou Yue and the others to the other side. You're welcome. I still owe you a thank you from the bar entrance. Ling Yi spoke softly at her back, his voice size controlled just right so that only Pei Nancheng could hear it. Pei Nancheng's interception failed, and Zhou Yue walked them straight to Ling Yi. The man with the gold spectacles was holding a wine glass, and said neatly, Yue, how can I say that it's also someone you brought with you? It's a bit hard to say if you don't introduce us, isn't it? Zhou Yue blushed, waved her hand with a contemptuous face and said, there's nothing to introduce. His name is Ling Yi, my cousin's husband. Apart from a good skin, he has no money and no job. He's a soft rice man. The man with gold glasses sniffed, sneered and said, it's not polite to come but not to go. Let's a few of us also give him a self-introduction, so that he can figure out the huge gap between him and us. How about it? Chapter 26, Worthless in front of Ling Yi. Once this statement is made, the crowd unanimously agrees with a smile. Their faces all look superior. LV Man was the first to introduce Yu Yang. The family opened a hotel. Assets are not much, about 100 million. Stout Man, Yan Qinglong, provincial sparring team, U18 national champion. The old man opened a martial arts school. Family assets of more than 30 million. Sun Yi, Yu Yang's woman, Jiangzhou Mercedes-Benz general dealer. Assets of $60 million. A girl with big breasts wearing a white knit shirt, Wang Xin, Long's girlfriend. Her family runs real estate. A dozen people, except for the man with gold glasses and Pei Nanchang, all take turns to introduce themselves in front of Ling Yi. When they introduce themselves, they all carry a full sense of superiority, as if they are high above the gods. When everyone is introduced, the man with the gold glasses slowly opens his mouth. Jiang Bowen, my father operates a casino, and his assets are just over $1 billion. Upon hearing that his family's assets exceeded 1 billion, everyone threw envious gazes at Jiang Bowen, and the little stars in Zhou You's eyes were about to pop up. Yu Yang at this time picked up, Brother One, hiding it is meaningless. Your family can get the most out of it. Is this 1 billion? It's clearly Uncle Zhang's relationship with Brother Panther. Okay? Jiang Bowen laughed and shook his head, reaching out to push the gold glasses on the bridge of his nose, complacency written all over his face. But he had no intention of saying anything. Seeing this, Zhou You's heart was like scratching an itch, urgently urging, Brother Yang quickly. What is this Brother Panther? What is Uncle Zhang's relationship with him? Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Yu Yang cleared his throat and said, Brother Panther, formerly known as Chen Bao, holds all the casinos in Jiangzhou both in the open and in the dark. It can be said that if you want to open a casino, you can't bypass Brother Panther, and it is said that he has hundreds of millions of dollars in his hands every day. My God, our family's total assets is only about $60 million. Brother Bao's daily capital flow is hundreds of millions? Sunny stared wide-eyed, her face full of disbelief. The rest of the crowd also had shocked faces and were overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, Yu Yang added, and Uncle Jiang, but he is an existence that can drink and talk with Brother Panther at a table. So that's how it is. Uncle is too powerful. Zhou You's eyes glowed as she lamented from the bottom of her heart. That's right. If it wasn't for this relationship, we wouldn't have gotten this VIP box today. After all, this is Brother Panther's field. And this box? But Brother Panther specially used to entertain the VIP special box, Yu Yang proudly said, as if with honor. The crowd was so excited to hear that, looking at Jiang Bowen with even more fervor than before. But this is nothing, Yu Yang continued, because Brother Bao was able to sit in this position thanks to his master's full support. So the question is, do you guys know who his master is? The crowd listened as if they were mesmerized and shook their heads in unison. Iron Palm Invincible, Jiangzhou Living Yin King, Master Qian. Hiss immediately, the sound of sucking in cool air came from the box. Even though Zhou Yue was not a local of Jiangzhou, hearing the words Living Yama, she was able to brainstorm how powerful this Master Qian was. In that case, wouldn't Uncle Jiang be related to Master Qian as well? Zhou Yue scared with emotion. Once these words came out, the eyes of the people present looking at Jiang Bowen involuntarily added a few more points of awe. Zhou Yue, on the other hand, had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful life after marrying into the Jiang family. How can it be as simple as you say? What kind of person is Master Qian? Is it something that we can just climb on? Jiang Bowen shook his head and laughed, seemingly dispelling the rumor. Wouldn't it be how beautiful he was in his heart? Right, Nan Chang, everyone has introduced themselves. How about you? Jiang Bowen asked. Pei Nanqing smiled politely at his words, then shook his head and said, my family is ordinary. There's nothing to introduce. Sister Pei is a martial arts student. Wang Xin was about to introduce, but was forcefully interrupted by Pei Nanqing. Wang Xin, you're drunk. Pei Nanqing clearly had a smile on her face when she spoke, but when Wang Xin heard this, her body actually involuntarily trembled, and her mouth even opened before she stopped saying half a word. Seeing this, the crowd was curious about Pei Nanqing's identity. To know, Wang Xin's family is operating real estate. Assets are not small. Actually by Pei Nanqing a sentence to the body trembling. See, Pei Nanqing's background is not bad, but she is not from Jiangzhou, but Wang Xin brought over. If Wang Xin did not say, no one knows her family history. In the box, the scene fell into awkwardness for a while. So Brother Ling, did you hear me clearly? Zhang Bowen broke the deadlock and said, even if Nan Cheng said that her family is ordinary, I believe you can see that it's just that she refused to say anything in order to take care of your face. So don't really think that she's from an ordinary family. We call you a brother is only polite. You don't really think you can be a brother with us. Don't think that you can take this opportunity to climb up the ladder and rise to the top. You have to remember, you and us, from birth, are not destined to be in the same world. Ling Yi leans on the sofa and quietly watches these people's performance, feeling both childish and pathetic. They thought that they had seen the top existences in this world, but they didn't know that above Wu Qian, there were martial arts masters, as well as the Foundation Establishment realm, the Jindan realm, the Yuanying realm, and the Supreme Immortal Emperor realm. What they were proud of was worthless in front of Ling Yi. Finished? Ling Yi asked expressionlessly. Ling Yi's calmness was beyond everyone's expectation. They originally thought that after listening to their self-introductions, Ling Yi would be so ashamed of himself that he would cry in pain, but they did not expect him to be able to remain indifferent. This makes them feel as if the self-introduction they just did was a clown show, rather like a groundless shame. Seeing that no one was answering him, Ling Yi pointed to the wine table and asked, are you still continuing? If you don't continue, I will have to send Yue back to the hotel. Zhou Yue snorted coldly and said, of course we have to continue. Where are we? Let's go. Let's continue drinking. After saying that, she still didn't forget to say thick skin at Ling Yi. If it was her, she would have been so inferior that she would have run out of the room, but he was so good that he was actually sitting in a fishing boat. As soon as her words came out, it instantly drew the rest of the people to chime in with all sorts of humiliating words, coming thick and fast. Only Pei Nancheng, sitting not far away, looked at Ling Yi with a curious face, not knowing what she was thinking. The drinking game restarts. Zhou Yue and the others form their own circle, so Ling Yi can once again think about his cultivation in peace and quiet. After about half an hour, Ling Yi finally finds a satisfactory auxiliary formation, although the process is a bit complicated, but at least it is feasible in this world. After thinking about cultivation, Ling Yi's entire body becomes relaxed. Congratulations, Pei Nanqing sat over again at an unknown time. Ling Yi is unsure. Haven't you just been thinking things over? But you've figured it out now. So congratulations, Pei Nanqing explains. Hearing this, Ling Yi cannot help but look at her again, secretly saying in his heart, this woman is not ordinary. Thank you, Ling Yi politely returns. From what Yue said, you used to be a heavy drinker and gambling addict? How did you quit? Pei Nanqing asked curiously. Why are you asking this? It's not like you're an alcoholic. Just asking casually. Maybe I can get something out of it. Ling Yi didn't understand what she called a gain, but still returned. After experiencing life and death, many things come to a natural awakening. It seems like you've had great opportunities. That's great. With Pei Nancheng's careless words, Ling Yi's brows can't help but tighten. This woman is not unusual, but a bit scary. Just when Ling Yi wants to move his but a little bit and move a little bit away from Pei Nancheng, the door of the box is pushed open and Zhou Yue and Sun Yi, who went out to use the restroom, come in crying. Not only that, the clothes of the two of them, there are also obvious traces of being torn. Chapter 27, Who is your father? A dog only. The crowd saw the situation, hurriedly surrounded up to ask. After the two women's intermittent narrative, the crowd only then know. The original two women just went out to the toilet, out of the time to meet the two men playing drunkenness. The men saw them look pretty. They want to invite them over for a drink. They refused. The two men on their hands and feet, not only to tear the clothes, but also in their chest as touched a few hard. Luckily, they struggled desperately, which broke free from the men's control, so they ran back crying. Know which box they are in? Yu Yang stood up with a miso, his eyes filled with anger. His girlfriend was blocked, not to mention that she was actually assaulted on her breasts and groped her butt. How could this breath be tolerated? Why don't we just forget about it? I don't think they look like they are good to be messed with. Although Zhou Yue was sad, she still didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Yue, leave this matter alone. When it comes to this acreage in Jiangzhou, there is no reason for you to be aggrieved. Isn't this a slap in our face? Zhang Bowen pushed his gold glasses and glanced at Yin Xinglong. Xinglong, you go. Yin Xinglong immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and asked, say, in which box? Zhou Yue only felt her heart melting at this moment. This feeling of being spoiled and filled with safety made her whole body tingle like she was electrified. Phoenix box. Okay, you guys wait, I'll be right back, Yin Xinglong said and walked out of the box. Zhou Yue was a little worried and asked, Brother Long will just go over alone. Will it be dangerous? Yu Yang and the others smiled and said, what you should be asking is whether those people are in danger. Brother Long is also too powerful, right? Zhou Yue's eyes glowed. Wang Xian immediately said smugly, that's right, My father-in-law is a martial arts master who has refined his inner strength, equivalent to the inner strength in martial arts novels. Brother Long has been practicing martial arts since he was a child following his father-in-law. So naturally, it's not that bad. TSK, 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 this hasn't even been married yet, and you've already changed your name to Eunuch? The others couldn't help but laugh and snicker. I've been Brother Long's woman for a long time now. It's only a matter of time before I marry over. Wang Xian's brows were filled with pride. Not a moment later, Yan Xinglong walked into the box carrying 2 males. Look, is it the 2 of them? The crowd looked up and saw that the 2 males were bruised and swollen, obviously beaten up. Zhou Yue and Sun Yi which were nodding their heads frequently, indicating that it was the 2 of them. Remember clearly, it's not any woman that you guys can touch. Scram! Yan Xinglong's hand was loosened, and those 2 men instantly dropped to the ground, rolling and crawling as they ran out of the box. Just after exiting the box door, they turned back and pointed at a crowd of people and viciously said, "If you have the guts, you guys wait for me. Feel free to call out. Your grandfather and I will be waiting here." Yan Xinglong clapped his fists, not fearful in the slightest. When the crowd saw that Yan Xinglong was so mighty, that he had even grabbed these 2 men from someone else's box by force, the admiration in their eyes was about to overflow. Yan Xinglong was enjoying this. He loved this feeling of being noticed and worshipped. Only Ling Yi shook his head as he heard what those 2 males were calling outside and walked over to Zhou Yue. "It's getting late. Go back." Before Zhou Yue could say anything, Yan Xinglong stood up and sneered. "What? Scared? Don't worry. When the time comes, you just have to sit there obediently. Leave the rest to me." Zhou Yue also grunted coldly. "When you want to get out of the way, you are a shrinking violet, but you are very active in beating the retreating drum. If you want to go back, you go back. I haven't played enough." Seeing this, the rest of the crowd are all looking at Ling Yi with a sneer, pointing and whispering at him. Ling Yi is indifferent. Anyway, he has already reminded himself, it is their own unwillingness to leave. So after shrugging his shoulders, Ling Yi returns to his seat and sits down again. Not a moment later, outside the door came a burst of rapid footsteps, followed by the door of the box was pushed open. A group of steel pipe machete holding the machete of the gangs of fish slammed into the large box to surround a water ventless. This scene immediately put the crowd here are bluffed. Even just full of confidence Yan Xinglong, at this time also a little scared. Among the crowd, only Jiang Bowen was still calm. After the assholes stood still, at the entrance of the box, the 2 guys with swollen noses and swollen faces, followed by a man walked in. Ling Yi is blocked from most of them by the many assholes, but he sees through the cracks in the crowd that the man who walks in is Chen Bao, the one who watches out for the Han family, or Brother Bao as they call him. However, he looks haggard, as if he hasn't slept for a long time, completely different from the last time Ling Yi saw him. Ling Yi does not care, he just glances at him and then leans back on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting his mind, as if the scene in front of him has nothing to do with him. When Pei Nanqing saw this scene, her eyebrows unconsciously raised. She was a little confused as to how this man, who was not older than her by a few years, was able to do this with such aplomb. Who moved? Chen Bao did not speak nonsense, and went straight to the point. Yan Xinglong was bloodthirsty and although he was terrified, he still took a step forward. "Me? What's wrong? My dad is Yan Jinwei of the Jinwei Martial Arts School." In his opinion, as long as he played out his dad's name, these people would definitely be polite to him. After all, he had tried this many times before, and it had worked time and time again. However, never heard of it. After Chen Bao pulled out his ears, he pointed at Yan Xinglong, dragged them out and chopped them with both hands. As his words fell, immediately, some gangsters went up to pull Yan Xinglong. Yan Xinglong wasn't a hard worker either, and after seeing this, he swung his fists towards the gangsters who came over. So it's a practitioner. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Chen Bao snorted coldly and glanced sideways at the gangsters standing over there. The latter immediately understood and rushed forward with steel pipes raised. Although Yan Xinglong was the U18 national Sanso champion, but that was after all a competition in nature, and it was one-on-one. Where had he seen this kind of scene of being surrounded? Moreover, these gangsters are all combat-oriented. Out of the killing moves, Yan Xinglong blocked a few times, was hit and fell to the ground, only to use his hands to protect his head, where there is a little room to fight back. Within a few strokes, this U18 national Sanso champion was paralyzed on the ground and fainted to death. When Zhou Yue and the others saw the scene, they were all trembling with fear, not daring to utter a sound. After all, they were just a group of children who had just recently reached adulthood. Where had they seen such a big scene? It was just a mouthful. Originally thinking that they had already stood at the top of society, but they never thought that what they had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Seeing that Yan Xinglong was knocked out, they still want to drag him out to cut his hands. Jiang Bowen stood out. "This brother, give face. My father is. How old are you? Are you worthy to call yourself a brother to me, Chen Bao? Chen Bao directly interrupted Jiang Bowen, his face full of disdain. Once the crowd heard that this person was Brother Panther, they were scared and at the same time, their hearts were filled with hope. With Uncle Zhang's relationship with Brother Panther, this game should be stable tonight. However, Jiang Bowen's heart panicked to some, because only he himself knows clearly, to his father's level, simply cannot reach Chen Bao's table. That is, before Chen Bao entertained the major casino bosses, his father had the opportunity to eat with Brother Bao on a table. As for the wine talk, there is no such thing. He now only hoped that Brother Panther would still remember his dad. Brother Panther, my dad is Jiang Yuanhe, and he toasted you at the annual meeting. Jiang Bowen said politely. Jiang Yuanhe? Chen Bao frowned and thought about it, then said, oh, Yulu District's little Jiang. Fine, for the sake of your father being a cow for me, I'll leave him with an arm. However, those two women, they have to go and accompany my friend for a night. Chen Bao pointed at Zhou Yue and Sun Yi and said. When the two women heard this, they immediately turned pale with fear and shook their heads, and at the same time, they looked at Jiang Bowen with eyes full of expectation, hoping that he would come to their rescue. Wang Xian also looked at Jiang Bowen with a begging face. Brother One, save Brother Long, he can't be without a hand. Brother Panther, for the sake of my father. Jiang Bowen was also anxious. If he didn't save them, then he would lose face, and in the future, he couldn't even hold his head up in front of them all. Chen Bao directly slapped on Jiang Bowen's face. Don't be so shameless, your father counts how old? He's just a dog. Does he really think he's someone? I can replace him anytime. Chapter 28, Chen Bao, you've grown in skill. This slap from Chen Bao confused everyone present. Wasn't it said that his dad and Chen Bao were good brothers who shared a good drink? How did Chen Bao's mouth turn his dad into a dog that could be replaced at will? The people who had originally felt hopeful were all ashen and terrified to the core, especially Zhou Yue, looking at Jiang Bowen with disappointment and a face of disbelief. In addition to this, she is now full of heart and lungs full of remorse. Earlier I knew that I should have just listened to that stinking beggar and left here to go back to the hotel. And Jiang Bowen, also by Chen Bao this slap to dizziness, he did not need to touch also no, cheeks must be swollen, but the pain on his face is still secondary. The main thing is that in front of his classmates was so on the spot face, simply make him worse than death. He had just sworn that he would never let Zhou Yue be wronged in this part of Jiangzhou. But what happened? How long has it been? He was slapped to pieces by Chen Bao's slap. What are you still standing there for? Take them both away. After Chen Bao finished speaking, he didn't even look at Jiang Bowen and the others, turning around and heading out. Seeing this, Sunny wrapped her dead arm around Yu Yang's arm, trembling all over in fear. Yu Yang was shaking even more than her, and when she saw the punks come to pull her girlfriend, she didn't dare to say half a word. Zhou Yue saw the punks approaching, so scared that she hurriedly hugged Jiang Bowen's arm and begged bitterly, Brother One, save me. Seeing this, Jiang Bowen summoned up the courage to say to Chen Bao, Brother Bao, this matter is our fault. For the sake of the girls are still small, you say a number, we are willing to compensate money. Compensate money? Chen Bao turned around and looked at Jiang Bowen with a sneer on his face, disdainfully saying, can you afford to pay for it? Do you know who the two of them are? Rich businessmen from Lingnan, spending tens of millions of dollars in Jiangzhou every year. Do you think they lack money? Also, don't think that if Jiang Yuanhe is blowing his own fortune of $1 billion every day, your family really has $1 billion. I still don't know what kind of person Jiang Yuanhe is. To tell you the truth, your family is only worth $30 to $40 million, and it's all from Lao Zi's reward. So how the hell are you going to pay for it? The moment Chen Bao said this, everyone froze. How could they not expect that their family's $1 billion actually came from this? Sunny even thought darkly and somewhat anachronistically. It's actually less than my family's assets. As for Jiang Bowen, after hearing this, the embarrassment on his face was about to fall to the ground. Looking at the strange gazes cast by his companions at this moment, he hated to find a hole in the ground and never come out again for the rest of his life. But in order to salvage his dignity, Jiang Bowen still opened his mouth and said, Brother Panther, other than letting them pass, is there any other solution? Kid, if you say half a ing word more, I'll immediately tell your father to get the hell out of Jiangzhou. Chen Bao got impatient, nodded at Zhou Yue, Sun Yi and Yen Qinglong who was lying on the ground and chided, take them away. Brother One, save me. Zhou Yue hugged Jiang Bowen's arm as if grabbing the last straw. Sunny also hugged Yu Yang to death. Yu Yang, I'm not going. I'm your woman. Think of something. But Yu Yang and Jiang Bowen were like two stakes at this time, standing there without saying a word. Brother One, I just turned 18 today. Please, save me. Zhou Yue begged bitterly. In this city, she felt that Jiang Bowen was the last thing she could rely on. If he didn't make a move, her whole life would be ruined. When she thought of this, she suddenly regretted not listening to her mom. She should not have come all the way here to see Jiang Bowen. She even regretted not listening to Ling Yi. She refused to go when it was time to go, and even scolded Ling Yi for being a shrunken head turtle. Zhou Yue cried tears like rain, a pair of eyes staring at Jiang Bowen, hoping that he could help save his life. Under Zhou Yue's crying, Jiang Bowen stepped in. Only he didn't do it to those punks, but reached out and grabbed Zhou Yue's wrist, forcibly pulling her hand away from his arm. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Jiang Bowen shook his head with a determined face. Between preserving his family's wealth and preserving his friends, he chose the former. Seeing that Jiang Bowen was like this, Yu Yang also reached out at the first opportunity, pulling Sun Yi's hand away, and stepped back to keep a distance from her. Zhou Yue couldn't believe her eyes. The one who pulled her hand away was actually not those little punks, but Jiang Bowen who she had fallen in love with. She looked at Jiang Bowen with a face full of shock and despair, her heart like ashes. Sunny is not much better. Her face is filled with disbelief. Yu Yang, I am your woman. You're just going to watch me be taken away by another man? Yu Yang was asked by Sun Yi's face is full of blush, but soon, he raised his head, looked at Sun Yi said, Sun Yi, Brother Panther is we cannot afford to offend. Think about your family, think about our future. You will be a little bit of condescension, with Brother Panther to go. Don't worry, even if you don't mind you tonight, I will still marry you. Yu Yang, are you still a ing man? How can you say such words? Sun Yi was in tears, raised her hand and gave Yu Yang a slap. Yu Yang didn't say anything, only clenched his fists tightly, humiliated to the extreme. But he didn't dare to resist, because he knew very well that Brother Bao was a big mountain that he couldn't shake. As for Jiang Bowen, at this time, he also advised Zhou Yue, tonight's matter, we will treat it as if it never happened. You also don't want my father to leave Jiangzhou, right? Zhou Yue shook her head in shock, unable to believe that Jiang Bowen would say such words. Seeing this, Chen Bao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Kid, you guys are really the same as your father's number one goods. You can sell out anyone for your own interests. Not bad, promising. After saying that, Chen Bao waved his hand. Take them away. Zhou Yue and Sun Yi were completely desperate, and resigned themselves to letting the small gangsters carry them outside. But right at this moment, a voice from behind the crowd came quietly. Chen Bao, you've grown in skill. You even dare to kidnap my wife's cousin? Seeing that someone had stood up for them, Zhou Yue and Sun Yi were both delighted in their hearts, but when they hear that the voice is Ling Yi, their hearts sink to the bottom again. Zhou Yue even chided, Ling Yi, don't mind your own business, your family is already poor, don't take a beating for no reason and spend money to go to the hospital. The rest of the people are also cursing in their hearts. Even Jiang Bowen stepped forward is useless. You a poor stand out to show what can be done. Don't get angry with Brother Leopard at that time, we all have to follow the disaster. Stupid, you want to die, do not involve us. Jiang Bowen was the first to rebuke. Brother Panther, we don't know him well, we just met him for the first time. Yu Yang followed closely behind and explained. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd also cleared their relationship with Ling Yi. Only Pei Nancheng, from the beginning to the end, did not say a word. However, Chen Bao did not pay any attention to what they were saying because his face changed the moment he heard Ling Yi's voice. This voice was too familiar to him, especially that snowy night encounter, which was still fresh in his mind even now. It's not that he didn't want to go over to Master Qian to help him recover the $4 million, but when Master Qian heard about it, he only gave him 2 words. When you see Ling Yi again in the future, offer him up to me like a grandfather. If anything goes wrong, I'll skin you. After that, he has no more resentment towards Ling Yi, only deep scorn. Therefore, when he heard Ling Yi's voice just now, he was still holding on to his luck, thinking that it might just sound like him, not necessarily him, until Zhou Yue shouts out Ling Yi's name. Chen Bao's legs go completely soft. At this moment, those juniors also make away, revealing Ling Yi's figure. After Chen Bao determines that it is Ling Yi himself, without saying a word, he jogs all the way in front of him, changing from the murderous aura that he just had. He reveals a face full of respectful fawning, bending his waist down deeply, saying, Brother Yi, why are you here? How come you didn't notify me in advance, so I can reserve the 9 to 5 hall for you? Chapter 29, It's okay, don't let it happen again. Rumble. After everyone saw the scene, it was like a thunderclap rang in their heads, shocking them. What is this situation? Brother Panther, who couldn't even handle Jiang Bowen raising his old man, was actually groveling so much to Ling Yi? Zhou Yue opened her small mouth, her eyes tearful. Sunny stared wide-eyed, her face full of astonishment. Yu Yang remembered what he had just said and was stuck in his throat like a fly. Jiang Bowen suddenly felt that the other side of his face, too, began to ache hotly. Everyone's expression was wonderfully abnormal, but without exception, their faces were mixed with both embarrassment and regret. Wife's cousin celebrated her birthday. I'm not at ease. so I came over to take a look. Ling Yi pointed at Zhou Yue, and then rested on Chen Bao's shoulder. What? You want her to accompany your client? No. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Cold sweat came down on Chen Bao's face. I didn't know that she is your wife's cousin. If I knew that, if you just gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. After saying that, Chen Bao turned his head back and roared at the little brother who was holding Zhou Yue. What are you still waiting for? Take your dirty hands away from me. If you hurt your cousin, I'll waste you. And you guys, hurry up and let go of me too. The little punk sniffed and immediately let go of Zhou Yue and Sun Yi. When the crowd saw this, the surprised expressions on their faces were even greater than before. They can't figure out how Jiang Bowen, who couldn't solve the problem by bringing out his old man and compensating him with money, actually solved the problem in a few words when he arrived at Ling Yi's place. Didn't Zhou Yue say that he was just a loser who drinks and gambles? How could he make Brother Panther so afraid? What is he? In the end, those two clients of yours. Ling Yi points at the two Lingnan rich merchants at the door. Small matter, I'll take care of it. Chen Bao hurriedly picks up the slack. How are you going to solve it? Just compensate some money and find them a few more college students, Chen Bao said with disinterest. Just this? Ling Yi asked in a deep voice. Chen Bao was a bit confused and tentatively asked, what does Brother Yi mean? They made a move on my cousin. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Ling Yi leaned his back against the sofa and crossed his legs with a relaxed expression. When Zhou Yue heard this, her tears instantly stopped flowing. When everyone had abandoned her, only Ling Yi still protected her and wanted to seek justice for her. The way she looks at Ling Yi no longer has the contempt she had before, but only a slow-moving ingratefulness. However, when the others heard this, they thought that they had a problem with their ears. After all, for this matter to have such an outcome, for them, they are already thankful. But Ling Yi is actually thinking of letting others give him an explanation? What was this if it wasn't giving an inch? In case Brother Panther was angered again and made him turn his face away, then everyone here wouldn't want to leave here standing. Their worries were not without reason. Even Zhou Yue could not help but shake her head, stating that she was already satisfied with this outcome. However, after Chen Bao heard Ling Yi's words, the expression on his face instantly turned gloomy. Between the Lingnan rich merchant and Ling Yi, he chose the latter almost without even thinking. Drag them out and chop off one hand each. Chen Bao waved his hand, and those minions immediately set up the two of them to walk outside the box. Chen Bao, you've thought it through. We're the big customers who lose tens of millions in your casino every year. Brother Panther, we were wrong. Spare our lives. We're willing to pay for it. Chen Bao did not pay attention to them. Instead, after finishing with a cold face, he immediately turned around and asked Ling Yi with a smile. Brother Yi, do you think this arrangement is feasible? It's okay, the next one will not be an exception. Ling Yi said, got up and left, not giving Chen Bao the slightest bit of face, looking at the crowd that screamed. People have already dealt with it like this. In your eyes Ling Yi, just okay? They feel that their brains are no longer able to comprehend Ling Yi's segment. Each and every one of them looks at Ling Yi as if they are looking into an impenetrable abyss, confused and fearful, especially after seeing Chen Bao bending down and following behind Ling Yi, that humble to the extreme. They finally realized that the words Jiang Bowen said earlier were indeed correct. He, Ling Yi, was destined to be not in the same world as them. It's just that the one standing at the top of the mountain is not them, but Ling Yi. At this moment, they also finally understand why Ling Yi would be so calm and collected when they declared their family name. That is because, the family lineage that they are so proud of, in front of him, Ling Yi, is really worthless. When they think of their complacency when they declared their family name, they are ashamed of themselves and feel that they are a living clown. As Ling Yi walks to Yan Qinglong's side, he says to Chen Bao, send him to the hospital, don't waste his hand. After all, he is also standing up for her. Okay Brother Yi, arrange it right away. Chen Bao beckons. Immediately a junior brother carries Yan Qinglong out of the box and heads to the hospital. When Ling Yi walks in front of Zhou Yue, the latter looks at Ling Yi with somewhat evasive eyes before weakly shouting, cousin, husband. Ling Yi did not respond, but instead faintly said, although you are not good either, but these people, it is better to have less contact in the future. Shame on you. When Jiang Bowen and the others heard this, they only felt their scalps burning hot and painful. Zhou Yue, on the other hand, glanced at them before nodding heavily. Good, Ling Yi asked again. Still continuing? Zhou Yue shook her head vigorously. No, I want to go home. Ling Yi nodded his head. Without greeting anyone, he stuck his hands in his pockets and walked straight out of the box, disappearing into the crowd's field of vision. Seeing this, Zhou Yue looks back at Jiang Bowen. After seeing that the latter doesn't dare to look directly at her, she gives a disdainful sneer and runs out of the box, chasing after Ling Yi. Chen Bao originally followed Ling Yi as well, but for some reason went and returned. Tonight this matter, whoever says anything about it, I'll chop it up and feed it to the fish. After saying that, Chen Bao smiled and slapped Jiang Bowen and Yu Yang's faces, sneering before leaving the box with his minions. In the huge box, the cups and plates were in a mess, but it was surprisingly quiet. Everyone remained in the same standing position as just now, motionless as statues. Pei Nanqing was the first to break the deadlock, only to see her slowly stand up, pat Wang Xian's shoulder, and softly say, "Let's go see your boyfriend." Wang Xian heard, tears cannot stop flowing down, nodded, did not say hello to anyone, followed Pei Nanqing left the box, walking out of the bar not far. Wang Xian asked Pei Nanqing with a puzzled face, "Pei's senior sister, since he's so energetic, why didn't he stand up for Yu Wei in the beginning? Why didn't he stop Brother Panther's men from beating up Brother Lung? Look at it, it's all beaten up Brother Lung." Pei Nanqing smiled at this and asked rhetorically, "Why did you stop it? Have you guys ever treated him as a friend from the beginning?" After saying that, without waiting for Wang Xian to explain, Pei Nanqing laughed again. "I still have things to do. I'll accompany you here on this stretch of road. See you again if you have the chance." After saying that, Pei Nanqing turned around and walked into the snow. Her figure quickly disappeared in the lights. When Wang Xian sees Pei Nanqing leaving, he can't help but slap himself. "I told you to talk nonsense. Now it's good. You've missed out on a great opportunity." On the other hand, as Ling Yi drags his suitcase and Zhou Yue waiting for a cab at the corner of Lokfeng Street, the fiery Chen Bao chases after him. When he sees Ling Yi, he kneels down with a plop. "Brother Yi, help!" Chapter 30. Fighting is fighting. What kind of Ming is one? You're in good health. What's the point of saving your life? Ling Yi glanced at Chen Bao and asked in a cold voice. "This body of mine is worth a few dollars. It doesn't matter if I die. It's something else that matters." Chen Bao is still kneeling, attracting many pedestrians to watch. The matters of the secular world. Ling Yi originally did not want to get involved too much. After all, he only wanted to focus on raising his cultivation so that he could wash his daughter's body in marrow. However, Chen Bao's performance tonight is indeed good, at least saving himself the trouble of doing it himself, so Ling Yi does not refuse. "I'll send her back to the hotel first, and we'll talk afterward." Hearing this, Chen Bao is so happy that he directly kowtows 3 times to Ling Yi, and then immediately calls for a Mercedes-Benz commercial car, personally opening the door for Ling Yi, piling up the luggage, as well as acting as a driver. At this time, it is already past midnight. It is obviously unrealistic to go back to Qi Shiyun's place, and Zhou Yue's original plan is to stay at the hotel, so Chen Bao directly sends Zhou Yue to the hotel entrance. When checking in, Ling Yi instructed Zhou Yue, "Your cousin is timid, so don't let her know about these things that happened tonight, lest she gets scared." Although Zhou Yue did not understand, she still nodded her head and agreed. Right now in her heart, Ling Yi's words are better than the words of her parents and her cousin. It can be said that she listens to everything. It's just that she couldn't understand why her cousin's husband didn't let her know when he was obviously so powerful. Her cousin still thought he was a drunken, gambling scum. Was it just because he was worried that his cousin would be scared? Zhou Yue was puzzled, but she would strictly follow Ling Yi's instructions. The reason why Ling Yi doesn't let Zhou Yue tell Qi Shiyun is because his image in Qi Shiyun's mind is very poor. He is worried that Qi Shiyun will think that he is having an affair with a loan shark like Chen Bao. He knew that Qi Shiyun hated loan sharks in her life, so it was better not to let her know about this matter. It is not too late to wait for his image to get better in her heart. Ling Yi did not go up. It was Chen Bao who sent Zhou Yue's luggage upstairs. Zhou Yue was so nervous that she didn't dare to say a word. Even her breathing was restrained. Until Chen Bao left, Zhou Yue locked the hotel room door. She dared to breathe heavily, and once she thought of tonight's encounter, Zhou Yue blushed and was embarrassed to death. Ling Yi did not wait long in the car before Chen Bao hurriedly got into the car. "Brother Yi, where are we going now?" "To the outskirts of the city," Ling Yi said casually. "Brother Yi, do you want to go gamble a few times again? I have a better venue." Chen Bao starts the car and asks smilingly, but is interrupted by Ling Yi. "Say something." Chen Bao smiled and immediately complained. "Brother Yi, this time you really have to save my little brother. As you know, I am the one who looks after the Han family's venues, but recently, the Han family's venues are almost swept away by the Qin family." At first, Ling Yi is not very interested in Chen Bao's matter, but now when he hears that it has something to do with the Han family and the Qin family, he immediately becomes interested. "Tell me more about it." Seeing Ling Yi's interest, Chen Bao immediately describes in vivid colors. "The matter also starts from the night you won more than $4 million at my venue. That night, I don't know which god was the one who ruined the legs of the Qin family's third youngest. Not only that, but it's rumored that Jin got a bunch of guys to gangbang him, so much so that he hasn't even come to his senses yet. This would have been a good thing, but the Qin family balked at the idea that it was the Han family's doing, so now they are desperately trying to get revenge. Originally, when something like this happened, Master Qian would have been the first to step in, but for some reason, Master Qian's hand was suddenly injured, and he also said that he had to go protect a very important person, so he simply couldn't leave. This led to the uprooting of almost all of the Han family's underground venues, leaving only a few still struggling to hold on. I just said that there are better venues, not that I'm being polite, but the one you used to play in was terminated, and the rich merchants in Lingnan that I entertained today, in the past they simply didn't have the face to let me entertain them, and it was only because I was afraid of losing clients that I had to put my foot down. If this continues, I will be forced to die by the Qin family. After listening to Chen Bao's description, Ling Yi somewhat awkwardly touches his nose. Dare he say that Chen Bao's current encounter is all because of himself? No wonder he looks haggard. It turns out that it is all because he has been forced by the Qin family during this period of time. Isn't your master Wu Qian? With him protecting you, the Qin and Han families shouldn't be able to lay their hands on you, right? Ling Yi asks curiously. For the sake of my master, it is true that the Qin and Han families will not do anything to me, especially the Han family, who has not blamed me half a sentence since the beginning. But if I see the field swept away, how can I still have the face to face the Han family? I have to die to apologize. As Chen Bo speaks, he feels like he is on the verge of tears. Compared to his majestic demeanor a few days ago, he is completely different. However, Ling Yi knows that he is not pretending. After all, when he won more than $4 million from their casino, he said that he could not keep his legs, so he is probably embarrassed and wants to break his legs. If the field was all swept away, there was a real possibility that he would die in thanks. But what's the use of you looking for me? It's not like I can help you guard the field all the time, Ling Yi asked. As soon as Chen Bao hears that there is something to do, he immediately comes into the spirit and says, now the way of grabbing the territory are very civilized, no longer fighting in a group like before, but to make an appointment to a place. Both sides each put out their masters to spar. Whoever wins the territory goes to whoever wins, which is civilized as well as reasonable. Ling Yi is a bit speechless. Fighting is fighting, civilized which kind of Ming, but reasonable is quite reasonable. After all, if the strongest combatant can't win, you won't be able to keep the field even if you are given it. And this can also maximize the saving of manpower, and maintain social security. A multi-take. So, you want me to help you fight? Ling Yi asked. Chen Bao nods his head and says with some embarrassment, after Master Qian said that he was not available, the first thing I thought of was you, but I have not been able to find your whereabouts, so I was in a hurry. Luckily, God has an eye and I met you at the bar. Brother E, I'm counting on you for my life, so you can't refuse. What time? What place? Ling Yi asked. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Moonwatch Tower by the river. Chen Bo said with incomparable excitement. Brother E, leave an address. I will come early tomorrow to pick you up. Ling Yi shakes his head and says, no need. I will just go there by myself. Alright, stop the car. I will get off here. Chen Bao stares wide-eyed at the words, looking at the deserted suburb in front of him, and asks uncertainly, Brother E, this is the suburb. It's not good to take a taxi. Do you want me to wait for you? No need. Go back, Ling Yi said, and walked towards the depths of darkness. Looking at Ling Yi's gradually disappearing back, Chen Bao could not help but sigh with emotion. Are all of them inner strength martial artists so perverse? After saying that, a cold wind passes by, swirling up snowflakes on the ground, scaring Chen Bao and hurriedly turning around and driving towards the city. On the road, Chen Bao listens to music and hums, indescribably soothing, ********. I can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. After Ling Yi walks into the suburb, he steps off and runs wildly. He has to hurry up and try out the auxiliary formation that he just thought of at the bar. If he succeeds, his future cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Chapter 31, Tackling Spirit Formation. All spirits come from within. This suburb has not been dabbled in by Ling Yi before, and the spiritual qi is relatively abundant. Ling Yi did not rush to run the heaven-swallowing record to absorb the spiritual qi, but instead leaped up to the top of a tree to observe the terrain. After determining the exact location of the formation, Ling Yi then searches for some stones and branches in the vicinity, and then arranges them one by one into special shapes on the selected locations. Only after they are all set up, Ling Yi returns to the center of these positions, mobilizes his spiritual qi, and transmits it onto the stone branches of each position respectively, and then operates his magic spell to fully activate the formation. In just an instant, the weirdly shaped stone branches in each position emitted a little light in the dark night, and then shot out a ray of light to each of the two neighboring positions. These rays of light instantly linked all the stone branches together, and when viewed from the sky, formed a giant pattern that was more than 10 feet wide. As for Ling Yi, he was standing right in the center of this pattern, surrounded by light rays. At this moment, Ling Yi pinched his hands rapidly, after forming more than 10 hand seals, only to see his right hand pinching a sword trick, pointing to the sky with one hand, and softly shouting, Kai! The giant pattern composed of light rays then left the ground and rotated upwards into the air. When it was 100 meters from the ground, the light pattern suddenly stopped rising, and in the next second, the light pattern spread out in all directions with a swoosh, as fast as the speed of light, and disappeared in an instant. The forest returned to darkness, as if the light had never appeared. However, in just a few seconds, these rays of light shot back to the sky above Ling Yi's head from afar, and once again formed that giant pattern before, and then, after any stoppage, circled back to its original position, and the position corresponding to each connection point was not different at all. At the moment when this pattern falls back to its original position, an invisible pressure seems to rise in all directions, bending all the big trees around Ling Yi. However, the strange thing is that the treetops of these bent trees are all pointing towards Ling Yi, without exception. Looking from high up in the sky, the formation arranged by Ling Yi is like a funnel inserted in the vast sea of forests, and the water currents from all directions are converging towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this water current-like source of spiritual chi constantly coming, Ling Yi let out a long breath of relief. Spirit tackling phalanx, all the spirits come from themselves. It's a pity that it's just ordinary stones and branches. If it was replaced with golden stones and jade wisps, the effect would definitely be better. However, Ling Yi is not greedy, but immediately sits down cross-legged, running the heaven-swallowing record, and begins to crazily absorb spiritual chi to cultivate. Zhou Yue had a habit, and that was that she would always choose a hotel with a bathtub, so that after finishing her day's journey, she could take a comfortable soak in the bathtub. But today, after she came back, she didn't even go into the bathroom, and after closing the door, she sat on the carpet with her back against the door, looking at the suitcase beside her in a daze, her mind filled with Ling Yi's figure in the bar. She used to hear about Ling Yi from her parents' and cousins' mouth, but without exception, all of them were negative. That's why she was so disgusted when she saw Ling Yi for the first time. But what she never expected is that the first time she met, Ling Yi brought her such a big shock that she still hasn't come back to her senses. Just when she was in a daze, her cell phone message alert sounded. Opening it, it was a message from her cousin Chi Shiryun. Happy birthday, where are you now? Thanks sis, just arrived at the hotel not long ago. Did you have a good time today? Your brother-in-law didn't give you a hard time, right? Looking at this message, Zhou Yue is again a burst of shame. It's good that she didn't give her brother-in-law any trouble. How could he give me any trouble? Very happy. Brother-in-law takes care of me. That's good. Okay, you rest early. Come up to the house tomorrow for dinner. Good, Zhou Yue said back, then thought for a moment and added, Sister, isn't brother-in-law very good? Why do you ask that? Did he brag in front of you? Xiao Wei. In short, no matter what he says, you mustn't believe it, let alone lend him money. Got it? Zhou Yue saw this message and tearfully replied, Got it. He didn't ask me to borrow money. Cousin, you don't know with cousin husband's current status, there is no need to brag, much less need me to lend him money An underground big shot with a daily water flow of over $100 million is groveling to his brother-in-law. Does he still need me to lend him money? It's more like I'll borrow some from him. Cousin, you're not worried about me borrowing money from you, so you're crying poor on purpose, are you? But even if you are crying poor, you can't cry like this, right? Zhou Yue wanted to cry. However, what she doesn't know is that Chi Shiryun on the other end of the phone, angry for a long time, can't calm down. This Ling Yi, he is not allowed to brag in front of me and my child, but he even went to brag in front of Xiao Wei. I thought he had corrected himself, but I didn't realize it was all a disguise. I should have thought of this. He never changes. Pa! Chi Shiryun snorted coldly. She had just changed her opinion of Ling Yi because Zhou Yue had said that her brother-in-law was taking good care of her, but this time, she had put Ling Yi into the cold palace again. But then again, it's a bit surprising that he was able to patiently accompany Xiao Wei until this point in time, didn't go gambling, and didn't ask Xiao Wei to borrow money. Could it really be that after the divorce, he has completely changed his nature? Chi Shiryun shook her head. After secretly saying that his endowment is hard to change, she sighed again and murmured softly, I don't know how long he can disguise himself. If he can keep on disguising himself like this, how good it would be. Alas, dark night, snowy ground, a trenchcoat Pei Nanqing walked alone on the empty street, her back slightly depressed. After she separated from Wang Xin, she was targeted by a few lecherous ghosts specializing in picking up corpses in front of the bar. These corpse pickers originally only targeted drunken women, but they couldn't help the fact that Pei Nanqing had an outstanding temperament and was just too stunning, causing them to get carried away, and after glancing at each other, they silently followed her. When they turned into the street, seeing no one around, these corpse pickers were so horny that they were ready to go up and drag Pei Nanqing into the dark alley and forcefully have sex with her. However, they were just about to speed up their steps, and before they could put their feet down, 4 or 5 of them stared wide-eyed at the same time. and then planted themselves straight on the ground, no longer breathing. Pei Nanqing was as if she didn't realize it, continuing to walk forward, enjoying the unusual scenery of this snowy night. At this time, a figure flashed, ghostly appeared behind Pei Nanqing, silently followed Pei Nanqing step by step. The middle distance is always half a zhang apart, not more than a point, not less than a millimeter. Exhaling to kill. Pooh, congratulations. Stepping into the sect master realm, Pei Nanqing didn't even return her head, so she lightly laughed. At this moment the two happened to pass by a street lamp. Dim light sprinkled on this front and back two people, a trenchcoat Pei Nanqing holy as a fairy down to earth, and the old man behind her, the whole body wrapped in a black cloak. Do not see the true face of the face, like a reel from the depths of the hell of the life-suppressing Yin Wang. Master, Miss is laughing. In front of Miss, the old slaves, this trivial Taoism, not worth mentioning. A hoarse voice leapt out from that black cloak. Apu was really old and confused. You forget that I am now a weak woman with no hands. Just for now. By the way, I met an interesting little guy today, obviously only in his early 20s, but he is puzzling. Miss has come to a realization? Pei Nanqing nodded, her gentle face smiling like a flower. Some enlightenment. Chapter 32, in these few years, is this how she got up early and stayed up late? When the sky was about to break, the stones and branches that made up the spirit escapement formation, even with Ling Yi's spiritual chi, finally couldn't hold on and broke apart one by one. After the spirit tackling formation collapsed, the four directions of spiritual chi that had gathered instantly disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it still can't hold on for long. Seeing this, Ling Yi let out a helpless sigh, but the effect is good. In just a few hours, it is already almost close to the 5th level of chi refining realm. Sighing with emotion, Ling Yi puts away the heaven-swallowing record, and after waving his hand to disperse the broken stones and branches everywhere, he gets up and walks towards the city. He is not in a hurry to rush, so he walks idly in the snow, like an old man who just finished his morning exercise, relaxed and at ease. Near the outskirts of the city, most of the roadside breakfast stores have already started operating. Ling Yi casually chooses a Baozi store, orders 2 drawers of Xiaolong Bao, and dips them in chili oil and eats them hot. Boss, the usual rules, 2 drawers of Xiaolong Bao. A pair of young men and women walked into the Baozi store holding hands as they talked and laughed. Today will be payday. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you, the male said with a doting face. Don't. You save the money. The baby will be born in a few months. We have to save money to buy a house. I don't want the little one to follow us around and move around in the future. The female beamed and pinched the man's face, her eyes full of love. The house needs to be bought, and the wife's food needs to be improved. It's all a big deal. We can't just keep one head. Okay, let me think. Eat hot pot or eat fish head. 2 people Xiaolong Bao quickly on the table. The 2 people eat while laughing and discussing what to eat tonight. Ling Yi is sitting at the next table, quietly listening to their conversation with a gentle expression. He remembers that when he and Qi Shiyun first graduated, they were also like this young couple, happy every day and full of expectations for the future. If he wasn't such an asshole in those years, he should be as happy as them now, right? Ling Yi lowers his head and thinks secretly in his heart. After settling the bill, Ling Yi did not go back to the woods to cultivate, but instead went straight to the neighborhood where he rented his room. Although Qi Shiyun does not want him to contact Xiao Xiao, hiding in the shadows and taking a look from afar will not cause Qi Shiyun to be offended. But what Ling Yi did not expect was that when he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he unexpectedly saw Zhou Yue, who had just walked into the neighborhood. From the hotel where she lives to here is not close. This girl got up so early? Ling Yi follows behind her, and when she goes upstairs, he retreats to the corner of the next building and looks up at the 4th floor. With his current cultivation level, although he is not yet able to do perspective, it is still easy to hear the voices talking on the 4th floor. He heard the sound of Qi Shiyun's opening the door, the joyful sound of the 2 meeting, and also heard Zhou Yue's somewhat disbelieving skepticism. Cousin, you, live in a place like this? How does brother-in-law he? Cannot all blame your brother-in-law. A small situation you are not unaware of. Targeted drugs and needle more than 100,000 yuan. There is a sheltered place is good, which still have spare money to live in a good place. But brother-in-law obviously. Okay, I'm going to be late for work. Your brother-in-law has something to do and went out early. Xiao Xiao will trouble you to take care of it. I'll leave first, Qi Shiyun said. After handing over the room key to Zhou Yue, she hurriedly went downstairs. Ling Yi can hear that Qi Shiyun is trying her best to defend herself. It is clear that she has been too much of an asshole over the past few years, but she hasn't complained half a word to Zhou Yue either. Looking at Qi Shiyun's back as she walks briskly in the early morning snow, Ling Yi is heartbroken. He knows that Qi Shiyun's company goes to work at 8:30, but it is only 6 o'clock now. What is she doing out so early? Ling Yi quietly follows behind Qi Shiyun, and in a short while, he arrives at a piece of deserted land outside the neighborhood. Chi Shuryun puts down her computer bag, goes down to the field, comes to a piece of reclaimed land, and then uses her hands to plow away the snow that covers it. Only then does Ling Yi realize that under the snow, there are big radishes planted. Luckily it didn't freeze to death. Thank goodness, or else it would have been a waste of work again, Chi Shuryun muttered to herself, then proceeded to plow away all the snow in the several compartments of the ground. This time she didn't use her hands, but found a wooden stick. But even so, after an hour, her hands were already purple from the cold. But Chi Shuryun didn't have any complaints. Instead she went back to the edge of the field, grabbed her computer bag, and hurried towards the bus stop. Even though there was still an hour and a half before she had to go to work, she didn't dare to have the slightest delay. In case she couldn't catch this bus, she would have to take a taxi to the office, which would seriously exceed her daily spending budget. Is this how she's been getting up early and late these past few years? Looking at the bus that is drifting away, Ling Yi's heart is like a knife. Only when the bus completely disappears from Ling Yi's sight does he slow down and says two words to himself: make money. He now has a few $100s left in his card, and if he wants to make money quickly, the best way to do so, besides robbing banks, is to gamble. But Chi Shuryun didn't like him gambling, so he could only find another way. As an immortal emperor who has been cultivating immortality for 100,000 years, just a little bit of anything that falls out of his fingers can make a fortune. But it was because there were so many choices that Ling Yi did not know how to choose for a moment instead. Just as he was struggling with what method to use to make money easily and quickly, Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue came over from an unknown corner, both bowing slightly. Han Ruoxue was rushed back to Jiangzhou overnight. As soon as the plane, home did not return, went straight to this side, and now has not slept for a few days in a row. Wu Qian, on the other hand, humbly said, Master Ling, was just about to contact you. Something's wrong? Han Ruoxue, who was dressed in a green-colored cheongsam, heard this and immediately kneeled on both knees. Master Ling, please save my grandfather. Ling Yi understands what's going on after a little thought and asks, didn't find the dragon beard grass? Han Ruoxue shakes her head. The surrounding states and counties have all been searched. Ling Yi nods his head and secretly says, it seems that the dragon beard grass in this world can be found. It is good that the spirit escapement formation has been successfully experimented with, or else the chi practicing realm would be very difficult to break through. Thinking so, Ling Yi reaches out to help Han Ruoxue up and says, get up. No need to be polite. I promised to take a shot for your Han family once before. Lead the way in front. Thus Wu Qian stayed put. Han Ruoxue and Ling Yi took a Toyota Alpha and headed to the center of Jiangzhou. Master Ling, let me introduce you to my grandfather's situation. Han Ruoxue held a pile of information in her hand, which recorded her grandfather Han Yuan's various physical data. No need. I'll take a look once I'm there. Ling Yi refused. No matter how much more these data are, they are just appearances. How can they compare to his own ability to recognize people and break their veins? When Han Ruoxue heard this, her heart rejoiced, secretly saying, Master Ling is really proficient in the art of pills, otherwise he would never have been so confident. This is great. Grandpa is saved. The Han family is saved. After thinking about it, Han Ruoxue suddenly remembered something, so she hurriedly sent a message to Wu Qian and asked, did you do what you explained yesterday? Wu Qian's message quickly returned, Miss, it's done. Someone will give it to you when you arrive home. Han Ruoxue, who saw the message, let out a long sigh of relief, as if she had put down a big stone. About half an hour later, the Alpha business car drove into a luxurious villa area in the center of the city. All the villas here are single-family houses, and in the center of the city, even several kilometers away from each other, which shows how non-rich the residents here are. Often the villas in this kind of place, the closer they are to the center of the district, the more expensive they are, and the commercial vehicle that Ling Yi and his team are sitting in goes all the way in until it stops at the most central location of the villa district. Master Ling, we have arrived. Chapter 33. This life-threatening internal injury. You call it a minor injury? In the villa's backyard, an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a relatively thin tang suit, was trembling as he played the Taoist's wonderful formula for refining the body, the 8 Duan Jin, although his qi was no longer sufficient, and both his hands and legs were trembling slightly as he carried out his energy. The old man did every movement in a very standard manner, comparable to those old Taoist priests on Wudong Mountain who had practiced for decades. When he was practicing to the 7th stage of saving fists and angry eyes to increase qi, a middle-aged man who looked like the old man walked gently. He didn't dare to make too much noise so as not to disturb the old man's fist practice. Ever since he had memories, he knew that the old man must practice the 8-section brocade once a day in the morning and in the evening, and when practicing, he must finish a set of fights, and would never interrupt in the middle of the set, and would never allow anyone to disturb him. But today, the matter is very important. Han Tao hesitated again and again, but still opened his mouth. Dad, Ruoxue is back. When the old man heard this, his hands did not stop moving, and his face was not only not unhappy, but instead showed a smiling face. This girl, it's hard for her during this period of time. It's just that I'm a big old man. There's no need for her to toss and turn. You guys have to persuade her more. Dad, her temper. You're not unaware of it. Who cares? Han Tao said rather helplessly. Seeing that the old man just smiled and didn't reply, Han Tao then continued. Ruoxue just said that he invited that person over. Han Yuan, who was still playing 8 Duanjin, shuddered and immediately stopped his hand movements, asking with an excited expression, when will he arrive? Already at the door. Han Tao opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes. The old man who never stops, actually stopped in the middle today? You child, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Han Yuan changed his shoes while walking towards the villa's entrance. Dad, wasn't I afraid of disturbing you practicing the 8 Duanjin? Han Tao had a helpless face. He but clearly remembered that when he was still young, he had once disturbed the old man practicing boxing, and the old man directly punished him for 2 hours of horse stance. He had already forgotten how he insisted on finishing it, but only knew that after finishing it, he couldn't get out of bed for 3 whole days, and urinated by sitting on the edge of the bed. Han Yuan snorted coldly. Is it important for me to practice boxing, or is it important for the future of the Han family? You can't tell the difference between light and heavy. After chiding, he muttered to himself, I only hope that that person won't blame me for not going out to meet him, or else I, Han Yuan, won't be able to atone for my sins with 100 deaths. With that, Han Yuan jogged all the way to the door. Han Tao follows behind him, fearing that he might fall to the ground without stabilizing himself, and follows him with a fearful heart. In the front yard of the villa, Ling Yi follows behind Han Ruoxue, listening to her introduction of the villa's landscape, nodding his head from time to time, not knowing whether it's a sign of approval or got it. It wasn't until he was nearing the villa's hall that Ling Yi opened his mouth and said, the layout is good, it's just that the terrain is a bit shorter. Hearing this, Han Ruoxue's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, Master Ling likes this kind of detached villa? Not bad, barely, Ling Yi said truthfully, although this villa covers an extremely wide area, and also achieves the ultimate in Chinese luxury, but compared to his previous immortal mansion in the immortal cultivation realm, the difference is far more than 100,000 miles, and to say that one sentence is barely adequate, that is all to elevate this detached villa. However, while Ling Yi has no intention to speak, Han Ruoxue has the intention to listen, and immediately records this information about Ling Yi's preferences, and then respectfully opens the entrance door to the villa's living room for Ling Yi. Different from the common townhouses on the market nowadays, the villa's living room alone has a depth of more than 50 meters, and in the large living room, there are leisure areas and meeting areas, with clear zoning, making it truly large but not vast. Han Ruoxue guides Ling Yi to the sofa and sits down. Master Ling, wait a moment, I will immediately go and invite Grandpa over. As the words fell, 2 people ran out from the side corridor of the living room, an old man and a young man in a hurry. It was none other than Han Yuan's father and son. Grandmaster's visit to the humble abode. I was unable to welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. Han Yuan cupped his fists from afar and said respectfully, there is no need to be polite. Extend your hand, Ling Yi says directly. When Han Yuan heard this, he didn't react for a moment and frowned at Han Ruoxue while reaching out his hand, using his eyes to ask what was going on. Seeing this, Han Ruoxue hurriedly explained, Master Ling is not only a martial arts master, but he is also proficient in the art of elixir. So I'm specially troubling the master to come over and help you with your diagnosis. You used that only chance to strike? Simply nonsense. Han Yuan was furious. What is my life compared to the future of the Han family? How can you girl be so lighthearted? Shut up. Ling Yi let out a soft shout, and Han Yuan was immediately silenced. Ling Yi didn't say any more nonsense, stretching out his fingers to rest on Han Yuan's wrist, and then he transferred a trace of spiritual qi into it, running along the tendons of Han Yuan's body for 1 time each, before releasing his fingers. However, this action in Han Ruoxue's view, Ling Yi merely put his finger on it, and released it in less than 2 seconds. This fast is too much of a child's play, right, Master Ling? My grandfather Han Ruoxue asked tentatively, if your grandfather hadn't been practicing the Taoist 8 Duanjin diligently all these years, I'm afraid he would have left 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue's eyes widened. How did you know that my grandfather was practicing the Taoist 8 Duanjin? Han Yuan and Han Tao heard this, and immediately also revealed a look of amazement, taking a pulse for just 2 seconds. This can also be seen? Having done the investigation beforehand, right? Ling Yi didn't answer, but asked in return, his situation should be due to the dark injuries to his heart and lung veins 30 years ago. What do you guys want longshu grass for? It's useless even if you eat it. With these words, the three people present all froze. The old man was injured 30 years ago. Han Tao and Han Ruoxue didn't know about it. How in the world did he, Ling Yi, know about it? Just based on the 2 seconds he took his pulse? He's lying to the devil. Han Yuan had already admired Ling Yi at this time, and hurriedly bowed and worshipped again. Master is truly a god. 30 years ago, I was injured, and before this, I was the only one in the world who knew about it. Han Tao also reacts at this time, and with a plop, he kneels down to Ling Yi. Please Master Ling, save my father. Get up. This small injury is worth kneeling down to beg? Ling Yi asks in a very speechless manner. As a result, when the Han family's grandparents and grandchildren heard this, they were even more speechless than him. This life-threatening internal injury. You call it a small injury? Master Ling, do you need to prepare any herbs? I'll go to the 100 Apricot Grove to buy them now. Han Ruoxue asked with incomparable excitement after being speechless. Who said anything about herbs? Ling Yi was once again speechless. Han Ruoxue was confused and asked, doesn't Master Ling need to use medicinal herbs to make pills, and then use the pills in order to cure this internal injury of Grandpa? Hearing this, Ling Yi secretly says in his heart, sure enough, the fact that he used elixir to cure Tiny's broken leg can be hidden from the doctor in Shishiyun, but it still cannot be hidden from someone with a heart. However, Ling Yi does not care. After all, it does not matter even if it is known. Only to see Ling Yi waving his hand and saying with some impatience, I have said that it is a minor injury. Where is the need for alchemy? When the crowd heard this, their faces were complicated. 3 parts joy, 3 parts sorrow, and 4 parts skepticism. Even Han Ruoxue, at this moment, also felt that Ling Yi was not overstating the case. After all, Grandpa's disease, Zhangzhou's major doctors were all at their wits' end, and Beijing's national doctor's sage had concluded that he would not be long for his life. How did it come to Ling Yi's place, and become so worthless? After Ling Yi finished speaking, he didn't pay any attention to their complicated expressions, and didn't explain to them anymore, but directly toward Han Yuan's heart. A palm gently shoots. Chapter 34. They are my wife and daughter. Is this heavy enough? Before anyone could react, Han Yuan retreated 3 or 4 feet, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth, staining the ground red, and the next second, the tang suit on his body, like a knife strangling in pieces, leisurely floating down, revealing his wrinkled, but not lose the pale upper body. At this moment, only to see Ling Yi's wrist lightly rotating, after his thumb clasps his middle finger, he flexes his finger towards Han Yuan, and a hidden silver needle speeds towards Han Yuan's heart and lung veins. Han Tao thought that Ling Yi was going to be unfavorable to his father, and subconsciously wanted to block, but before he could get close, he was shocked by the force of the silver needle and flew backwards. Stop! Master Ling is stabbing me with a silver needle. After all, Han Yuan has seen a lot and recognized Ling Yi's tactics at a glance. Just how could he not have expected that at his young age? Ling Yi would be proficient in stabbing acupuncture points with silver needles, and also stabbing acupuncture points through the air. Previously, he was still skeptical about Ling Yi's identity as a martial arts master. After all, Ling Yi is too young, but now that he has seen this hand of stabbing points in the air, the little doubt in Han Yuan's heart has completely dissipated. When Han Tao heard his father's words, the look on his face immediately turned from worry to joy, and then into deep shock and regret. It turns out that human power can actually achieve this level. If I had known that there really were martial arts masters in the world who had internal energy released outwardly, I wouldn't have been distracted when I was practicing with Wu Qian at that time. Ling Yi sat on the sofa, one hand resting on the backrest and crossing his legs, one hand flexing his fingers and flicking them repeatedly. A single silver needle pierced into Han Yuan's body with precision and accuracy as if with navigation. With the stabbing of a silver needle of aura, Han Yuan's body, which was originally covered in wrinkles, was actually stretching out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The color of his skin also changed from being dull at first to becoming lustrous. Even though Han Ruoxue didn't know anything about medicine, seeing this scene she knew that her grandfather's body was gradually improving. Inwardly incomparably excited, she then looks at Ling Yi, only to see him stabbing the acupuncture points in the air as if he had it at his fingertips, and that dashing and casual appearance, as if it was a brand, was instantly printed in her mind. She just watched Ling Yi flexing his fingers in a dreamlike manner. When all the 258 silver needles were stabbed into Han Yuan's body, 3 to 4 minutes had passed. Ling Yi withdrew his right hand and looked at it, shaking his head with some disappointment. Seeing this, Han Ruoxue woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with Master Ling? Did something go wrong with the treatment?" Ling Yi shook his head and shook his hand, saying, "There's no problem with the treatment. Your grandfather has already been cured." "Then you just shook your head is it? It's that your grandfather's body base is too weak. I don't dare to hit hard, making me stab more than 200 extra needles to cure him, wasting true qi," Ling Yi said with great heartache. When he said true chi, it was actually spiritual chi, but if he said spiritual chi, Han Ruoshua definitely wouldn't understand. He was only at the 4th level of chi refinement now, and his dantian hadn't formed a chi cyclone yet, so these auras were using a little bit to get a little bit less, plus these auras were all hard to come by, so could he not be heartbroken? And Han Ruoshua was once again shocked beyond words when she heard this. If she had just counted correctly, Ling Yi had stabbed a total of 258 needles through the air, and as a result, he said that he had stabbed more than 200 more needles. Wouldn't that mean that originally, it would only take dozens of needles, or even a dozen or so needles, to cure Grandpa's many years of persistent illness? Is this the strength of the sovereign realm? Han Ruoshua was confused, and she felt like her knowledge of martial arts had been refreshed. Immediately after Ling Yi closed his hand, a nanny brought Han Yuan a brand new top. After Han Yuan puts it on, he comes to Ling Yi with flying strides and bows deeply towards him, saying with a strong voice, "Master Ling's kindness, Han Yuan will never forget it. It's just a matter of lifting my hand." Ling Yi waved his hand. He is not being polite, as he really just lifted his hand just now. Right, continue practicing the 8-section brocade. It's good for you. I just opened a few acupoints for you in passing, so I reckon that in another month or so, your cultivation will be able to advance further. Ling Yi speaks carelessly, but the 3 members of the Han clan are as if they are thunderstruck. One must know that Han Yuan's cultivation has been stuck in the inner strength completion realm for decades now. No matter how hard he tries, there is no further progress. As a result, Ling Yi casually stabbed more than 200 needles, not only cured his persistent disease, but also incidentally raised his strength. That's inner strength perfection realm. How many martial artists have been aiming for their entire life? How many martial artists have achieved this goal in their entire life? Put. Han Yuan is so excited that he directly kneels down to Ling Yi. "Master Ling is above. Please accept Han Yuan's obeisance. Master Ling's great favor. The Han family will never forget it for generations to come. It's not that serious. Wu Qian has protected my wife and daughter once. I'm returning the favor and clearing the air," Ling Yi said casually, lifting his hand in the air to help Han Yuan up. Master Ling is too polite. Wu Qian was only blocking a slap. How can it be compared to Master Lin's recreative favor to the Han family? It's my Han family that owes Master Ling too much, Han Yuan insisted. Ling Yi shook his head and asked with a smile, "They are my wife and daughters. Is this weight enough?" When Han Yuan heard this, he instantly sweated like rain and hurriedly bowed his head and cupped his fists. "Grandmaster Ling, forgive me. It's Han Yuan who was old and foolish and said the wrong thing." Han Ruoshua's entire body was also tense, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Shi Shiyun and Xiao Xiao were his scales. No one could belittle them, not even a word of abuse. She has personally seen the way Ling Yi dealt with yellow hair and is still chilled to the bone. Ling Yi waved his hand and smiled. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else. I just simply feel that the slap that Wu Qian blocked is nothing that can be compared to. I'm just healing your injuries and it's too clear. Counting it's still me earning." Hearing this, the Han family's grandparents and grandchildren were relieved. They also once again understand Ling Yi's temperament. Wife and daughter is more important than anything else. Plop. Without warning, Han Tao kneels down. "Master Ling, can you also stab me with a few dozen needles? I also want to take a step further and enter the threshold of an inner strength martial artist." What Han Tao asked for with this kneeling was something that neither Han Ruoshua nor Han Yuan had ever expected. Their faces were filled with black lines as they teamed up to lift Han Tao off the ground. Han Yuan even splits his head and curses. "You naive bastard. You did everything to be lazy when practicing. Now you dare to be rude in front of Master Ling. Believe it or not, I'll skin you." Ling Yi is also not going to get screwed by this kneeling of Han Tao. Seeing that Han Yuan is about to hit Han Tao with his hands, he quickly stops him. "It's alright, don't worry about it. In addition, it's not that I won't help you with the silver needle acupuncture point, it's that your base is even weaker than your father's. And even if I reduce the measurement of true chi anymore, a single needle will not be able to withstand it, and then you will explode and die." Hearing this, Han Tao completely despaired. Paralyzed on the ground to the sky long whistle, "Qian uncle, ah Qian uncle. At first how you do not be tough on me? Alas, Uncle Qian misjudged me." Han Ruoshua hated to find a hole in the ground to drill into at this time, and hurriedly led Ling Yi out of the living room and towards the backyard of the villa. "Your father has always been so cute." On the way, Ling Yi cannot help but ask with a curious smile, "He's not usually like this." It should be because he saw that there are shortcuts to be taken in practicing martial arts, so he wanted to be lazy and give it a try. Han Ruoshua's cheeks slightly blush as she says with some embarrassment. Ling Yi did not dwell more on this topic, but asked, "Bringing me here, is there something else?" Han Ruoshua nodded, then reached out to beckon a suited bodyguard, who immediately took out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it to Han Ruoshua. After Han Ruoshua took it, she waved off the bodyguard before handing the card over to Ling Yi. "There's $50 million here. please accept it with a smile. Master Ling. This bank card was prepared by Wu Qian the day Han Ruoxue knew that Ling Yi might be able to make pills. According to her thoughts, even if Ling Yi does not know how to refine pills, as long as he is invited to see his grandfather, then he has to pay the consultation fee. After all, he is a martial arts grandmaster, so he still has to show some respect. However, Ling Yi shook his head and said, I am indeed quite short of money lately, but one size does not fit all. I only came over today to return the favor, that's all. When Han Ruoxue heard this, her favorable feelings towards Ling Yi rubbed up. To have the strength of a Zhongshe realm and still be able to keep his bottom line and promises, it's really hard to find a second good man like this. Moreover, Grandpa Wu said that he has already divorced Qi Shiyun, so he must grasp the opportunity to do so. I just don't know if I'm good enough for him. Thinking about this, Han Ruoxue couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, she also knows that if Ling Yi says he doesn't want it, he won't want it even if he tries to force it. So she doesn't force it and instead smiles. Then I'll keep it for Master Ling first. When you need it, feel free to contact me. Ling Yi nods his head, not bothering with more words on this matter. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Master Ling, wait a moment. I have something else I would like to ask you to take a look at. Chapter 35 1 billion. Star-picking house. Han Ruoxue's eyes flickered as she said that and ran back to the villa before changing into a set of sportswear and coming out. Let's go. There's still a ways to go before we can see it, Han Ruoxue said and led the way in front, walking out through the gate of the backyard and heading further away. Ling Yi took a look at the time. It was still very early to 3 in the afternoon, so fortunately there was nothing to worry about. So he followed. Under Han Ruoxue's lead, the two of them actually arrived at the foot of a mountain range after passing through the villa's central area. There's another mountain here? Ling Yi was curious. Wasn't this the villa area? Han Ruoxue nodded her head and said, when the developer got this piece of land, the government only had one request, to keep this Leaping Deer Mountain. This is the Leaping Deer Mountain? Ling Yi looks back to the west and asks, isn't the Leaping Deer Mountain over there? That is the end of the Leaping Deer Mountain range. This is the real Leaping Deer Mountain. So that's how it is. But why do we have to keep this mountain? Ling Yi asked. I don't know. That's the requirement anyway. Otherwise, it would rather have this land rotting here than ever give it out to a developer. This is interesting. Ling Yi smiled and asked again. In the end, which developer became this grudge and took over this piece of land? After Han Ruoxue, the imperial sister, sniffs. She looks at Ling Yi with very grudging eyes and spits out two words quietly from her mouth. My father, Ling Yi. Seeing that Ling Yi is disliked by his two words, Han Ruoxue has a kind of small womanly joy. However, in order to ease Ling Yi's embarrassment, Han Ruoxue takes the initiative to speak again. After my dad got the land, many developers in Jianzhou were waiting to see my dad's jokes, and even the company's inner circle doesn't look favorably on my dad. After all, there is a mountain in the way. Building anything can't be carried out. As a result, my father took a different approach and built a villa area here. This Leaping Deer Mountain not only did not become a flaw, but became the biggest selling point here. The villa has not yet finished building. Queuing up for the lottery from Jiangdong to Jiangxi, the price of the villa naturally rises. When the final summary liquidation was done, it was found that although there were not many villas, it was more than 10 times more than the same lot with the same area to build a commercial house. After hearing this, Ling Yi cannot help but nod his head. No wonder your Han family can occupy half of Jiangzhou. They are really all business wizards. Han Ruoxue smiles wryly as she continues. There are several paths for hiking, suitable for people with different physical strengths. There's also a road that allows you to drive straight to the top of the quasi-mountain. Quasi-mountain top? Is it still not a real mountaintop? Ling Yi was a bit curious about this term. Han Ruoxue nods her head with a rather smug expression and says, indeed it's not, because at the top of the real Leaping Deer Mountain, my dad built a super villa, the star-picking building. Ling Yi laughed. Your dad's ambition is not small. Han Ruoxue followed suit and laughed. My dad has the heart of a thief but not the guts. After the villa was built, he took a look at the terrain and feng shui and said that he didn't have the life to live there, so he picked a villa underneath the mountain to live in. This star-picking building has also been empty like this. Could it be that no one bought it? Ling Yi is curious. With a selling price of $1 billion, who would buy it? Besides, one has to trek through mountains and water to go out. Even more so, no one would buy it. Han Ruoxue can't help but laugh once again. Buying a villa is a figure of tranquility. It's not a refuge from the world. Ling Yi nodded. Makes sense. As the two of them talked, they followed a path to the so-called quasi-mountain top. After arriving here, Ling Yi looks around and can almost see the entirety of Jiangzhou city. However, if he wanted to go further up the mountain, he would have to pass through a high wall and an iron gate. The iron gate is locked tightly and the high wall is 2 feet high, so it is difficult for the average person to go over it. Follow me. Han Ruoshue said in her imperial voice before walking over to the iron gate and reaching out to press on the fingerprint lock, and after a beep, the large and heavy iron gate slowly opened, revealing the lawn inside. Ling Yi passes through the iron gate and sees the true appearance of the entire star-picking building, the front garden that is comparable to a soccer field, parking lot, barbecue area, swimming pool, and apron, have everything, and the entire star-picking building is mainly in Chinese style, as if it was built after an ancient palace. There are 3 floors above ground, and according to Han Ruoshue there are 3 more floors underground. Even though the sun is shining today, because it is located at the top of the mountain, there are clouds and mist around the star-picking building. From afar, it really looks like an immortal's place, but the most curious thing for Ling Yi is that when he steps on the lawn, the dantian in his body even faintly palpitates, as if there is some ferocious beast hidden in the ground, so that the dantian is afraid of it. At first, Ling Yi thought that this was an illusion, until the dantian could not calm down for a long time, and in the end, it even slowly rotated in an unprecedented manner. Then he understood the unusualness of this place. One must know that it is simply impossible for the dantian aura of the 4th level of qi refining to form a cyclone. This was a state that only appeared at the 10th level of qi refining. No wonder your father didn't dare to live here back then. Ordinary people really don't have the guts to live in a place like this. Ling Yi smiles and jokes, even though things were perverse. To an immortal emperor who had been cultivating immortality for 100,000 years, it was nothing to make a fuss about. This is what I want to show you. What do you think of this place? Han Ruoshue looked at Ling Yi with an expectant face. Perhaps it was because they had chatted all the way, so even the title was no longer Master Ling, but had become you. Not bad. It's a good place. Ling Yi nods his head. How it is to others he does not know, but to him, it is indeed a good place. At least it is very suitable for cultivation and an excellent place to set up a spirit-tackling formation. It's good if you don't mind. Han Ruoshue laughed, the happy kind. Ling Yi, on the way up the mountain coming just now, this star-picking building has already been transferred to your name. From now on, you are the owner of this star-picking building. Han Ruoshue smiled like a flower, brighter and more dazzling than the sunlight in the sky. When she entered the villa's living room, she thought of this star-picking mansion after she heard Ling Yi say that her home was a good place to live. Only the terrain was short, so after treating her grandfather, she took advantage of the gap between changing her clothes to have her dad transfer the star-picking building to Ling Yi's name. This idea of hers, whether it was Han Tao or Han Yuan, all slapped their thighs in favor of it. Therefore, she did not choose to drive up the mountain, but instead hiked up the mountain, in order to intentionally delay the time, and transfer the star-picking building to Ling Yi before he enters the star-picking building. For Ling Yi, if it was anything else, he would most likely reject it, but for this place that made the dantian in his body perverse, he did not reject it anymore. Alright, I'll take the house first. I'll transfer the house payment to your card after a while. Ling Yi is unwilling to owe others a favor. After all, in this world, the debt of favors was the most difficult to repay. Han Ruoshue sniffs. She is clearly very imperial, but she mutters very quietly, "Who wants your money?" Ling Yi pretends not to hear it, and after looking at the time, he turns around and walks down the mountain. You're not going in to take a look? Han Ruoshue asked with some surprise. Ling Yi shook his head and said, there's still a bit of business to take care of, so I'll go back and take a look when the time comes. Han Ruoshue sniffed and secretly said, good. It just so happens that I can take advantage of this period of time to prepare all the necessities that should be prepared. The imperial sister Han Ruoshue, who never cared about living supplies, was full of energy at this time. After descending the mountain, Ling Yi goes straight to his destination. At this moment, on the riverside moonwatch tower, Chen Bao is anxiously looking out the window, fearing that Ling Yi will not be able to find the place. I say, little Chen, actually with me? Song Qingze, sitting in for you. You don't even need to look for any more helpers. Or are you doubting the strength of my inner strength martial artist? Chapter 36, like me, he is also worthy? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, not tall, lean all over, with dark skin, coupled with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. He looked like a living skinny monkey. He is the expert that Chen Baohua didn't find Ling Yi before, so he hired from the neighboring states at a high price. It is said that 5 years ago he had killed a crazy bull with one punch, and was very famous in the local area. And now 5 years down the line, it is said that a single punch blast can already shatter granite half a meter thick. It was because of this kind of strength that he was very upset after seeing that Chen Bao had also invited other people. As he spoke, he was holding his teacup and flicking the surface of the tea with the lid, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. When Chen Bao heard this, the disgust on his face flickered away, and he turned his head and said with a smile, what are you talking about, Brother Song? Brother Song's strength, that's obvious to all. If you just lend me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to doubt Brother Song's strength. After saying that, Chen Bao immediately picked up a twist, but after all, This is a matter of great importance. There cannot be half a point of error. I am also for the sake of insurance, but also ask Brother Song to forgive. Xiao Chen your Brother Song, I am not small-minded. I am mainly afraid that you spend money in vain. This way, I'll take a loss. At that time, no matter how many people come from the other side, I'll take care of it all. You just need to give me the money for inviting that guy. Song Qingzi stated his purpose. Chen Bao's heart instantly rose with a wave of contempt, but he didn't show it on his face in the slightest, still accompanying the smile. Brother Song, this is not appropriate. Right, the people have been invited. Isn't this a wasted trip for someone? What's so inappropriate about this? It's not like we're contributing. Why should we get paid? Song Qingzi coldly snorted. If you're afraid to be the villain, I'll talk to him at that time. Chen Bao originally wanted to persuade him further, but then he caught a glimpse of Ling Yi's figure downstairs, so he greeted him and went downstairs to pick up Ling Yi. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. Before I found you, I hired an inner strength expert from the next state, who is a bit arrogant. If he offends you in any way in a while, please bear with me a bit more. Chen Bao took precautions beforehand, lest the opponent hadn't come yet, and his own side had fought in the nest first. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, it's all good. Ling Yi's mentality is long gone from being a young man in his 20s, and he simply does not have the heart to be generalized with the others. Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. This way please, Brother Yi. Chen Bao thanked him repeatedly and led the way for Ling Yi in front. After arriving at the third floor of the Moonwatch Tower, Chen Bao introduces Song Qingzi to Ling Yi, while the latter just glances at him and lowers his head to drink tea again, without even a word of greeting. Only after Ling Yi and Chen Bao both sit down, Song Qingzi says in a conspiratorial manner, I say little Chen, you find a master teacher to calm the scene, I'll tolerate it. You find such a little kid to come. Are you trying to humiliate me, Song Qingzi? What are you talking about? Brother Song? Brother Yi is just like you. He's also an inner strength expert. Chen Bao was a little upset, but he didn't snap. After all, Song Qingzi's strength was there, while Ling Yi, indeed, was a bit younger. Although Master Qian asked himself to treat him like a grandfather, but perhaps Master Qian is not interested in his current strength, but his potential at this age. Practicing inner strength is indeed rare, so the future is boundless. And then look at yourself, practicing hard for so long, until now are still hovering at the door of the inner strength. Want to enter and cannot enter. Song Qingzi snorted coldly, like me? He is also worthy? I'm afraid he doesn't even know what internal energy is, right? Saying this, he saw Song Qingzi holding a teacup in one hand and pressing his other hand on the tea table next to him. Without seeing any movement from him, he just exerted a slight force from his palm, and the tea table made of solid wood crumbled and scattered all over the place. Seeing this scene, Chen Bao eyes lit up. Heart secretly thought, it seems that their money is not in vain. There is this skinny monkey sitting in the town. Today this cut is sure to win. Thinking about this, Chen Bao again had to give himself a nod. Fortunately just did not have a seizure. Otherwise it is likely to anger away Song Qingzi. That would really be more than worth it. Kid, scared silly, right? Song Qingzi sees Ling Yi sitting there motionless, and thinks that he was scared by the slap he just gave. So he strikes while the iron is hot and says, but it's alright, in a moment you just sit there and watch the show. Leave the rest to me. Only, you have to give me all the reward that Xiao Chen gave you. How about it? He originally thought that Ling Yi would refuse, and even thought of words to continue intimidating him, similar to what some money has a life to earn but not a life to spend and so on. But what he did not expect was that Ling Yi directly nodded his head and agreed. It's okay. Like this kind of small fight, Ling Yi really has little interest. Since someone is willing to take the lead, Ling Yi is instead happy to be free. Good. This is what you said. Don't back out when the time comes. When Song Qingzi heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, almost laughing out loud. It's just a matter of a few words. Another few $1 million in hand. Looks like we can find a few more young models to have a good penetration tonight. Song Qingzi thought happily. The three of them didn't wait long before a group of people rumbled up to the third floor and blocked the exit to the lower floor directly. Looking at this rhythm, it is the intention to drive out all the people off. Ling Yi looks sideways and realizes that they are all wearing the same practice clothes, with the word Jinwei embroidered on their left chest. As for the leading one, Ling Yi feels as if he looked somewhat familiar before, as if he has met them somewhere before. After a little thought, Ling Yi realizes that he has not seen this person before, but he has seen this person's son, Yan Qinglong. It must be said that the two fathers and sons do look quite similar. Who the hell is Chen Bao? Stand out for me, Yan Jinwei loudly chided. Chen Bao wasn't a vegetarian either, sitting in his chair without raising his eyes. I'm Chen Bao. Who the are you? Jinwei Martial Arts Hall. Yan Jinwei, were you the one who injured my son yesterday? Yan Jinwei's eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to eat Chen Bao. Only then did Chen Bao come to a realization and said rather disdainfully, oh, you said that, punka. That's right, I'm the one who beat him up. What's wrong? What did you say? I'm going to skin you today, Yan Jinwei said and walked towards Chen Bao with his fists raised. Wait. Seeing this, Chen Bao hurriedly drank and stopped. What? You're wimpy now? Where's the ruthlessness that you had when you beat up my son yesterday? Yan Jinwei's fists pinched and snapped, obviously also an expert who had practiced internal energy. Goon your mom. I'm trying to figure out if you're here for a personal grudge or on behalf of the Qin family? Both a personal grudge and on behalf of the Qin family. Any comments? When Yan Jinwei was still in the hospital last night, a member of the Qin family found him and informed him of Chen Bao's whereabouts today. So he gathered his disciples overnight and arrived here on time just to seek revenge on Chen Bao. No problem. Just represent the Qin family. Chen Bao smiled. After learning that the Qin family had sent Yan Jinwei, a large part of his heart dropped. Both being from Jiangzhou, Chen Bao naturally knew Yan Jinwei's weight. Although he was also an internal strength martial artist, he was definitely no match for Song Qingze. With Song Qingze on his side, this wave was stable. So Chen Bao looked towards Song Qingze and said, Brother Song, thank you. Song Qingze put down his teacup when he heard this and snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, small matter. Chapter 37, Stepping on the River. You have to add another $3 million. Saying that, Song Qingze stood up, and in the process, he also straightened out the folds on his clothes, looking as if he had no intention of fighting at all, but rather as if he was going to give a speech on stage. Dog thing, how dare you not put me in your eyes? Yan Jinwei. Song Qingze belittled himself so much, he immediately became furious. After cursing looking for death, he raised his fist and smashed it against Song Qingze's chest. Song Qingze heard the sound of wind coming from the fist, the heart of a flinch, no longer dare to arrogance, raised both hands on a front and back to split block away. Fists and palms intersected, both fell back 3 or 4 steps at the same time. The wide third floor of the Moonrise building, but also came from a thick muffled sound. Seeing this, Chen Bao couldn't help but think in his heart, listening to this movement, even if there is a cow standing in the center, it can be pierced by them. Damn, inner strength martial artists are so perverted. After their initial encounter, Yan Song and the two of them probably had a judgment of each other's strength, and at the same time, they both put away their contempt. Both of them let out a soft shout almost simultaneously. Their feet stepped away, and in the blink of an eye, they were entangled together again. After a dozen moves, Yan Jinwei seized an opening in Song Qingze and directly blasted out a fist, smashing it into Song Qingze's chest, blowing him back 3 or 4 meters and crashing him straight into the load-bearing pillars of the Moonwatch Tower. Only when Song Qingze got up did the crowd realize that the load-bearing pillar had cracked open. Just as the crowd was marveling, Song Qingze attacked more than 10 times in a row, beating Yan Jinwei back and forth, and where the two passed, whether it was tables and chairs and teacups, or wall pillars and door panels, all were shattered. Watching the crowd were dumbfounded. Fearful. Chen Bao is secretly swear. After today, must be hard to practice kung fu, and strive to practice internal energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his own skills, he would not even know how to die after encountering an inner strength expert. But of all the people, only Ling Yi is leaning on his chair, disinterested, and even yawned inappropriately, and then looked sideways at the river, staring at a small boat on the river in a daze. Yes, in his opinion, the fierce exchanges on the Moonwatch Tower were far less beautiful than the boat on the river. And right at this moment, Song Qingze, who had intentionally hidden his strength, made a false move, taking advantage of Yan Jinwei's unpreparedness, swept him down with a kick, and then followed it up with a palm strike, blasting at Yan Jinwei's chest, only to hear a loud boom. Song Qingze even Yan Jinwei with the feet of the cement floor to shoot through. The latter as even with the cement stone together fell down to the second floor. All of a sudden caused a downstairs customer's a scream. Song Qingze retracted his right palm, obviously already gasping for breath, but still coldly grunted, pretending to say, that's it? Seeing this, Chen Bao hurriedly went forward to look down from the hole, only to see Yan Jinwei's gray head, spitting blood from his mouth. Even if he didn't die, he was afraid that he would have to stay in the hospital for a while. Good. Chen Bao clapped his hands and shouted. The smile on his face could not be concealed. Dog thing, even want to pick my skin? You come how like a dead dog lying there. Chen Bao stood at the entrance of the cave and laughed as he shouted downstairs. Yan Jinwei, who had slowed down, heard this and actually stood up from the rubble, only to see him spit out the blood in his mouth, his eyes staring at Chen Bao with a deadly stare. Scumbag, don't be complacent. I'm just a front runner. Someone will naturally clean you up in a while. Feel free to come. I have Brother Song in attendance, so I'm afraid of nothing, Chen Bao said with incomparable complacency. However, while his mouth was saying this, his heart wasn't thinking this way. At least the smirk on his face had disappeared at this moment. After all, he could see clearly the way Song Qingze was gasping for air. In order to alleviate the nervous anxiety within, he spat as he walked back, Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are all inner strength martial artists so perverted? Can they still stand up even after the floor has been punched through? Just as Chen Bao sat down, Yan Jinwei downstairs and Song Qingze upstairs said almost simultaneously, "Coming." Chen Bao saw Song Qingze look out the window, so he also hurriedly looked out the window, and as a result, he only saw a vast river, and a small boat on the river, and nothing else, not a single ghost shadow. "Where is it?" Song Qingze said. "The other side of the river." "The other side of the river?" Chen Bao said doubtfully, and then looked up to the other side of the river, and then saw a scene that made him incredulous, only to see that on the surface of the river, a silhouette was running from the opposite bank stepping on the surface of the river, splashing 10 feet high waves behind him. This is still a person? It's a movie here, right? The cold sweat on Chen Bao's face came down. He stared wide-eyed and looked for half a day, but did not find the pressure, but instead saw a more exciting scene. He only saw that figure quickly reach the center of the big river, and then stepped on the roof of that small boat to use the force, and his figure unexpectedly accelerated again, speeding towards the Moonwatch Tower. At this moment, Chen Bao's mind only had one thought: the lightweight skills in martial arts novels are actually real. Chen Bao was now very panicked. He remembered that he had not seen this person at all in his previous appointments with the Qin family. In other words, the Qin family had been hiding their strength. Now I just hope Song Qingze can carry it, Chen Bao thought secretly. As for Ling Yi, he had no hope for Ling Yi since Yan Jinwei fought Song Qingze. There was no way around it. The opponent was simply too strong, and even though he had outstanding talent, he was still too young after all. Moreover, Master Qin valued him so highly, most likely because he also saw his talent. If Song Qingze can't carry it off, there's no need to put him on the field again, lest we lose a good seedling for practicing martial arts. Chen Bao was secretly calculating in his heart. In the middle of his thoughts, the figure on the river had already arrived at the bottom of the Moonwatch Tower, only to see that person's knees slightly bent, and then the whole person was like an arrow, catapulting straight into the third floor. 3 floors, actually ing directly jumped up. Chen Bao was about to go crazy. This has completely exceeded his cognition. After the man stood still, he only swept the third floor before asking in a deep voice, "Who is Chen Bao?" The voice was like a loud bell. "I am." Chen Bao got up and returned with courage. Although he was afraid, he could not lose his momentum. "Come over and suffer death. I can give you a pain in the ass. Who the do you think you are? Even a clay bodhisattva has a temper, let alone Chen Bao. Ha ha ha, how dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Chen Bao, I'll see how you die later." Yan Jinwei, who had walked up from downstairs, sat on the sidelines grinning broadly. Chen Bao glared at him, then looked at Song Qingze with a smile on his face. "Brother Song, trouble you, little Chen. As you can see, this person isn't on the same level as Yan Jinwei. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with." Although Song Qingze was afraid that the man would step on the river, in his opinion, with diligent practice, he could do this level himself, so he didn't put it too much on his mind. "Brother Song, we all agreed on this. You can't back out on the battlefield." Chen Bao was on the verge of crying. If Song Qingze backed out at this time, then he, Chen Bao, would really be dead. "It's not that I'm backing out, it's just that this person is a bit of a pain in the ass, so I'll have to add another $3 million. Song Qingze saw the opportunity to sit on the ground and raise the price. Facing the insatiable Song Qingze, Chen Bao had no way out. After all, he was now in a situation where he could either give money or suffer death. "Good, please make a bid, Brother Song." Chen Bao clenched his teeth, thinking that it was still his own little life that mattered. When Song Qingze heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. "I can call a few more tender models again," only to see him get up, still calm and relaxed, and say the exact same words as before. "A small matter." After saying that, Song Qingze didn't hold his head high, nor did he hide his strength like before, but instead, he directly used his full strength, intending to give the other party a hard time. However, when the man from Treading River saw this, he didn't even have any interest in making a move, and only stood proudly in place, sneered, and also said 2 words, "Looking for death." Chapter 38, Come back for dinner tonight. Seeing Song Qingze so confident, Chen Bao's hanging heart finally dropped quite a bit, so much so that when he looked at the man again, even his eyes became contemptuous, and when he saw that person foolishly standing still without flickering or avoiding, his heart was even happier. Song Qingze can even blast through a concrete floor. How many times can you carry this small body? Just after the thought, the scene in front of him made his mouth open wide and his jaw almost fell to the ground, only to see that after Song Qingze's palm slapped on that person's body with all his might, there was a dull thud of bang. That person actually didn't move at all. On the contrary, Song Qingze was shocked by his own mighty palm force and retreated back and forth, and almost fell down from that hole. How is this possible? After stabilizing his stance, Song Qingze's face was filled with disbelief. But soon, he realized something and stared at the man with wide eyes and a face filled with horror. You're an inner strength great achievement martial artist? Hearing these words, Chen Bao's eyes widened, his face ashen. Inner strength achievement, his own lofty master, Master Qian, was only at this level of cultivation. Finished, this time is really eat arsenic and then hang dead. And that person heard but did not answer, just sneer, and then reached out and patted the body of the black casual sportswear. The excess folds to pat flat, action like the previous Song Qingze. Everyone present knew that he was deliberately using this action to humiliate Song Qingze. Seeing this, Song Qingze was truly enraged, and with a pair of iron palms, he blasted madly towards the man. However, no matter how hard Song Qingze attacked, that person just stood still, not even removing his palms from his pants pockets, simply ignoring Song Qingze to the extreme. At this time, Song Qingze, every palm, the heart sinks a point. He knows, he has today encountered a real high people. Seeing that a hard attack wouldn't work, Song Qingze had a bright idea and turned his palm into a finger, thrusting it straight towards the man's eyes. Aren't you physically unable to fight? I don't believe that even your eyes are this unbreakable. Tired of living, the man who hadn't been moving, finally opened his mouth when he saw this, and then without seeing any movement from him, the hand that was inserted in his pants pocket violently appeared in front of him, grabbing Song Qingze's fingers, and then with a gentle twist of his wrist, he instantly broke Song Qingze's fingers. Ah! Song Qingze let out a miserable scream that tore his heart out in pain. Just before he could completely shout his voice out, that person kicked him in the chest, sending his body flying out several meters away, while his entire arm was still in that person's hands. Seeing this scene, Chen Bao's mind immediately surfaced a word, car crack. The man casually threw his arm on the ground, then slowly walked to Song Qingze, squatted down, reached out and patted his already pale face. Against me Sichuan, actually only add 3 million. How much do you look down on the inner strength great achievement martial artist? Xie, Master Xie, I was wrong, please spare my life. The money that Chen Bao gave me, I'll give it all to you, please, spare me. The previously unrivaled Song Qingze, at this time humble like a lost dog. A few $1 million, you think I will look at it? Sichuan said lightly, then without moving, he forcefully ripped off Song Qingze's other arm as well. Seeing that Song Qingze was about to pass out from the pain, but as a result, Sichuan used his fingers to point a few times on his shoulder, instantly stopping the wildly soaring blood, and incidentally also making Song Qingze awake. Feel this drilling pain slowly, it will make you remember my name, Sichuan said with a smile, but looked at Yen Jinwei and his disciples with a tingle in their scalp. They knew that Sichuan was now a comrade in arms, but they still couldn't help but be scared from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Bao was already so scared that his limbs had gone limp by now, and it took him a long time of effort before he finally turned his head towards Ling Yi. He originally thought that Ling Yi would be just as scared and his whole body would be weak as he was, but he ended up realizing that this guy was actually giggling at his cell phone. This is being scared silly? Chen Bao couldn't help but glance at it and saw that on the screen was a text message with the memo wife. The content was very simple with only one sentence, come back for dinner tonight. What's so funny about this? Is it hard not to be really scared silly? Chen Bao couldn't care less and hurriedly tugs at Ling Yi's sleeve with his trembling hand, and after seeing him look over, he points out the window, signaling with his eyes that he should hurry and run from that side. Ling Yi nods his head, then curiously asks, go, you don't want those few venues of yours? Chen Bao instantly wants to die when he hears Ling Yi open his mouth to speak. Brother Yi, look at the occasion when you speak. I gave you a wink in the hope that you would escape silently. Now well, once you open your mouth, neither of us will be able to leave. Besides, in this situation, it's a toss-up whether your life can be saved or not. Do you still care about those few venues? Then do you want those few fields or not? If not, I will take you away now. To be honest, I am really in a hurry now, Ling Yi said to himself, as if Sichuan did not exist at all. Chen Bao was speechless, directly paralyzed in his chair, waiting for death to come. While Sichuan heard their conversation, he immediately snorted coldly and said, go, without my Sichuan's permission. Can any of you walk away? Ling Yi ignores Sichuan and asks Chen Bao once again, do you want those few fields of yours or not? Talk, Chen Bao. At this moment, a gust of wind blew across the river, but the small boat that was parked in the center of the big river did not move at all. An old man whose whole body was wrapped in a black cloak asked in a hoarse voice, Miss, that one called Sichuan is estimated to make a move soon. Do you want the old slave to make a move to save him? After all, there are people who can be called interesting by your mouth, but not many. A woman in a black trench coat sat opposite the cloaked old man and shook her head slightly. That would be uninteresting. The old man nodded. The old slave understands. He then looks on with his eyes and nose, continuing to describe to the young lady what happened in the third floor of the Moonwatch Tower. Sichuan sees that Ling Yi is ignoring him, and immediately rises up to tease him, so he sinks down and says, Kid, seeing that you are not very old, give Grandpa me a few kowtows, and Grandpa will spare your life. How about it? Ling Yi did not say anything, but Chen Bao stood up with a mischievous voice and asked, is it okay for me to kowtow? Whoever kowtows will live. Xia Chuan happily laughed. Chen Bao sniffs and immediately wants to kneel down, but Ling Yi picks up the back collar to prevent him from kneeling. Brother Yi, a great man can submit and kneel. If we annoy him, Song Qingze will be our downfall. Chen Bao was dying of anxiety. Ling Yi, however, refuses to let go of his hand and instead impatiently asks Xia, fight or not? I'm in a hurry, asshole. Faced with Ling Yi's repeated disregard, Xia became furious and clenched his fist and took the initiative to blast towards Ling Yi's head, looking for death. In an instant, the hall on the third floor resounded with the sound of a tiger's roar that shook the mountains. The sound was as loud as a mountain. When Chen Bao sees this, his whole body is paralyzed with fear. If not for being carried by Ling Yi, he would have been paralyzed on the ground. While facing this devastating punch, Ling Yi only slowly raises his other hand, extends his index finger and points forward. Unconscionable. Let's see how Grandpa blasts this arm of yours. Xia lets out a loud shout. The force on his fist adds another 3 points, but as a result, when it hits Ling Yi's index finger, it is just like bombarding on a creation pillar, and it is difficult to move forward by half a point. In an instant, the third floor is calm. The tiger's roar is gone. The ridicule is gone. Even the crowd's breathing sound. This briefly stops. Fancy. Ling Yi shook his head and said lightly. Then his index finger gently pointed. Xia arm that was blown by Song Qingze how it was alright, instantly exploded, turning into a blood mist that dissipated in the air. Before waiting for the crowd to react, Ling Yi grabs Xia other arm and gently throws it backward. Xia body transforms into a parabola, towards the boat in the center of the river, smashing it impartially. You guys like to see it so much, so I'll just give it to you. After saying that, Ling Yi also smoothly throws the arm that he just ripped off from Xia body to Song Qingze, who told him to just sit back and watch the show. A few $1 million in labor fees, and you're letting me watch this? Chen Bao sniffs and almost subconsciously picks up. Day Nima. Refund. Chapter 39. Dad does not cry. Little to sing you bugs fly okay? Refund it or not. Ling Yi does not know, because the rest of the matter, he did not participate again. Although Chen Bao repeatedly stayed him, said to go to the hotel to give him a celebration banquet, but Ling Yi only left a sentence no time after. From the third floor jumped down, towards the direction of the rental room ran. No matter how good your hotel's food is, can it be as good as your wife's cooking? Even though Ling Yi also knows that Shi Shiyun asked herself to go home for dinner just to put on an act in front of Zhou Yue in order to hide the fact that they are divorced, this does not affect Ling Yi's good mood. As long as he can accompany his wife and child, Ling Yi can do whatever he wants. On the third floor of the Moonwatch Tower, the situation has changed for the better. Chen Bao is sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, drinking tea leisurely, while Yan Jinwei is standing in front of him, nodding his head. His attitude humble to the extreme. There is no way. Chen Bao now found it can kill the internal force into the master as a backer. He Yan Jinwei no longer not flatter a little. That Jinwei Martial Arts Museum also do not want to open down. More not to mention, as long as people casually come to kick the pavilion once, he Yan Jinwei will have to lie in the hospital for 10 days and half a month. If more to several times, then also open a hair of the martial arts hall. Didn't you say you want to skin me? Now that Brother E is gone, you can do it. Chen Bao sipped tea to himself, his face filled with a sneer. Brother Panther, this is out of place. We are all Jiangzhou people. Head up, head down. What to say about skinning or not skinning? How hurtful, don't you think so? Yan Jinwei compensated with a smile and said, okay, last night is indeed my client was wrong first. Beating your son is also forced. In this way, I will pay for the medical expenses and nutritional expenses, and this matter will be over. How about it? In the end, Chen Bao was a Jianghu practitioner, and he knew very well that he should just take the good with the bad. Sure enough, when Yan Jinwei heard this, he was so excited that he was about to kneel down for Chen Bao, only to see him shaking Chen Bao's hand, gratefully said, Brother Bao atmosphere, nothing more to say, in the future useful to me Jinwei Martial Arts Museum place, you a word, I Yan Jinwei 10,000 deaths, okay, everyone is a brother, today also belongs to not fight. It had to be said that Chen Bao was very good at enlisting people. After saying that, Chen Bao glanced at Song Qingze, and before he could open his mouth, Yan Jinwei volunteered, Brother Bao, you go first, I'll take care of the rest. Chen Bao nodded and instructed, after all, he was injured because he was working for me. Send him to the hospital for proper treatment. Don't delay. Yes, Brother Panther, Yan Jinwei said, with a look. Immediately a disciple carried Song Qingze downstairs to the hospital, and at this time, Song Qingze already had 2 empty eyes, and remorse was spread over every cell of his body. He is very clear. If he was not so dog-eyed at that time, then Sichuan in his own hands, Brother Yi is very likely to take action to stop. With Brother Yi's strength, he would have been able to stop it, and he wouldn't have needed to lose his hands at all, and he would have been able to continue modeling in the future. But now, his hands were gone, the young model was gone, and most importantly, the chance to tie up with Brother Yi was gone. Song Qingze now really regretted to the point of being worse than death. As for Chen Bao, the $3 million reward that he promised Song Qingze at the beginning was not broken because he didn't win the fight, but it was transferred to his card without any difference. On the river, in the small boat, before Sichuan's body smashed into the roof of the boat, it suddenly changed direction and ended up falling straight into the river. As the saying goes, from where you come, back to where you go. What is said is true. Miss, it was the old slave who was careless. That kid even noticed us from the beginning. The cloaked old man lowered his head full of apologies and said. The wind-clothed woman Pei Nanqing heard these words but ignored them. Instead, straightening her back and holding a 3-foot green peak, she slowly wiped the blade with a silk serape. It was only after a long time that she raised her head and glanced at the old man across from her, asking with a smile, Pooh, can you tell what cultivation level he is? Patriarch realm. After the old man finished speaking, he shook his head again and corrected, and it's not like he's just entered the Zhongshe realm. Such a young Zhongshe realm? That's really interesting. Pei Nanqing guffawed, then asked, wouldn't that mean that your cultivation isn't as good as his? The old man nodded his head, not taking this as a shame. Instead he proudly said, in terms of sparring alone, I'm not as good as him. If it comes to life and death, I live and he dies. Pei Nanqing nodded and didn't pick up on it. So the old man asked, Miss, do you want to check his identity? Pei Nanqing shook her head. Sail away. We will see each other again if there is a destiny. It's hard to ask for it if there is no destiny. The old man sighed softly and put away the jackhammer fall technique. The boat immediately floated along the river, downward with the waves. Ling Yi almost to the neighborhood, specially turned a corner, went to the nearby supermarket a trip, and then with a few hundreds of dollars, bought a large Barbie doll. He remembered that his daughter liked Barbie dolls. Once on the way to the hospital, Xiao Xiao saw a young lady with a Barbie doll, timidly asked his mother can not also buy one. The results of Qi Shiyun has not yet spoken. He is the father of the beat her up, saying that she has no money for treatment. But also what Barbie dolls? You are not trying to exhaust your father? Since then, Little never mentioned the matter of buying toys. See the neighborhood children playing with toys, but also just look at the eye. Never dare to go forward, even if other children are willing to share with her. She put her hands behind her back and stepped back to avoid, because she is afraid of being seen by her father. Then she will be beaten again. Just thinking about this, Ling Yi's heart aches so much that it is hard to breathe. He simply can't dare to imagine. How in the world did Xiao Xiao come through these 3 years? How much of an asshole did he have to be to wipe out a child's nature to play with toys in the first place? After paying the money, Ling Yi can't help but give himself 2 punches as he walks down the road with the Barbie doll. Soon, Ling Yi arrived at the door of his house, and after knocking on the door, a small voice came. Who is it? I won't tell you. Guess who I am? Ling Yi said smilingly. It's Dad. Xiao Xiao instantly heard Ling Yi's voice, but she didn't open the door. Instead she jumped in the room. Mommy, Daddy is back. Mommy, Daddy is back. This girl, knowing that it's Dad. You open the door for Dad instead. Ling Yi laughed. No, Mom said. Except Mom. Xiao Xiao can't open the door to anyone. Xiao Xiao's voice comes from inside the door. Mommy is right. But, can't you open the door for Daddy too? Ling Yi asked patiently. Just before Xiao Xiao could answer, the door to the room was opened and it was Qi Shiyun. The person who can't open the door for is you. Qi Shiyun rants, then admonishes. Xiao Wei is here. Don't reveal yourself. Ling Yi nods his head. He had already guessed it. Otherwise Qi Shiyun couldn't have allowed herself to come back for dinner. Xiao Xiao, look what's this? Ling Yi takes out the Barbie doll that he hid behind his back. After Xiao Xiao sees it, she is not as happy as she imagined. But instead, she hides behind her mom in fear, hugging her mom's legs, her eyes filled with fear. Daddy, don't hit Little. Little don't want toys, Xiao Xiao said. Her mouth turned away, about to cry out in fear. Ling Yi's heart aches so much that he really wants to stab himself a few times, and tears immediately well up in his eyes. He opens his hand and wants to embrace Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is not afraid. In the past, Dad was wrong. Dad will never hit Xiao Xiao again. And what toys Little wants, Daddy will buy you, okay? But Xiao Xiao hid behind her mom and refused to walk over. Qi Shiyun also had tears in her eyes, but she still forced herself to say to Ling Yi, your move is useless. You've tricked her like this before, and after you tricked her over, you hugged her and gave her a severe beating. Ling Yi, you weren't like this before Tiny was a year old. Why did you suddenly turn into such a scum? Grandma Du had asked a similar question before, and at that time, Ling Yi felt that something was wrong, but did not take it to heart. It was only when Qi Shiyun asked again at this moment that he suddenly took it seriously. Yes, why did he become a scum? Ling Yi does not know. He doesn't understand why he would suddenly have a drastic change in temperament. This is completely out of character and illogical. Moreover, if one's disposition had really changed, even if Xiao Xiao had passed away, one should not have woken up. Why did he suddenly come to his senses after Xiao Xiao passed away, and was even able to persevere through 100,000 years of arduous cultivation, and even give up the position of the immortal 10,000 Immortal Emperor? 100,000 years of hard trials and tribulations were carried down just to save Xiao Xiao. How could one not look like a scum who would beat his daughter with his hands? There must be a problem here, but where the problem lies is beyond Ling Yi's comprehension. Ling Yi has tears in his eyes. He can't answer Qi Shiyun's question. He can only continue to open his hands. Xiao Xiao, give daddy one last chance, okay? If you believe in daddy, come over and hug daddy, okay? Fearful Xiao Xiao looked up at her mom, but her mom didn't give her any response. Qi Shiyun now didn't know if what Ling Yi said was true or not. Xiao Xiao hesitates again and again. Although she is scared in her heart, she still takes a small step and walks out from behind Qi Shiyun, then pounces into Ling Yi's embrace. I believe in daddy. The moment Ling Yi hugs Xiao Xiao, he feels that immortality is just that. This moment is heaven on earth. Daddy, don't cry. Xiao Xiao will sing flying insects for you, okay? Xiao Xiao gently pats Ling Yi's shoulder, learning from his mom's pattern when she comforts her, comforting Ling Yi. Okay. Ling Yi's tears break through the dike and flow even harder. Chapter 40, Cousin. Your family is so poor that you only have money left, right? Xiao Xiao consoled Ling Yi for a while before Ling Yi stopped his tears, and Xiao Xiao also ran all over the house holding a Barbie doll after a few tries, happy as a chirping little magpie. Qi Shiyun saw that the father and daughter were getting along harmoniously, and only then did she put her heart down and return to the kitchen to wash vegetables and cook with Zhou Yue. What just happened outside? Zhou Yue hid in the kitchen doorway and saw it all, but she didn't dare to come out because she was in awe of Ling Yi and didn't quite dare to appear in front of him. Sis, was cousin's husband really as scummy as you said on the phone before? Zhou Yue asked tentatively. More than ever. Qi Shiyun looked like she had already gotten used to it, and didn't have much of a mood swing when it came to this topic. But why do I feel that my cousin's husband has a good temper? Whether it's to you or Xiao Xiao, he's very patient. One must know that he was in existence that even Brother Bao had to be courteous and polite outside. Wouldn't a man like that usually be very flaky? But the signs of flakiness couldn't be seen on cousin husband at all. Qi Shiyun smiled bitterly and shook her head. He's the best at disguises, so don't be confused by his illusion. Zhou Yue was a bit confused. How come when you went out in the morning, you were defending cousin husband between the lines? How come at night, you started to badmouth him again? Could it be that cousin husband is worthless in your eyes? Qi Shiyun was stunned at his words, then shook her head and laughed bitterly. Before Tiny was a year old, I really felt that I was the happiest woman in this world. He never missed every single one of my maternity checkups, and he never missed every single day of Little's growing up. But after Little found out about cancer, everything changed. So it was Tiny's cancer that spurred my cousin's husband on? I hoped it was, too, that he would get his act together someday, but I've been disappointed too many times to get my hopes up for him now. Don't look at him as so patient now. I guess he won't be able to pretend for a few days before he shows his true colors. So, Qi Shiyun ended abruptly without saying more. So what? Qi Shiyun shook her head. Nothing. That's why I divorced him and prevented him from touching Xiao Xiao. That's why I'm afraid that the happier Xiao Xiao is now, the sadder she'll be when the time comes. And Xiao Xiao doesn't have much time left. I don't want her to be scared and cry by those debt collectors again. To be beaten and tortured by those debt collectors. Qi Shiyun recited silently in her heart, and her heart began to ache for no reason. By the way, you came all the way here. Are you sure you don't want to play for a few more days and leave at night? Qi Shiyun opened her mouth and asked. Zhou Yue looked gloomy, but didn't dare to tell her cousin about last night's incident, so she just nodded her head and gave a bitter smile. Well, I want to go home. Qi Shiyun looked at her like this and thought that she had fallen out of love, so she didn't ask any more questions and instead focused on stir-frying the vegetables. In the living room, Ling Yi accompanies Xiao Xiao to comb Barbie's hair, put on makeup, and try on a variety of clothes, having so much fun that it feels like time has passed in the blink of an eye. By the time they try on the fifth set of clothes, all the food has already been served on the table, and the aroma is overflowing. Without the need for Qi Shiyun to explain, Ling Yi takes Xiao Xiao to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then sits in front of the dining table, waiting for the meal to start. During this meal, everyone eats happily, especially Zhou Yue, who seems to be very polite to Ling Yi, causing Qi Shiyun to call out that her cousin has finally grown up and knows to respect her elders. Not only that, she even had an illusion that the old Ling Yi was back. However, She quickly dispels this thought and admonishes herself not to harbor illusions. If Ling Yi could change for the better, a Sao would sing auspicious three treasures. Xiao Wei's flight in the evening. You can see her off in a while, when the meal is almost finished. Qi Shiyun says to Ling Yi. Good. Ling Yi agrees very quickly, as he knows that this is Qi Shiyun's disguised expulsion order to herself. Meaning, after sending her off, she doesn't need to come back. It was Zhou Youwei's turn to be embarrassed, and refused one after another, saying that she could go by herself by taking a taxi. But no matter what she said, Qi Shiyun disliked it all on the grounds that she was uneasy. Zhou Youwei had no choice but to accept her cousin's arrangement. This meal was already stressful enough, but she didn't realize that she would have to ride in the same car with her cousin's husband in a while. When she thought of her cousin's husband in the bar last night, she was inexplicably apprehensive. After the meal, Zhou Youwei originally wanted to help her cousin brush the dishes, but was refused by Qi Shiyun, and told her to go to the airport earlier, lest she miss her flight. So she and Ling Yi were thus swept away by Qi Shiyun. The good thing is that when it was time to say goodbye, a small sentence of "Good night daddy" gave Ling Yi a lot of comfort for his wounded heart. As soon as Zhou Youwei left the house, she took out her cell phone to call a taxi, but as a result, she kept walking out of the neighborhood, and no one had picked up the order yet. She was just about to say that she couldn't get a cab over here, and that she might have to walk a bit further into the city before she could do so, when she saw an old man who appeared out of nowhere, walking straight to Ling Yi, bending down and bowing. Master Ling, do you need to arrange for a car? Ling Yi nods. First send her to the hotel to pick up her luggage, then send her to the airport. Okay, arrange it right away. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately dialed the phone. Arrange for a car to come over. In less than 20 seconds, a Mercedes-Benz S450 drove over and parked in front of them with unrivaled precision. Zhou Youwei, who watched all this, was dumbfounded. A special person waiting. A special car. Cousin, you told me that your family is poor? Just as Zhou Yuwei's brain went blank, she saw another car drive over, and then a figure that she will never forget came down from the car. Leopard brother, only to see Brother Panther jogging all the way over, first bending down and calling out "Brothery" before bending down and shouting "Master Qian" at the old man who had just bent down. Hearing the words "Master Qian," Zhou Youwei was instantly dumbfounded and almost fainted without catching her breath. Master Qian, the king of living hell? A janitor for my cousin's husband? I must be dreaming, right? If so, please let me wake up as soon as possible, okay? No big deal. Call Master Ling. Wu Qian slapped Chen Bao on the head, but cold sweat came down on himself. Calling yourself master and calling Master Ling brother, are you trying to send me away? Chen Bao sniffed and immediately changed his words, calling Master Ling in every mouthful. Seeing that Ling Yi is not angry, Wu Qian is relieved and asks Chen Bao, if you don't go to watch the field, what are you doing here? I asked Master Ling for a favor in the afternoon, so I brought some small gifts to thank Master Ling. As Chen Bao said that, he pulled out a bank card from his body. Master Ling, here is $5 million, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Youwei on the side felt like she was about to choke. What favor was so valuable that it was actually worth $5 million? Cousin, your family is indeed very poor, so poor that only money is left, right? What's more, cousin's husband actually didn't even say a word of thanks. He just accepted the card directly. The other party was still as happy as anything, smiling from ear to ear. It looked as if he had taken advantage of a great bargain. Since you are here, I won't go. You send her off, Ling Yi said to Chen Bao. After saying that, he then said to Zhou Youwei, I still have things to do. Let him send you off. If you need anything, give it to him directly. Oh, good. Zhou Youwei froze for a moment before she came back to her senses, and after waving goodbye to Ling Yi, she got into the Mercedes-Benz, and accompanied by Chen Bao, drove in the direction of the hotel. In the car, Zhou Youwei hesitated for a long time, but still weakly opened her mouth and asked, Brother Panther, what does my cousin's husband do? How come you and Master Qian are so polite to him? Chen Bao sniffed and laughed. Your cousin's husband didn't tell you? No, then I wouldn't dare to tell you. In case I offend your cousin's husband, I can't afford it. Hearing this, Zhou Youwei became even more curious about her cousin's husband's identity in the end. What kind of legendary existence is it that can make a big shot like Brother Leopard keep it secret? For a while, the tough and handsome face of her cousin's husband appeared in her mind again and lingered for a long time. Qin Huang International Hospital, SVIP ward. Qin Jianyi was silent for a long time after learning the news of Xiechuan's death in battle. It wasn't until the tea on the desk had gotten cold that he opened his mouth and asked, Are you sure it wasn't that old thing Wu Qian who made the move? Qin Jingguang said, according to the disciples of the Jinwei Martial Arts Hall, it was a young man whom Chen Bao called Brother Yi. When did Jiangzhou have a young inner strength martial artist? Why don't I know? Qin Jianyi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he did so. Big brother, The 3-day limit is coming up soon, and now that Sichuan is also dead, what should we do? Xin Jianya sniffed, let out a cold snort, and said grimly, no matter, if Sichuan is dead, then he's dead. Anyway, that one will be arriving tomorrow. At that time, the Han family or that woman's family, all of them will not be left behind. Chapter 41 State Yuan Tiangang, best at killing patriarchs with internal power. The bright moon was high in the sky, and the river was sparkling and picturesque under the white snow on both sides. A small boat slowly traveled down the river. No one at the helm, letting it go. Just when the bow of the boat direction every time there is a deviation, the darkness is like a pair of invisible hands, silently correct the direction, making the boat steady as a rock, no half shaking. At the bow of the boat, an old man and a young man stood and sat. The old man opened his mouth from time to time, using that raspy voice to comment on the length of today's Jianghu martial artists. Qianzhou Huang Moya, inner strength great completion, average battle strength, unrivaled sneak attack, uninteresting. Xinzhou Tong Kursen, freshman, introductory internal energy, promising future, boring. Jizhou Yi Hichu, sparkling river, shimmering black night. This raspy voice narrated, what a picturesque view, and for every comment he made, a light voice answered with it. An old man and a young man, actually so leisurely and casual. Ditch State Jiao. The old man Apu's voice suddenly came to a halt, only to see him look downstream for 3 seconds before he lowered his head and spoke again. Miss, someone is coming. Pei Nanchang nodded and did not make a fuss. With the vast river and the bright moon, it wasn't unusual for someone to enjoy the moon in a boat like them. But right at this moment, a piece of chanting drifted in from downstream, and the sound became clearer and clearer. Every day the cup is full of wine, and every day the flowers bloom in the small garden. I sing and dance to my heart's content, and I like nothing more than to be free of inhibitions. 2 chants fell. Pei Nanching in the moonlight, also already can see downstream on the river. There is a person holding a penny, paddling a light boat, against the river, and that person seems to just very casually hold up the bamboo, but the light boat under his feet, but the speed is not slow. A few spring dreams in green history, how many wonders in red dust, no need to count and arrange, receive and now see in. Fast, fast. When the man's words fell, the boat and the light boat happened to brush shoulders. Only then did Pei Nanching see that under the bright moon, the man was wearing a straw raincoat. In the cold wind and winter, he was wearing a short coat and shorts under the straw raincoat. When Pei Nanching looked over, the man also happened to look over. The man was middle-aged man-like, and after seeing Pei Nanching's face, although he was briefly stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, he quickly paddled his penny again and disappeared into the vast darkness of the river. Pooh, can you recognize it? The old man nodded his head. State Yuan Tiangang, perfect internal strength, both internal and external, the most skillful in internal strength to kill the patriarch. If we talk about life and death, he lives, I die, even you are no match? Pei Nanching spoke faintly, resting her cheek in one hand. That's interesting. After saying that, she glanced back at the direction where the light boat had disappeared and lightly opened her sandalwood mouth, asking with a calm, joyless and sorrowless expression, then wouldn't Ling Yi be certain to die against him? The old slave sees that the direction he is going is Jiangzhou. Most likely he is going at the invitation of the Qin family. The old man stated his judgment, then asked, Miss, should we turn around? Pei Nanching smiled and shook her head. No need. This is what makes it interesting. And so the boat continued down the river, drifting away in the snowy night. When Ling Yi returned to the top of Leaping Deer Mountain, he saw a person standing on top of the pseudo mountain, wearing a cheongsam, with his hands wrapped around his chest, stopping in the cold wind to look at the magnificent night view of Jiangzhou city from afar. Han Ruoxue heard a movement behind her, and seeing that it was Ling Yi, she smiled and walked over. Waiting for me? Ling Yi asked. Not really, I just returned the living supplies needed inside and came out without standing for a while before you arrived, Han Ruoxue said with a smile. Ling Yi nods. Thank you. You left in a hurry this afternoon and didn't have time to change the courtyard door password and fingerprints. Let's change them for you now. Ling Yi did not refuse and cooperated with Han Ruoxue, changing the password and fingerprints of the huge iron gate all to his own. Alright, now this star-picking building, only then is it completely yours. Han Ruoxue guffawed and laughed. It was clearly something worth $1 billion that was given to someone else, but she didn't feel any pity at all. Instead she felt that this was the most correct thing she had done in her life. Ling Yi, however, shook his head and said, it doesn't count yet. It will only count when I transfer the billion to you. Han Ruoxue heard this and couldn't help but give Ling Yi a blank look, but didn't retort. She had thought about it when she was bathing at home after descending the mountain. Rather than settling the score with Ling Yi, it would be better to let Ling Yi feel that he owes himself $1 billion. With this bond in place, even if he really can't see himself, at least there is a reason to keep in touch with him. Moreover, $1 billion? Even if Ling Yi is a martial arts master, it is not that easy to get it. With this back and forth, maybe Ling Yi would fall in love with himself over time? How are you going to go back? Ling Yi asked. Han Ruoxue sniffs, knowing that this is Ling Yi's expulsion order, so she points to the Paramera parked not far away and says, "Drive." Ling Yi nodded and said nothing more as he turned around and entered the courtyard. Just as he walks into the courtyard, that feeling from before comes back. The aura in his dantian begins to spin unconsciously. Ling Yi forces himself to hold back the throbbing in his dantian and closes the gate before heading inside the villa. The lights of the villa are all intelligent. Just after the door of the room is opened, the lights of the living room light up in turn, and asks Ling Yi if he wants to help him put water into the bathtub. Ling Yi rejects the intelligent voice's inquiry and sits straight on the living room carpet that is the size of a basketball court, closes his eyes and starts to look inside his dantian. He didn't have the chance to look at it before, but now that he takes a closer look, he realizes that the aura that is spinning in his dantian, with each revolution, is going to be 1 point more than the previous aura. Even though this 1 point is too rare and can even be described as insignificant, it has shocked Ling Yi greatly. It was said before that spiritual chi spinning itself was a sight that would only appear at the 10th level of chi refining. On the other hand, spiritual chi self-generation is a vision that only occurs at the 12th level of chi refinement. In other words, Ling Yi's dantian at this moment is actually exactly the same as that of the 12th level of chi refining. And at the 12th level of chi refining, once the dantian has enough spiritual chi, it will be able to break through the shackles and advance to the foundation establishment realm. And at that time, it will be considered as truly stepping into the threshold of immortal cultivation. How come? Ling Yi frowned, puzzled. Even though he was once an immortal emperor, he had never seen or encountered such a situation in his 100,000 years of immortal cultivation. Could it be that there is some kind of magic treasure hidden in this star-picking building? Thinking so, Ling Yi closed his eyes and used his divine sense to perceive it. It is a pity that he does not know if his current cultivation level is too low, or if there are simply no magic treasures here. Anyway, he does not detect any abnormality. Forget it, it's just helpful for cultivation. There's no need to figure out the so and so for now. Ling Yi withdraws his divine sense and stops thinking about other things. Instead, after stabilizing his mind, he walks out of the villa and searches for stones that can be used for formations in the yard. There are plenty of tree branches at the entrance. Picking a few at random is enough to use for a while. After collecting all the materials, Ling Yi leaps onto the roof in a single bound to determine the exact location of the formation. The footprint of the star-picking building is much larger than the last time the spirit escapement formation was set up, so it takes Ling Yi a bit of time to finish setting up the formation. Once all the locations of the spirit tackling formation are set up, Ling Yi returns to the villa's living room and sits down cross-legged again before pinching his hands together to activate the formation. In an instant, a huge and incomparable pattern made up of white light appeared around the star-picking building. With Ling Yi's cry of Kai, the pattern rises up into the sky, reaching a height of more than 100 feet, and then disperses in all directions. Unlike the last time, this time, after the pattern scattered, it took a while before it recombined, and then slowly fell back down, returning to its original position. In the next second, a steady stream of spiritual chi came from the sky, and Ling Yi, whose Tao heart was as firm as a rock, couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile when he saw the scene. However, just as he was about to run the heaven-swallowing record, the stone branches that made up the spirit escape formation suddenly exploded, and the spirit escape formation instantly disappeared with it. Ling Yi froze in place for several seconds before he was willing to accept this fact that made him want to cry. Ugh! Ling Yi sighs, shakes his head and gets up, saying to the intelligent voice assistant, "Help me put on water. I want to take a bath." He now has $5 million in his hand, and it's not like he didn't want to go over and buy some golden stones and jade strands to come back to the array before he came back. But he ended up giving up on this idea because he has another use for this money to buy a house for Qi Shiyun. He knows Qi Shiyun's nature. Even if he told her he now has a villa, she will not believe, will not come over to live, and will even think crookedly, thinking that it is his own illegal income. Besides, it is really inconvenient to live here, so Ling Yi intends to buy a suite in the neighborhood where Qi Shiyun works. In this way, Qi Shiyun does not need to get up so early to catch the bus every morning. This money-making thing has to be tightened up. Ling Yi lies in the bathtub. His mind is filled with thoughts. On the river, a light boat was traveling against the current. Yuan Tiangang, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, was chanting in a longitudinal voice, but he suddenly stopped and tilted his head to look in the direction of the top of the leaping deer mountain. Yuan Tiangang let out a light suspicion, frowning and looking carefully for several dozen seconds to make sure there was no abnormality before he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I'm mistaken?" After saying that, his brows stretched, and then he laughed out loud. That's right, in the mundane world, who has that ability to make such a big commotion? Chapter 42 Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry. Say it, who do you want to kill? Ling Yi soaked in the bathtub. Looking at the bathroom filled with mist, suddenly a thought came to his mind. So he got up, put on his clothes and came to the front yard, used stones and branches to lay a palm-sized escapement formation, and then brought an unopened bottle of mineral water and placed it in it. He then started the formation, and after making sure that the spirit tackling formation worked, he ignored it and went back to his room to cultivate. Within Jiangzhou City, there were two buildings that were most talked about by the people of Jiangzhou. One was the star-picking building located at the top of the Leaping Deer Mountain, and the other was the luxurious Manor Qin Mansion located on the opposite bank of the river, covering an area of nearly 100 acres. The degree of extravagance could be seen from the area of the mansion. Not only that, in order to ensure the privacy of the Qin Mansion, the Qin family also bought a circle as wide as 1,000 meters on the periphery of the Qin Mansion, all of which were used to plant towering sky-high trees, forming a natural green isolation zone. In this way, even when standing on top of the skyscraper closest to the Qin family, one could not see the situation inside the Qin manor. And naturally, these large trees were transplanted from all over the place by the Qin family at a high price and at great expense. Connecting the Qin family and the outside world is a road that is comparable to highway conditions, stretched between the dense trees, from the Qin family manor entrance to the outside world, like a sharp blade, the green belt to the split in two. At the end of the road, is the entrance to the Qin Mansion. Gate is not only equipped with automatic door barriers, but also equipped with 24 hours on duty standing guard security personnel. According to outside rumors, these security personnel are personally armed, but whenever encountered trespassers, no matter who, will immediately shoot to kill. So although the Qin Manor is located in the center of Jiangbei, and surrounded by green belts for leisure, but not a few individuals dare to go for a walk, for fear of losing their lives if they don't pay attention. But at this time, the entrance to the Qin House Manor, suddenly appeared an odd man wearing a straw raincoat, wearing short-sleeved shorts, bizarre and inexplicable. Seeing this, the two security personnel at the entrance immediately pulled out their waist pistols and aimed them at the man, and loudly scolded, "What are you? Where did you come from? How come the monitoring system didn't send out any alarms?" The two of them were now panicking because their surveillance system was very sharp, and no one had ever been able to appear so silently at the gate without alerting the surveillance system. Even the already dead Xiechuan couldn't do it. However, the man wearing short sleeves and a straw raincoat did not answer them, but continued to walk forward. "Stop, take another step forward. Don't blame us for shooting," the security shouted. The man in the straw raincoat ignored it. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and a 2.5 centimeter long bullet then roared and shot sharply towards the man's brow. The security personnel originally thought that the eccentric man would dodge. After all, those who could come here silently were by no means idle. Dodging one or two bullets should not be a problem. They had even prepared for continuous shooting. But after the gunshot, they were surprised to find that the guy didn't even dodge, but still stepped forward, so that the bullet shot out hit his eyebrow in an unbiased way. Both of them couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw this, regardless of who the other party was and how powerful their martial arts skills were. After receiving such a shot to the center of his eyebrow, it would be hard not to die. But just when the two people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the scene in front of them directly made them dumbfounded, only to see that the original should fall to the ground dead strange man actually reached out to stick in the center of the eyebrow of the bullet to take down, and his brow, not to mention being pierced by the bullet, actually did not even break the skin. What kind of monster is this? The two panicked, calling for support while retreating back and forth. "If it wasn't for Elder Qin saving my son's life in the first place, just for this shot of yours, I will exterminate the Qin family's entire clan." The man in the straw raincoat finally spoke. Seeing that the two were too frightened to pick up the words, the man in the straw raincoat didn't waste more words and directly pushed the two away, then used brute force to harden the tightly closed wire gate. "Go and bring a message to Qin Jianye. Just say that Yuan Tiangang has arrived," Yuan Tiangang said as he walked inside, and from the beginning to the end, he did not even look at those two people squarely. Qin Huang International Hospital. Qin Jianye had just tucked in his son's blanket when the door to the hospital room was vigorously pushed open by Qin Jianguang. "How many times have I told you not to panic when things go wrong? You're such a big man. Why are you still so adventurous?" Qin Jianye reprimanded in a deep voice. Qin Jianguang gasped for air, too late to apologize, directly said, "Big brother, Yuan Tiangang has arrived at the manor." "What?" Qin Jianye, who had just said not to panic when it comes to things, directly roared out, and then ran outside the ward without saying a word, asking as he ran, "Didn't he say he'd arrive tomorrow? How come he's here tonight?" Qin Jianguang followed behind, unable to catch his breath. It was just after 12 when he entered. "It is indeed tomorrow." Qin Jianye. When they hurriedly rushed to the Qin mansion, they saw a straw raincoat Yuan Tiangang was sitting in the courtyard, eating meat and drinking wine. standing next to the Qin family, large and small, dozens of people waiting. The atmosphere did not dare to come out. When Yuan Tiangang saw Qin Jianye come in, he opened his mouth and asked, "You are Qin Jianye, Master Yuan?" "It's me." Qin Jianye compensated with a smiling face and said, "I didn't know that Master arrived at this time. I didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive me." "Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry." "Say it, who do you want to kill?" Yuan Tiangang clapped his hands and said bluntly, "Jiangnan, Han family." Qin Jianye said excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. One could even say that it was like days. "I say, Qin Jianye, who do you think you are? Your father saved my son's life back then, and you want me to exterminate the entirety of the Han family? Are you?" Yuan Tiangang disdainfully said. Qin Jianye was a bit confused. This was completely different from what he expected at the beginning. "3, at most. I'll help you kill 3 people, and my son's saving grace will be paid back." Yuan Tiangang stretched out 3 fingers and said, "Fine. 3 is 3. Master, allow me to think about which 3 to kill." Qin Jianye thought fast in his mind, then quickly gave his answer. "Han Yuan, Wu Qian, anew." As long as these 3 were killed, the Han family would have no support and would inevitably become his Qin family's possession at that time. And once the Han family fell, that woman's family would have no support, and it would be even easier to kill her entire family. There are no women and children in here, right? He himself had a wife and child, so he didn't kill women and children. This was his principle. No. Chang. Photos. Address. Yuan Tiangang was simple and dry. This, Qin Jianye, was a little difficult. The first 2 are all good. The main thing is this brother still don't know his specific identity. Seeing Yuan Tiangang frowning, Qin Jianye immediately added, "But I guarantee that as long as the master makes a move, he will definitely show up then." "Alright, then let's go in order." Yuan Tiangang tapped the photo in his cell phone and asked, "This Wu Qian, where is he now?" After giving the address to Yuan Tiangang, he pulled Qin Jianguang aside and instructed, "In a moment, you'll bring someone to follow Master Yuan, and when Master Yuan solves Wu Qian, you'll go and arrest that stinking S family for me. Remember, I want them alive." "Didn't she assist the Han family in crippling my son?" "Fine. Then I want her to kneel in front of my son and watch her own daughter have her hands and legs slowly broken by me. Then sell her to Burma so that she can't even commit suicide if she wants to, and must be a whore for the rest of her life." Qin Jianguan looked at his big brother's gloomy face and shuddered in his heart. He knew that this big brother of his was ruthless and even more unscrupulous, so he didn't dare to disobey his orders at all, and immediately nodded his head and said, "Okay, I'll go and gather men now." "Qi Shiyun, you stinking. I want you to live a life worse than death for the rest of your life." Chapter 43. Miss, hurry up and contact Master Ling. Sister-in-law is in trouble. Qi Shiyun quickly tidied up the house after sending Zhou Yue and Ling Yi out the door. Just as she was about to give Xiao Xiao a bath, a call came from the company saying that the client was not satisfied with the promo she worked overtime to make last night and asked her to make sure to revise it tonight. Qi Shiyun had no choice but to bother Grandma Du and ask her to help take care of Xiao Xiao, while she herself headed to the company. As a result, she was busy until after midnight. Originally, she thought of dealing with the company for one night, but she was worried about Xiao Xiao, and in the end, she still had the luxury of taking a cab home. Last night she stayed up all night, and today has not been rested. Soon after getting in the car she fell asleep, until the master stopped and called her. She woke up in a trance to pay the fare. As a result, after a few steps, she found that something was wrong. This is not the main entrance to the neighborhood, but the back door of the neighborhood. In other words, she still had to cross the entire neighborhood before she could walk home. Looking at the cab that had already left, Qi Shiyun was scared, but she could only go inside the neighborhood. Luckily, the neighborhood was full of residents and relatively safe. However, not long after she walked into the neighborhood, she heard a rush of footsteps from behind her, and it sounded like they were running towards her side. Qi Shiyun didn't even think about it and ran forward without looking back. Unfortunately, before she could take more than a few steps, she was caught up by the footsteps behind her. "Ms. Qi, it's me." Qi Shiyun had already closed her eyes in fear, only to open them after hearing this. "Master Qian, Qian, why are you here? Call your husband and tell him to hurry over." Wu Qian did not answer Qi Shiyun's question, but said with an anxious expression. After saying that, he turned around and looked into the darkness in the distance with a grave expression. "It's useless for anyone to come. You must die tonight." A muffled voice came from the darkness. Then Qi Shiyun saw a scene that made her unforgettable. A short coat and short pants. A straw raincoat covering his sleeves. In this icy sky and snow, it formed an extremely strong visual impact. But what gave Qi Shiyun chills was what the man said. "He's here to kill me?" Qi Shiyun was stunned. Apparently, she had taken Yuan Tiangong's words to Wu Qian as if they were addressed to her. "But why does he want to kill me?" Qi Shiyun was puzzled, but soon, she figured it out. It must have been when Ling Yi was asked to come home for dinner at night. Ling Yi recruited him. No wonder he was so patient in coaxing Xiao Xiao at that time. No wonder the dinner table was so cozy. So it was all him putting on a show for others to see. Fake. All of it is fake. Adding to the fact that Master Qian told her to call Ling Yi, it makes her feel even more that this was caused by Ling Yi, as she feels that Master Qian is planning to unring the bell. At this moment, Qi Shiyun's heart is like a knife. It hurts so much that she can't even breathe. Ling Yi, how could you bear to cheat your daughter? Are you still a human being? A like you doesn't deserve to be a tiny father at all. Miss Qi, you quickly go. Take Xiao Xiao to hide. I'll stop him. Wu Qian saw Qi Shiyun froze and said loudly. As soon as Qi Shiyun heard the word Xiao Xiao, she immediately came back to her senses and nodded in panic, saying thank you Master Qian before turning around and running in the direction of her home. Just with you, you also want to stop me? Qi Shiyun had just turned around when she heard that muffled voice from behind her. She didn't know what happened. She only heard a muffled bang sound before she saw a silhouette whoosh as it sped past her. And then she saw the Qian master smashing down a dozen meters in front of her, smashing the ground out of a large pit. Qi Shiyun was stunned. She never thought that a scene that appeared inside a TV series would one day be seen in real life. Don't stop. Keep running. Wu Qian struggled to get up from the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Qi Shiyun was awakened by Wu Qian's loud shout and once again hurriedly ran forward. Wu Qian, on the other hand, stomped on the ground with his right foot and quickly passed by Qi Shiyun, battling with Yuan Tiangang. Qi Shiyun could only hear a shocking dull sound coming from behind her. He didn't dare to look back and could only desperately run towards home, but just when she was about to run to her home, she saw swords in the snow in front of her, and two groups of people were having a firefight not far away from her home downstairs. In the chaotic crowd, I don't know who shouted, "That is there. Brothers give me rush over to catch her." As soon as these words came out, a group of people acted as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, frantically waving the knives and clubs in their hands, trying to break through the blockade of another group of people. When Qi Shiyun saw this scene, tears began to well up in her eyes. Ling Yi, just how much trouble did you get into outside this time? Just when Qi Shiyun was at a loss for words, a figure ran to her. Sister-in-law, quickly call Brother Yi, there are experts on the other side. We won't be able to hold out much longer. Chen Bao did not leave directly after sending Zhou Yue to the airport. Instead he waited until she boarded the plane before he dared to leave. After all, it was something that Ling Yi had explained. He did not dare to be careless. This resulted in it being after midnight when he came back from the airport to get his car, and when he was just about to drive away, he saw Qin Jianguan with a group of people walking towards the neighborhood in great numbers. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Bao immediately summoned the Han family bodyguards hidden in the shadows to block the way. Unfortunately, Qin Jianguan was an internal force martial artist, so Chen Bao couldn't block them at all. The only way is to call Ling Yi, but the key is that he does not have Ling Yi's contact information. Qi Shiyun doesn't know Chen Bao. She only thinks that he is one of Master Qian's men. As for why Master Qian and his men are still protecting her, Qi Shiyun can't figure it out. However, she knows that this matter must have started because of Ling Yi. Otherwise Chen Bao wouldn't have asked himself to call Ling Yi. Qi Shiyun took out her cell phone and flipped to Ling Yi's number but suddenly hesitated. If I call him, Xiao Xiao and I are safe. But what about him? There are so many people on the other side, and Master Qian and the others can't beat them, so won't he die for sure? Qi Shiyun's finger hung over the cell phone screen, unable to press down. Sister-in-law, fight! Chen Bao glanced at the defense line that was getting closer and closer, and was about to go crazy with anxiety. Seeing that Qi Shiyun did not move, Chen Bao grabbed her cell phone and dialed Ling Yi's number. As a result, just after the call was dialed, a tone of sorry, the number you have dialed has been turned off came from the phone. At that moment, Chen Bao was dumbfounded. Qi Shiyun, with a cold smile, completely despaired of Ling Yi. Luckily, she was still worried about him, but he had already turned off the phone to hide. Chen Bao hurriedly tried several more times, and after the result was not reachable, he returned the cell phone to Qi Shiyun, and then took out his own cell phone and called Han Ruoxue. Although it was past midnight, the phone was still connected after ringing for a while, and then came Han Ruoxue's cold and arrogant imperial sister's voice. What is it? Miss, hurry up and find a way to contact Master Ling. Sister-in-law is in trouble. Chapter 44, wait a little longer. This life, I have to return him. The bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Han Ruoxue had just finished dealing with the company and was about to wash up and go to bed when she received a call from Chen Bao. Chen Bao normally wouldn't contact her directly, especially at this late hour, so something must have happened. Sure enough, after connecting, she heard news that shocked her. She had wanted to ask what was going on, but the other party hung up. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Han Ruoxue hurriedly called Ling Yi. only to have it show that the other party was offline. Without any hesitation, she got up and ran to the garage, while using her cell phone to continue calling Ling Yi. Because she was in such a hurry, she couldn't even pick up her slippers that had fallen off on the road. Directly running into the garage with her bare feet, and then kicking the gas, she drove the Primera towards the mountain of leaping deer. Originally to 10 minutes of mountain road, Han Ruoshue only used 7 or 8 minutes to finish. After getting out of the car, she couldn't care less about the stones on the road and ran to the front door with her bare feet, slamming the door with her hands. Ling Yi is cultivating the heaven-swallowing record in the living room, and when he hears the commotion, he immediately collects his energy and goes to open the door. Something wrong? Chen Bao said that Miss Chi is in trouble and they can't stop her. Han Ruoshue was succinct. Get in the car. I'll send you across. Before she finished speaking, she saw Ling Yi running wildly towards the cliffs, and then leapt, actually jumping straight down from the top of Leaping Deer Mountain. She was so scared that she hurriedly followed up, only to see that Ling Yi had already landed on the ground, and after smashing a huge pit at the foot of the mountain, he did not stop for a moment before running towards the direction of the suburbs. Han Ruoshue was worried about Qi Shiyun and Xiao Xiao, so she couldn't care less about her feet, which were already bleeding from the abrasion, and restarted the Primera, which sped towards the bottom of the mountain after a beautiful tail swing. At the same time, she also dialed her grandfather's phone. Han Yuan should have already fallen asleep, and it took a second call to be picked up. Grandpa, someone made a move on Master Ling's wife, and Grandpa Wu and the others couldn't stop them. What? Han Yuan's voice came out, audibly angry. Asshole, when my Han family has no one? Han Tao, tell people to gather and follow me to. The phone was hung up by Han Yuan. Han Ruoshue didn't ask about her grandfather's arrangement again, but threw away her phone and focused on driving. Near the back door of the neighborhood, the silver moon was high in the sky and the ground was snow-covered. Wu Qian carried a pair of iron palms, and after a dozen moves with Yuan Tiangang, he saw the right moment and imprinted his palm on Yuan Tiangang's chest, making a low bang sound. Hearing this sound, Wu Qian's heart rejoiced, secretly saying, after receiving this palm, you are a body made of iron. You must be injured. But before he had time to be happy, Yuan Tiangang smashed his fist on him as if nothing had happened, blowing him 7 or 8 feet away and smashing a deep pit in the ground when he landed. How is this possible? Blood seeped from the corner of Wu Qian's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. What exactly are you? Originally a guest of the red dust. Do not believe in ghosts, gods and Buddhas. This life has many beautiful dreams. A straw raincoat in the state. Yuan Tiangang shook the straw raincoat on his shoulder and said without joy or sorrow. Hearing this, Wu Qian's eyes were about to glaze over. You're Yuan Tiangang of the state of Huanzhou? The Yuan Tiangang who cultivates both internally and externally, who is full of innate astral energy, and who is most adept at killing patriarchs with his internal energy. It's a bit stupid to recognize it only now, Yuan Tiangang said indifferently. No wonder. After learning the identity of Yuan Tiangang, Wu Qian even lost the desire to climb up, directly sat on his butt in the big pit, shook his head inside. No wonder you were unharmed when I imprinted my palm on it. It was me who made a fool out of myself up. Since you've resigned yourself to your fate, kill yourself so that you don't have to suffer, Yuan Tiangang coldly said. He had seen many cases of people running away and killing themselves after learning his identity, so he was too lazy to do it himself. However, he saw that old man Wu Qian actually shook his head and stood up, and he, who was previously devoid of fighting spirit, was somehow suddenly full of wariness. To be able to die in the hands of you, Master Yuan, is also considered an honor for the old man as a martial artist, Wu Qian said, re-erecting his palms in a defensive stance as he continued. But I can't die for the time being. I have to buy time for Miss Chi to escape. So, even if I can only delay you for a minute, even if I will have my entire body's bones broken by you, I will do nothing. Yuan Tiangang's dark face looked slightly moved. However, he quickly looked resolute and lifted his fist to slam it fiercely towards Wu Qian. Then go to hell. When Wu Qian saw Yuan Tiangang attacking, he didn't fight hard like before, and even gave up the idea of wanting to seriously injure the other party, but instead, his palms protected around his body, a posture of only defending, not attacking, and dragging it out for as long as he could. So when the face of Yuan Tiangang smashed over this fist, Wu Qian first used his left palm to push to the right, and then while backing up, while using his right palm to receive the punch, continue to pull to the right, until the fist hit him, has deviated from the original heart position, but bombarded in the right side of the chest. Wu Qian was once again smashed and flew backwards, and instead of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he was directly spitting out blood. However, he stood up very quickly this time, and without caring about the pain on his body, he took the initiative to walk towards Yuan Tiangang. He couldn't retreat any further, and he had to stalk Yuan Tiangang to death. I just used only 40% of the force, and your ribs are broken. If you hold out any longer, your ribs will pierce your lungs, and you will be worse than death. Yuan Tiangang saw him coming and persuaded, kill yourself, it's not that painful, he. However, Wu Qian grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth, and laughed, wait a little longer. It's not too late to kill yourself when you can't carry on. Stubborn. Although Yuan Tiangong's heart was touched, he still raised his fist and smashed towards Wu Qian once again. Wu Qian this time stood with both palms in front of his body, waiting for that fist to arrive, trying to clip Yuan Tiangong's fist with his left and right together, but as a result, he touched it, but his force was simply not enough to block Yuan Tiangang. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wu Qian flew out backwards, spraying out a mouthful of blood right in midair, presenting a bizarre sight under the bright moonlight. When Wu Qian landed on the ground, he only gasped twice before struggling to stand up again, and he could hear very clearly. The sound of click, click, click came from his chest. It was obvious that the broken ribs were getting more and more broken. Still not giving up? Wait a little longer. Wu Qian stood up his palms with difficulty, his expression agonized. Yuan Tiangang shook his head, and without seeing any movement of his figure, he appeared in front of Wu Qian's body in an instant. Wu Qian saw this and slapped his palm out, but Yuan Tiangang easily grabbed his wrist, then gently rotated it, only to hear a crisp sound. The bones of Wu Qian's arm were directly twisted. Ah! The immense pain caused Wu Qian to wail to the sky, but soon, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain and bent his broken arm in reverse, while circling around behind Yuan Tiangang, strangling Yuan Tiangong's neck with his other hand, and wrapping his legs around him at the same time in an attempt to trap him dead in place. Alas! Yuan Tiangang saw the situation, could not help but sigh, asked, you cannot escape death after all, so desperate for what? Suffer so much, why bother? After saying that, Yuan Tiangang just shook his body, and Wu Qian, who was wrapped around him, was shaken like a piece of paper and flew backwards, smashing heavily on the ground and spitting out blood. At this moment, both of his arms and both of his calves were shattered, but even so, he still endured the severe pain, stretching the ground with his head, struggling to stand up. It was a pity that both of his lower legs were broken, so even if he stood, he only used his knees to stand on the ground, and it looked like he was kneeling. But Wu Qian, even if he was kneeling, he had more backbone than many people who stood. Yuan Tiangang was surprised to see this and asked, you're like this, and you still don't cut yourself off? Only to see Wu Qian use all his strength to lift up his broken arms. The whistling cold wind blew his arms to the left and right, but Wu Qian's face was resolute. Wait a little longer. Yuan Tiangang frowned, wondering what exactly Wu Qian was holding on to. This was completely different from those martial artists he had seen before, so he opened his mouth and asked, knowing that there is no chance of winning, why are you still fighting so hard? Master is kind to me. He cured his injury and saved his life. This life, I have to return him. Chapter 45. Can you leave? After Chen Bao hung up Han Ruoshua's phone, he took Qi Shiyun and ran outside the neighborhood. As a result, before he could run 2 steps, he realized that Qi Shiyun had turned back towards the crowd. Sister-in-law, running backwards. My daughter is still at home. Qi Shiyun returned a sentence and ran towards the direction of her home without a care in the world. When Chen Bao heard this, he slapped his thigh and followed without the slightest hesitation. However, the two had just run downstairs when they heard small cries coming from the hallway. Mommy, ooh-hoo, I want mommy, oh, I want mommy, mommy is here, Xiao Xiao is not afraid, mommy is here. Qi Shiyun heard this cry immediately, heart like a knife, regardless of everything rushed toward the building. Just before she ran into the building, she saw a middle-aged man holding a small walked out. He held a small with one hand, and the other hand was placed under the neck of the small, a look of ready to strangle her. Let go of my daughter, don't hurt her. Qi Shiyun stretched out her hands, not daring to advance half a step. Don't cry. Holding a small, Qin Jianguang heard annoyed, directly a slap on the face of a small, annoying, and then cry, old son strangled you. Ah! Qi Shiyun saw her daughter being beaten, screamed miserably like crazy, directly rushed up to grab her daughter from Qin Jianguang's hand. As a result, before she could get close, Qin Jianguang lifted his foot and kicked her in the stomach, sending her tumbling to the ground, causing her to lie on the ground in pain, bowing into a shrimp shape, unable to even utter half a sentence. Little originally by Qin Jianguang slap confused, temporarily forgot to cry. The result of seeing his mother was beaten, immediately cried heartbreaking, stretching out his hand to want to go to hold his mother. Mom, bad egg, not allow you to hit mommy. Whoops, daddy save mommy. Whoops. Qi Shiyun's heart was as hard as a knife when she heard her daughter's cries. She wanted to tell her daughter, this is all caused by your father. Your inferior dad has long turned off his phone and hid. How much more you shout? He will not come to save us, mother and daughter. but she cannot say half a sentence of pain, and even if she can really speak, she estimates that she will also rot these words in the stomach. She does not want to just open up some of her daughter, and then turn into the previous as cowering. As for Chen Bao, seeing Qi Shiyun being beaten and hurt like that, he didn't dare to go up to help, fearing that it would only make Qi Shiyun even more uncomfortable. Chen Bao, tell your men to stop, or I'll kill this little bastard. Qin Jianguan rushed at Chen Bao and scolded. Chen Bao was afraid that Qin Jianguan would mess up, so the first thing he did was to tell the Han family's bodyguards to stop before he cursed at Qin Jianguan, even hitting a little kid. Are you still a human being? Chen Bao, you're just a dog of the Han family. What are you yelling about here? Qin Jianguan said disdainfully. Besides, his own father hit her much harder than I did. Where am I? When Qi Shiyun heard this, the past reappeared. Her heart ached to the point where she could hardly breathe, and her tears could not stop flowing downwards. Chen Bao also knows about Ling Yi's previous situation, but he doesn't dare to count Ling Yi like this. No matter what, you first release the child. She is innocent. Release her? Humph. Qin Jianguang snorted coldly and said smugly, I'm not afraid to tell you. My big brother explained that he will bring the two of them back. He will personally break her daughter's arms and legs one by one in front of this woman. Then he will buy her to Burma to be a whore for the rest of her life. Such a perfect plan. You say, can I let her go? Xiao Xiao was frightened and cried. Qi Shiyun's whole body trembled with fear. She struggled to stand up, her face full of tears, her heart like ashes. My daughter is innocent. As long as you let her go, I'll do whatever you want me to do. But Qin Jianguang disdained her, not even bothering to pay attention to her. Although Chen Bo was also a social mixer, after hearing his big brother's plan, he felt his scalp tingle. How sick of a person would this have to be to do such a thing? So he said with a cold face, I advise you better let her go. Otherwise when her dad comes, you won't even know how you'll die. Her punk-ass dad? Now he doesn't know where he died drinking and gambling. He will care about their mother and daughter's death? Chen Bao, are you trying to laugh me to death? As Qin Jianguang said that, he really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing this, Chen Bao froze and asked, you don't know her father's identity? You didn't come here for Sichuan's matter? Bah, that punk, what identity can he have? Qin Jianguang said disdainfully. Speaking of Sichuan, you've reminded me of something. Say, who was that expert you hired last time? Where is he now? With Yuan Tiangang as his backer, Qin Jianguang's backbone was just enough. As for Chen Bao, when he heard this, his heart suddenly dawned. No wonder they dared to make a move on sister-in-law Xiao Xiao. So it turns out that they still don't know Ling Yi's other identity. But if that's the case, why did they make a move on Qi Shiyun's mother and daughter? Chen Bao, just like the Han family, did not know about Qin Tianji yet, only to hear Chen Bao coldly grunt, Humph, if you don't want to die, hurry up and release Xiao Xiao, that expert will be here soon. Bluffing, if you have the ability, just come and see if I don't break his legs. Yuan Tiangang was nearby anyway, so Qin Jianguang wasn't afraid at all. Even if the one who came was a Zhongsher, Yuan Tiangang would be able to kill him just the same. What's more, there were no sect masters in this part of Jiangzhou. Take them away. With a command, Qin Jianguang held little to go. Seeing this, Qi Shiyun ignored the pain in her stomach and rushed up again. Bitch, looking for death. Qin Jianguang kicked Qi Shiyun's body again, and before she fell, he reached out and slapped her hard, knocking her directly to the ground and fainting. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao grabbed Qin Jianguang's hand and bit down on it, only to be slapped by Qin Jianguang's backhand, and instantly fainted as well. Little, dare to bite old me. When big brother breaks your limbs, I'll find someone to connect you, and then raise you up, and then sell you to Burma as well, so that you can accompany your mom to be as human as you can be, Qin Jianguang said, and was about to leave with Qi Shiyun's mother and daughter. Chen Bao wanted to go and stop him, but Qin Jianguang ended up using only one hand to beat him to death. There was no way around it. Qin Jianguang was an inner strength martial artist. It was more than enough to abuse a Chen Bao. Humph, don't think for yourself. When I send them back, I'll slowly come back to clean you up. Go! Qin Jianguang waved his hand, like a general who had won a battle, ready to return in triumph. Go! A cold voice came. Can you guys leave? Chapter 46. But if anyone harms you mother and daughter, I, Ling Yi, will destroy his entire family. Who's talking? Qin Jianguang scanned around and didn't see half a silhouette. Chen Bao didn't see it either, but when he heard the voice, he blurted out, Brother E. No, Master Ling, you have finally come. I'm sorry, I didn't protect my sister-in-law. It's fine, you did a good job. This cold and gloomy voice resounded once again. The crowd finally heard where the source of the voice was this time, so they looked up in unison, only to see that on the roof of the 6th floor of the resettlement neighborhood, a figure stood under the bright moon, like a ghost in the darkness, and that figure After finishing, in full view of everyone, from the top floor jumped down, and steadily fell on the concrete ground, smashed out a big pit. Seeing this scene, Qin Jianguang was so frightened that he unconsciously swallowed his saliva, and for a moment his legs were so soft that he could not move at all. And when the person stood up, Qin Jianguang threw the moonlight to see the person's face, immediately dumbstruck. Ling Yi, you are not a drunkard one, how can you? Qin Jianguang pointed to the roof of the building with his finger, and then pointed to the ground, meaning, how did you get so high in stature? After the Qin family learned that the expert that Chen Bao had hired was called Brother Yi, the first thing that came to mind was Ling Yi, but the first thing that came to mind was that they dismissed the idea. After all, what kind of goods Ling Yi is? They have long known as much as they can through their investigations. He is completely a scum, and definitely cannot be the martial arts expert who killed Xiechuan in seconds. Therefore, even if they had a picture of Ling Yi, they did not take it out for the disciples of Jinwei Martial Hall to identify, which resulted in them never knowing Ling Yi's other identity. Ling Yi ignores Qin Jianguang's inquiry and instead walks straight to Qi Shiyun's side, gently lifts her up from the ground and then carries her in a leap up to the 4th floor, placing her on the bed to lie down and transmits spiritual qi into her to nourish her body. Beside the bed also lies the fainted Grandma Du. There are still blood stains on her forehead. It should be that Qin Jianguang knocked her out when he grabbed the tiny. Ling Yi puts her in the next room to sleep well and pours in Reiki to help her repair her wounds. From the beginning to the end, he looks serious and does not say half a word. When Ling Yi brings the door to his room and jumps straight down to the 4th floor, Qin Jianguang finally reacts and shouts, Master Yuan, help, Master Yuan? The surroundings were quiet. No one responded to him. Qin Jianguang panicked. His legs started shaking, but when he thought of the child he was holding in his arms, it was Ling Yi's daughter, he instantly came back to his senses. Surname Ling, let me tell you, don't mess around. I'm a timid person. If I accidentally break your daughter's neck, you don't regret it. After he finished speaking, he once again placed his hand underneath the tiny neck in an attempt to threaten Ling Yi. Ling Yi does not have any nonsense, just a movement of his mind. That hand of Qin Jianguang unconsciously slowly raises upwards, as if it is being grasped by a pair of big invisible hands, uncontrollably leaving from underneath Tiny's neck. Not only that, his other hand, which was dragging little, also opened outwards, and then slowly raised upwards, forming a surrender shape, and without the support of Xiao Xiao, not only does it not fall to the ground, instead it hangs in the air, then slowly floats towards Ling Yi, and is eventually embraced tightly by Ling Yi in his arms. Internal energy externalization. Martial Grandmaster? Qin Jianguang's eyes widened as he let out a cry of shock. How is this possible? Isn't there no sect master in Zhengzhou? At this moment, he obviously didn't know what would happen to his raised hands in a moment. As for the crowd present, they were all dumbfounded when they heard the words martial arts patriarch. How could they not expect that Ling Yi, at such a young age, has actually stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts path? Martial arts patriarch. Xiao Xiao is sorry. Back when Qin Tianqi asked Zheng Kai to break your legs, I should have exterminated their entire family surnamed Qin. Ling Yi hugged Xiao Xiao, his heart aching to the extreme. The reason why he didn't do that in the first place was because his entire mind was focused on how to cure Xiao Xiao's leg, and secondly, he didn't want to implicate the entire Qin family because of this scum Qin Tianqi. But now it seems that it was Dad who was wrong, and Dad will learn his lesson. Ling Yi gently caresses his daughter's cheek, ferrying his aura into it, repairing and nourishing her swollen little face. Daddy promises you, in the future, if anyone harms you mother and daughter, I, Ling Yi, will exterminate his entire family. After saying that, Ling Yi then takes Xiao Xiao and leaps up to the 4th floor, while Qin Jianguang's pair of hands that are raised high in the air begin to use his shoulders as the center of the circle, slowly turning straight backward to draw a circle. The crowd present, hearing Ling Yi's words, all of them are scared to death, especially Chen Bao. The cold sweat on his face cannot stop flowing down. To know, when he was won over $4 million by Ling Yi, his first thought was not to go and block Ling Yi, but to go directly to Ling Yi's house and threaten Ling Yi's wife and daughter, in order to force Ling Yi to return the money. Thinking about it now, it's good that he didn't do that at first, otherwise the whole Chen family would have died without a burial place. Those people brought by Qin Jianguang are not any better than Chen Bao. They are scared for their lives right now. Some of them have even started to pee their pants. They wanted to run, but their bodies were completely out of their control. Not to mention running, they couldn't even move a finger. Only the bodyguards of the Han family slowly became relaxed after their trepidation. After Ling Yi enters the room, he puts Xiao Xiao beside Qi Shiyun, and then pours in some spiritual qi into the two of them to ensure that they will be refreshed tomorrow before closing the door of the room and coming out. When Ling Yi reappears in front of the crowd, Qin Jianguang's arms have already turned backward to an angle that can no longer be turned, and Qin Jianguang himself, at this moment, has already suffered from pain to the point that his whole body is in a cold sweat. It was impossible for a human arm to draw a circle around the shoulder without rotating itself, unless the shoulder joint didn't want it anymore. However, Qin Jianguang's arm continued to draw circles. The muscles of the shoulder joint had been tensed to the extreme, and Qin Jianguang could even clearly hear the sound of the muscles breaking apart one by one. The immense pain made Qin Jianguang unable to resist, wailing and begging in agony. Ling Yi, Master Ling, I was wrong, please spare me. I'll work for you as a cow. Please, spare me, I beg you. The pleading was incomparably sincere and sorrowful, but this did not stop his arms from continuing to turn back and draw circles in the slightest, and so the muscles of his shoulders were ripped off one by one in a hard way, and that feeling was simply more painful than a car crack. A car crack was but a matter of an instant, whereas he, on the other hand, had to slowly feel the pain of each and every one of his muscles being ripped off. Master Ling, I am really wrong. Spare my life. Spare my life. The pain of having his muscles ripped off hard and fast made Qin Jianguang's voice mute and his consciousness blurred, but no matter how much pain he felt, his consciousness was always clear and he couldn't pass out no matter what. Just like this, his muscles were all ripped off, and then the bones began to rub against the shoulder joint. An ordinary person's fracture was just a matter of a split second, but Qin Jianguang could clearly feel the sharp pain of the two bones in his body rubbing against each other. Bone and bone only see the friction sound, like a nail scraping the blackboard. Harsh, hard to hear, annoyed, angry. The person who was the originator of this sound had already bitten his own teeth to pieces, and blood was pouring out. He actually wanted to bite his tongue to kill himself. Just that for some reason. His tongue was also out of his control. How could he not reach under his teeth? With a long click sound, Qin Jianguang's shoulder joints were finally completely shattered, and his two arms were finally hanging down on both sides of his body, blowing in the cold wind, shaking and swaying, bizarre to the extreme. The people present, whether it was the Qin family or the Han family, all unconsciously gulped after seeing Ling Yi's means. Even if they were not the ones who suffered from the arm drawing a circle, they vaguely felt that their shoulders were a little sore and achy. And just as the crowd were all chilling, those people brought by Qin Jianguang, their hands were suddenly raised high, and then began to slowly rotate backward. For a while, the wailing and begging sounds were endless, but I don't know why. This sound can only be heard around them. After 10 meters, there is no more half a sound. Even though Chen Bao was carrying human lives on his back, he still had goosebumps after hearing these hell-like wails. As he looks at Ling Yi's back, the awe in his heart for him reaches its peak. Sure enough, as long as he is there, anything can be solved. Wait a minute. Oh no! Master Ling, save Master Qian. Chapter 47, Master Ling, you quickly go. This we really cannot do. When Ling Yi and his group found Wu Qian, he was lying near the back door of the neighborhood. His chest was sunken, his arms and legs were broken, and the blood clots on his face had already frozen into ice, sticking to his face in a black piece after a piece. But fortunately, there is still a trace of breath. With Ling Yi around, then he couldn't die, because he is an inner strength martial artist and was just injured. So Ling Yi has no scruples and pours Reiki into his body like no money. In just a few tens of seconds, Wu Qian coughs and wakes up. After seeing that it is Ling Yi, Wu Qian says with some disappointment, Master Ling, you have also come down. Alas, you are still so young. It's a pity. Master, what are you talking nonsense about? You're not dead. Chen Bao cried and laughed. I didn't die. Wu Qian looked around. Indeed, he was still in the neighborhood. But why can't I feel half a bit of pain? After saying this, Wu Qian came to a realization. Yes, Master Ling can even cure his lordship's 30 years of persistent illnesses. Stopping the pain for this small matter is naturally not a big deal. Thank you, Master Ling. It's me who should thank you. If you didn't hold back that expert, my wife and daughter would have definitely met an untimely end. Ling Yi expresses his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you and also cure you. As a result, Wu Qian shook his head and said, it is my own skill that is not as good as others. Master Ling does not need to thank me or take revenge for me. Speaking here, Wu Qian seems to have thought of something, and excitedly says to Ling Yi, right, you hurry up and leave. Take Miss Qi and the child with you, and leave Jiangzhou. Also, notify Master, leave Jiangzhou together. Master, what are you saying? Why are you saying one thing and another? I'm confused, Chen Bao asked with a confused look on his face. Seeing that Ling Yi also has a puzzled look on his face, Wu Qian hurriedly explains, the person who injured me was not here to deal with Ms. Qi at all, so Master Ling does not need to thank me. From the very beginning, he was hired by the Qin family to deal with me, in order to beat me to death. It's not just me. He said he had two other targets. One was the old master and the other was Master Ling. You are no match for him, so you must leave Jiangzhou immediately. Chen Bao sniffed, a little disbelieving, and asked, Master, you're scared of being beaten, right? Grandmaster Ling is a martial arts grandmaster. The person he invited by the Qin family can beat a grandmaster? That person's name is Yuan Tiangang. Do you think he can beat it? Wu Qian blankly glanced at Chen Bao without any good humor. And when he mentioned the name Yuan Tiangang, there was actually a hint of fear in his eyes. Yuan Tiangang? Chen Bao exclaimed, a look of shock appearing on his face. How could the Qin family invite him? After saying that, before he could figure out what is going on, he pulls Ling Yi to get up. Brother Yi. Bah, Master Ling, you should go. We really can't do this one. Ling Yi does not move and continues to instill aura into Wu Qian, asking, who is this person? A name scares you guys like this? Master Ling, that's Yuan Tiangang. How could you not know? After Chen Bao finishes, he sees Ling Yi shaking his head, so he hastily introduces, this life is full of beautiful dreams, a straw raincoat in the state, perfection of internal strength, both internal and external, the most skillful in internal energy to kill a patriarch, says it's all about him, best at killing sect masters with internal energy? That's interesting, Ling Yi said to himself, then looked at Wu Qian and laughed, if he is so powerful, why are you still alive? Ling Yi's subtext was, since he came specifically to kill you, and as a result, he didn't even kill you. It seems that this Yuan Tiangang is just a name in vain. However, Wu Qian shakes his head. I used all my strength and only forced him to use 40% of his strength. The reason why he didn't kill me, according to his own words, is because he saw that I would rather die to protect him as she, and felt that I am sentimental and righteous. So he left me a breath of air, and left it up to heavens will whether I live or die. Ling Yi nods, thinking that this person is indeed a bit interesting. Chen Bao, however, asks, then how is he going to explain to the Qin family? Wu Qian says, at his level, he needs to explain to the Qin family? I reckon that he's willing to help the Qin family kill people, most likely because he was also favored by the Qin family back then. So Master Ling, hurry up and leave. Before the words were finished, a group of people hurriedly came from afar, a huge piece, extremely loud, shaking the ground. The crowd turned their heads to look on Han Yuan, old man with his son Han Tao, granddaughter Han Ruoxue, as well as a crowd of Han family, murderous. As for Han Ruoxue, she was even barefoot, and there was blood oozing out from the soles of her feet. Seeing this, Ling Yi directly waved his hand, and two auras protected Han Ruoxue's feet, and the latter immediately felt an indescribable warmth and suitability. Knowing that this was Ling Yi's doing, she gratefully nodded at him, indicating that she had received his concern. Master Ling, are you and your family all right? Han Yuan bowed and asked. Seeing Ling Yi shaking his head, Han Yuan then says to Wu Qian, Old Wu, my Han family owes you another favor. Wu Qian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Master, don't misunderstand. I didn't get injured to protect Miss Qi. It's because my own skills are inferior. Since you all came out, why don't you just not go back and leave Jiangzhou overnight? Han Yuan and the others immediately had a dumbfounded look on their faces. So Chen Bao explained what had just happened again. When they learned that the Qin family had invited Yuan Tiangang, everyone froze. Ling Yi could see that it was fear from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, Han Yuan let out a sigh and said in a lost voice, that's just it. Just let this Jiangzhou be given to their Qin family. As long as our Han family members are still around, there is still hope for all of us. After saying this, Han Yuan then says to Ling Yi, Master Ling, come with us, our Han family will continue to honor you. Upon this statement, Han Tao, Han Ruoxue as well as the other Han family members, nodded their heads in agreement and spoke out to persuade Ling Yi to go with them. However, Ling Yi smiles and points at Wu Qian, saying, arrange a car for him, don't rush to the hospital. I will personally treat his injuries at that time. Hearing this, the crowd thought that Ling Yi had agreed to their request, so they were all smiling happily. And after Ling Yi finished speaking, he passed through the middle of the Han family's crowd and walked towards the main entrance of the neighborhood. Seeing this, Han Yuan thought that Ling Yi was going to pick up his wife and daughter, so he hurriedly commanded, what are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and help Master Ling move. Their Han family's things could be unwanted, but Master Ling's things, none of them could be missing. So a group of people, in a vast manner, followed behind Ling Yi towards the main entrance of the neighborhood. However, when they reach the downstairs, Ling Yi does not go upstairs but walks up to Qin Jianguang, who was about to collapse, and asks, where is Yuan Tiangang now? Ling Yi lifted the restraint on Qin Jianguang's tongue, and the latter immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, now you know you're afraid, right? Telling you, it's too late. You dare to treat me like this. After Master Yuan kills you and old man Han, your wife and children will definitely be tortured by my big brother until they are worse than death, as well as their Han family, no less than one of them, all of them will die. With a movement of Ling Yi's brow, Qin Jianguang's knees instantly shatter and his entire body kneels on the ground, letting out a heartbreaking wail. I will ask again, where is Yuan Tiangang? Ling Yi asks in an incomparably calm manner. You cannot say anything, but there are still 202 bones in your body, so I can ask slowly. Chapter 48, To be a man, one must keep one's word. Ling Yi's words are flat and not loud, but it is like a heavy hammer, knocking hard on everyone's head, making everyone fall into the ice cellar. They can't even imagine. More than 200 bones, one by one is crushed, and still doesn't kill the person. What kind of life is worse than death? Han Ruoshua had long seen Ling Yi's methods. She originally thought that dealing with yellow hair was the limit, but never thought that he had more ways to make people worse than death. At this time, the moon is sinking in the west. Bright moonlight from the side sprinkled on Ling Yi's body. Han Ruoshua quietly looked, only to see his handsome face, half bright, half dark. Brightness is the god of heaven. Darkness is Yama. Brightness shines on family and friends. Darkness shrouds opponents. Grudges were clear and crisp. Qin Jianguang, who has not yet recovered from the pain of having both knees crushed, after hearing Ling Yi's faint words, he was so scared that he instantly forgot to scream, and his face even revealed an incomparable look of horror. If he could, the current him would rather die. I say. Qin Jianguang, who had just been blabbering, no longer had the arrogance he had before, and hurriedly endured the pain and spoke. He went to the Han family with my brother. Hearing this, the faces of the Han family first had a moment of fear, and then they revealed the gratitude of a life after a robbery. If they hadn't followed the old man to this side, wouldn't they have been blocked by Yuan Tiangang in their home? And when they looked at Ling Yi again, the admiration on their faces was even greater than before still. Master Ling was thoughtful and knew to ask about Yuan Tiangang's movements. A lot of them, they just thought of going back to the Han family to get something before leaving, but now that they think about it, it's good that they didn't go. It seems that the Han family can't go back, or, while everyone is here, let's leave Jiangzhou directly. Han Yuan sighed and made his final decision. When Qin Jianguang heard this, he was afraid that if they just left like that, then wouldn't the sins he was suffering now be in vain? So he hurriedly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Didn't you guys put out the word that our Qin family would leave Jiangzhou within 3 days or suffer the consequences? How? This 3 days limit has just arrived. We haven't left yet. You yourselves left first instead? Ha ha ha. Hearing these words of Qin Jianguang that deliberately stimulated them, the Han family members all looked sideways at Ling Yi. They all knew that these words were brought to the Qin family by Ling Yi, who asked Wu Qian to bring them to the Qin family. So they were afraid that Ling Yi would be young and impetuous and be provoked by Qin Jianguang to the point that he would then go and throw himself into the net. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go upstairs to fetch Master Ling's family? Han Yuan is worried about Ling Yi's impulsiveness, and even orders directly. No need. They don't need to leave. After Ling Yi finishes speaking, he picks up Qin Jianguang, who is kneeling on the ground, and walks towards the main gate of the neighborhood. That direction is the direction to enter the city. Master Ling. Han Yuan hurriedly chased after him and advised. Master Ling, staying green is not afraid of no firewood. With your qualifications, in another 2 years, that Yuan Tiangang is bound to be no match for you. There is no need to fight for this moment of anger. Ha 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 ha. A wimp is a wimp. And give yourself an excuse. Old man Han, you can really fool people. Qin Jianguang continues to fan the flames. He now can't wait for Ling Yi to immediately appear in front of Yuan Tiangang, and then watch Ling Yi being crippled alive by Yuan Tiangang. That kind of feeling, he is incomparably looking forward to just thinking about it. Grandmaster Ling, this is not being a wimp. This is avoiding the front line for the time being. There is no need for your great future to be broken in the hands of such a person. Han Yuan was dying of anxiety. He couldn't wait to strangle Qin Jianguang. Yes, Master Ling, didn't Go Jian lie down and taste the guts back then as well? No shame. Han Tao also followed suit and persuaded. Han Ruoshue, barefoot and enduring the pain, followed behind and also advised. Think about your wife and child. If you are killed by Yuan Tiangang, what about their mother and daughter? What else can I do? Being played by my big brother until their lives are worse than death. Ha ha ha. Qin Jianguang laughed out loud. Seeing this, Han Yuan disregarded Master Ling's current and raised his hand to slap him in the face. Dare to speak again. I'll wring your neck. Come on, old piker. I'm a wastrel. I'm still afraid of death? Qin Jianguang's eyes were wide and his mouth was full of blood. If you have the guts, you can beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll make sure Yuan Tiangang kill all of you. Han Yuan sniffs and raises his palm to strike, but Ling Yi stops him. There's no rush. I want him to watch with his own eyes how their Qin family was exterminated by me. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi, you are right? Do you really think that just because you are a martial arts master that you can roam across Jiangzhou? That's Yuan Tiangang. The Yuan Tiangang who was the best at killing sect masters with his internal strength. Want to destroy my Qin family? Eat you. Ha ha ha. Qin Jianguang laughed uncontrollably. Just before he could laugh for long, his ankles began to start bending at weird angles, and a miserable scream ensued from his mouth. Ling Yi didn't listen and carried Qin Jianguang and continued forward. Han Yuan gets anxious and boldly stops Ling Yi's path. Master Ling, let's pretend that I am begging you. This Han family, you really can't go. Get out of the way. Ling Yi's voice is cold. Not only does Han Yuan not get out of the way, he also directly kneels on the ground. Master Ling, today, even if you beat me to death, I can't let you go to the Han family. Seeing this, the Han family members all run forward and kneel in front of Ling Yi as well. Master Ling, I know that you have outstanding means in heavenly cultivation, and I also know that you can't swallow this breath, but that's Yuan Tiangang. If you go there, you will really die. Chen Bao spoke directly. Ling Yi, please, don't go, okay? Han Ruoshua tilted her head and looked at Ling Yi, as a royal lady, but at this moment, her eyes were crystal clear, and her expression was as pleading as begging. When Ling Yi heard this, he shook his head and said indifferently, being a man should be true to his word. I said, I want to let the Qin family disappear from Jiangzhou. I also said, I want to take revenge for Wu Qian. Most importantly, I just gave my daughter a guarantee. So, regardless of whether he is Yuan Tiangang or Yuan Digang, I will exterminate the Qin family's entire door tonight. As the words fall, Ling Yi carries Qin Jianguang and strolls through the crowd of kneeling Han family members. At the same time, those Qin family fighters who were trapped in place and had their arms twisted off, suddenly one by one, their temples exploded and they died of gas. Said the extermination, naturally, must not be left behind. To be a man, you have to be true to your word. Qin Jianyi asked Yuan Tiangang how long it would take to settle Wu Qian before Yuan Tiangang left. Yuan Tiangang stretched out 4 fingers after glancing at the address. 4 minutes? Qin Jianya looked joyful, but Yuan Tiangang shook his head. 40 minutes. So long? Qin Jianya couldn't help but frown, but he quickly stretched. That's right, after all, Wu Qian is an inner strength great achievement, and he's also the king of the living hell of Jiangzhou. It's indeed a bit troublesome to kill him. However, Yuan Tiangang still shook his head. It takes 39 minutes and 56 seconds to pass from here. To kill him, 4 seconds is enough. Everyone froze, while Qin Jianya said excitedly, then when you kill Wu Qian, go directly to the Han family. I'll wait for you in front of the Han family. After Yuan Tiangang departed, Qin Jianya sent someone to pick up his third son Qin Tianqi, who was still hospitalized, sitting in a wheelchair and being taken care of by the 4 medical staff accompanying him. He then kept an eye on the time at home, and when he felt it was about time, he took all the Qin family members, including Qin Tianqi, along with him, and headed to the Han family in great numbers. He wanted to see that old thing Han Yuan die in front of him with his own eyes. He wanted to see the Han family, which was known as the Jiangzhou century, fall apart in front of him, and moreover, he wanted to get that Cheongsam royalty into bed. Along the way, Qin's family members were talking and laughing, each one of them complacent as if they were going to raid the house. By the time he arrived at the Han family, Yuan Tiangang, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, also happened to arrive by boat along the big river. Qin Jianya looked at the time, and it wasn't even a second off. Master Yuan, hard work. Qin Jianya held back the shock in his heart and said with a polite face, cut the crap. Are you sure that guy Han Yuan is in here? Yuan Tiangang looked at the Han family villa and frowned slightly. Chapter 49, Yo, all there? Okay, this is the Han family mansion. Where else could he go if he's not here at this late hour? Qin Jianya said confidently. Ha, dead air. Yuan Tiangang snorted coldly. Qin Jianya, are you sure there's someone inside? Hearing this, Qin Jianya was a bit confused. He only saw him look back with a gloomy face, and immediately a bodyguard went up to knock on the door. As a result, the villa's gate was pushed open in an instant, revealing the wide courtyard behind the gate, and the brightly lit main body of the villa. Seeing this scene, Qin Jianya's brows couldn't help but wrinkle tightly. The rooms are all lit up, but there's no sound. Could it be that there's really no one inside? If that was really the case, then wouldn't he have pounced tonight? Thinking about this, Qin Jianya no longer cared about that much, and directly opened his steps and rushed towards the inside of the Han family villa. Seeing this, the rest of the Qin family also followed. Soon, they realized that there was really no one in this huge Han family, and it looks like the other party left in a hurry. Just the car to drive away. Other things, no matter how valuable, no matter whether it is easy to carry, all did not bring. Who the hell leaked the news? Seeing this, Qin Jianya directly copied the ashtray on the table and smashed it fiercely into the crowd. Before Yuan Tiangang came to Jiangzhou, Qin Jianya didn't tell anyone that he had invited Yuan Tiangang, so naturally the Han family couldn't have known. And after Yuan Tiangang arrived in Jiangzhou, less than an hour later, his Han family ran away. What is this if not a mole leaking secrets? In the face of Qin Jianya's anger, no one stood out to respond. Each and every one of them all drooped their heads and looked fearful. The ashtray that he smashed out, no one dared to dodge it. so much so that one person's head was directly smashed and bled. Compared to being afraid of Yuan Tiangang, they were more afraid of Qin Jianye. Don't look at him wearing glasses. A gentlemanly look, but the means of cruelty. Even their surname Qin look at it all chills. At this time, a young man who looked quite similar to Qin Jianye came out from the crowd. Dad, wouldn't it be better if they left? All of the Han family's properties are now ours. You know, that Han Ruo. Qin Jianye said here and ended abruptly, glanced at his son Qin Tianshu and commanded, go check and see if they ran that way? If I don't get Han Yuan and that he dead, my heart is restless. After all, Yuan Tiangang couldn't stay here all the time. Han Yuan was already terminally ill and not to be feared. But if that mysterious brother he wasn't killed, he was afraid that he would be woken up even in his dreams. Qin Tianshu responded and immediately brought people down to trace Han's whereabouts. Yuan Tiangang, who was sitting on the sofa by himself, also opened his mouth at this time. Qin Jianye, I'm in a hurry. I have to leave at dawn. You'd better hurry up. Understood. Qin Jianye nodded his head and turned around with a gloomy face. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry and go check? Everyone heard, turned around and was about to go outside. But as a result, Qin Tianshu hurriedly ran back. Dad, the Han family, is back. Back? Qin Jianye was puzzled. Didn't they run away? Why did they come back again? Are they not afraid of Master Yuan? Qin Tian chips in. Could it be that they didn't know about Master Yuan at all? And didn't run away at all, but just temporarily went out for something? When these words came out, the Qin family members nodded their heads unanimously, thinking that there was no other reason other than this explanation. Humph. Back just in time. Qin Jianye was ecstatic in his heart. Then he turned to Yuan Tiangang and fawned. Master Yuan, I'll leave Han Yuan and that to you. Yuan Tiangang didn't say anything, but only nodded slightly, with a look that he didn't take this matter to heart at all. Even more, he secretly lamented in his heart. This Jiangzhou city, after all, it's still too small. There's not a single expert that can make me take a serious action. Experts are lonely. Han Yuan and the others aggressively walked into their villa and directly ignored the group of uninvited guests, instead opening their mouths and shouting, Master Ling, we're not leaving. You've been kind to our Han family, and we've decided to work with you. No one responded. Then they swept around the crowd and did not see Ling Yi's figure either. Instead they saw an eccentric man with a straw raincoat and dark skin. Late in coming? Master Ling has already been taken care of? But there was no sign of his corpse either. Or is it that Master Ling didn't come at all? We people were stood up by him? Less pretense. This place was empty when we arrived. Where did Master Ling come from? Qin Jianye snorted coldly, and his line of sight, from the time the Han family people came in, has been staring at the woman in the Cheongsam, watching her barefoot into the door, watching her take a pair of slippers and put them on, and watching her bare tender white feet. There are dots of blood spots on them. Hearing this, the Han family members were all wide-eyed, and then they were all dumbfounded. Really stood up by Master Ling? Grandpa, thanks to us trusting him so much, he actually lied to us. If my Han family dies, he, Ling Yi, is the one to blame. All shut up. Did Master Ling ever ask you to come back? It was me who insisted on coming back. And you guys came back because you didn't want to give up on me. If you want to blame me, blame me. Han Yuan. It's none of Master Ling's business. Han Yuan spoke out and rebuked, admonishing those young juniors of the Han clan who all lowered their heads in shame. Yuan Tiangang watched all of this with cold eyes, but in his heart, he secretly praised the Han family's family style. Han Yuan, there is no Master Ling here, only Master Yuan. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly. Who is this? Qin Jianye was doggedly arrogant and incomparably pleased with himself. Han Yuan sniffed and ignored Qin Jianye, instead walking up to Yuan Tiangang, bowing and worshipping. Han Yuan has met Master Yuan Tiangang. Yuan, you know me? Yuan Tiangang raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. Han Yuan nodded. I know. State Demoiselle Master Yuan Tiangang is best at killing Zong masters with internal energy. Then do you know that I'm going to kill you? Han Yuan nodded again. Knew that too. Then you still dare to come back? It's just an old life. So dying is better than watching a comrade go to his death alone, right? The comrade you spoke of seems to have betrayed you. It doesn't matter, as long as my Han family has a clear conscience. Yuan Tiangang nodded and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to leave your last words and go. Thanks. After Han Yuan thanked him, he walked towards a group of Han family members with miserable faces. Seeing this, Qin Jianye laughed his ass off. Old thing. What else is there to leave? Once you die, all of your Han family's industries will be swallowed by me, all of your Han family's men will be killed by me, all of your Han family's women, each and every one of them are so good looking, so they'll all be captured by me to be sex slaves, especially Han Ruoshua. All day long you look like a high and cold imperial lady. I've been dreaming about what it would be like to crush you underneath me. Now it's good. I'll be able to find out right away. Ha ha ha. When the Qin family's crowd heard these words, an incomparably lustful and thirsty look appeared on their faces. Their eyes had also been uncontrollably sweeping over the bodies of the Han family's group of women, obviously searching for the woman they wanted to sleep with tonight. Some pick fast, after choosing a good woman, then non-stop in the villa to look around. Obviously, they want to just in this villa to do the thing. As for the Han family, after hearing Qin Jianye's words, every one of them was trembling with fear, especially the women. Their faces had long been pale and bloodless. As for Han Ruoxue, she had already prepared herself mentally. Once it came to that point, she would choose to kill herself, preferring to die rather than obey. Surname Qin, don't bully me too much. Han Yuan was enraged, his knuckles snapping as he pinched them. I'll bully your Han family. What can you old undead do to me? Qin Jianye was arrogant as hell, and seeing as you're so defiant, I've changed my mind. I will not immediately kill these men of your Han family. I will let them personally watch their wives and daughters fall into my Qin family's crotch playthings, personally watch them miserably begging for forgiveness but being unable to do anything about it, until we get tired of playing with their wives and daughters, and then kill them. Old thing, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Qin Jianye, I'll kill you. Han Yuan raised his palm and rushed towards Qin Jianye, starting with a killing move. Unfortunately, before he could even get close to Qin Jianye, he was blown back 3 or 4 feet by the straw raincoat, crashing into the Han clan's crowd. And in a split second, the people toppled over. Master Yuan, you're just going to stand by and watch the Qin family's beastly behavior? Han Yuan's face was filled with bitterness, his breath disorganized. I'm only responsible for killing people. I don't care about anything else. Yuan Tiangang stood in the center of the living room, like an insurmountable mountain. When the Han family members heard this, their hearts instantly turned ashen and they were filled with despair. Han Ruoxue even raised her palms, ready to cut herself to make a point. But right at this moment, the villa door was pushed open, and a young man, dragging a waist with broken arms and legs, walked in. Yo, where are they? Chapter 50, actually not that troublesome, one move is enough. When the desperate Han family members heard this voice, they were first stunned, and when they saw that the person coming was Ling Yi, all of a sudden, each of their eyes filled with tears and cried out in joy, especially Han Ruoxue. After putting down her palm that was ready to cut herself, she directly covered her face and cried bitterly, in order to vent out her joy of going from death to life. After entering the door, Ling Yi casually threw Qin Jianguang at Qin Jianye's feet, then turned around and slowly closed the 2 gates of the villa on his own, and finally did not forget to insert a plug chipper to completely lock the gates. The Qin family members all had their scalps tingling after seeing Qin Jianguang, whose hands and feet were deformed like that. Only Qin Jianye grimaced and cursed at Ling Yi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this your way of calling us dogs and shutting the door? Ling Yi ignores him and instead takes 2 steps forward. After walking down those 2 steps into the living room, he sits his butt on it and with a smile or not, he snaps a greeting at Qin Tianji, who is sitting in a wheelchair on the opposite side of the room. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Haven't you been well? Qin family members heard this. One by one hate the teeth itchy not come unhurt you sister ah. Do not see all become like this? They were about to have an attack, but the result was that the original muddy and confused. They were about to have a seizure, but the result was that the originally muddled Qin Tianqi, after hearing Ling Yi's voice, suddenly went crazy and yelled. His face looked terrified, and he also vigorously tried to drill into the crowd, obviously scared to the extreme. Seeing this, the Qin family members hurriedly went up to pacify him, but no matter how they tried to calm him down, Qin Tianji only kept on screaming furiously, and desperately wanted to leave this place. In the end, it was only after the medical personnel accompanying him gave him a tranquilizer shot that he was able to quiet down. But even so, the panic on his face still failed to dissipate. Qin Jianye chilled his face as he quietly watched all of this. At this moment, he had already recognized that Ling Yi was that woman's husband, and he had also reacted to the fact that the brother Yi in Chen Bao's mouth, and the person who had injured his own son that night, should both be this Ling Yi. I had underestimated this punk. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. The moment he thought of his brother and son being brutally murdered by Ling Yi, Qin Jianye became enraged, his eyes filled with blood, like a raging bull. However, he held back a bellyful of anger and forced out a smiling face as he said to Yuan Tiangang at the side, Master Yuan, he is the 3rd person you want to kill, Ling Yi. Upon these words, the Han clan's crowd hurriedly got up and stood in front of Ling Yi, blocking him with their own bodies. So young? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yuan Tiangang couldn't help but ask with a frown at his words. At this moment, Qin Jianguang, who was sticking to the ground like a puddle of mud, finally slowed down, only to hear him endure the severe pain and shouted, Master Yuan, don't look at him as young. He is able to release his internal energy outwardly. He is a martial arts master. When Yuan Tiangang heard this, he made a disdainful ch sound, and then said to Qin Jianye, "Your brother's brain has been beaten silly, seeing a martial artist and thinking he's a grandmaster, when a sect master is a cabbage. Any cat or dog can be refined?" He had seen and killed martial arts masters and knew how difficult it was to refine a martial arts master, so he finished not believing that there was such a young martial arts master in this world at all. Qin Jianguang still wanted to defend himself, but he couldn't help the excruciating pain. His mouth opened several times, but he couldn't even utter half a word. Yes, my brother, he's an idiot. Qin Jianye concurs. He also does not believe that Ling Yi is a zongsher, but he does have some skills. Yesterday he even killed an inner strength great achievement martial artist in seconds. Yuan Tiangang nodded as he heard this. That's surprising. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang did not resist killing Ling Yi, Qin Jianye doggedly yelled at the crowd, "Surname Ling, why don't you come and pay your respects to your grandpa Yuan Tiangang Yuan?" However, Ling Yi once again ignored him and instead parted the crowd without any haste before asking the Han family crowd, "Didn't you guys already leave? Why are you back again?" Han Yuan said, "Master Ling has a renewed favor for my Han family. How could we possibly let you go to danger alone?" After saying that, he immediately said softly, "I've just fought against Yuan Tiangang, who is unfathomable. Master Ling, it's not too late for you to leave now. I will help you stall him." Ling Yi shakes his head. "This is not urgent. Where is Wu Qian? I just went back and fetched him a shattered jade pill to catch his bones. It's not bad." When the Han family members heard this, they all revealed a look of shame almost instantly. They were just rebuking Ling Yi for his treachery, but they did not realize that Ling Yi had gone to fetch an elixir for Wu Qian. For a moment, the Han family members felt ashamed of themselves. This jade-shattering pill, on the other hand, was made by Ling Yi last time. At that time, when the Dan was completed, there was more than one. It was only that he had casually placed it in the star-picking building when he was taking a bath to think of ways to make money before. Because he was afraid that Wu Qian wouldn't be able to last, he came back to get the medicine first, intending to catch up with the Han family before going to trouble the Qin family. As it turned out, he didn't expect the Han family to come back, which saved him the trouble of chasing after them. As soon as Han Yuan heard that he wanted to bestow the medicine, he immediately had someone carry Wu Qian in from the car. In no time, Wu Qian was carried into the living room. When Yuan Tiangang saw that Wu Qian still had breath, he secretly nodded. "It's not a bad fate, it's just that he was beaten into this state by me, so even if he was saved, he would still be an invalid, so why waste the pills?" After Qin Jianye saw Wu Qian in that miserable state, not only did he not blame Yuan Tiangang for not killing him, but instead, he raised his hands in praise of Yuan Tiangang's behavior. He even wondered if he would ask Yuan Tiangang to show mercy and beat Han Yuan and Ling Yi like that as well in a while, letting Han Yuan watch his granddaughter being ridden by Laozi with his own eyes, and letting Ling Yi watch his wife being ridden by Laozi with his own eyes. Thinking about it is all ing cocky. Qin Jianye thought viciously. After Ling Yi throws the shattered jade dan into Wu Qian's mouth, he stops caring about him and instead looks at Yuan Tiangang, points at Qin Jianye and asks word for word, "I'm going to kill his entire family. Do you have a problem with that?" Hearing this, the Han family almost subconsciously all sucked in a breath of cool air. This Master Ling, was he too rigid? He was Yuan Tiangang, who specialized in killing patriarchs. Can't you be a little more polite? The Qin family members, on the other hand, laughed out loud, each shaking their heads with an incomparable sneer on their faces. "Surname Ling, are you still awake? This is Yuan Tiangang, the Yuan Tiangang who was the most skilled at killing patriarchs with his internal energy. With him in attendance, you won't even know how you'll die in a while, and you still want to kill my entire family? Do you want to laugh me to death?" Yuan Tiangang also shook his head. "Within 100 moves, if you can injure me, they, the Qin family, are yours to kill. That's fair." Ling Yi nodded, stood up, and after patting the ash on his butt with his hand, he passed through the Han family crowd, then stopped and shook his head and laughed. "Actually, it's not that troublesome, one move is enough." Chapter 51. Has it ever occurred to you that you will also have such a day? The moment Ling Yi's words came out, the Han family fell silent. The Qin family members directly laughed their heads off and looked at Ling Yi as if they were looking at a little cutie. Generally, Yuan Tiangang, on the other hand, laughed, a very happy kind of laugh. He had not heard such a funny joke for a long time. "Ling Yi, right?" Yuan Tiangang asked with a smile. "Do you know what you're talking about?" "No. And do you know what kind of existence you are about to face?" Yuan Tiangang's battle-intent sword, and the straw raincoat on his body swished and rattled with his battle intent. At the same time, the muscles on his body surged and his bones began to crackle, and in just an instant, his aura climbed to the peak, and his invisible battle intent, even more so, scraped the cheeks of the Qin family members behind him, only to retreat again and again. In the face of such might, Ling Yi, however, shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression and said, "That's something I don't know." Yuan Tiangang nodded, clenched his hands into fists, and snorted coldly. "Then today, I will let you know what it means to kill a grandmaster with internal energy." After saying that, Yuan Tiangong's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, there was only a residual shadow left, and he was attacking Ling Yi at extreme speed. The Han family members standing behind Ling Yi, even though they are not the target of Yuan Tiangong's attack, they are also forced to stand unsteadily by Yuan Tiangong's majestic aura and retreat back and forth. Even Han Yuan, who had attained a great level of internal energy, couldn't carry the power of Yuan Tiangong's punch and avoided it again and again. He even had the illusion that if he didn't avoid it, the blood vessels in his body would burst. And Qin Jianguang's voice even suddenly came out at this moment. "Ling Yi, I want to watch you go to hell with my own eyes. Ha ha ha." Boom! With a dull and loud sound, Yuan Tiangong's fist blasted on Ling Yi's head. The Han family members behind Ling Yi are all blasted to the ground by the powerful fist intent, and some of them who are not in good physical condition even spit out blood directly from their mouths, and the bulletproof floor windows and bulletproof glass walls behind them, after trembling for 2 seconds, with a crackling sound, they all broke apart and scattered all over the place. "I wanted to leave you a whole body, but unfortunately you are too arrogant, so I have to blast your head to see what is inside, eh?" Yuan Tiangang was somewhat unable to bear the sight of seeing the young man die in his own hands, so after one punch, he kept his head down, but as he spoke, he felt that something was wrong, because his fist, he felt the sound of a person's exhalation. It was weak, but the breathing was even and clearly recognizable, so he raised his head, and then he saw a scene that shocked him beyond measure. Nothing behind Ling Yi was intact anymore, but Ling Yi stood in place as if nothing was wrong, and even a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "My turn," Ling Yi lightly said. Then he raised his hand and pointed towards Yuan Tiangong's brow. In just a moment, Yuan Tiangang felt that what was standing in front of him was not Ling Yi, but the towering peak of Mount Tai. That kind of majestic pressure came to his face, horrifying him, and he subconsciously retreated, and retreated again and again. However, no matter how he retreated, that kind of fear came with him, as if this fear had already been imprinted into his soul, making his soul tremble and follow him like a shadow. And just as he stood still, he realized that Ling Yi, who was obviously still 3 or 4 feet away, suddenly appeared in front of him, and he didn't even see the other party's movements before he was pointed at the center of his eyebrow by one of the other party's fingers. However, Yuan Tiangang did not panic, because he was extraordinarily confident in his own body. Even pistol bullets could not hurt him, let alone a mere finger. However, dang, Yuan Tiangang, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, fell straight down and smashed on the ground with a loud bang, and when the crowd looked, they only saw a bloody hole in the center of his eyebrow the thickness of an index finger, which was slowly flowing out blood. Yuan Tiangang did not die. Ling Yi's force was very well controlled and was still half an inch away from his meninges. However, everyone present was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Whether it was the Han family or the Qin family, they were unable to accept this fact for a moment, especially the Qin family members. They were well aware that bullets were unable to penetrate Yuan Tiangong's tan skin, so how was it possible that a blood hole could be punctured by that Ling Yi kid's slightest point? Internal and external cultivation? A demoiselle Wang from the state of Baozhou? The most skillful in internal strength to kill a patriarch? Ling Yi stood beside Yuan Tiangang and read it out unhurriedly, finally snorting coldly and summarizing it in 4 words. Fancy. Listening to Ling Yi saying the words to describe himself word by word, Yuan Tiangang could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. These were once the things he was most proud of, but at this moment, they have become his greatest shame. When he thought of how he boasted in front of Ling Yi earlier, Yuan Tiangang could not wait to slap himself to death. "I'm going to kill his entire family now. Do you still have an opinion?" Ling Yi asked the same question that he had asked before. Yuan Tiangang, whose heart was like ashes and died in place socially, gently shook his head. People almost took his life with a single finger. What opinion could he still have? Ling Yi nods his head and no longer pays attention to Yuan Tiangang, who is filled with frustration, but instead looks at the Qin family members who are about 10 feet away. With just a glance, Qin Jianya was the first to kneel down. "Ling Yi, no, Master Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. Not right. In fact, this is all the fault of this rebellious son of his. Yes, it's him, it's his toad who wants to eat swan meat. It's him who shouldn't hit on your wife's idea. All of this, it's all his fault." As soon as Qin Jianya knelt, the rest of the Qin family followed suit. At this moment, they were terrified to the extreme. How arrogant they were before, how flustered they were now. Everyone was trembling uncontrollably, looking at Ling Yi as if they were looking at a god of death with a scythe, terrified and desperate. And after Qin Jianya finished speaking, he violently stood up again, directly yanked Qin Tianji off the wheelchair and threw him to the ground. Then regardless of everything, he kicked him one after another, with so much force. Where is there any trace of father-son love? After Qin Jianye kicked for a while, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on Qin Tianji's body. Only then does Qin Jianye, who has stopped, kneel down again in front of Ling Yi. Master Ling, I was wrong. I will never dare to do so again. Didn't you tell our Qin family to leave Jianzhou within 3 days? We will leave now, and all the Qin family's properties will be transferred to your name. Do you think this is okay? Ling Yi shakes his head as he listens to these ridiculous words and asks, when you kidnapped my wife and daughter, copied my small family, and intended to enslave my wife and child, did you ever think that you would also have such a day? Wronged. Master Ling, you have truly wronged me. Qin Jianye kowed out and begged for forgiveness. The one who kidnapped your wife and daughter was this rebellious son, not me. And the enslavement of your wife and daughter was also done by Qin Jianguang, not me either. As for plagiarizing the family, heaven and earth can tell. Our Qin family really didn't send anyone to do this. Ling Yi sniffs and frowns slightly. On the day Xiao Xiao was discharged from the hospital, the rental house was raided, causing Qi Shiyun to divorce herself. This matter was not done by their Qin family? How is this possible? Other than their Qin family, who else had a grudge against him? Chapter 52, compared to you, I'm still far from it. Those people who lent money, they had overstayed before. They didn't forcefully enter the house and vandalize, not to mention that at that time, they had already paid back all the loan sharks, so it was even more unlikely that they would do that. Besides, there is Yellow Hair's previous warning, but all the long brain will not do this kind of stupid thing. As for Chen Bao, who won more than $4 million by himself, even less likely. After doing this math, there is indeed only the Qin family who had their own Qin Tianji scrapped. Ling Yi analyzes it down and feels that it should be Qin Jianye who is lying. Thus, with a single movement of Ling Yi's finger, the kneeling Qin Jianye violently tenses his body, his arms stretched forward, unable to move a single muscle. Master Ling, spare his life. Before the crowd could even see what was going on, they heard Qin Jianye's heart-rending voice come out, a roaring hiss that sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. When they looked closely, they realized that Qin Jianye's fingers, starting from the tips, were being squashed inch by inch. It was as if in front of him, there was a grinder that was crushing through his arm, inch by inch, the so-called 10 fingers connected to the heart. This kind of pain, just thinking about it made one's scalp numb. I'm only asking for the last time. Who was the one who broke into my house and vandalized it 3 days ago? Ling Yi stands in front of Qin Jianye and asks coldly, his face expressionless. I have said that I didn't do it. No, it's me. I did it all. Ling Yi, you kill me. Qin Jianye said through clenched teeth. The intense pain had caused his head to tremble uncontrollably. After hearing these Qin Jianye's words that are bent on death, Ling Yi is almost certain that the home invasion and vandalism thing was indeed not done by the Qin family sent people. But if it is not the Qin family, then who else could it be? Ling Yi frowns, puzzled. This incident directly led to Qi Shiyun divorcing him. He must find out what happened. While Ling Yi was thinking, the crusher that was squeezing Qin Jianye's palms did not stop. At this moment, Qin Jianye's hands, his finger bones have been crushed inch by inch, and the 2 palms are like 2 pieces of paper, sticking to Qin Jianye's wrists, shaking with the wind. Surname Ling, if you have the guts, kill me. What kind of hero is torturing me here? The intense pain caused Qin Jianye to gnash his teeth, his head full of cold sweat. Life is worse than death. Ling Yi, who has not come up with a solution, comes back to his senses after hearing Qin Jianye's hissing. He knows that this matter cannot be figured out for a while, so he decides not to dwell on it for the time being. On the contrary, it was the Qin family. Since this matter had nothing to do with them, there was no need to waste any more time on them. I gave you guys the opportunity to leave Jiangzhou within 3 days. You guys yourselves did not listen to the advice. Ling Yi shook his head inside. The Qin family members instantly froze when they heard this. Dare they say that the person who let Wu Qian pass on the message was not Han Yuan, but Ling Yi? Losing themselves to think that this was the Han family bluffing. They didn't realize that it was actually Ling Yi giving an ultimatum. Among the Qin family members, there was one that counted, and at this time, their intestines were green with regret, especially Qin Jianye. He had a very guilty feeling of personally pushing the Qin family into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Ling Yi, kill me. I beg you to kill me. Qin Jianye, who was filled with a sense of guilt within his heart, was unable to live. Ling Yi shook his head. It's too late. As he said that, his eyes swept through the Qin family's crowd as if he was looking for a target. If it's just a matter of not listening to advice, then it's all fine. The big deal is to be exterminated. Ling Yi speaks in a cloudy manner. But you guys just want to go and kidnap my wife and daughter. Then this matter is not as simple as just dying. After saying that, Ling Yi is seen to hook his finger slightly towards the crowd. A young man who looks like Qin Jianye arrives in Ling Yi's hands, being strangled to death. Qin Tianchu's face was completely white at this moment, only to see him struggling with his hands and feet as hard as he could, trying to break away from Ling Yi's control. However, Ling Yi's hand is like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tries, he is unable to shake it in the slightest. Ling Yi, if you have the guts to come at me, let go of my son. Qin Jianye hissed hysterically, a pair of eyes completely turned blood red due to congestion. His appearance was exceptionally hideous. Ling Yi sniffs and laughs coldly. Weren't you prepared to break my daughter's limbs in front of my wife? I will let you feel the taste of that now as well. After saying that, Ling Yi then probes out a hand and clasps Qin Tianchu's right arm. Then one arm, 3 folds, successively breaking his wrist bone, elbow and shoulder joint. The whole process Ling Yi did not use any spiritual chi or techniques, but purely relied on his own strength, like a child folding chopsticks. Sometimes he can't break it at once, but also bent it back and forth for several times before succeeding. Qin Tianchu's neck was being pinched, so he couldn't make any sound, but from his trembling whole body, one should be able to feel how much pain he was in at this moment. Ling Yi, you shall not die. Qin Jianye kneels on the ground and curses with a mouth full of blood. When Ling Yi heard this, he smiled and shook his head. Master Qin family is polite. Compared to you enduring to lay your hands on a 3-year-old child, I am still far from it. After saying that, Ling Yi loosens Qin Tianchu's neck and causes him to levitate in midair 2 inches above the ground. With his neck unbound, Qin Tianchu immediately lets out a heartbreaking scream, as if this is the only way to vent out the pain in his right arm. He wanted to escape, but unfortunately, other than his head being able to move, his body had long been out of his control, and after Ling Yi freed his hands, he did the same thing and broke his left arm again, bit by bit, in full view of everyone. Ah, I'm going to die of pain. Dad, save me, save me. Qin Tianchu roared hysterically, despair written all over his face. Qin Jianye sniffed and inclined his head to close his eyes not to bear to see anymore. But somehow, his head, which had just been inclined over, suddenly squared up again, and it was as if his eyelids were being held open by something, so he couldn't close them even if he wanted to. Ling Yi, kill me if you have the ability. I don't want to see this. Qin Jianye knows that this is Ling Yi's tactic, so he roars loudly. This pain of watching his son suffer with his own eyes was 1,000 times more unbearable than having his own bones crushed inch by inch. He had already lost a son and was counting on Qin Tianchu to inherit the mantle, but Ling Yi had destroyed all his hopes. This kind of despair made his life worse than death. Ignoring his words, Ling Yi lifts up Qin Tianchu's right leg, and then smashes it down, directly breaking his calf bone, then smashes his knee bone with another punch, and finally smashes his thigh bone. After finishing this, Ling Yi then walks over to Qin Tianchu's left side, and then on his left leg, he does the same thing. After smashing it, Ling Yi unlocked the restraints on Qin Tianchu's body and allowed him to be paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Then he smiles and asks Qin Jianye, Qin family master, how does this taste? Ling Yi, I swear, I will get you killed, and your wife and child. I want them to be ruined. Qin Jianye roars in anger as he shows his teeth. Ling Yi shrugs his shoulders and says indifferently, don't worry, you don't have this chance. You will definitely die tonight. But before that, Ling Yi paused, then looked at the Qin family members and asked with a smile, who is his daughter? As soon as these words came out, the Qin family members' eyes immediately all glanced towards a woman intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Yi could not help but let out a cold smile when he saw this, and then he quickly identified his target. But right at this moment, Qin Jianye suddenly let out a loud cry. Surname Ling, you forced me to do this. Even if you're a martial arts grandmaster, I'm going to drag all of you to accompany me in the funeral. After saying that, Qin Jianye's mouth was seen opening and closing. Then a stone emitting a red glow was spat out from his mouth and shot towards Ling Yi. Chapter 53 You Qin family members, you must be exterminated by my hands. The moment this red stone appeared, Ling Yi sensed the danger the heaven-swallowing record unconsciously operated, and even the aura within his dantian began to spin uncontrollably. Even though Ling Yi did not know what that thing was for the time being, he sensed an extremely strong fluctuation of aura from it. What can possess such a strong aura fluctuation? Ling Yi could not answer this question, but he knew very well that if this aura fluctuation exploded, then it would be able to level this villa in minutes. As for Han Yuan and the rest of them, they would naturally die for sure. Even he himself, if he didn't respond properly, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured. Qin Jianye wasn't joking, he did have this ability to drag the crowd to die with him. Die, all give the old man death, ha ha ha. Qin Jianye laughed and roared in near madness. He originally wanted to plead with Ling Yi and let him spare his family, but Ling Yi not only wasted his son, but now he also wants to lay his hands on his daughter. Instead of letting them suffer, it would be better to let them go in pain, and also can pull on Ling Yi and the Han family members' pad back. This deal how to calculate is their own earn. Yuan Tiangang, who was still lying on the ground, originally disheartened, after seeing this thing, he got up from the ground in a mischievous manner, crossed over the Han family's crowd, and fled by jumping straight out of the window. However, he didn't run far away, but stopped at a location a dozen feet away from the villa and stared on guard. Crystal bomb. That old thing really passed this thing to his son. Yuan Tiangang thought in his heart. It's a pity that such a young martial arts prodigy has to fall here as well. Alas. Boom. A shocking loud bang resounded steeply, and a huge shockwave shook the tempered glass wall and bulletproof windows of the other half of the villa's first floor into pieces in an instant. The entire ground also followed the trembling up, as if a magnitude 9 earthquake was rushing non-stop. After the loud noise, there was the dazzling red light that shot down from the ceiling of the living room, piercing the eyes of the crowd almost unable to open their eyes. Ling Yi, underneath the crystal bomb, not an inch of grass will grow. Even if you are a martial arts master, you will never be able to live. Qin Jianya's rampant voice sounded once again. Is that so? Ling Yi's voice also leisurely came out, and the crowd hurriedly opened their eyes, enduring the stinging pain to look towards the center of the living room, only to see Ling Yi standing in place, his hands lifted upwards. A path of golden light shot out from Ling Yi's palm, wrapping the high temperature and high pressure generated by that crystal bomb as much as it could, forming a huge and incomparable golden spherical barrier. The shockwave of the explosion hit the golden barrier, immediately causing the barrier to produce a burst of ripples, and when one looks at it, it looks like a lake that has been plated with a layer of gold by the sunlight. Although this lake's surface was thin, it bound the pressure generated by the explosion and did not leak out a single bit. How is this possible? That was a crystal bomb. No one can catch its explosion, not even a martial grandmaster. Qin Jianya is on the verge of collapsing. How could he have never imagined that Ling Yi would be so strong? Ling Yi ignores him and instead gradually collects the golden light and finally collects it to the size of a peanut meter. Within the golden light, Ling Yi saw the stones that had broken into powder, and with just a glance, Ling Yi understood what this thing was: spirit crystal stones. There are actually spirit crystal stones in this world? Even though Ling Yi's Dao heart was as solid as a rock, he was ecstatic at this moment. This thing is an excellent material for arranging formations. It is not even common in the immortal cultivation world, but he did not expect that it is actually available in this world. Ling Yi had previously thought of using the golden stone jade wisp to set up a spirit escape formation, because he did not know that this world also has the existence of spirit crystal stones, so he could only settle for the second best choice, the golden stone jade wisp. But even if it was a gold stone in jade strand, after withstanding a certain amount of spiritual chi, it would still shatter, thus causing the formation to collapse. However, if this spirit crystal stone was used to set up a spirit escapement formation, not only would it not be able to withstand the spiritual chi and explode, but the effect would be more than 10 times better than using a golden stone. It could be said that this spirit crystal stone was simply a good thing that was tailor-made for the spirit escapement formation. It was a pity that this one was broken. Even if it wasn't broken, to set up a spirit escapement formation in the star-picking building, one piece would still be far from enough. Where did you get this from? Ling Yi hurriedly asks. Seeing that Ling Yi is interested, Qin Jianya immediately bargains. I can tell you, but you must let us go. You don't have the qualification to bargain. After Ling Yi finishes speaking, he points out a finger, and Qin Jianguang, who was paralyzed on the ground, is instantly pierced through his head and dies on the spot from gas. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when everyone looked over, they realized that the expression on Qin Jianguang's face was not one of shock and fear, but instead looked like a kind of relief. Surname Ling, if you dare to kill my Qin family members again, you won't be able to know the origin of the crystal bomb for the rest of your life. Qin Jianya roared in anger and growled. When Ling Yi heard this, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "It seems like you still don't understand the situation clearly. The reason why I went through the trouble of catching this is not because I want to save the lives of your Qin family members so that I can ask about the origin of the crystal bomb, but rather, you, the Qin family members, must be exterminated by me personally." Saying this, Ling Yi points out another finger, and Qin Tianchu's head, who is already in so much pain that he can't cry out half a word, is pierced through, and is dead beyond death. Qin Jianya stares at his blood-red eyes. His eyes are wide open. Seeing this, Ling Yi doesn't even bother to point his finger, and with a direct movement of his mind, an aura shoots through Qin Tianchu's head, bursting straight through his temple. I say, I only beg you to give me a pain in the ass. Qin Jianya's hands had already been crushed into meat patties, and with the immense physical pain, coupled with the unhealable psychological trauma, he could no longer hold on at all. By all rights, he should have collapsed long ago, but as a result, his consciousness was still so clear. He himself didn't expect that he would be able to carry on so well. You are not qualified to bargain, Ling Yi said expressionlessly, then moved Qin Jianya's daughter from the crowd to him. My stuff was given to me by my dad, and I don't know where he got it from. It only says that in times of crisis, you can die with the other party. even if the other party is a grandmaster. Qin Jianye finished in one breath. He really couldn't see his children being tortured by Ling Yi. The moment he thought of the means he used to try to torture Qi Shiyun, he regretted it to the point of excruciating pain. Seeing that Qin Jianye did not lie, Ling Yi directly reaches out his hand, followed by a gentle pinch, and all the people in the Qin family, except for him, Qin Jianye, die of gas. Then Ling Yi threw a peanut-sized gold bead into Qin Jianye's mouth, and after saying from where you came, go back to where you came, he stopped looking at Qin Jianye. As for Qin Jianye himself, there was golden light coming out of his body soon, and then in the blink of an eye, he went up in smoke, leaving nothing behind. Ling Yi, who had exterminated the Qin family's entire clan, as if he had casually done something insignificant, easily and casually walked towards the Han family's crowd. It was also true that for him who had cultivated immortality for 100,000 years, what killing had he not seen before? Lifting his hand, the stars shattered, a thought up 10,000 races annihilated. This in the immortal cultivation world, it is more than usual. However, when the Han clan people look at Ling Yi again, the fear in their eyes is as if they have seen a ghost or a god, although they know that it is Ling Yi who saved them. But this does not affect their fear of Ling Yi at all. There is no way Ling Yi destroys a person's entire family as easily as slaughtering a dog. Anyone else would be scared when they see him. Ling Yi also did not think that they could get along with him easily, and he did not care. He only sees that he walks to Wu Qian's side and reaches out to slap him awake. Dead or not? Not dead. Get up and walk a couple steps. Chapter 54, losing to him. I, Yuan Tiangang, am still honored despite my defeat. Hearing Ling Yi's words, the Han family all turned their heads to look at Wu Qian lying on the stretcher in fear. Master Ling, are you kidding? Old Wu was injured like that. How can he possibly walk? Han Yuan defended Wu Qian with an apprehensive face. The reason why he defended was because he was worried that if Ling Yi was unhappy, he would exterminate their Han family as well. The Qin family's previous mistake was not to be ignored, and this is also the reason why all the Han family members are on edge. However, Ling Yi laughs. It's been almost half an hour. The medicinal effect of the jade shattering pill should have already taken effect. Don't believe me? Let him take a couple of steps and try? The moment he said this, cold sweat couldn't help but ooze out from the foreheads of the Han family. Done and done. Master Ling is looking for an excuse to destroy my Han family. Otherwise how could he have said such tiger and wolf words? It's just an elixir. It's good enough to save Master Qian's life. You actually want him to regain his ability to walk. Do you think it's an immortal elixir? Even if it is an elixir, you can't expect it to work in half an hour. Not to mention you haven't even reached half an hour yet. If you want to destroy the Han family, just say so. Why do you have to beat around the bush to find an excuse? The Han family members were all ashen. Only Han Ruoxue supported Wu Qian, and in the eyes of all the surprised people, helped him slowly stand up. Only after he stood firmly did he let go. I go. Really? What am I seeing here? A miracle. This is simply a miracle in the history of medicine. Oh my god, Master Ling is too divine, isn't he? A man with all his limbs broken can be cured in half an hour? The people of the Han family were all talking, each and every one of their faces overflowing with undisguised joy and the relief of a life after a robbery. Master Ling, what am I doing here? Wu Qian asked as he looked at his hands with a shocked face. Ling Yi reaches out and pats his shoulder, saying, I said that I will avenge you and will definitely cure you. Wu Qian heard this and was moved to the point of crying. Even though he knew that Ling Yi was proficient in alchemy and was able to refine pills that would allow Xiao Zhao's leg bones to recover, he did not hold any hope at all for this, because his own injuries were not at all at the same level compared to Xiao Zhao. No matter how powerful Ling Yi's alchemy was, he could not possibly cure himself who was injured like this. When he was lying there just now, he had already thought of waiting until the Han family had survived this catastrophe. Then he would bite his tongue and kill himself. Definitely not dragging down the Han family and never lingering on like this. But what he never expected was that he would still be able to stand up. Master Ling, for the grace of rebuilding, please accept a bow from Wu Qian. Wu Qian said. No matter how Ling Yi blocked him, he was going to kneel down and bow down. Seeing this, Han Yuan and the others also immediately kneel down and say in unison, Grandmaster Ling, save my entire family of the Han sect, please accept Han Yuan's Han Ruoxue obeisance. Ling Yi couldn't argue, so he simply accepted. Then, with a wave of Ling Yi's hand, all the people stood up as if they were lifted up by the breeze, while Ling Yi said to Wu Qian, try hitting 2 palms. Grandpa Wu has just recovered from a serious illness. Don't you need to recuperate for a while? Han Ruoxue asked with some concern. Before Ling Yi could say anything, Wu Qian picked up the conversation and said, Master Ling asked me to hit 2 palms, so naturally I can hit 2 palms. Where's the need to recuperate? After saying that, he disregarded the Han family's objections and set up his stance in the living room to exercise his power to fight the pair of iron palms. For a while, The palm winds in the living room were blazing and tigerish. Grandpa, why do I have an illusion? It feels like Grandpa Wu's pair of iron palms are even more powerful than before? Han Ruoxue frowned, somewhat unable to believe her eyes. Silly girl, it's not an illusion, but it's true that the palm winds are more powerful than before. If Grandpa is right, your Grandpa Wu's cultivation, I'm afraid it's going to have refined again, Han Yuan said with a pleased expression. When Han Ruoxue and the rest of the Han family heard this, their faces revealed expressions of incomparable shock. In their understanding, after an expert suffered a serious injury, wouldn't their cultivation be greatly reduced even after they were cured? Just like their grandfather. Wasn't that the case? How come when it came to Master Qian, he was even more powerful than before instead? After Wu Qian finishes a set of palm strikes, he comes to Ling Yi with an excited face and asks in a tone full of incredulity, Master Ling, how did I get these hands? Ling Yi interrupts him and asks in return, have you realized it? Wu Qian was first stunned, then he nodded heavily. Realized it. Remember this feeling, in at most 3 months, at least 1 month, your cultivation will be able to advance further. Hearing this, Wu Qian once again knelt down and said, Wu Qian thanks Master Ling for his guidance. Han Yuan and the others were about to go up to congratulate Wu Qian when a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than Yuan Tiangang, who was dressed in a straw raincoat. Seeing this, the Han family members all subconsciously took half a step back and assumed fighting positions. Don't panic, don't panic. The Qin family members are all gone, so naturally I don't have to carry out my mission anymore. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang immediately waved his hand and explained. He had just stood more than 10 feet away, quietly watching every move inside, and was directly shocked by what Ling Yi had done until now. Crystal bombs, even a martial grandmaster can't dodge them. How did you carry them off? Yuan Tiangang asks with incomparable curiosity. Ling Yi didn't answer, but instead asked back, if I couldn't carry it off, do you think you had time to run out? Yuan Tiangang froze. He had just been thinking about this issue as well. He originally thought that he was the one who ran fast, but he did not expect that it was Ling Yi who carried the might of the crystal stone for him. How did you do that? Yuan Tiangang asked. To be honest, before striking, I wasn't sure if I could catch it, Ling Yi said truthfully, but they shouldn't die in the hands of scum like Qin Jianye, so if they can't carry it, they have to. And then, it was done. Yuan Tiangang froze. The Han family was silent, and one by one, their eyes were moist, and the tears were about to stop flowing out. Particularly, some of them couldn't stop whispering and sobbing already. And these were the same people who had just presumed that Ling Yi was looking for an excuse to destroy their Han family. Why don't you kill me? Yuan Tiangang knew that if Ling Yi only exerted half a point more, he would have died under his finger. Ling Yi smiles and points at Wu Qian and Han Yuan. Didn't you not kill him too as well? Yuan Tiangang nods his head and understands what Ling Yi means. He is about to open his mouth to ask again, but Ling Yi interrupts him. Let's talk about it later. I'll go back to fetch something first. It's not good to be delayed. After saying that, Ling Yi's figure flashes and directly passes through the shattered glass wall of the villa. Then with a few rises and falls, he reaches the foot of the Leaping Deer Mountain, and finally disappears in the line of sight of the crowd. When Yuan Tiangang sees the direction that Ling Yi disappeared, as if he suddenly thought of something, he immediately asks the Han family members with a shocked face. He lives there? All of the Han family members were still afraid of Yuan Tiangang, so only Han Yuan nodded and opened his mouth to respond. Grandmaster Ling is currently living at the star-picking building at the top of Leaping Deer Mountain. Yuan Tiangang heard this and carefully recalled the scene when the rowing boat sensed the anomaly, and after determining that the direction was correct, he immediately exclaimed with a shocked expression, so it's him. Luckily, I thought. No wonder. Lost to him? Yuan Tiangang is still honored despite the defeat. Ha ha ha. Between words, Ling Yi had already returned to the villa with a bottle of mineral water, leisurely, only to see him look at Han Ruoxue and command, sit over there and take off your shoes. Chapter 55. Every day when his eyes opened, more than $100 million arrived. What? Han Ruoxue froze at the words, and then her imperial face was covered in scarlet. In front of so many family members, he actually wants me to take off my shoes for him? Even if he's interested in me, he should find a place where no one's around. So in public, how embarrassing. Han Ruoxue thought so, but she quickly calmed down. Oh, okay. After saying that, she walked over to the sofa and sat down. Then in front of the crowd, she endured the pain and took off her shoes. It was only then that the crowd saw that her bare, tender, and white feet were streaked with blood, and some places even had frostbite. It was only then that they remembered that Han Ruoxue had driven barefoot before, and had walked barefoot in the snow for quite some time. But what they didn't expect was that Ling Yi actually remembered this matter. Isn't this an insignificant thing for a big person like Ling Yi? Even Yuan Tiangang could not help but show a surprised expression. However, he He quickly frowned, thinking that Ling Yi's mind was simply terrifyingly fine, and that he could not be an enemy with this kind of person to death, or else he would not know how he would die. After Han Ruoxue finished taking off her shoes, a dense layer of sweat had already painfully emerged from her nose and her wounds and shoes stuck together. However, she did not feel any pain at all, because she also did not expect that Ling Yi would actually remember this matter, and also treat this matter as a major event. Otherwise, he would not have interrupted Yuan Tiangong's words and hung him out to dry, and Ling Yi's attention was, to her, the best painkiller in this world. As Ling Yi watched Han Ruoxue tear her shoes off her feet, he couldn't help but shake his head, secretly saying, still careless, just now. In order to block the explosion of the spirit crystal stone, he almost drained the surrounding aura. He had previously added spiritual chi to Han Ruoxue's feet to protect them, originally thinking that with this amount of time, the wounds should have stopped bleeding, but he didn't realize that her feet were too tender and were actually still seeping blood. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yi instantly removes the blood and dirt from Han Ruoxue's feet, revealing her pair of white and tender feet. Only then did the crowd see that on Han Ruoxue's feet, there were more than a dozen wounds covered in large and small sizes, and all of them were irregular, looking like the kind that were cut by sharp stones and were hard to heal. Even after treatment, the wounds could heal, but those deep and large wounds would leave scars. There was also that frostbite. Even if it was cured, I'm afraid that it would still be pigmented, leaving a solid mark on those fair feet. It's a pity that such a pair of beautiful feet was ruined by these traumas. Yuan Tiangang shook his head inside. When the Han family members heard this, they all couldn't help but send a blank stare. Han Ruoxue naturally knew that these wounds might leave scars, and even though it was willingly done by her, she was still a bit sad. I won't be able to wear high heels or crystal sandals in the future. Han Ruoxue stroked her feet to herself, looking a bit forlorn and sentimental. If you can't wear high heels, you won't be able to wear a lot of pretty clothes. If you can't wear high heels, how can you be a queen in the future? Hands away, feet out, Ling Yi said succinctly. Han Ruoxue frowned and looked up with a puzzled expression, but still immediately followed what Ling Yi said. Just as she stretched her feet out, Ling Yi unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and then showered Han Ruoxue's feet with it. In the middle of winter, the mineral water was very cold. Han Ruoxue subconsciously retracted her feet back, only to be glared at by Ling Yi, so she obediently stretched her feet out again. Just like this, Han Ruoxue endured the bone-piercing coldness and allowed Ling Yi to finish drenching her with the mineral water. From the beginning to the end, she did not ask Ling Yi why he did this. After all, it was clearly a very ordinary bottle of mineral water, and it was still something she had gone to buy in the afternoon. When the bottle of mineral water was finished, Han Ruoxue realized that her feet were no longer cold, and seemed to be wrapped in a warm current, warm and comfortable. At the same time, the crowd was also surprised to find that the wounds on Han Ruoxue's feet were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a few breaths, large and small, more than 10 wounds, including frostbite, even in full view of the public, so all disappeared. Not even a trace was left. I can wear high heels again. I can wear a cheongsam again? Han Ruoxue touched her feet with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. All the people present, including Yuan Tiangang, all stared blearily at the mineral water bottle in Ling Yi's hand, their eyes full of doubts, and Ling Yi did not let them down at all, directly threw the empty mineral water bottle into the trash can. Beautiful, worthy of being Master Ling, it really fits his style of doing things. Then a group of people scrambled to the trash can to grab that mineral water bottle, wanting to see which brand it was and where they bought it. On the other hand, Han Tao and Han Ruoxue's father and daughter are frowning slightly, pondering. They have seen Ling Yi treating the old man, lifting his hand as a silver needle stabbing the acupuncture point, then easily cured all the 30 years of internal injuries, as a result of treating this district's minor injuries, actually using mineral water to shower it. Obviously superfluous and very inconsistent with common sense. I can heal your wounds and frostbite with a wave of my hand, but I ended up using this method. Know why? Ling Yi asked Han Ruoxue. After Han Ruoxue and Han Tao heard this, they immediately determined what was in their hearts, so they brightened up and asked almost in unison, can you produce energy? Can. Ling Yi replied with certainty. Han Ruoxue laughed, and Han Tao let out a strange cry, excitedly spinning in place before rushing into the crowd and grabbing that mineral water bottle from their hands, shouting, it's a hit, this time it's a big profit. Yuan Tiangang looks at the two fathers and daughters' expressions and quickly figures out the key, and when he looks at Ling Yi again, the awe in his eyes is even greater than before. As for the other Han family members who still didn't understand, they asked with a dumbfounded look on their faces, eldest uncle, how did you get rich? I don't look like you've made a fortune. It looks like you're having a seizure. Do you know how much profit the domestic skincare industry makes every year? Over $100 billion. And once this thing hits the market, not to mention more, At the very least half of the market share will be its. And that's not counting the foreign market. Han Tao pointed at the mineral water bottle in his hand and said. None of the Han family members were stupid, and when they were pointed out by Han Tao, they immediately understood. So each of them had stars in their eyes. $100 billion profit market. If they monopolize half of it, that's $50 billion. And it's still a net profit of $50 billion per year. What kind of concept is this? It's almost the concept that every day when you open your eyes, swish, more than $100 million will arrive in your account. Even though Yuan Tiangang, who regards money as dirt, couldn't help but swallow his saliva after hearing this. There's no way. It's too damn shocking. However, Ling Yi shook his head and uttered a sentence that made them almost go crazy. It's not just skin care products. This stuff can be drunk as well. And the effect is better than external application. When these words came out, Han Tao went out and almost didn't faint from excitement. If this was the case, then it wouldn't just be the skin care industry, but also the medical industry. One must know that there are not a few patients who suffer from gastrointestinal bleeding every year. This part of the market was even bigger than the skin care industry. Han Tao can no longer stand still. He ignores the opposition of the crowd and comes directly to Ling Yi, exuberantly asking, Master Ling, no, Master Ling Zaijian, can you briefly disclose? What effect can I have if I drink it? Ling Yi thinks for a moment and says succinctly, it's probably that, as long as you drink enough of this stuff, even if it's just sleeping every day, you will be able to develop internal energy. But how much exactly is this enough? Ling Yi does not say. As soon as Han Tao heard that he doesn't need to practice to be able to develop internal energy, he didn't consider how much he has to drink, so he directly took off the almost and fainted straight away in excitement. As for Yuan Tiangang, who has been quietly watching all of this from the side, he is not interested in the effect of this divine water at all. He is only staring at Ling Yi with burning eyes, calculating in his heart whether he should invite him to accompany him to swim upstream against the current all the way to the west or not. He believed that with Ling Yi around, the things to be done on this trip to the west should be a lot easier. However, after looking at Ling Yi's age, he eventually suppressed this matter, thinking that there was no need to let him risk his life at such a young age. Those life-fighting things, just leave it to them, the old guys. However, Yuan Tiangang has already made up his mind. Before he leaves, he intends to send Ling Yi a piece of chance. He believes that even if Ling Yi is a patriarch, after knowing what that piece of chance is, he will definitely like it very much. Chapter 56, the first person in hundreds of years. Just as the crowd was getting excited, Han Yuan had already had those Qin family corpses in the living room disposed of. When he and Wu Qian heard that they could train their internal energy just by drinking water, their eyes were about to glaze over. When they thought about it, they didn't know how much effort they had spent, how much they had suffered and how much they had endured when they practiced their internal energy from their external energy. But when it came to Ling Yi, all they had to do was to simply drink more water? Master Ling, are you telling the truth? Han Yuan asked incredulously. Naturally it's true. Only, Ling Yi shook his head. You have to drink 1,000 bottles every day, and then drink continuously for a year. Then it's almost done. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. After all, the limit of what a person can withstand in a day at most, should be no more than 15 bottles. According to Master Ling's this kind of drinking method, whether or not the internal energy can be practiced or not, I don't know, but the person must be dead through and through. Han Tao, who fainted in excitement, even directly wakes up, and then looks at Ling Yi with a grudging face. That looks like a complaining woman who has suffered a great grievance, but he quickly adjusted. After all, the other Master Ling had said from the beginning that it was to drink enough to automatically generate internal energy. It's just that how could he not have expected that this so-called much would be so much? However, through Ling Yi's description, he also roughly understands the role of this mineral water internal, summarizing it as, curing illnesses and strengthening the body without illnesses. It sounds like those Jianghu clerics in the TV series who sell the 10 completion pills, but Han Tao is very clear that this divine water of Grandmaster Ling is definitely the real deal. Master Ling, can I be the general agent of this divine water? Han Tao asked with a nervous face. Even though he knows that Ling Yi's purpose of specially showing them a look is to want to cooperate with them, he is still inevitably nervous when it really comes to this point. Can't, Ling Yi said dryly. Han Tao froze, and the other Han family members were dumbfounded. A market with $100 billion of profit just passed their Han family by? But if you don't give it to our Han family, why don't you just wave your hand and cure Han Ruoxue? And why go to all this trouble to show us the efficacy of the divine water? Is it possible that you're just making us red in the face? Why? Han Tao was so aggrieved that he was on the verge of crying. Ling Yi pointed at Han Ruoxue, because I want to give her full management. The Han family members all froze when they heard this. They suddenly realized at this moment that Master Qian had broken all his limbs in order to protect Qi Shiyun. So Ling Yi had let him recover as good as new and sent him a creation so that he could advance to the perfection realm of internal force. As for Han Ruoxue, in order to deliver the news that Qi Shiyun is in trouble as soon as possible, she injures her jade foot, so Ling Yi lets her foot return to flawlessness and sends her a $100 billion business empire at the same time. Even though the fact that he had saved the Han family was already a favor that the Han family couldn't repay, he still chose to give back to Wu Qian and Han Ruoxue in his own way. Thinking about the Qin family that has already been exterminated, everyone present understands the truth. Wherever he is good to his Ling Yi's wife and daughter, he will pay back 100 times, and those who hurt his wife and daughter, he will kill his whole family. Enmity is clear. Reward and punishment is pure. This is Ling Yi. Han Ruoxue excitedly stood up with her bare feet, her expression slightly complicated as she said, I will definitely live up to Master Ling's trust. She was also ecstatic when she first heard Ling Yi's words, but after she figured out that the reason why Ling Yi handed it over to her was because of Qi Shiyun, she was inexplicably a little sad. This complex tangle of emotions caused her to be a bit soulful for a while. On the other hand, Han Tao is very concerned and asks, Master Ling, how much do you intend to price it? Ling Yi shakes his head. We'll talk about this later. After all, something like pricing has to be decided based on production. And since he has not even fixed the materials for the arrangement of the spirit escapement formation yet, it is still too early to talk about pricing. Good, then I'll make these preliminary preparations of packaging and filing first. Han Ruoxue returned to her senses and immediately got into the swing of things. Ling Yi nodded, letting Han Ruoxue make her own decisions on these details. Yuan Tiangang had been silently watching everything that was happening in front of him from the sidelines, and only after seeing Ling Yi chatting with the Han family about the same, did he walk up and ask, what is the elixir that you gave him? The jade shattering pill. Broken jade pill? Why haven't I heard that name before? Yuan Tiangang frowned and asked again, where can I buy it? The effect of this thing was too heaven-defying. If you brought a few with you, wouldn't it be the same as having a few more lives? Can't buy it. I created it myself. Yuan Tiangong's eyes lit up, once again sizing up Ling Yi. He laughed out loud. I was right. You really are a cultivator. Cultivator? Ling Yi has not heard of this word yet, so he inclines his head to look at Han Yuan and Wu Qian. However, they are also at a loss, stating that they have not heard of this expression either. Yuan Tiangang nods to himself. This explains it. Obviously you are only in the sovereign realm, yet I couldn't kill you, so you are a cultivator. Seeing that all the people of the Han family had a blank expression, Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, I'm not surprised that you guys don't know. After all, there are already very few cultivators in this world. But you yourself are a cultivator and you don't even know? Ling Yi shook his head. He only knew that he was an immortal cultivator. Your master didn't even tell you? Yuan Tiangang looks puzzled. No, he only told me to cultivate immortals with one mind, and that after ascending to the Immortal Emperor realm, I would be able to reverse time and space. Seeing this, Yuan Tiangang said indistinctly, that's right, if he had told you, I guess you wouldn't even worship him as a master. Master Yuan, what does that mean? Han Yuan opened his mouth and asked. Yuan Tiangang said, the so-called Wudao is actually a combination of martial arts and Dao. People like us who practice internal energy and delve into striking techniques should actually be called martial arts cultivators, and people like him who know arts and magical powers and are proficient in the art of elixir techniques, is a cultivator. Since he's so powerful, why did Master Yuan just say that he's unwilling to worship his master? I especially want to worship Master Ling right now, Han Tao asked. Yuan Tiangang said, cultivators are indeed stronger than martial arts cultivators. After all, we cultivate force and others cultivate mana. It's not even on the same level. How can we compare? But, because the process of the cultivator to perform magic aptitude is cumbersome, not to mention the encounter with the martial artist, is to meet the ordinary people with a knife, and so on your side to finish the seal of the law, people can stab you to death several times. In your place, you learn or not learn? The crowd came to a sudden realization. Not expecting there to be this kind of preoccupation here, Han Tao also instantly dismissed the idea of worshipping a master. But it seems like Ling Yi has never made a FA seal before? Han Ruoxue suddenly opened her mouth and asked. When the crowd heard this, yes, they had never seen Ling Yi form a seal, because he has already reached the cultivation patriarch realm. He doesn't need to form seals at all. He can perform a magic aptitude with just a thought. Yuan Tiangang was surprisingly a little proud when he said this. There was no shame at all in losing himself to such a person. Doesn't this mean that under a sovereign, one is less than a dog, and above a sovereign, one walks sideways? This is also quite okay. The big deal is to meddle a bit in the early stages, Han Tao exclaimed, raising the idea of worshipping a master again. Hearing this, the crowd all cast incomparably envious gazes at Ling Yi. When Yuan Tiangang heard this, he let out a cold snort and asked, Do you think everyone else is stupid and doesn't know how to live a little? But why is the cultivation lineage still declining? So much so that many people have never even heard of it now? Why? Han Tao asked. Because the cultivation lineage is disallowed by heaven and earth, and there hasn't been a cultivation grandmaster for hundreds of years. A school that doesn't see any hope. You would go and learn it? In that case, then wouldn't Ling Yi be the first person in hundreds of years? Han Ruoxue murmured in a small voice, looking at Ling Yi with eyes full of heat. And when the Han family members heard this, when they looked at Ling Yi again, their eyes were not only envious, but more filled with awe. The first person in hundreds of years. What kind of concept is this? It means that there was no one before him, and most likely there will be no one after him as well, and he will be the sole leader for hundreds of years from now on. Their own Han family can be acquainted with such a person. Is definitely the ancestral grave smoke? No, smoke cannot. Is definitely the ancestral grave with. Chapter 57, even if it's a mountain of daggers, I must go. Facing the awe-inspiring gazes of the Han family, Ling Yi's heart was devoid of any ripples. However, after listening to Yuan Tiangong's explanation, he had a better understanding of this world. The old me was really a frog in a well, thinking that what my eyes saw was all there was to the world. I didn't realize that there are not only martial artists, but also cultivators. 5,000 years of inheritance. It truly has a deep heritage. In that case, it seems that maybe all those things that happened 5,000 years ago were probably true. It's just that I don't know where all the heirs of those Taoist lineages have gone now. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. I just need to cure the tiny cancer. It seems like I have to find a way to figure out the matter of the spirit crystal stone. Just as the thought passed, Yuan Tiangang followed up on Han Ruoxue's words. If he wasn't the first person in hundreds of years, I definitely wouldn't have told him about the matter regarding the crystal bomb. Hearing this, Ling Yi's eyes lit up. You know about the crystal bomb? This thing was refined by Qin Zhenya's old man, Qin Zheng. No one knows more about it than me. Yuan Tiangang has a proud face. He knew that Ling Yi would definitely be interested in this matter. Ling Yi, tell me about it. Yuan Tiangang finds himself a sofa to sit on. The dumpling leaf straw raincoat on his body rubbing on the sofa, dropping a large swath of dried out dumpling leaves, in stark contrast to the clean white sofa. This thing was originally called Yuan Tiangang poses, is ready to talk eloquently. The result is interrupted by Ling Yi. Wait a minute, interrupting me again? Surname Ling, you're being rude, do you know that? Yuan Tiangang had a spontaneous nature and said what he had to say, not caring if he could beat Ling Yi or not. As for Ling Yi, after interrupting Yuan Tiangang, he glanced towards the corner of the villa, where the 4 medics brought over by the Qin family were squatting. When Wu Qian and the others disposed of the corpse earlier, they were prepared to take these 4 medics along with them, but they were unsure if Ling Yi had other plans, so they did not dare to take the initiative. Let them go back, Ling Yi said indifferently. Wu Qian is relieved when he hears this. He was afraid that Ling Yi would lay his hands on them as well. It seems that he was overthinking it, Wu Qian said darkly as he walked towards the 4 medics. These 4 people had long been scared to death by tonight's happenings, and it could be said that they hadn't listened to a single word of their conversation. At this moment, when they saw the living Yama King Wu Qian walking towards them, they thought that he was here to kill them to silence them, and they were so scared that their whole body went limp, and they directly paralyzed on the ground. You can go, Wu Qian coldly said, but tonight, you guys never came here, got it? The 4 people sat dumbfounded on the ground, and Wu Qian's words were not listened to even half a word. Wu Qian was helpless and waved his hand to call a few people to send them away. Seeing that Ling Yi did not kill the innocent, Yuan Tiangong's favor towards Ling Yi rose again in his heart, so he also stopped caring about him interrupting him and continued. This thing was originally called Red Dust Smile, but I thought it was too hard to hear, so I had Qin Zheng change it to Crystal Bomb, which is simple, crude, and catchy. When the people in the villa heard this, their face skin all couldn't help but twitch. Goddamn Red Dust Smile is hard to hear. Looking at your expressions, I knew that you all also thought that this name I picked was better. Yuan Tiangang turned a blind eye to the crowd's face full of black lines, and on the contrary, also felt very good about himself. The Han family's crowd was speechless again at this. The raw material of this thing is a black crystal stone, and Qin Zheng said that thing is called black crystal stone, which is especially helpful to his cultivation, and he's a cultivator just like you. Yuan Tiangang continues. After hearing this, Ling Yi could not help but nod his head secretly in thought. It seems that the cultivators in this world also know how to use spirit crystal stones to enhance their cultivation. I just don't know how good is their magic power. Yuan Tiangang glances at Ling Yi and continues. He was particularly interested in this kind of black crystal stone during his lifetime. So I guess that you, being a cultivator, must also be very interested. Indeed, Ling Yi did not hide it and was not afraid that Yuan Tiangang would sit on the fence with him after he admitted it. As long as he could set up the spirit escapement formation as soon as possible, He would be able to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible and cure the tiny terminal illness. For this reason, no matter how much Yuan Tiangang sat on his hands, Ling Yi would agree to him. Qin Zhang's piece of black crystal stone was found from a hidden giant cave. Although I know the exact location of this cave, I don't recommend you to go there. Yuan Tiangong's expression was a bit perverse even as he said this. Dangerous? Ling Yi asks. Yuan Tiangang nods and his face turns ugly. 9 deaths. Not even you, Master Yuan? Wu Qian is surprised and picks up the conversation. On Yuan Tiangong's dark face, the corner of his mouth pulled awkwardly and said, "It's not that I can't, it's that just when I arrived at the entrance of the cave, I was swept unconscious by that guy's tail, and I didn't even have the qualifications to fight. When I woke up again, I was already lying in the hospital." Hiss in the villa, a sound of cold air being sucked in rang out. "What was that thing?" Ling Yi asked. Yuan Tiangang shakes his head. "I don't know, no one got a good look at it. Almost all of them were in a single glance, and before they could react, they were dead through and through. I got my life back because I practiced both internally and externally." Hearing this, the Han family members all fell silent. Even someone as powerful as Yuan Tiangang didn't have the qualifications to fight, so it could be seen how powerful and terrifying that thing was. "In that case, how did you guys get the black crystal stone?" Ling Yi asked. Yuan Tiangang says, "We went with more than a dozen people that time, and the worst of them were all inner strength De Chang. There were also 2 cultivators among them. One was Qin Zhang and the other was his master. Although the cultivators took a long time to form their seals, as long as they roamed around the periphery, their power was still more powerful than us martial artists, so it was their master and disciple who got the black crystal stone, but they were also injured and died one after the other not long after they returned." The villa was silent. They didn't think that there were actually such powerful beasts in this world. Ling Yi, after hearing this, "Do you still want to go?" Yuan Tiangang asked in a serious manner. Ling Yi sniffs and only says 2 words. "Address." Yuan Tiangang lets out a sigh and says, "In fact, I really didn't intend to tell you about this matter in the beginning, but after seeing your many tactics, I made up my mind to send this chance to you before my departure. I think it should be helpful to you, just as a thank you for not killing me. It's just that place. I can give you the address, but I really don't recommend you to go there right now. You can wait until your cultivation is further advanced before going." Ling Yi shook his head as he smiled bitterly. "I can wait. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but my daughter can't wait, so even if it's a mountain of swords and fire, I must go." Chapter 58 Apu. This world, it's really still boring. What happened to your daughter? Yuan Tiangang did not know about Ling Yi's situation, so he opened his mouth to ask. Ling Yi is unwilling to bring up this sad story. Han Ruoxue on the side replies for him in a whisper. "Cancer." Yuan Tiangang was first stunned when he heard this, and then without any further hesitation or persuasion, he directly told Ling Yi the detailed address. "Originally, I wanted to ask you to accompany me to do an errand, but now I think it's better to forget about it. After all, the child is more important," Yuan Tiangang said, and did not forget to urge, "But don't force yourself too much in everything. When it doesn't work, just back out and think of other ways." Looking at Ling Yi's resilient look, Yuan Tiangang somewhat regrets telling Ling Yi about the crystal bomb. Ling Yi nods his head when he hears this and does not ask more about what is going on. He just thanks Yuan Tiangang, and after explaining a few words to the Han family, he turns around and walks towards the top of the Leaping Deer Mountain. The crowd looked at his back, and for some reason, they couldn't help but feel an inexplicable heartache. Han Ruoxue even cupped her hands on her chest and murmured in a low voice as if she was praying, "Ling Yi, come back alive." Only after Ling Yi's figure disappeared into thin air did the crowd withdraw their sight. Han Yuan walked to Yuan Tiangang, bowed and politely said, "Master Yuan came all the way here. Can you please honor us by staying in the Han family for a few more days, so that we can also do our part as landlords?" Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, "I have other things to do. My time is rather rushed, so I will take my leave first." This was not a polite remark. After all, in the Qin family before, he had also told Qin Jianye that he was in a hurry. As for what he was in a hurry for, there was no way to know. Han Yuan did not stay, but led a group of Han family members to send Yuan Tiangang to the entrance of the villa before stopping. After seeing Yuan Tiangang leave, the crowd did not know who. A long sigh of relief, and then attracted a burst of sympathy. Although Yuan Tiangang personally said that he wouldn't lay hands on them, the psychological pressure Yuan Tiangang had caused them before hadn't been completely lifted. Now that Yuan Tiangang was gone, they dared to breathe a sigh of relief. When they returned to the villa, they looked at the mess in the house and had an unreal feeling. Who would have thought that before this, these people almost died in the hands of the Qin family, and as a result, they were the ones who survived. And instead, the Qin family was exterminated? Looking at the glass residue that was shattered all over the ground, glittering under the light, That kind of joy of surviving after the robbery came to life. Dad, all those properties of the Qin family, they should all belong to us now, right? Han Tao asked with an expectant face. They have been fighting with the Qin family for so many years. It has always been a river. Who can't help who? Didn't expect Ling Yi to make a move and directly dry out the Qin family. Their Han family is simply laying down to win. However, Han Yuan shook his head and said, without Master Ling, our Han family is long gone. You still have the nerve to rob Master Ling's trophy? What does Dad mean? Since Master Ling isn't good at business, we'll help him run it. Girl, go and consolidate all the Qin family's properties and assign them to Master Ling's name. Han Yuan nodded. Regarding Han Yuan's approach, not only was there not a single objection from the entire Han family, but all of them were in favor of it from the bottom of their hearts. Han Ruoxue even agreed with a smile, stating that she would definitely accomplish this task. In addition, go find out where Master Ling's ex-wife works, then find a way to give her a promotion and a raise. Han Yuan continued to command. Han Ruoxue sniffed and responded directly. This is a good idea. She's in a small advertising and promotion company. I can just buy that company out. Well, the specific method is up to you. Han Yuan nodded his head and explained, but pay attention to the proportion. Don't let her find out the end of the story, not to mention exposing Master Ling's identity. Among the Han family, someone immediately stood out and asked, Grandpa, Master Ling is obviously so powerful. Why would he hide it from Miss Qi? Han Yuan shook his head. Since Master Ling is doing this, he naturally has his considerations. Let's just do our own thing. Don't blindly ponder Master Ling's mind. Got it? Oh, got it. How could they know that it was not that Ling Yi refused to tell Qi Shiyun, but that Qi Shiyun simply did not give him a chance, much less believe him? When he was in the hospital, Qi Shiyun made it very clear that if he still dared to brag in front of Xiao Xiao, she would take Xiao Xiao and leave Jiangzhou, so that he could never see Xiao Xiao. In addition, Ms. Qi's mother and daughter must continue to send people to protect them, and must absolutely prohibit the matter of entering the house and vandalizing from happening again. Han Yuan said in a loud voice. The fact that the Qin family didn't admit that they had vandalized the rental house on the day Xiao Xiao was discharged from the hospital meant that Ling Yi still had enemies. Master Ling had helped the Han family so much, he had to protect Master Ling's family. Wu Qian bowed and said, Master, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll fight for my life and I'll never let this happen again. Alright, it's almost dawn. I'll go back and rest. Wake up from your sleep and come back to clean up this mess. After Han Yuan finished speaking, he went back to his room first. Han Ruoxue, on the other hand, walked outside the villa and looked at the top of Leaping Deer Mountain, her thoughts running wild. After Ling Yi returned to the star-picking building, he first set up a half-meter-sized spirit escapement formation, then threw a few pieces of mineral water into it, allowing it to slowly soak in the aura. Only then does he pick up his cell phone that is charging, turn it on and stuff it into his pocket. Previously, his cell phone had run out of power and automatically shut off, which was why Qi Shiyun and Han Ruoxue couldn't get through to him, and he only charged it when he came back to pick up the shattered Jade Dan, and it was now almost full. His original plan was to look at houses today, and then use the 5 million that Shen Bao gave him to buy Qi Shiyun a house closer to the company. However, since he knew the whereabouts of the Spirit Crystal Stone, the matter of buying a house would have to be put on hold. After all, the house can be bought later, but there are too many unstable factors on the side of the Spirit Crystal Stone. Ling Yi is worried that it will be too late. After simply packing up a bit, Ling Yi leaves the star-picking building and runs towards the city outskirts resettlement community. Soon, he arrives at the 4th floor rental house, and then opens the door silently and walks in. Qi Shiyun and her daughter are still sleeping very well. Ling Yi does not wake them up and just stands by the bedside for a long time. Only when the light outside the window grows brighter, Ling Yi retracts his line of sight and transmits some spiritual qi for the two of them, before reluctantly turning around and leaving. Leaving the rented room, Ling Yi walks to the street, stops a cab and heads straight to the airport. The place that Yuan Tiangang mentioned is under the jurisdiction of Chuzhou, thousands of kilometers away from Jiangzhou. Although Ling Yi is very fast, but such a long distance to run over, even if he did not die on the road. After running over, he is also powerless to fight. With thousands of miles to send a person's head is not much different. Or take the airplane is reliable. The plane still has more than an hour to take off. Ling Yi is bored sitting in the terminal with his eyes closed. On the river, the sunrise, piercing the darkness of the silent night, giving the river a layer of red light. On the ship's side stood a black-robed old man, stretching an index finger hanging outside the ship's side, eyes closed, in an odd posture. But if you look closely, you will realize that there is a hidden white silk thread that is hanging down from the tip of his index finger, spreading silently into the river. The boat continued to go downstream. The old man did not move, but after a few breaths, the old man's index finger slightly upward. A greenish-black river fish was caught by that white silk thread. Pooh, your control of the outwardly released internal energy has become more and more familiar. The wind-clothed woman who slept with her clothes woke up from her sleep and said with a smile when she saw those greenish-black river fish on the bow of the boat. The old man sniffed and shook his head inside. Not even close. When these river fish are still alive and kicking after being caught on the boat by me, then it's almost done. Pei Nanqing sniffed and looked. Only then did she realize that on the bodies or mouths of those green and black river fish, there were strangulation marks if any, and although they were already faint, they were real. She didn't think much of it, but glanced at the sunrise in the distance, stretched her back, and asked carelessly, Pooh, where are we going next? Chuzhou, I've heard that monster has been cranky lately, and I think Miss will find it interesting to watch. Pei Nanqing nodded and asked again, after a whole night, there should be a result on the Jiangzhou side, right? The old man gave a hum sound and returned. Someone saw a straw raincoat, traveling upstream in a boat. No surprise, should be going to intercept the group that broke in from the west to go. Pei Nanqing heard this, and asked with words that were neither happy nor sad, so, it was that guy who was defeated? Unsurprisingly, yes. Pei Nanqing nodded her head, stretching out her slender jade fingers, seemingly to cover that rising sunrise, but found that she couldn't cover it in any way, so she simply lowered her hand, letting the sunlight pounce on her face. Just, today this sun, how extra harsh. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, but she was as if she didn't realize it, but instead smiled faintly and said, Ah Pooh, this world, it is really still boring it. Chapter 59 Never see each other again. Let go of my daughter. Chi Shiryun let out a shout and woke up from her sleep. It was only after she saw that she was sitting on her own bed, with her daughter lying next to her, that she calmed down a little. Could it be a nightmare? Chi Shiryun was a bit incredulous. Then she touched her stomach and realized that it didn't hurt at all. Can it be that it was really a dream? That would be too real, right? Wait, I remember asking Grandma Du to help look after the tiny little last night. Thinking of this, Chi Shiryun hurriedly got out of bed and wanted to ask Grandma Du, only to find that Grandma Du was actually lying in the next bed. She hurriedly ran over to check on Grandma Du's condition, and only after realizing that she was just asleep did she put her heart down. No, this is not a dream. Otherwise Grandma Du must have gone back to her house to sleep. It's impossible for her to sleep here. I remember very clearly. This is definitely not a dream. Chi Shiryun stood in the second bedroom, looking at Grandma Du on the bed. Her thinking gradually became clearer. She glanced at the window of the second bedroom and realized that it had already been repaired, and before the warmth could rise in her heart, it was overshadowed by despair and sadness. The things that happened last night are vivid in her mind. She clearly remembers that Xiao Xiao was almost captured and broke her limbs, and she herself was almost sold to Burma as a prostitute, and Ling Yi actually turned off the phone and hid. Ling Yi, you have a cruel heart. All of this is because of you, and yet you hide and don't care about your daughter's death or life. I was really blind to marry you. Woo woo. Chi Shiryun returned to the living room and sat on a chair, unable to stop the tears from flowing down. She didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of waking up Grandma Du and her daughter. She didn't know how long she cried until she felt that it became difficult to breathe, and only then did she slowly stop crying. But wasn't I already knocked out? How come I'm lying on my own bed? Chi Shiryun, who had stopped crying, recalled the events of last night and realized that something was wrong. However, she only frowned and pondered for a moment before she figured out the key and blurted out, It's Master Qian. That's right. It must have been him who defeated that strange man in his straw raincoat and then rushed back to save me and Xiao Xiao. Alas, owe him another favor. How can this be paid back? An outsider, are able to take good care of us mother and daughter? You as a biological father. Thinking of this, Chi Shiryun's tears could not stop flowing down again. Without much hesitation, she took out her cell phone, forced herself to endure her grief, and sent a text message over to Ling Yi. Jiangzhou Airport. The flight to Chuzhou is starting to board. Ling Yi takes the ticket and finds his seat and is about to turn his cell phone on flight mode when he sees a text message sent in. He was about to click on it, but a young man dressed in a designer label walked straight to him. Dude, how about changing seats? I'm with her. For this kind of convenience with others, Ling Yi does not mind to switch. However, just as he is about to stand up, his sleeve is tugged by the person in the neighboring seat. Ling Yi looks sideways, only to see a pure-looking beauty looking at herself with bated breath, and slightly shaking her head, meaning that he should not change. Seeing this, Ling Yi is about to reject the man, but as a result, his finger clicks on the content of the text message. When he sees the content in the text message, Ling Yi feels that his head has been hit by the red dust smile in general. With a boom, his ears ringing and dazzled up. Ling Yi, I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have let you come home for dinner. As soon as you came back, you caused so much trouble. Xiao Xiao was almost tied up and had her limbs broken. What's worse is that you turned off your cell phone and hid. That's your own daughter. Ling Yi, I am completely desperate for you. From now on, we will never meet again. Looking at the content of the text message, Ling Yi's heart feels like it is being stabbed by a needle. Obviously, when she left after dinner last night, Chi Shiryun's attitude towards herself had eased up quite a bit, but last night's incident with the Qin family has caused her to misunderstand herself even more. Qin family, I shouldn't have let you guys die so easily. Ling Yi's eyes are filled with rage. Zhao Xucheng, who is dressed in a famous brand, sees Ling Yi sitting still and not making a sound, and thinks that he is despising him, and immediately becomes angry. Kid, are you deaf? Don't give a. Do you know who this young master is? Ling Yi was originally in a bad mood, and now he heard Zhao Xucheng speak so unpleasantly, immediately glared at him with a glance. The anger in his eyes was like substance. Scared Zhao Xucheng saw it, but he didn't stand steadily, and directly fell to the ground with a butt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually dare to glare at me? Believe it or not, I have a finger. Zhao Xucheng was embarrassed in public. Looking at the sneering eyes thrown around, angry he climbed up and shouted towards Ling Yi. As a result, before he finished his threatening words, Ling Yi chided at him. Get lost. When Zhao Xucheng heard Ling Yi's rebuke, he didn't know why, but he only felt a chill, and then his legs went soft, and he couldn't even stand. Even though his heart is not willing to do anything, he can't bring up the slightest bit of courage to finish what he didn't say before. After a long time, until the stewardess came over to inquire, he came back to his senses and pointed at Ling Yi and said, you give me a moment. After that, he turns around and goes back to his position. Ling Yi is now in the midst of extreme grief, and is not sensitive to outside sounds, otherwise Zhao Xucheng would already be an icy cold corpse at this point. Just now. Thank you. The girl sitting beside Ling Yi said softly. The voice was so beautiful that the people sitting in front and behind her heard it, and even stood up to try and see her appearance. However, Ling Yi ignores it and doesn't even look at her, only saying nothing before continuing to stare at the cell phone screen. Lin Wancheng is a bit surprised. This is the first time she has met a man who was so indifferent to her. She originally wanted to see what Ling Yi was looking at that made him so mesmerized, but after a glance, she found that the guy's cell phone is affixed with a peep-proof film, and from her angle, it was pitch black, so she couldn't see anything. Lin Lianqing saw the situation and did not dwell on it, but said thank you again, then turned her head sideways to close her eyes and take a nap. On the other hand, Zhao Xucheng cursed and returned to his seat, and with a belly full of anger, he said to the person sitting next to him, Master Chen, can you help me teach that guy a lesson? That's fine, but that would delay the plane from taking off. Are you sure you want to do that? Chen Tianyang rotated the string in his hand. His eyes didn't even open. His expression was incomparably arrogant as he said, also, we can't miss the big event in Chuzhou. Zhao Xucheng gritted his teeth and said, you don't have to be chagrined either. When the plane lands, this master will take action to cure him. Chen Tianyang said confidently, that feeling as if everything was under his control. As soon as Zhao Xucheng heard this, his heart immediately rejoiced. Then I'll trouble Grandmaster Chen. As long as Master Chen makes a move, that brat will definitely regret coming into this world. Don't say too much. You must know that there are people in this world. Chen Tianyang was satisfied with Zhao Xucheng's horse's ass, and intentionally humbled himself, then said, but that kid, ordinary can't be more ordinary. He. Compared to Master Chen, who isn't ordinary. Zhao Xucheng smiled and gave another rainbow fart. Chen Tianyang was old and enjoying himself. Zhao Xucheng was also satisfied at this time. He looked back at Ling Yi, then turned his head and secretly said, dare to offend this young master. How will you die in a while? The plane flew for more than 3 hours. Ling Yi was digesting the message that made him grief-stricken all the way until the plane started to land. Ling Yi was able to gather his shattered emotions. Even after cultivating for 100,000 years, he still cannot get rid of his debt and obsession towards their mother and daughter. He thinks that perhaps this is the responsibility that a man should have. Putting away his cell phone, Ling Yi begins to plan the rest of his trip. But at this moment, Lin Wancheng, who was sitting beside him, speaks again. After you get off the plane, you should come with me. Zhao Xucheng is a vindictive person. I guess he will definitely look for trouble from you. Hearing these words for himself, Ling Yi then glanced sideways and found that his neighbor's appearance was surprisingly exquisite. And looking at the age, it is estimated to be around 20 and should still be a college student. It is no wonder that a college student with such appearance would not attract a fly like Zhao Xucheng. But Ling Yi only took a glance and shook his head to reject. No need, I still have things to do. But, the Master Chen beside him, Uncle Chen will definitely not let you off easily. Lin Evening Chang was anxious. She didn't want to kill a handsome brother who looked so good because of herself. Lin Evening Chang, Chapter 60, Life-Stopping Black Mist, Rune Seal Lineage. It's fine, ordinary people can't help me. What Ling Yi said was the truth. But Lin Evening Chang didn't understand what Ling Yi meant and only thought that he was someone who had practiced boxing and kung fu. But Uncle Chen is not an ordinary person. He can do FA. In short, fist and foot kung fu is useless to him. You are definitely not his opponent. Anyway, after getting off the airplane, you just follow me. At that time, no matter where you go, I will send you. She now regretted that she shouldn't have tugged on his sleeve at that time, so that he could just switch places with Zhao Xucheng. The big deal was that she was nauseated for more than 3 hours. It was better than harming him for the rest of his life. She originally thought that Ling Yi wouldn't insist, but she didn't expect that he would really disregard Zhao Xucheng's threat and drive him back. The more Lin Wancheng thought about it, the more she blamed herself, but she was really subconscious at the time, and she regretted it after pulling it. So all the way she was thinking about what to do, and finally came up with the idea of taking Ling Yi with her. But what's annoying is that this guy actually didn't agree, and it looks like he's not looking forward to going with himself at all. Could it be that he is really that bad? Ling Yi originally still wants to refuse, but on second thought, he still has to take a taxi in a while, which is indeed a bit troublesome, so he might as well take a ride to the city and then make plans. Therefore, Ling Yi does not refuse anymore and agrees to Lin Wancheng's suggestion. As for Lin Wancheng, seeing Ling Yi agreeing to it, she also breathes a sigh of relief. The plane landed 10 minutes earlier than expected. Just landed. Lin Wancheng cannot wait to turn off the flight mode of the phone, and then sent a message to the person who came to pick her up. Said his side encountered a little trouble, so that she had better come in to pick up the plane. Just as the plane stops, Lin Wancheng urges Ling Yi to hurry. Ling Yi has no choice but to get up and head out. As he passed by Zhao Xucheng's seat, he clearly felt a pair of shady eyes staring at him. He glances sideways and realizes that it is a thin middle-aged man, wearing a black tang suit, spinning a skewer in his hand, with a pair of small eyes slightly squinting as he is staring at himself through the slits. Other than being a bit ugly, Ling Yi did not see anything special about him, so he withdrew his sight and continued to walk forward. Master Chen, still not making a move? Zhao Xucheng sees Ling Yi pass by him and asks anxiously. There's no hurry, there are many people here. When everyone gets off the plane, it's not too late for this master to teach him a lesson. Chen Tianyang said in an old-fashioned manner. Aren't you afraid that he will run away? Zhao Su asked as he assumed his heart. Don't worry, he won't be able to run away. Chen Tianyang was incomparably confident. Hearing this, Zhao Xucheng was then relieved. Delaying the opportunity for me to be alone with Lin Wancheng. If I don't make you half paralyzed, I'll be sorry for Master Chen's supreme magical power. While Zhao Xucheng was pondering, he heard Chen Tianyang's voice come out. It's almost time. Let's go. When Zhao Xucheng heard this, he was instantly energized and hurriedly got up, leading Chen Tianyang off the plane. On the other hand, after Lin Wancheng got off the plane, she kept urging Ling Yi to hurry up. However, no matter how much she urges, Ling Yi just walks forward according to his own rhythm without slowing down. Seeing that Lin Wancheng's urging was ineffective, she was on the verge of tears. Seeing that Zhao Xucheng and the others are about to follow, Lin Wancheng bites her lip and seems to make a very bold decision. Then when Ling Yi is not prepared, she directly takes his hand and pulls him forward. When Ling Yi saw this scene, he was confused. He didn't react for a moment and let her lead him forward. And this scene happened to fall in Zhao Xucheng's eyes. In an instant, he was about to bite his gums. I haven't even touched Lin Wancheng's hand. You bastard dare to touch it. Master Chen. Still don't do it. Only to see Chen Tianyang pull out a palm-sized jade disc from his pocket, carved with all sorts of strange and bizarre characters. The whole body became dark green, just holding it out. Zhao Xucheng standing beside him felt an inexplicable chill. However, after he saw this jade disc, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a sinister smile. Master Chen has even sacrificed the life-sorrowing jade disc. Your kid will be crippled this time if not dead. After Chen Tianyang had sacrificed the jade disc of solace, he recited an incantation to the disc, and his other hand was still pointing and drawing on the disc. After about 10 seconds or so, Chen Tianyang pointed towards Ling Yi in front of him and a black mist sped towards Ling Yi. This black mist is different from the Maoshan magic, even if it does not need the other person's hair or birthday to be tracked. As long as the caster can see the person when the spell is being cast, then this black mist will keep chasing after the person until it drills into the other person's body. And this black fog is extremely fast. Ordinary people simply cannot see. Even if you see, you will only think it is their eyesight. Being struck by this life-suppressing black mist, within 3 days, you will watch the flesh on your body fester a little bit, and by then there is no medicine to save you, and finally you will be killed by the pain alive. Even inner strength martial artists can't carry it off, let alone you, an ordinary person who can't be ordinary anymore. You will only die a more miserable and painful death. Chen Tianyang sneers while putting away the life-suffering jade plate, smugly as if he has already seen Ling Yi's miserable death. Zhao Xucheng's blood boiled as he listened, wishing for the 3 days to pass earlier so that he could go and see Ling Yi's miserable state with his own eyes. But just as Zhao Xucheng fantasized about the situation of Ling Yi's tragic death, Chen Tianyang suddenly let out a soft cry. Not good. What's wrong? Zhao Xuqing hurriedly asked. Chen Tianyang narrowed his eyes and said with a furious expression, the life-stopping black mist has been blocked. How is this possible? Master Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhao Xuqing was like being doused with cold water. All the beautiful fantasies he had just had were completely shattered. He was aware of Grandmaster Chen's methods, especially this life-suppressing black mist, which hit 100 times and never failed. It's the Lin family. The people who came to pick up Lin Evening Cheng struck. Chen Tianyang gritted his teeth and said, then what should we do? Zhao Xuqing asked anxiously. We can only wait for another chance. The Lin family can't possibly protect him for the rest of his life. Count your kid lucky. Zhao Xuqing clenched his teeth, but in his heart, he had a problem with Chen Tianyang. If you had made your move earlier, where would there be so much bull asterisk? But he didn't dare to complain to Master Chen, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he would die when the time came. At the airport exit, seeing that the black mist was about to drill into Ling Yi's body was, as a result, a slender jade hand suddenly appeared behind Ling Yi and grabbed the black mist with his bare hands. With a crisp boom, the jade hand ignites a fire, and after a burst of bad odor, the jade hand opens up, and the heart of the hand is empty. However, Ling Yi could see clearly that the jade hand was not grabbing the black mist with its bare hands, but it was holding a yellow talisman paper in its heart, and there were all sorts of strange patterns drawn on it. When that yellow talisman paper came into contact with the black mist, it immediately burned up, incinerating that black mist. Rune seal? Ling Yi couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise in his heart. I didn't expect that there is really a lineage of talismanic seals that has been passed down. It seems that the old ancestors' things haven't been completely lost. It's just that I don't know how many % of it has been passed down. Luckily I came quickly. Any later and he would have been afraid. The owner of that jade hand wanted to say something, then lightly drank Lin Evening Chang. Will you still dare to run around alone like this in the future? Sister, I was wrong. You give me some face. Lin Evening Chang held that person's arm, pampered. That person snorted coldly, then turned around and said to Ling Yi, thank you so much on the airplane before. Where are you going? I will send you. Ling Yi hears this. Then he looks at that person and realizes that with Lin Evening Chang, not to say that there are 7 or 8 points of resemblance, but at least there are 5 or 6 points as well. Only that the difference in age is not that big, but she carries a mature temperament that she shouldn't have at this age, especially when she frowned. There was a faint majesty in her body. Bluffing Lin Yuancheng froze, not daring to refute in the slightest, although the two are sisters, but the style of dress is completely different. The younger sister Lin Evening Cheng to be youthful and beautiful, while the older sister Lin Evening Ro is more capable. But there is a point. Two people's body, both belong to stand in the street. Turnover rate of 100% of the kind. This was evident from the behavior of the passengers coming and going. It's not that troublesome. After entering the city, just find a random place to drop me off. Ling Yi says casually. Lin Wanrui is a little surprised by Ling Yi's casualness when facing herself, but quickly returns to her normal color and after nodding, she says, let's go. The car is outside. Ling Yi responded and looked back meaningfully at the direction he came from. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Dare to make a move against me. You guys are afraid that you still don't know how to write the word death, right? Chapter 61 Life is only once. Don't take it seriously. Lin Wanrui drove a Range Rover. Very domineering. Millions of dollars. From this it can be seen that their family should be good. In that case, why would Lin Wancheng still sit in the economy class? Just like him? Before Ling Yi can open his mouth to ask, the two sisters take the initiative to chat about what happened on the airplane. From their conversation, Ling Yi learns that Lin Evening Chang originally went to Jiangzhou to look for someone. As for where that person is, she does not know. She just heard that she just arrived in Jiangzhou not long ago. After she went there, she searched around and couldn't find him, but she ran into Zhao Xuqing who also went to look for that person. After being told that that person has left Jiangzhou, in order to get rid of Zhao Xuqing, she chose the earliest flight to rush back. The result did not buy the business class, only to buy the economy class. The result is to find that Zhao Xuqing, that guy's ghost, is not still alive. Even followed the plane. Luckily, he met Ling Yi. Otherwise he really doesn't know how to stay up for those 3 hours. Simmer 3 hours are nothing. Just afraid of his side of Master Chen. Give you a little means. By then you may have to talk to Zhao Xuqing on the plane. When Lin Lan Ro said here, she seemed to remember Ling Yi's existence, so she directly stopped and did not continue. But her words are already very obvious. No matter if it's Ling Yi or Lin Wancheng, they all actually heard and understood. Especially Lin Wancheng. After realizing it, a face went white. He dares. Isn't he afraid of my Lin family's retaliation? Lin Wanru smiled bitterly. If you really lost your virginity to him, do you think there's any use in retaliating? Lin Wancheng sniffed and her back immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After the fear, When she looked at Ling Yi again from the rearview mirror, her eyes were filled with gratitude. This scene was seen by Lin Wanru, but she didn't say anything, she just slowly sped up the car. What is Zhao Shucheng? Ling Yi, who had been silent, opened his mouth and asked. The person of the Zhao family in Shuzhou is sinister, and can't take revenge. Today you are lucky. If I am a little bit later, forget it. Anyway, you will stay away from him in the future is. Lin Evening Row introduced. Shuzhou Zhao family. Knowing your identity is much better. What about that skinny guy beside him? I heard you guys say that he can use a little trickery. What does that mean? Ling Yi continues to ask. Hearing this, Lin Wanro and Lin Wancheng glanced at each other as if they both saw panic in each other's eyes. Mr. Ling, don't ask about this. You just have to remember that this world isn't as simple as you think, and there are many things that you're better off not knowing than knowing, Lin Wanru said with a serious look. Hearing this, Ling Yi knew that they treated him as an ordinary white boy. He originally wanted to ask about the talismanic seal, but now it seems that even if he asks, they will not say anything unless he proves his identity to them first. However, Ling Yi felt that there was no need for that. It was just a casual encounter, and he did not have to know about the talismanic seal. The car compartment thus became silent, and before long, the car drove out of the airport highway. After entering the city, Lin Wanrui chooses one of the busiest locations, parks the Land Rover on the side of the road, and after thanking him repeatedly, she allows Ling Yi to get out of the car. Just as Ling Yi is about to turn around and leave, Lin Wanro calls out to him, remember, don't be strong in the future. Life is only once, don't take it seriously. After saying that, Lin Wanrua kicks the gas and drives away in the Land Rover. Ling Yi looks at the time, it is already noon, so he finds a place to eat nearby. The current him, at the 4th level of Qi refinement realm, he cannot sleep, but he cannot not eat. While eating, he checked the route to that cave. According to Yuan Tiangang, that cave was located near Mengqi village, but to go to Mengqi village from here, not to mention flights and high-speed trains, there was not even a direct shuttle bus. One must first take a 13-hour bus ride from here to Chanlin County, then transfer from Chanlin County, take a 3 to 4 hour bus ride to the town, and then transfer to Mengqi village. It is not that Ling Yi has not thought of renting his own car and driving there, which would be at least 2 to 3 hours faster than taking the bus. But on one hand, he still has to rent a car and return it, which would be troublesome. And on the other hand, a 13 to 14 hour journey would be too much of a delay in cultivation. So after Ling Yi finishes his lunch, he takes a taxi to the bus station and buys a ticket to Changlin County before practicing in the car. By the time Changlin County arrived, it was already early in the morning. Everyone was dizzy and only Ling Yi was in high spirits. In the eyes of the crowd looking at him like a monster, Ling Yi exits the station in a very dashing manner, then runs all the way out of the county and finds a suitable place to cultivate in the nearby mountains. After a night of cultivation, he vaguely has a feeling that the breakthrough is just a foot away from the door, and it should be in these few days. After collecting his energy, Ling Yi returns to the bus station and gets on the Chinese bus to the town. When he arrives in town, it happens to be noon. Ling Yi chooses the nearest restaurant and after filling his stomach, he prepares to head to Mengqi village. Mengqi village was in between two large mountains. There was no access to a highway, so if one wanted to enter or exit, they could only do so on foot. According to Yuan Tiangang, going from the town to the village would take half a day on foot. However, Ling Yi is confident that with his own footwork, he estimates that he will be able to arrive in an hour or two. Ling Yi did not hesitate, and after leaving the town, he performed his stance and ran wildly towards Mengqi village. Mengqi village. A group of outsiders who were all dressed very nicely came to the village today. According to the village secretary, they came from Chuzhou to look for a mining cave, hoping to find a local guide to take them there. 10,000 fast labor fees a day. Hearing this payment, almost everyone in the village flocked to the entrance of the village committee, scrambling to be this guide. But when they learned that they were heading to the cannibal cave, almost within half a minute, they all ran away in a puff of smoke. It has been a whole day now, and not a single person has come to apply for the job. Inside a simple, but comfortably furnished wooden house, two sisters with 5 or 6 points of similarity in looks looked forlorn. Sister, what can we do? The villagers don't dare to go, saying that there are monsters there, and that if they have a life to go, they won't have a life to return, so they won't go even if they have more money. Lin Evening Chang said with a dejected face. After the two of them separated from Ling Yi, they heard the wind that the man had gone to the cannibal cave near Mengqi village, so they hired someone to drive overnight. Lin Wanro frowned slightly and thought, wait for 2 hours, if no one comes as a guide yet, we can only ask for a general direction and we'll go find it ourselves. 2 hours passed quickly, still no one came to apply for the job. Lin Lanro looked at the sun above her head and said to Lin Wanchang, we can't wait any longer. In case we miss it this time, We don't know where she'll go again, so we have to find her this time. Tell everyone to organize their equipment and get ready to go. Lin Lianqing nodded and immediately ordered it down. Soon a group of people organized their equipment and walked towards the mountains in a great hurry. They hadn't been gone for long when the villagers stood at the entrance to the mountain sighing, "A good group of people. Why don't they listen to advice? Cannibal Cave, Cannibal Cave. Just listen to the name. That's where people can go?" Not long after the team entered the mountain, they walked into a dense forest with a very restricted view, and right at this moment, Lin Lanro suddenly stopped and said to everyone with a guarded face, "Be careful on guard. Something is approaching." The moment these words came out, everyone was highly nervous. One by one, they pricked up their ears and stared with wide eyes, looking around vigilantly, unwilling to miss a single breeze. The rustling sounds grew louder and closer, and just as everyone's hearts were about to be in their throats, a young lad appeared in their field of vision. When Lin Evening Chang saw that person, she directly stared at him with wide eyes, her face full of incredulity. "Mr. Ling, how come it's you?" Chapter 62, Never take your hobby and challenge someone else's rice bowl. Ling Yi ran all the way from the town to Mengqi village, and after seeing that his bearing was correct, he slowed down his speed, intending to take a break before speeding up again. But not long after he slowed down his speed, he sensed a group of people in the dense forest in front of him, and it seemed that the group of people had discovered him a long time ago, and they were currently standing in place, staring at their side with full alertness. Surprisingly, they found me even earlier than I found them? They have experts? Ling Yi is somewhat surprised, although he is currently only at the 4th level of Qi refining and has yet to cultivate divine sense. With the instinctive senses of an immortal cultivator, he is already many times sharper than the vast majority of martial artists' senses. Just like when they were at the Moonwatch Tower, even Xiachuan did not notice that there was a ship in the big river staring at them, but Ling Yi could clearly sense it. It was only a pity that he, who had yet to cultivate his divine sense, could not see who the person in the cabin was. And now, the other party had actually sensed the other party even earlier than himself, which showed that the other party's cultivation was not low. But what Ling Yi could not have expected was that this group of people were actually the Lin sisters. This caused him to immediately have a feeling of temporal and spatial disorientation. After all, he had only parted ways with them yesterday at noon, and as a result, he had been traveling for more than 10 hours, and he actually encountered them again? Dare I say that I sat on the bus for those 10 hours for nothing? However, Ling Yi can also understand. After all, they are driving over, and with so many of them, they can totally take turns to drive without sleep or rest, and it would indeed be much faster than taking the bus over by himself. However, Ling Yi swept a glance and did not find anyone with particularly high cultivation amongst them, other than Lin Wanro and a few bodyguards who may be inner-strength martial artists. The others are just ordinary people. Then how did they find me earlier? Thinking of Lin Wanro as means of manipulating talismanic seals, Ling Yi's heart understands an approximation. Those who are good at using talismanic seals are generally more powerful in their mental strength. It is not unusual for her to be able to discover herself earlier. Seeing that Ling Yi froze in place and did not answer her, Lin Evening Chang asked again, "Mr. Ling, weren't you still in Shuzhou at noon yesterday? Why are you here?" "Shuzhou was just passing by. I was going to come here," Ling Yi said truthfully, then asked Lin Evening Chang in return, "It's you guys, the mountains are so dangerous. What are you doing here? You were going to come here? And you know that the mountains are dangerous? Could it be?" Lin Evening Chang said. Suddenly her eyes lit up. "Could it be that you're a local here? Then you must know how to get to the Cannibal Cave, right? In this poor mountainous area? Which young man would have nothing to do but come to such a place, unless he was a local? Moreover, he knew that this mountain was dangerous, and as a result, he still dared to go up the mountain, so he must be very familiar with the situation in the mountain, which further proved that he was a local. Knowing is knowing, but, Ling Yi originally wanted to say, "But I'm not a local." As a result, Lin Evening Chang mistook that he was trying to say that the Cannibal Cave was dangerous, so he forcefully interrupted Ling Yi. "We know that the Cannibal Cave is dangerous, but we have something important to do when we go there, and we're not going to enter the cave. We're just taking a look at the periphery, so how about you take us, okay? We're willing to pay double the reward." Seeing Ling Yi's hesitation, Lin Wanro spoke up at this moment, "If you are worried about danger, when we are almost there, just point us in the right direction. We'll go there by ourselves, and you can go back first, and you won't lose a single penny of your reward." Lin Wanchang also hurriedly added, "And even if you don't take us there, we will still find our own way there, so you don't have to worry that this is harming us. On the contrary, if you take us there, you're also helping us by allowing us to take the road less traveled." Lin Wanru picked up the conversation. These two sisters sang in unison, matching each other quite well. It's just that they obviously didn't understand what the point of Ling Yi's hesitation was. Ling Yi was simply worried that he would be in danger. he was just bringing them people by himself would delay him. After all, under his own full-speed frenzy, these people of theirs, it is estimated that they would not even be able to see their own heels. But Ling Yi still agreed. Alright, after all, the mountains and forests here are high and dangerous. So if you can take care of them, you can take care of them, and it won't take too much time anyway. Thank you, Mr. Ling. Lin Evening Chang said with incomparable excitement. Ling Yi waves his hand and walks to the front of the group, asking as he walks, "You just said that you guys are not going into the cave? Then what are you guys doing there? Too long to live? Looking for excitement?" Lin Lanro said, "We are going to look for someone." Looking for people? There are still people living in that kind of place? Ling Yi is a bit surprised. Even an expert like Yuan Tiangang can't catch the tail of that beast. What kind of person can live in that neighborhood? How scared would that be? It's not living there, but we received a message that that person will pass by there. Lin Wanru explained. That's why we have to hurry over there as soon as possible or we'll miss it. Lin Wanchang picked up the conversation. It's a pity that there wasn't a single person in the village who was willing to act as a guide for us before. But luckily we met you. Rushing over as soon as possible? Ling Yi is very good at grasping the key points, directly ignoring Lin Wanchang's later words. Then you guys don't have a problem with me going faster, right? Of course I don't have a problem with it. If it wasn't for the fear that you wouldn't be able to handle it, we would have wanted to push you to go faster. Lin Evening Chang said with a smile. Mr. Ling, just go ahead and run. We can keep up. Lin Wanro said. In their opinion, Ling Yi is just an ordinary person. He can't even be compared to those of them who have been practicing kung fu since they were young. So no matter how fast he runs, the group of them will be able to catch up with him easily. That's what you said, huh? Hearing this, Ling Yi instantly gets energized and directly takes a step forward, instantly shaking off a distance of 7 or 8 meters from them. When the group of people saw him in such a swift form, they were all a little dazed. Worthy of being someone who grew up living in the mountains, walking the mountain paths is also like walking on the ground. Lin Wanru nodded her head and sighed with emotion, then said, "Everyone keep up, don't be compared to an ordinary person." As the words fall, the crowd also hastily accelerates and soon catches up with Ling Yi. Naturally, Ling Yi did not run at full speed, but rather he had been running at a suppressed speed. Otherwise, all of them would not be able to see his back even if they chased him to death. Of course, Ling Yi is not just pressing his speed, but when he sees them catching up, he speeds up again and runs forward for a while, and after he has lost some distance, he slows down again and waits for them to catch up. In this way, he was able to reach the cannibal's cave faster. Only, he was running high, but Lin Wanrui and the others were in agony. After about 2 hours, Lin Wancheng finally couldn't help but pant and say, "Sister, why do I feel like he's been fishing for us?" Lin Wanro's forehead was also oozing with dense fragrant sweat, but she still lectured her younger sister unconvincingly. "You didn't listen to me when I told you to practice your kung fu properly on weekdays. Now you know that you can't afford to eat, right? But it's not right. He's an ordinary person. Why can he run so fast?" Lin Lanro snorted coldly. He grew up living in the mountains. Every day he was competing with wild beasts for speed. If he slowed down a little, he would be dead. Why do you think he can run so fast? Remember, never take your hobby and challenge someone else's rice bowl. Oh, got it. Lin Evening Chang responded with an aggravated voice, but when she looked at Ling Yi again, there was a lot more sympathy in her eyes. How harsh the environment he grew up in had to be to make him practice such speed. Just like this, the group of people ran forward for another hour or so, and just as Ling Yi was about to accelerate again, Lin Wanrui suddenly stopped and looked behind her with a wary face. Wait a minute, everyone be careful, something is approaching, extremely fast. Chapter 63, Your Lin family doesn't even have the qualifications to jump around. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yi immediately stopped, then carefully sensed until a minute later, when he sensed movement coming from the rear. Sure enough, her sensing range is much wider than his own. Ling Yi thought darkly as he retreated into the crowd, so that if there was danger, he could be the first to rush to the front. It was only after another moment that the others present heard the movement in the distance, but in just an instant, they were scared pale by the movement. This is because unlike the rustling sound that Ling Yi had made before, this time, the commotion could almost be described as earth-shaking. Moreover, from the sound, one could tell that where that thing had passed through, there had been large trees that had been broken, and that was why it had smashed out a burst of loud and dull thump sounds. They looked at the big trees around them, the smallest of which were as wide as an adult's body, but as a result, they were easily knocked off by that thing, and just this brute force alone made them fearful. At this time, they also finally understood why the thing's speed was so fast. It was because that thing didn't turn at all. It kept running in a straight line. Could it not be fast? Everyone be careful. This could be the beast from the cannibal cave. Lin Wanru warned in a low voice, then flipped her wrist. 2 talisman seals appeared in her palm without warning. Very cool. When the crowd heard this, they all pulled out their competent weapons to prepare for the enemy. Only Ling Yi leaned against the tree with his hands in his pockets, his expression leisurely. With such a close distance, he is already sure that the other party is not a beast. No need to be so nervous. It's not a beast, it's a group of people. Hearing this, the crowd became even more nervous, because if this was really made by human power, how high would the cultivation level have to be to rampage like this? They now would rather believe that it was made by wild beasts than by human power. But again, Ling Yi was a local in their eyes, and since he said that it wasn't a wild beast, then it most likely wasn't a wild beast, so the eyes they looked into the distance were even more terrified than before. Soon, as far as their eyes could see, large trees collapsed, and right after that they saw two stout middle-aged men leaping out from between the collapsed trees, and in just one breath, they arrived in front of the large tree that was blocking their way. Then they saw these two people hand up fist down, smashed on those two big trees. Adult waist-thick tree suddenly collapsed. Only feet-high stumps stand in place, proving that they have been in the world for a time. Seeing this scene, all the people present were dumbfounded. How many big trees that blocked the road along the way were all smashed by them in such an unreasonable manner? Even if no one held them accountable for cutting down trees indiscriminately, wouldn't their fists hurt? The most crucial thing was that if they were to face these two guys, they basically had no chance of winning. However, after those two strong men ran in front of them, they didn't stop at all, but directly crossed over them and continued to smash their way forward, as if they didn't exist. The people who were originally terrified were all dumbfounded, but more than that, they were relieved. Just this ease has not lasted long. They are once again fearful, only to see the two strong men appeared place. Suddenly sprung out a team, two of the strong man to lead, followed by four body-shaped thin, but the eyes of the middle-aged man, in their wake, also followed some people, but do not see too clear. What made Lin Lan Ro and the others fearful was that the shoulders of those four thin men were actually carrying a sedan chair, and on that sedan chair, there was actually a young woman with a haughty look and gorgeous clothes. When these four people were running wildly in the mountains, that sedan chair was as steady as Mount Taishan, as if it had stopped in place. Hi Master. The first thing that popped into the Lin family's minds was this word. They now finally understood why those two strong men had smashed the big trees along the way. It turned out that it was just to open the way for this woman. That's all. And at this moment, they only wished that these people would be like those two burly men from before, turning a blind eye to them and just skimming past them. However, it is not the case. Those people not only stopped in front of them at a distance of 10 feet, from the sedan chair behind the four people, but also drilled out an old acquaintance of their Zhao Xuqing. Behind him, naturally followed by that Chen Tianyang, who was known as the Grandmaster. Lin family big. Miss, I didn't think it was really you guys. We're really destined to meet again, Zhao Xuqing said with a smile, not to mention how happy he was in his heart. He had only accompanied the one on the sedan chair here, but he didn't expect to run into the Lin sisters. In Chuzhou, he naturally didn't dare to do anything to them, and he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them. But here, he had the backing of the one in the palanquin chair, and he could do whatever he wanted to the two of them. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but have a burst of chicken. This is the middle of nowhere, eh? More exciting than indoors, have you ever? And when the Lin family members saw this, their brows were unconsciously wrinkled together. They were self-aware, knowing that all of them combined, they might not be able to do more than those two tree-smashing brutes, not to mention the four unfathomable sedan chair bearers here. Zhao Xucheng, why are you here? Lin Wanru coldly and softly drank. What? Just your Lin family can receive wind, but our Zhao family can't? Zhao Xucheng asked back smugly. I naturally knew that you guys would know that person's whereabouts sooner or later. What I mean is, without a guide, how did you guys find your way here? Who says we don't have a guide? Zhao Xucheng said, clapping his hands, and immediately someone walked out from the crowd carrying a miserable-looking little old man. Mengqi Village's most experienced old hunter. Impossible. There's no way someone from Mengqi Village would act as a guide for you, Lin Lianqing said in a petulant voice. Zhao Xucheng nodded. That's right. At first, no matter how much we offered, they just refused to come. It wasn't until I broke one of his grandson's legs that he agreed to bring us here. Moreover, if we can't find the cannibal's cave, old man, you say it yourself, what will happen? The little old man with a bitter face said warily. Just break my grandson's neck. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xucheng laughed at his words. See, how simple is that? Despicable and shameless, the Lin sisters said in unison. This is despicable and shameless? Zhao Xucheng shook his head and laughed. Where is this? When I strip you all naked in a while and have a bikini, it won't be too late for you to say I'm despicable and shameless again. As he spoke, his eyes kept sweeping over Lin Wanchang and Lin Wanro's bodies, as if the two of them were already his plate of food. Seeing this, Lin Wanru was burning with anger. Raising her hand, she threw out a yellow talisman towards Zhao Xucheng. That yellow talisman grew in the wind and was so fast that it leapt in front of Zhao Xuqing almost in the blink of an eye. At this time, the yellow talisman has two to high. Only to see Lin Wanro urge the magic skill. The yellow talisman instantly will be burning fire. Towards Zhao Xuqing will pounce and go. Seeing that this blazing fire is going to completely engulf Zhao Xuqing, the result is that a palanquin bearer suddenly raised his hand and waved it, instantly letting the yellow talisman with the blazing fire completely extinguished. When the Lin family saw this, they all panicked. This difference in strength, it wasn't even on a level. Ha ha ha. Resign yourself to your fate. In front of the Xiao family in Central State. Your Lin family doesn't even have the qualifications to jump around. Chapter 64 Half-Step Patriarch is just okay in your eyes? Central State Xiao family? Everyone in the Lin family unconsciously exclaimed. And then everyone's complexion became dim, even desperate. As for Lin Evening Row, she also put away the talisman seals in her hand and directly gave up resisting, because she knew very well that in front of the Xiao family in Central State, all her resistance was futile. How about it? Scared? Ha ha ha. Zhao Xuqing laughed like a villain, but right at this moment, that palanquin bearer who had saved his life, snapped and slapped Zhao Xuqing in the face. In just a flash, 5 more clearly visible fingerprints appeared on his cheeks, and his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Third miss, what are you doing? Zhao Xuqing looked at the woman sitting on the palanquin chair with an aggravated expression, his eyes somewhat alarmed. Zhao Xuqing, there has to be a degree of fox and tiger. If you miss the moment, I will even destroy your Zhao family together. Xiaoyihan rested her chin in her hand and looked at Zhao Xuqing obliquely. Her eyelids didn't even lift a bit. Her expression was incomparably arrogant as she said, yes, definitely won't miss it. Zhao Xuqing sniffed and immediately groveled. Simply a different person from the one he was before. They are the Lin sisters you mentioned before? Indeed they have a few qualities. No wonder you've been obsessed with them. Xiao Yikan added. Don't worry, as long as you can do a good job this time. What this young lady promises you will not be less, including this pair of sisters. Thank you third miss. Zhao Xuqing is beaming with joy. Don't worry, third miss, with Master Chen and I here, we will definitely be able to find the divine pill in the cannibal's cave. Standing in the crowd, Ling Yi sees this scene and cannot help but feel that this Xiao family's third miss is really good at playing with people's hearts, slapping them and giving them a piece of candy. The genius has been played by her to understand. But what exactly is the origin of this Central State Xiao family that makes the Lin family so scornful? Even the Lin sisters, a pair of living, breathing people, were just commodities in her eyes, and still the kind that she wanted to give away. Before Ling Yi can think about it, he hears Zhao Xuqing's voice coming again. Take them with you. Whoever dares to run, get them killed on the spot. As the words fall, a few middle-aged men with slim physique immediately drill out behind him and walk over to surround the Lin family. Ling Yi sweeps a glance. Each of these people have convex temples. Obviously their strength is not bad. However, this is only for ordinary people. In Ling Yi's eyes, taking their lives is just a matter of snapping his fingers. As for Zhao Xuqing and Chen Tianyang, Ling Yi really did not expect to meet them here, and he has a feeling that he has gotten there without making any effort. However, he did not intend to kill them right now, as he was curious to know what exactly was the divine medicine that Zhao Xuqing was talking about. Yuan Tiangang had only told him that there were black crystal stones in the cannibal's cave, but nothing else. The two of them, Zhao Xuqing and Chen Tianyang, obviously knew more than Yuan Tiangang. Keeping them was obviously more useful than killing them now. So Ling Yi just mixed in with the Lin family's group and continued to run towards the front. Moreover, Ling Yi also discovered that as the Lin sisters were advancing, they had been secretly having those bodyguards of theirs surround themselves in the center. Their movements were so subtle that outsiders could not see anything. Ling Yi knew that they were worried that they would be discovered by Zhao Xuqing, thus incurring the trouble of killing themselves. Even though such a move was not necessary for Ling Yi at all, he was still grateful for what they did. A large group of people went towards the depths of the dense forest in such a vast manner, waiting until the old man who was the guide was completely unable to tell the direction before the group camped in place to rest. Old man, you're not fooling us, are you? How long have we been running? Why haven't we arrived yet? After stopping, Zhao Xuqing said out of breath. The old man didn't consume a lot of energy because he had someone to carry him all the way, but he was just wobbling around and getting dizzy. But I don't dare. The cannibal cave was originally far from the village. Otherwise the existence would have been eaten up by that monster. The old man said truthfully. Then how much longer? On weekdays it takes me 7 or 8 days to get there. But with your footwork, you should be able to get there around noon tomorrow. The old man gave an exact time after calculating in his mind for a while. This was the same as Ling Yi's prediction. It seemed that the old man had indeed been to the cannibal's cave before. After Zhao Xuqing asked for the exact time, he went to Xiaoyihan to take credit. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Eveningchang then quietly comes to Ling Yi's side and says to him in a low voice, I'm sorry, We didn't expect Zhao Xuqing to show up here. This time I've dragged you down again. Ling Yi laughed. There is no need to apologize. I was going to come to the cannibal cave. Even without you guys, I might have encountered Zhao Xuqing. I know that the reason you said that is to put my mind at ease. After all, no one from your village dares to come to the cannibal's cave. So how could you possibly come? Lin Eveningcheng brainstormed. The logic that Ling Yi was dumbfounded to hear. But don't worry, my sister and I have discussed this. When we get to the cannibal's cave, we will think of a way to stall Zhao Xuqing and Master Chen, and you will just run back at that time. They're going to enter the cave to look for treasures, so they definitely won't have time to chase after you. Lin Liancheng admonished. What about you guys? Ling Yi asked. Us? Lin Eveningcheng's expression suddenly dimmed when he heard this, and after letting out a sigh, he said, with the Shao family of Central State backing him up, we are destined to not be able to escape. This Central State Shao family, what exactly is the origin of it? How could it make you guys so scrupulous? Ling Yi had wanted to ask this question before, only that he had never found a suitable opportunity to ask them. Zhengzhou is neighboring with Chu State. It is a first-class mansion in Zhengzhou. Family assets and all these need not be said. The main thing is that their family has a half-step sect master sitting in the town. 2 weeks in Zhengzhou. No one dares to mess with them at all. Lin Eveningcheng said succinctly. Half-step sovereign? Ling Yi is a bit surprised. Just a half-step sovereign is pressuring the martial artists of the 2 states to raise their heads? The martial artists in this world are also too withered, right? Hearing Ling Yi's questioning, Lin Eveningcheng still thinks that he doesn't understand what it means to be a half-step zongsher. So he changes his words and explains. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to remember that their family has a very powerful big shot. Half-step sovereign? How powerful can it be? Ling Yi laughed, his words full of disdain. However, Lin Eveningcheng thinks that this is Ling Yi asking her a question, so after thinking very seriously, she replies, those 2 guys who broke the tree with their fists in the afternoon were powerful, right? But even if they are added together, they are not the opponents of a half-step zongsher. Do you think it's awesome? Ling Yi smiles at this and returns with a clear conscience. Not bad. Not bad? Lin Wancheng froze. A half-step sovereign is just okay in your eyes? As the words fell, a cunning voice sounded behind the sudden 2. Which ungrateful dog is blabbering here? Between the words, Zhao Xuqing has already walked to the front of the 2 to come. He recognized Ling Yi at a glance. I said, who is it? So it's you, dog thing. This is good. Save me the trouble of having to look for you when I turn back. Chapter 65, with the 3-foot sword in my hand. Is it enough? Although Ling Yi was eager to know what kind of divine medicine was in the cannibal's cave, it wasn't like he couldn't kill Zhao Xuqing. So when Zhao Xuqing cursed him as a dog, Ling Yi already had killing intent. Anyway, after killing him, there was still another Chen Tianyang, wasn't there? But just as he was about to strike, Lin Eveningcheng suddenly blocked in front of him. Run! I'll stop him for you. Run? Zhao Xuqing couldn't help but sneer. There are people from the Shao family standing outside, just by him being an ordinary person. Do you think he'll be able to run away? Lin Wancheng knew that this was true and asked with a cold face. What do you want? He didn't know how to insult the Shao family patriarch. What do you think he would do if I handed him over to the Shao family? Zhao Xuqing said with incomparable smugness. Lin Wancheng didn't even need to think about it. She knew that the result would naturally be a broken limb and a life worse than death. So she explained for Ling Yi. He's just an ordinary villager in Mengqi village. How would he know how terrifying a half-step sect master is? Do you think 3rd Miss Shao can accept this explanation? Zhao Xuqing pulled the tiger skin as a banner and said, at that time, 3rd Miss will definitely have people crack the bones in his body one by one and then throw them in this mountain to feed the wolves. Lin Wancheng couldn't help but shiver all over when she thought of that image. Ling Yi is the one she begged to come to be their guide. She has to ensure his safety, or else she will have a hard time with her conscience for the rest of her life. Seeing that Lin Wancheng was already fearful, Zhao Xuqing struck while the iron was hot and said, if you don't want 3rd Miss Shao to know, it's not impossible. It's just what? Lin Eveningcheng asked hurriedly. It's just that you have to sleep with me tonight, as long as you serve me comfortably. My grudge with him, this is written off. What he said tonight, I also pretend not to have heard. How? Zhao Xuqing had a lecherous smile on his face. Don't even think about it. Lin Eveningcheng said in a deep voice. She knew that Zhao Xuqing had always been a thief to her, but she never thought that he would use such despicable and shameless means to force her to give in. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. At that time you will naturally beg me to sleep with you. Zhao Xuqing laughed with incomparable confidence, and after finishing, he turned around and was about to leave. As a result, just as he turned around, he felt a coldness in his neck, and the tip of a sword, glowing with a cold aura, was pressing against his throat, and the person holding the sword was none other than Lin Wanru. If you dare to say half a word about this tonight, I guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow, Lin Wanru said in a cold voice. without any semblance of emotion in her words. Zhao Xuqing did get a little scared when he heard this. He hadn't even practiced his internal strength until now, so he really had no power to fight against Lin Wanru. And he couldn't possibly pester Grandmaster Chen all night long and let him protect him, right? Master Chen also needed to sleep, right? What if Lin Wanru took advantage of Master Chen's sleep and wiped his neck with a sword? Just thinking about this, a cold sweat oozed out of Zhao Xuqing's back. Apologize to my sister and to Mr. Ling, Lin Wanru scolded in a deep voice. Yes, sorry. Zhao Xuqing turned around and apologized to Lin Wanchang, but when he looked at Ling Yi, he couldn't say anything. Why do I still have to apologize to him? Just based on the fact that you just scolded him, just based on the 3-foot sword in my hand, is that enough? As Lin Wanru said this, she pushed the tip of her sword towards Zhao Xuqing's back hard again. Enough is enough, don't be impulsive, I'll apologize right away, Zhao Xuqing said hurriedly, then he bowed deeply at Ling Yi and apologized. I'm sorry, scram. Lin Wanru let out a soft shout and lashed at his face with her sword, instantly drawing out a red mark that mirrored the 5 fingerprints from the daytime. Zhao Xuqing endured the pain and ran out for a long distance before turning back and rushing at them threateningly. You guys wait for me, if I don't play with you guys, I won't believe Zhao. Sister, why didn't you simply kill him just now? Lin Wanchang said with a look of regret. Lin Wanru sniffed, shook her head, sighed, and said, I could have killed him, but if I killed him now, we'd all have to be buried with him. Although Lin Wanchang was not relieved, he also knew that his sister was right, so he did not say anything more. Mr. Ling, in the future, don't say anything nonsense about half-step sect masters. I can protect you once today, but not for the rest of your life. The Jianghu is dangerous. I hope Mr. Ling will be careful with his words. Lin Wanru put away her long sword and admonished. Ling Yi nods his head and says, Indeed, I shouldn't say with a clear conscience that a half-step sovereign is alright. I should be honest and say that a half-step sovereign is, well, average. The current him had already put away his killing intent towards Zhao Xuqing, but it was only temporary. After tomorrow, he still had to die. When the Lin sisters heard Ling Yi's words, they both couldn't help but roll their eyes. While Lin Wanchang is still blah 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 lecturing Ling Yi, Lin Wanru just sighs and says incorrigible before finding a nearby place to sit down and look up at the sky with a despondent look on her face. Seeing this, Ling Yi walks over and says, I heard your plan with your sister. What do you think? It's quite good. There is just one place that can be changed. Lin Wanru frowned. Which place? When the time comes, I'll stop them and you guys run. Lin Wanru retracted her sight looking at the sky and glanced at Ling Yi. Then she continued to tilt her head back to look at the sky and return 2 words to Ling Yi. Sick. She is too lazy to say more to Ling Yi, because in her opinion, the current Ling Yi is nothing more than a personal heroism at work. When the time comes to really fight, after he sees that bloody scene, he will surely be scared to turn his head and run. Where is the need for her to persuade him? Ling Yi also did not explain anything more. Just on the side of the fixed cultivation, swallowing heaven record. Each does not disturb. The years are quiet. Zhao Xucheng held his anger and found Chen Tianyang, only to find that he was already asleep. He didn't dare to wake Chen Tianyang up, so he had no choice but to lie down and sleep with a belly full of anger. Only the whole night he tossed and turned. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The next morning, when he heard Chen Tianyang wake up, he was the first to find him with dark circles under his eyes. Master Chen, that kid from the airplane is here too. Chen Tianyang first frowned, then remembered and asked, You're seeing things, aren't you? Why is he here? He's from Mengqi village. He's acting as a guide for those 2 ES. It was crowded yesterday. We just didn't see it. Go take a look. Zhao Xuqing immediately led Chen Tianyang towards the Lin family's campsite, but as a result, Zhao Xuqing was dumbfounded after walking there. He saw Ling Yi sitting on the ground meditating while Lin Wanru was sitting not far from him. When the latter saw them coming over, she even raised her right hand at them, as well as the yellow talisman seal held in her right hand. Is it hard for this to have spent the whole night guarding that kid's side last night? Chapter 66, They are good people too. I have to save them. Zhao Xucheng stormed out, itching to rush over and strangle that Ling Yi kid. How could he be so virtuous and capable of letting a beautiful and cool woman like Lin Wanru hold down the fort for him for a night? Chen Tianyang narrowed his eyes and saw Lin Wanru waving at him. He immediately snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away with a skewer on his plate. Compared to Zhao Xucheng's outburst, Chen Tianyang was actually more annoyed. He was at least a Master Chen in the eyes of the people, but as a result, he was taken by a little girl. Could he not be angry? Master Chen, don't you have any other means to deal with that kid? Zhao Xucheng caught up and asked with an unwilling face. That girl is all good to deal with. The main thing is that the talisman in her hand just restrains this master's spells, making it impossible for this master to use his power. It's so damn suffocating. Chen Tianyang was also pissed off. he couldn't help but burst out a foul language. His hamstring was almost pinched off by him. Zhao Xuqing sniffed. Even more hateful, then we have no way to clean up that? You forgot. It's almost time to arrive at the cannibal's cave. Chen Tianyang sneered, narrowing his eyes as he asked rhetorically, when the time comes, don't we need to put some bait to lure the beasts out? Hearing this, Zhao Xuqing instantly understood what Chen Tianyang meant. His face filled with anticipation, even his eyes lit up. Under the guidance of the old man from Mengqi village, the crowd came to the edge of a basin at noon after running for a morning. In front of the crowd was a huge, gigantic basin that could not be seen at a glance. In the basin, there was a wide river flowing in from the opposite bank, and after circling around the edge of the basin for a week, it flowed out from a place not far away from the entrance, and under the sunlight, it looked like a huge jasper bracelet. Even though it was winter at this time, the place encircled by this jade bracelet was surprisingly full of flowers and green grass, a scene of spring. Moreover, among the jade bracelet, the view was extremely open, and there were only a very few places where a few small trees that were not too tall or too short were growing, embellishing this side of the world and making the jade bracelet more hierarchical. When the crowd saw this scene in winter, they were all attracted by the beautiful scenery inside, and for a moment they were all dumbfounded. Only that old man said nothing, refused to go forward, said that the cannibal's cave is on the edge of the basin somewhere on the cliff wall. Let them find it by themselves. He has to go back to see his grandson. Old man, come all the way to this great beauty. Why be in such a hurry to go back? Zhao Xuqing said in a conspiratorial manner. What do you want? I've brought you all here. What else do you want? The old man's whole body was shaking with fear. Not doing anything. It's just that it's such a large area. When are we going to find a cave? Zhao Xuqing laughed. As the saying goes, help someone to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. You have sent us here. Why don't you just go down and help me find where the cave is? When the old man heard this, he was immediately paralyzed with fear and looked at Zhao Xuqing with a terrified expression. I'm not going. I'm not going. This is that monster's territory. Whoever goes down there will die. I won't go even if you beat me to death. In that case, then as you say, beat you to death. With that, Zhao Xuqing took a gun from the Xiao family's bodyguard and aimed it at the old man's head. Enough! Lin Wanro let out a soft shout and stood in front of the old man. Lin Wancheng immediately went up to help the old man up. Let him go back. I'll go down and find the cave for him, Lin Wanru said with a determined face. As she spoke, one of her hands was behind her back and she was continuously signaling Ling Yi. This was something they had just discussed on the way here. As long as they saw this gesture from her, they would be ready to run, and as soon as she does, she spreads her feet and runs back regardless. The kind of running as fast as she can. Ling Yi sees this gesture of hers, but he has no intention of running. No, you're my future first wife. You can't go down. Zhao Xuqing flatly refuses, then reaches out and points at Ling Yi. It's fine to let that old guy go back. Let him go down on his behalf. Seeing this, Lin Wanru directly shouted, run! As she spoke, she rushed towards Zhao Xuqing, and on her way, she even flicked her wrist, and a 3-foot green peak appeared in her hand, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Zhao Xuqing's throat. At the same time, Lin Lianqing pushed the old man out and shouted the word run before rushing towards Zhao Xuqing. Those bodyguards brought by the Lin family, almost at the same time, without any hesitation, formed a human wall in front of Ling Yi and the old man, and then stepped forward in unison, charging towards the opposite crowd. For a while, the scene is extremely chaotic, with the sound of gold and iron clanking continuously. Where has the old man seen this kind of scene before? His legs went soft in fear and he was almost about to fall to the ground again, only to be held up by Ling Yi in time. If you go back alone, can you make it to the village before dark? While the front is fighting, Ling Yi is asking the old man the question with a calm face. A faint wisp of aura is smoothly transmitted into the old man's body. Hearing Ling Yi's calm tone, the old man, who was still panicking, immediately calms down and cries out in a neutral tone. How can I possibly catch up? You guys are running so fast. I just don't eat, don't drink. It will take me 3 days to get back to the village. In the crowd of people fighting, Lin Wanro hears the old man's cries and sees that Ling Yi is actually still chatting with him, and immediately shouts, Ling Yi, what are you doing? Why don't you take the old man and run back? Ling Yi ignores it and instead asks again, then are you afraid of being alone? Afraid? How can I not be afraid? The old man is crying and sad. What can I do if I am afraid? I still have to go back? My grandson is still waiting for me to go back and take him to the hospital to cure his leg. Ling Yi nods. From the Lin family bodyguard's traveling bag, he takes out some dry food and gives it to the old man. He also pulls out something like a chocolate bean from his pocket and hands it to the old man. Kids love to eat. Go back and give it to your grandson. This is the last shattered jade Dan. Originally Ling Yi prepared for himself after all. That beast is exceptionally ferocious. Abusing Yuan Tian Gang is like abusing a vegetable. It is better to be prepared than to suffer. Thank you, good man. The old man receives the chocolate beans, wraps it with leaves and hides it in his personal pocket, then takes the dry food and runs back. However, he did not run out for a few steps before he turned back to ask Ling Yi, "Why don't you run?" Ling Yi smiles at this, then points to Lin Wanru and the others who are fighting desperately. They are also good people. I have to save them. Also, no matter what sound you hear in a while, don't turn back, just run forward. After saying that, Ling Yi waves his hand, signaling the old man to hurry up. The old man's heart is focused on his grandson, so he does not make any pretense and nods his head before turning around and running back towards the way he came. Just after turning a corner, he hears a muffled bang behind him, which scares him so much that he almost turns back to look, but then remembering Ling Yi's words, he stops the thought and continues to run forward. In this way, he heard a total of 5 muffled sounds before and after, and then there was no more of this strange sound. Of course he didn't know that in the section of the road that he had just run through, there were 5 corpses lying with their eyebrows just pierced through, and these corpses, a few seconds ago, were still rubbing their fists, ready to turn him into a corpse. Chapter 67. Are all the mountain villagers nowadays already so open-minded towards life and death? After sending the old man away, Ling Yi turns back to see that Lin Wanro and the other Lin family members have already been captured, under Zhao Xuqing's call to keep the survivors alive and use them as bait. Those sedan chair bearers and scavengers of the Xiao family were specially merciful and did not kill them. Otherwise, with the difference in battle power between the two sides, this farce should have ended a long time ago. Bastard! Such a good opportunity, why didn't you run? Lin Wanru scolded. Ling Yi sniffed and grinned. Tired. Can't run anymore. Lin Wanru was stunned at his words, and then thought that he was just an ordinary villager. These 2 days of long-distance running should indeed be at his limit for him, but that old man was different. Someone had been running on his back for the past 2 days. He naturally still had the energy left to run back. Damn, why didn't I think of this? Lin Wanru inclined her head, looking sad. Lin Evening Chang on the other hand, was already teary-eyed, apologizing to Ling Yi one after another. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you to come and be a guide for us. It's all my fault, it's me who caused you harm. I'm sorry, even if you have the strength to run, you won't be able to run away. Zhao Xuqing said smugly, did you guys really think that we didn't leave a secret sentry at the back? That old thing must have just naively thought that he had escaped with his life, but he didn't realize that he was destined to run out of 5 miles from the start. Ha ha ha. Asterisk 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 you should die by 1,000 cuts. Lin Evening Rose's eyes are going to burst into flames. Helplessly clamping down on her is a bit of sedan chair bearer. She simply can't break free. Don't worry, when it's done here, I'll let you use your colorful knife and cut me in 1,000 cuts. When it's time not to cut me in 1,000 cuts. Zhao Xuqing was talking himself into a cocktail. At this point, he couldn't wait to find the hole, so he looked at Ling Yi. Should I throw you down, or you find a way to walk down by yourself? Ling Yi, don't go. Lin Wansheng shouted. You're my future little wife and you're here caring about other men. You're making it difficult for me. Zhao Xuqing speaks falsely before pointing at Ling Yi. Someone, throw him down. 2 people immediately walked out from the crowd towards Ling Yi. Zhao Xuqing, I'll go for him. Lin Evening Chang's face was filled with tears as she shouted at Zhao Xuqing. Surname Zhao, embarrassing an ordinary person is nothing. If you have the ability to let go of your grandpa, I'll go find the hole for you. And your grandfather me, old me will go too. The group of bodyguards from the Lin family scrambled to be the first, fearing that Zhao Xuqing would throw Ling Yi into the basin. Kid, you're well liked. So many people are willing to die for you. Zhao Xuqing was jealous, but it's useless. I just want you to die. Throw me down. There's no need to go down. I know where the hole is. Ling Yi spoke indifferently. Let go of them. I'll take you there. Kid, you better not play tricks. Zhao Xuqing narrowed his eyes like Chen Tianyang and said with a gloomy face. Seeing that Ling Yi hadn't moved from where he stood, Zhao Xuqing waved his hand and released Lin Wanru and the others. Just after they regained their freedom, they gathered around Ling Yi, saying all sorts of words of sorry and gratitude, so much so that Ling Yi's ears were getting calloused. Seeing that they are all safe and sound, Ling Yi walks along the edge of the basin with his hands in his pockets and walks towards the upstream unhurriedly. The Lin family members looked at each other and followed closely behind. They were afraid of the cannibal cave and had no intention of entering the cave from the beginning, but they did not want to let Ling Yi go to the danger alone. So after glancing at each other, they unanimously agreed to go with Ling Yi. Ling Xian, Ling Yi, do you really know where that cave entrance is? Lin Lanro walks on Ling Yi's left side and asks in a low voice. No, Ling Yi replied truthfully. How do you know? Didn't you say that no one can walk out alive from the cannibal cave? A friend of mine who has been there told me. That friend of yours is Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang? You know Yuan Tiangang? Lin Wanrua asked with incomparable surprise. Recognize. It's the one who has both internal and external cultivation, and is most adept at, said here. Lin Wanrui suddenly paused, then shook her head and laughed to herself. There are many people with the same name. I am also really bewitched. Ling Yi sniffs and doesn't bother to explain, and walks forward on his own. As for Lin Wanru, she is half a length behind him, muttering with the Lin family. After a while, Lin Wanru comes forward and says, Ling Yi, we have discussed this. We will stop them once more in a while. Aren't you unable to run? I will let my sister take you out. Ling Yi does not comment on her words, but instead asks back, is the person you are looking for nearby? Lin Lanro shook her head with some frustration. I don't know if I'm late or early. It's fine. There is still some distance to the cave entrance. Maybe that person is near the cave entrance. Ling Yi comforted. In a moment, you watch my hand signals. Ling Yi directly interrupts Lin Wanru's words. No more running. I will take you to the cave entrance. But, no one can live from, if you don't go and try. How do you know? Ling Yi laughed. After saying that, he speeds up his steps and runs towards the front door. Looking at Ling Yi's handsome smiling face, Lin Wanro actually lost her concentration for a moment and directly froze in place, especially in the background of the basin which was full of flowers and green grass. It made her ask for an air called youthfulness. Sis, why do I feel that Ling Yi doesn't look like an ordinary villager? Lin Wancheng asked with a slight frown of doubt. Upon hearing her sister's words, Lin Wanru came back to her senses and said, it doesn't even matter. Right now, we only pray that that person is near the cave entrance, or else we'll all have to die here. Ling Yi's speed was controlled just right, so that the Lin family members could just keep up with his pace. He did not dare to run too fast for fear that when the beasts attacked the Lin family crowd, he would not be able to return to help. It was only after about half an hour or so of running that Ling Yi slowed down his speed and switched from running to walking. Almost there, Ling Yi said in a low voice. As soon as he finished saying this, a terrifying roar came from the front, shaking the crowd who could not help but cover their ears. What was even more terrifying was that they could clearly feel the vibrations underneath their feet. In other words, just a roar could shake the entire earth. The strength of this beast had already exceeded everyone's heart's expectations. From the roar just now, they could roughly determine the location of the cave entrance, but none of them dared to go forward. At this moment, there were only 3 words in everyone's mind. What to do? Zhao Xucheng glanced at Chen Tianyang, only to see the latter turn his skewer, glaring and handing Zhao Xucheng a look. The latter immediately understood and shouted at Ling Yi in front of him. Surname Ling, go down and lure that beast out of the cave, or else all of these bodyguards of the Lin family will have to die. He said so, but in fact, he couldn't afford to kill them at all. He wanted to keep them as bait. Moreover, they all had some fighting ability. They might even be able to contribute when it mattered. Only Ling Yi, that village boy, would not be able to do anything, so death would be a death. Ling Yi, I will go for you. Why should you go? According to seniority, I should go too. Don't argue. I'm your captain. Listen to me. I'll go. Just as the Lin family bodyguards were arguing, Lin Wanru suddenly chided. All stop arguing. Ling Yi has already gone down. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see that Ling Yi had already arrived at the river's edge, and was walking forward with his hands in his pockets, carelessly, not looking at all like he was going to lure the beasts, but instead like, trekking and leisurely traveling. This is to see open? Now the mountain villagers, on life and death have been so open-minded? Chapter 68, dead in the ground on the spot, not dead directly buried alive. Lin Evening Chang shouted several times at the edge of the basin. After seeing that Ling Yi had turned a deaf ear, she was about to jump off the cliff, intending to accompany Ling Yi, but just as she was about to make a move, she was stopped by Zhao Xucheng shouting, you sisters are my future wives. I haven't even flown with you yet. How can you jump down to die? When Lin's sisters heard this, they gritted their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only look at Ling Yi's back without blinking, silently praying for him in their hearts. And right at this moment, another earth-shattering roar came from the front, and the commotion was even greater than before, shaking the crowd on the mountain to the left and right, so much so that they couldn't even stand still. No one notices that Ling Yi at the bottom of the mountain is walking as if he is walking on the ground, walking steadily as if he is walking leisurely. After the mountain range shook, the crowd stood up steadily, only to realize that Ling Yi's kid was already 100 meters away. Humph, he must have been shocked and rolled directly over. Zhao Xucheng couldn't help but let out a cold snort and thought in his heart. This thought of his had just passed, when a loud thud came. The entire ground trembled, and they, who were standing on the mountain range, were even directly shaken 2 or 3 inches off the ground, before the crowd could understand what was going on. Another loud thud came, once again shaking them to the point of jumping. After this, 3 or 4 more of these loud thuds came in succession, and with each sound, they were shaken to the point of bouncing off the ground, as if they were droplets of water placed on a speaker. and jumped up in place by the sound. It's the monster's footsteps. Among the crowd, it was unknown who suddenly shouted out. The crowd after hearing this first froze, and when they reacted, all of their cheeks paled as if they had seen a ghost. They had fantasized about how powerful this beast was, but to walk and be able to shake them off the ground was something they really hadn't expected. Prepare yourselves, as soon as that beast appears, you will combine your efforts to kill it. Xiao Han, who hadn't said much along the way, suddenly opened his mouth and said to the sedan bearer and the others. When Lin Wanru heard this, she couldn't help but look back at Xiao Han, only to find that although she wasn't wearing much, there were fine beads of sweat emerging on her forehead. But she had been sitting on the palanquin chair the entire time and hadn't even moved. So what kind of sweat was she sweating? It's so hot in the middle of winter? Lin Wanruo was a little puzzled. And when those sedan chair bearers heard her command, they moved gently to put the sedan chair down, then stood side by side with those two stout scavengers, their eyes staring dead ahead. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps continued to come, but after the crowd had the experience from before, they all crashed down so that their bodies were clasped dead center on the ground, which prevented them from being shaken off the ground. Beside Xiao Han's palanquin chair, there were also a few martial artists pressing the lifting bar, which made Xiao Han sit steadily. As time passed, that beast's footsteps became more and more urgent and louder. Everyone knew that the guy was quickly running from the cave towards the entrance. As the Lin family looked at Ling Yi who was running upstream along the river, they couldn't help but sweat for him. And right at this moment, a deafening roar rang out, shaking the crowd who had to reach out and cover their ears. At the same time, a huge figure suddenly leaps out from a boulder on the cliff wall in front of him, and then pounces towards Ling Yi at a speed indiscernible to the naked eye. In just a single glance, Ling Yi is slapped away by that beast. His body is like a cannonball, cutting through the eyes of the crowd at breakneck speeds, and then smashing deeply into the cliff wall behind him, being buried by the soil, and no longer moving. Ling Yi, with a cry, Lin Evening Chang wanted to chase after him to dig Ling Yi out of the dirt, but as a result, he simply could not break free from the Xiao family martial artist's restraints. Little wife, there's no need to go, let alone him being an ordinary village boy, even if it's an internal force martial artist. After taking such a hit, most likely he'll turn into a lump of meat cake as well. Zhao Xuqing relieved a mouthful of bad breath and was now happy. Zhao Xucheng, you shall not die. Lin Evening Chang glared at Zhao Xuqing with eyes full of rage. Zhao Xuqing shrugged at his words, then nodded his head and laughed. Indeed, because you sisters will make me want to die. Just as the two of them were talking, the crowd had gotten a good look at the beast in the basin. It resembled a tiger, not a tiger, with a tiger-like head, but its height was taller than the basin cliffs, more than 30 meters, almost as tall as a 15-story building. But this height, under its body length of nearly over 100 meters, still seemed out of place. Its body-patterned fur, limbs as thick as a pillar in the sky, a rough estimate. The diameter of a single leg is 2 or 3 meters thick, and its pair of eyes, bigger than the red lanterns hanging on New Year's Eve. The most bizarre thing was that in its eyes, it was burning with a blazing flame that was more than a meter high. At this moment, its pair of eyes with fire were staring at the crowd. Under the pressure of such a behemoth, the people present were almost on the verge of losing their breath. Still not making a move? Xiao Han let out a soft shout, rousing the crowd from their shock. The 4 sedan chair bearers and the 2 scavengers, without half a moment's hesitation, leapt off the cliff and ran wildly towards the fierce tiger that was 15 times as tall as them. In the eyes of these few of them, this thing that looks like a tiger but not a tiger is only a little bigger and louder. Other than that, it should only be a brute force to take him down. It is not at all a matter of concern. Today, the old man will call you this to see why human beings are called the Lord of all souls. A sedan chair bearer let out a loud shout, then performed a weird body technique, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of that huge beast, then raised his fist and smashed it fiercely against that huge beast's brow. When the palanquin bearer blasted out his fist, the crowd seemed to vaguely hear the sound of breaking air, and it didn't need to think to know that even if it was armor made of pure steel, this fist could easily shatter it. However, after his fist smashed into the center of the beast's brow, the beast's figure did not move at all, and even its ears shook in disgust. But it was this slight shake that the sedan chair bearer, who claimed to let the behemoth see the light of day, had his figure smashed hard towards the ground as if he was hit by a gust of wind. Just before he landed, that giant beast raised a palm and sent his figure flying again, actually directly leaped over the entire basin, smashing headfirst into the cliff wall of the basin that could not even be seen in the distance, and a muffled sound of bang came from it. Seeing this scene, the crowd on the cliff wall were all stunned. They finally understand at this moment. This place is called the Cannibal Cave, but not even a bone is seen where ing smashed into the cliff wall inside, dead on the spot into the ground. Not dead, also directly buried alive. Chapter 69, not at all at the same level. Wait for death. Attack its waist together. A palanquin bearer softly shouted. and then he took the lead and fiercely attacked towards the waist of that huge beast. As the saying goes, a tiger's body is a bronze head, iron tail and tofu waist. As long as you attack its waist, you will definitely be able to subdue it. The remaining 4 people heard this and responded, attacking towards the waist of the giant beast. At the same time, Xiaohan said to Zhao Xucheng, "Why don't you go fetch the divine pill?" Zhao Xucheng heard this and immediately ran forward with Chen Tianyang. But right at this moment, the giant beast turned back with a roar, and those 5 people who attacked its waist were instantly turned into blood mist and died without even a crumb left. And with a casual flick of its tail, it chopped a huge chasm of more than 10 meters out of the basin's cliff wall, not only blocking Zhao Xucheng's path to their advancement, but the huge shockwave also shook the duo to the ground, and they retreated all the way back to the front of the crowd before being stopped in their retreat by the Xiao family's bodyguards. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their most powerful battle force, in front of this giant beast, hadn't even lasted 20 seconds before they were all wiped out. Each and every one of them had their mouths wide open, unable to say half a word. In the end, it was only when that giant beast roared up to the sky that these frightened and disoriented crowds were awakened. Even the 2 masters with bronze skin and iron bones couldn't stop that roar? In the crowd, someone couldn't help but exclaim, then sat on his butt on the ground. "It's over. It's over. Now we all have to die here. Third miss, you quickly retreat. This is more powerful than expected," the captain of the Xiao family bodyguard said hurriedly to Xiaohan. After saying this, he immediately arranged for 4 people to carry the sedan chair, intending to return the same way. However, the giant beast threw another tail over, cutting a huge gully of more than 10 meters out of the retreating path as well, causing the crowd to move in and out, making it difficult for them to move forward and backward. Seeing this scene, Lin Wancheng was on the verge of being scared to tears, and asked warily, "Sister, it's so powerful. Why doesn't it just kill us? What's the point of trapping us here?" Lin Wanru glanced at the saliva dripping from the corners of the behemoth's mouth and smiled bitterly as she returned. "It looks like it's treating us as its lunch." Upon hearing that they were about to be eaten, everyone panicked. Xiaohan was also shivering at this moment. Where was she still half as arrogant as she was, and directly shouted at Zhao Xucheng, "Surnamed Zhao, didn't you say that you have a way to control that giant beast? Why don't you hurry up and do it?" It was just that after she shouted, her entire body began to pant heavily, and the sweat on her face flowed downwards as if she had been drenched in rain. As for Zhao Xucheng, when he heard this, he hurriedly looked at Chen Tianyang and urgently said, "Master Chen, why don't you make a move?" Chen Tianyang didn't hesitate. Pulling out a palm-sized jade disc, he began to recite incantations and draw talismans. Not long after, Chen Tianyang bit through his finger and dripped a few drops of blood on the jade disc, then raised the disc high and shouted, "Spirits and demons, come and help me." After the words were spoken, a thick black fog immediately leapt out from the jade disc, forming a 10 feet long black fog wall in front of the crowd in an instant. As soon as this fog wall appeared, the crowd heard a burst of heart-rending screams. When they looked closely, they realized that there were countless ghosts roaring on that pitch-black fog wall. With that eerie scene, the crowd couldn't help but take a few steps back, and Lin Wanru saw those ghosts on the fog wall. There were old people, children, and pregnant women. She immediately frowned and pointed at Chen Tianyang and shouted, "Chen Tianyang, you dare to sacrifice living souls. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning from the heavens?" The so-called sacrificing the living soul was to harden a living person to death, and before that, the caster would continuously torture them, letting them die with great grievances. The greater the grievances, the more powerful mana the sacrificed living soul possessed. Surnamed Lin, this master has endured you for a long time. After subduing this giant beast, this master will definitely refine you into a living soul to sacrifice to the heavens, Chen Tianyang said with a face full of gloom. Then he urged his magic skill and shouted, "Go!" As soon as the words were spoken, the living souls on that fog wall swept towards the huge beast with hissing as if they were stimulated. "This is a spell, right?" A Xiao family member couldn't help but exclaim. Well, this is good. We are saved." Then as soon as the words fell, they saw 2 flames shoot out from the eyes of that huge beast, shooting straight toward the black fog, originally eerie black mist. After encountering that flame, it was actually like gasoline, directly ignited. Only 1 or 2 breaths, 10 feet wide black mist, was burned cleanly, not even an ash left, and those souls in the black fog, also with the black fog was burned away together. The soul flew away. However, there were also a very few souls that turned their heads to drill into the jade disc after seeing the flames, and as a result, they drew a wisp of flame over, and not only didn't escape themselves, but also burned Chen Tianyang's jade disc to cracks. The jade disc was burning hot. Chen Tianyang hurriedly threw it away, but even so, his palm was scalded with a blister. It took this master 30 years to refine this magic weapon. Looking at the shattered jade disc, Chen Tianyang was so furious that a mouthful of old blood spewed out directly. Grandmaster Chen, don't just stand there. Hurry up and think of something. Zhao Xuqing looked at the giant beast that was getting closer and closer, his voice shivering in fear. Think of King Wei. It's not even on the same level. Wait for death. Chen Tianyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. As soon as his words fell, the giant beast rushed towards the crowd and opened its mouth. Most of the Shao family's bodyguards were instantly sucked into its mouth, and without even chewing, they directly swallowed it. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Was there anything more terrifying than witnessing a wild beast eating people? There was, and that was the fact that one was about to become the beast's dish. After that huge beast finished eating most of the Shao family, it moved its sight to the gathered Lin family members. Sister, I'm scared. Lin Eveningchang was a crying mess with pear blossoms. Not afraid. Sister is with you. Lin Wanru herself was so scared that her whole body was trembling slightly, but she still hugged her sister and used her own body to block her sister, leaving her back to the giant beast. Sister, if we had known that we would die, we shouldn't have called Ling Yi on in the first place. Lin Eveningchun cried. Yeah, the reward promised to him hasn't even been given to him yet. As Lin Lanro spoke, the figure of that man unconsciously surfaced in her mind. In particular, the cozy scene of him walking into the basin alone and strolling by the big river for a long time could not be dissipated. Just as the beast opened its mouth again, ready to suck all the Lin family members into its mouth, the beast suddenly turned its head to look at the distant basin cliffs, looking agitated, its forelimbs digging into the ground, and letting out bursts of low roars. It actually looked as if there was an enemy in that direction that made it uneasy. Chapter 70 Fight. Fight until it is convinced. The crowd, who were already waiting to die, saw the giant beast suddenly turn its head, and for a moment, they didn't figure out what was going on, but while being surprised, they also inclined their heads to look into the distance. As far as the eye could see, apart from the flowers, plants and trees, and the great river, the only thing left was the bare cliff wall of the basin, as well as the slightly fresh patch in the middle of the rock wall. That was caused by the soil sinking down after Ling Yi was slapped into the cliff wall, refilling the pit, and from afar, it looked like a patch, but other than that, there were no other people or animals. So why was this giant beast acting so restless? Besides, with its current strength, what else in this world could threaten it? Just as the crowd was wondering, they only saw that the patch on the cliff wall suddenly slowly cracked to both sides, and then a silhouette walked out from the cliff wall leisurely and casually in full view of everyone. Ling Yi. Seeing this, Lin Wanru's face was filled with astonishment, and at the same time, she lost her voice at the first moment and screamed out, Sister, you saw Ling Yi? Are we dead here? How come I don't feel anything? Lin Wanchang was still burying her head in her sister's arms, not knowing what was happening outside at all. So Lin Lanro cupped her sister's head and turned her towards the lower reaches of the big river. Lin Wanchang, who was still in Pearly Blossom, happens to see Ling Yi taking the last step out of the cliff wall, but instead of falling off the cliff wall, he just hangs like that in midair a dozen or so meters away from the ground, with his hands in his pockets as he continues to saunter forward. Ling Yi? Lin Wanshan cries out in disbelief, and then looks at her sister with wide eyes. I didn't see anything wrong, did I? Is that really Ling Yi? He's actually still alive? And he can still fly? How is this possible? Faced with Lin Wanchang's series of questions, Lin Wanro couldn't answer. But when she thought of the scene where Ling Yi said last night that half-step Zhong sure is very average, she suddenly felt that that guy who wasn't older than her by 2 or 3 years shouldn't be as simple as he appeared to be on the surface. Perhaps it could very well be a Zhong master. When this thought came together, she herself was startled. Such a young sect master, how could it be possible? There had never been one in the history of the martial arts world, right? However, after she saw Ling Yi strolling in the air, she had to believe it again. Other than martial arts sect masters who could release their internal energy outwardly and first palpate the arts and aptitudes, who else could stroll in mid-air like him? Mr. Ling Yi. One of the Lin family's bodyguards was directly speechless with excitement after seeing this scene. Mr. Ling Yi is actually a martial arts grandmaster. Another bodyguard picked up the conversation. The moment these words came out, all the people present froze. How could they not expect that the mountainous village boy who was used as bait was actually a martial Dao master? At this moment, Zhao Xuqing's eyes were almost glazed over. As soon as he thought of what he had done to Ling Yi before, remorse, chagrin, shame, fear, and panic swept through his entire body in a wave of emotions, causing him to directly sit paralyzed on the ground, shaking his head vigorously and murmuring, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can he be a grandmaster? Chen Tianyang tugged the string in his hand to death, and his knuckles had been pinched white. After a long time, he only shook his head and sighed with a face like ashes. No wonder he dared to go down as a decoy. No wonder he could walk so calmly. It turns out that he is not looking down on life and death, but is emboldened. Chen Tianyang ah Chen Tianyang, you really blinded your dog eyes. Even the patriarch dared to lay hands on him. You just sit and wait for death. Before Ling Yi was slapped into the cliff wall, he had already sensed the danger. If he wanted to dodge, he could have completely dodged, but he didn't. The reason was simple. After he descended into the basin, he sensed a gaze locked onto him, but this gaze did not come from Lin Zhao's two families behind him, nor did it come from the beast caves in front of him, but rather, it came from the opposite side of the basin on the left. And this gaze was exactly the same as the one that had emanated from the small boat on the river and locked onto his body when he was at the Moonwatch Tower. At that time, he didn't care about it when he was in Jiangzhou, but he didn't expect to follow it all the way to Chuzhou, so he planned to temporarily hide in the shadows to see if the owner of that gaze would step in to save him. As a result, he waited until the Xiao family's experts and bodyguards were almost dead, and that guy unexpectedly still didn't make a move. Seeing that the Lin family's people are about to be swallowed by that beast, Ling Yi has no choice but to release his chi to draw that beast's attention. After stepping out of the cliff, Ling Yi glanced at the left direction. Over there is where the entrance and exit of the great river of the basin is located. Even though his line of sight could not see that far, and his senses could not cover that side, he was quite certain that there was bound to be a small boat parked at the entrance or exit of the great river. If he wasn't uneasy about the Lin family's crowd, he would have really wanted to rush over to see who the people in that small boat were. After retracting his line of sight, Ling Yi's expression was a bit dissatisfied. If it wasn't for this, he would have been able to know the identity of that boat boss. I don't know if he felt Ling Yi's anger. That giant beast opened its mouth and rushed at Ling Yi with a roar, shocking the people on the cliff wall who almost lost their hearing one by one. You still have a temper? Seeing this, Ling Yi can't help but laugh and curse. Then he pulls out his arm from his pocket, extends his finger, and hooks it towards that giant beast. The provocative meaning is overflowing. Seeing this, the giant beast lets out another roar, and then all its limbs are simultaneously powered up, charging towards Ling Yi at breakneck speed. The crowd could see very clearly that the speed of that huge beast was surprisingly more rapid than any other time before. Almost just in the blink of an eye, it arrives in front of Ling Yi, and its head is even charging straight into Ling Yi's body. Quickly dodge! Lin Wancheng cannot help but shout. If this hit is solid, even if he is a grandmaster, I am afraid that he will be seriously injured, right? Ling Yi naturally knew the strength of this fellow. After all, he was an existence that had whipped Yuan Tiangang unconscious with a single tail. Therefore, he was not careless. Instead, when he hooked his finger, he was already storing up his strength, directly mobilizing his Dantian spiritual chi and converging it on top of his right arm, intending to fight that guy hard. When he was in the immortal cultivation world, he had come into contact with all kinds of ways to subdue spiritual beasts, divine beasts, and even immortal beasts. And then he summarized the simplest and most effective one, and that was to fight. Keep hitting it until it serves. A stoicism will only make it more arrogant. You only have to beat it into submission. It is only obedient. Although this giant beast is not yet considered a spirit beast, Ling Yi estimated that the methods are all pretty much the same. Beating it to death is dead. Boom! With a shocking loud bang, Ling Yi's body was hit by that giant beast and backed up again and again, until it was about to go back into the earth. Ling Yi stopped that giant beast's advance. However, the beast is not any better. His forehead is smashed into 3 inches by Ling Yi's fist. Under the pain, the beast jumps backward, and then its eyes shoot out flames, aiming directly at Ling Yi. As a result, Ling Yi waved his hand to block the flames, leaped, instantly jumped to the front of the beast, scolded a fancy, raised his palm on its big head, straight to the fly more than 10 miles, flipped dozens of times in the air, ruthlessly smashed in the basin of the flowers, plants and trees, splashing a land of dirt. Chapter 71. From the very beginning, it has been collecting a few points of force. Along with the landing of the huge beast, the jaws of the crowd on the cliff face also dropped to the ground along with it. A huge beast that is almost 100 meters long and more than 30 meters high was actually smacked away by Ling Yi. That is a perverted existence that can shock 5 super experts to death with its roar alone. And as a result, it couldn't hurt Ling Yi in the slightest? Are all the countryside villagers nowadays so tough? Lin Evening Chang was confused. Lin Evening Ro froze. Xiaoyihan's breathing gradually shortened. Jia Shuqing was so scared that he directly peed his pants. Chen Tianyang's face that was originally ashen. After seeing Ling Yi's tactics, his eyes were filled with envy. If I didn't strike out at him at that time, would he take me as his disciple? After Ling Yi slaps the giant beast, he descends and stands on the side of the big river. At the 4th level of chi refining, even at the peak, there is no way to keep his body suspended in the air for a long period of time. It was too consuming of aura. After landing, I don't know if he dislikes the behemoth's head being too dirty. Ling Yi simply squats down and washes his hands. On the other hand, the giant beast that is more than 10 miles away shakes its head and stands up. After it looked around, It seemed to not expect that it would be jerked so far away, so it raised its head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Even if the crowd on the cliff face didn't understand the beast's language, they could still hear surprise and anger from this long whistle of its. It was also this long whistle that made the people on the cliff wall wake up and reach out to cover their ears. After its long whistle, Xiaohan shouted at Zhao Xucheng, "While you're at it, why don't you hurry to get the divine medicine?" After hearing this, Chen Tianyang, who was scared out of his wits and his face was ashen, thought that there was still a Xiao family behind him to rely on, and immediately saw hope again, and with a mischievous click, he climbed up from the ground, and ran towards the cave as if he was on his hands and knees. The distant beast saw someone running towards his cave, and did not rush over to deal with Zhao Xucheng, but instead roared low towards the huge rock at the entrance of the cave. But even so, the two of them who were closest to the rock at the entrance of the cave, Zhao Xucheng, were blown out a dozen or so meters away by the aftershocks of that low roar. However, after this roar, the giant beast no longer pays any attention to them and instead roars furiously as it runs wildly towards Ling Yi. Perhaps it knows that Ling Yi's fist is harder, so this time, it stops when it is still 4 or 5 feet away from the bank of the big river, and then opens its bloody mouth and rushes towards Ling Yi with a furious roar. A huge shockwave instantly swept over, and wherever it passed, no matter it was flowers, grass, trees, or the ground and river water, all of them were blown out into a huge deep pit. The more than 1,000 meters wide river water was actually cut off by this roar, appearing a more than 30 meters wide broken flow band. A roar cut off the river? The crowd on the cliff face was once again stunned by this shocking scene. With this kind of power, I'm afraid that detonating a small bomb wouldn't be able to do it, right? What kind of monster was this giant beast that was so strong to such an extent? Ling Yi. Lin Evening Chang clasped her hands in front of her chest, so nervous that she didn't dare to breathe, only to see Ling Yi's right foot slightly retreating by half a step. Lifting his right fist, and after a short period of storing up his strength, he lightly shouted, "Give me a break," and then blasted out towards that violent shockwave. Boom! A thunderous crunching sound immediately came from Ling Yi's fist, as if this punch had cracked the entire sky. After this punch, that originally devastating shockwave was not only dispersed by him in a hard way, but the fist intent even crossed the great river and heavily bombarded the giant beast, once again toppling him to the ground and smashing him into the dirt behind him. A fist breaking the sound barrier. Lin Wanru couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The so-called breaking the sound barrier referred to an object breaking a barrier wall formed by sound waves in front of it. To put it simply, it was the speed of the object, which was faster than the speed of the sound, and with such speed, even bullets couldn't do it. Only certain fighter jets with excellent performance could barely do it after turning on the super cruise mode, but that was, after all, a fighter jet, with its entire body wrapped in the world's toughest materials, so that it could barely withstand the tremendous resistance brought about by the sound waves. But Ling Yi actually used his mortal flesh to harden his fist to break the sound barrier, and it still looked so easy and casual. Can't it be that his fists are even harder than airplane materials? Who is the monster between the two of them? Why do I suddenly sympathize a bit with that dozens of meters high beast? Right in the middle of the crowd's marveling, that huge beast suddenly swung its tail, and its dozens of meters long tail was like a meteor hammer, tearing the air apart and lashing towards Ling Yi. It is also at this time that the crowd realizes that its tail can even extend at will. A distance of thousands of meters arrives in the blink of an eye, accurately and unerringly lashing out at Ling Yi's head. The earth and river water where its tail passes through is like being scraped by a giant planer. The earth rolls over and the river water breaks off. In the face of such a raging 1,000-meter iron tail, one can only see that Ling Yi, against the huge pressure, directly probes out his hands and clasps the iron tail of the giant beast, and then with a soft cry, his hands shake, and he actually forcibly rips the 100-meter long giant beast over. Afterwards, Ling Yi spins in place, together with the beast. After a few turns, he directly lets go and throws the beast out like a chain ball, landing in the 1,000-meter wide river, splashing countless water splashes. The river water was deep and cold. Even the huge beast that was more than 30 meters tall was submerged. But soon, countless water mists rose up on the surface of the river, and 2 flames rose up to the sky, actually vaporizing the river water. A giant shadow rises up in the air. Its figure is bizarre and unpredictable. One second it is on the surface of the river, the next second it arrives behind Ling Yi, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing Ling Yi in one bite. This series happened so fast that before the crowd could react, Ling Yi was already out of sight. Ling Yi, Lin Wancheng shouted, tears falling like rain, thousands of meters away. At the entrance of the basin's great river, a small boat quietly rested on the river surface, not moving at all. The bow of the small boat and 2 people, an old man and a young man, a back and a front, one station and one sitting, at this time are very silent. Before Ling Yi was smashed into the cliff wall, the black-robed old man was a bit surprised, and after saying he actually did not die, There was no further comment, only after Pei Nancheng, who was dressed in a windbreaker, inquires, does he shake his head and say, maybe the old slave recognized the wrong person. It wasn't until Ling Yi stepped out from the crack in the cliff wall and looked sideways to their side that the black-robed elder shook his head and sighed. Miss, that brat didn't die. At that time, Pei Nancheng's eyebrows unconsciously flicked up as she opened her mouth and asked, isn't Yuan Tiangang claimed to be the most skillful at killing patriarchs with internal energy? And the black-robed old man at that time returned. Perhaps Yuan Tiangang cherished his talent and didn't kill him. Pei Nancheng nodded her head gently, not commenting on the black-robed old man's words. And as the lopsided situation on the battlefield appeared, the more the black-robed old man watched, the more alarmed he became, and subsequently overthrew all his assumptions again and again. It was not until Ling Yi threw the giant beast into the river that he had to sigh with emotion. The latter is fearful, no matter if it is life or death. I am not as good as him by far. Pei Nancheng listens to Apu's description of the battlefield. Originally disheartened, she looks at the kilometer-wide river and smiles in a rare way. This little guy, a bit interesting. However, as soon as her words fell, the black-robed old man frowned and asked, Miss, I didn't expect that this off-fire flare heavenly blazing sun tiger had actually mastered the human aptitude. That little guy was swallowed into the mouth. I'm afraid it's only going to be fatal. Do you want the old slaves to come to the aid of the old slaves? Pei Nancheng, who was dressed in a windbreaker, sat at the bow of the boat, looked down at the river in front of her, and laughed. You've been looking at it for so long, can't you even tell that that little guy, in order to be wary of us, from the very beginning, has been putting away a few points of force? The black-robed old man heard the words, his heart and soul were shaken, and for a long time he could not calm the shocking waves in his heart. Chapter 72, They want their moms, not their masters. Pei Nancheng had just finished speaking on her side, when a streak of golden light emerged from the bloody mouth of the griffin tiger on this side. The golden light grows in the wind, and in an instant, the tiger's mouth is stretched to its maximum capacity, and the tiger shakes its head anxiously, wanting to shake out the ball of golden light inside, but no matter how hard it tried, the golden ball of light did not move, just like a normal person swallowing a light bulb. Ling Yi slowly walks out from the golden light, then raises his fist and shines a fierce punch at the liang tiger's head, directly smashing its huge body to fall to the ground. This is not over. Ling Yi follows closely behind, one punch after another, hard to smash the liang tiger's head into the blood, into the depths of the earth, before he puts away his fist, and lightly asks, served or not? Blazing Sun Tiger gasped for air, his mouth wide open and let out a burst of low hissing roar. Although the crowd cannot understand it, they all understand that it is being soft. Ling Yi, thinking that it is not easy to cultivate and has mastered human aptitude, and thinking that it has begun to develop a spirit, he does not kill it, but puts away the golden light, and after snorting coldly, he turns around and walks towards the entrance of its cave. Originally, everything was calm and quiet, but as a result, after Ling Yi walks out a large distance, the fiery sun tiger suddenly becomes furious, and after a roar, it directly slaps the ground and runs in the blink of an eye in front of Ling Yi, preventing him from advancing any further. Still want to fight? Ling Yi does not understand Liang Tiger's behavior for a moment and frowns as he asks in a cold voice. The Liang Tiger's eyes show a fierce light as it stares at Ling Yi dead on, and right at this moment, two figures leap out from that huge rock in the cliff wall in front of him. Among them, Chen Tianyang is still holding a bright red fire-like, weirdly shaped flower in his hand, wrapped in a gust of black mist emanating from the skewer, obviously not daring to touch it with his hand. Third miss, the divine medicine has arrived. Run, there's a fierce beast inside, Zhao Xuqing shouted as he ran. His shoes fell off and he didn't even have time to pick them up, running desperately and wildly with his bare feet. There is another one? When the crowd heard this, they all revealed a look of surprise, and just at this time, that boulder really leapt out another relatively small-sized fiery sun tiger, but its belly was much more bulging than the other one. Is this pregnant? This female Liang tiger is obviously very weak, just leaped out of the boulder, did not stand steadily, directly fell to the ground. Limbs struggled several times, were not able to stand up. It was only then that the crowd realized that at its neck, there was a huge wound that was about 10 feet long and was haunted by a gust of black mist, which was obviously Chen Tianyang's means. This master took advantage of its weakness at the time of its birth. His hand raised his sword, and he wanted to end its life, but he didn't expect it to have thick skin and flesh, and under the full force of his strike, he only managed to cut out a zhang-long wound. It's a real pity, Chen Tianyang shouted as he ran, obviously taking credit from Shaoihan, but it doesn't matter, it is the weakest when it is in labor. This one Jiangyin soul wound is enough to exhaust its life force, and at that time, along with the little in its belly, it will also die together. Chen Tianyang smiled triumphantly. Still want to eat this master? Lousy first and your rear. Ha ha ha. Hearing this hysterical laughter of Chen Tianyang, for some reason, the crowd on the cliff face was not happy in the slightest. Even if that was just a beast, it was in labor after all, and it didn't pose any threat to you in taking the divine pill, so why would you kill it? At this time, the crowd also finally understood why that blazing sun male tiger would not allow them to approach the cave entrance, so it was protecting its wife and child. And the low roar it just made towards the cave entrance should also be telling the female tiger that someone is coming in. It was just that it might have thought that those two people were of average strength at that time, so it didn't take it to heart, thinking that they shouldn't be able to harm the female tiger. So it saved all its energy to deal with Ling Yi, who was the strongest. The blazing sun male tiger rushed at Chen Tianyang with a roar, directly spraying the two into the cliff wall. Perhaps it was due to excessive grief that caused it to be incapable of killing the enemy, so much so that the two of them, Chen Tianyang, actually didn't die, only that the tendons and veins in their entire body were severed, and they could no longer move the slightest bit. Quickly go fetch the medicine. Seeing this, Shaoihan hurriedly ordered the bodyguards around him, and after that male tiger let out a roar, he ran to the female tiger's side, sticking out his tongue, licking the wound for the female tiger. But helplessly, the female tiger was weak, the wound kept bleeding, and the black mist was still expanding, obviously trying to devour its body. The male tiger originally wanted to burn these black mists with the departing fire in his eyes, but in that case, the weak female tiger would also be burned to death. The two blazing sun tigers simultaneously let out bursts of sadness, their voices choked with sadness, causing those who heard them to cry. The flames in the male tiger's eyes that have never been extinguished are completely extinguished at this moment, leaving only eyes full of desolation. Seeing this, Ling Yi cannot bear it in his heart, so he lets out a sigh and walks towards the female tiger. The male tiger guarding its side sees someone approaching and originally wanted to fight again, but after seeing that it is Ling Yi, it displays a mournful cry, and then both of its front legs plop down and kneel down, dropping its head to the ground. Whimpering, it is, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness to Ling Yi. Lin Wancheng opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Lin Lanro looks and sees that after the female tiger hangs her head to the ground, she touches the female tiger's stomach with the tip of her nose. She suddenly comes to a sudden realization and shakes her head as she holds back her tears. It should be begging Ling Yi to save its unborn cubs. Ling Yi steps forward, and when he passes in front of Chen Tianyang and the two of them, he hears the sound of the two of them agonizingly pleading, "Ling Yi, Master Ling, save my life, save me." Ling Yi turns a deaf ear and only reaches out his hand to grab it, and the fiery sunflower that is wrapped in a string arrives in Ling Yi's hand. With a pinch of Ling Yi's hand, the beads of the strings suspended around the blazing sunflower instantly burst. Almost at the same time, Ling Yi felt a majestic masculine aura converge into his body, causing the Dantian Qi cyclone in his body to spin involuntarily. What a powerful life force! Ling Yi sighs with emotion, and then he forcefully isolates the influx of the blazing sunflower's qi into his body, and while walking towards the female tiger, he grinds this blazing sunflower into powder with the palm of his hand. No! Shaoihan let out a heartbreaking hiss when she saw this scene. However, Ling Yi did not care and first snapped his fingers, and a bizarre white flame instantly ignited near the female tiger's wound, incinerating those black mists. After that, he gently waved his hand and applied the powder in his hand on the female tiger's wound, and then he ran his spiritual qi from his body to hit the female tiger's wound, helping the female tiger to quickly absorb the fiery sun pollen, in order to quickly recover. In just a few breaths, the wound on the female tiger's neck began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the flames in the eyes of the two tigers also burned up again. After the female tiger let out a long, low cry, the two blazing sun tiger cubs, which were about the same size as adult hounds, were successfully produced. The female tiger only licked the cubs a few times before taking one bite at a time, carrying the two little ones to Ling Yi and setting them down in front of him, and using the tip of her nose to push the buttocks of the little ones. She made them walk towards Ling Yi's feet. On the small boat at the end of the basin, the black-robed old man sees this scene, and his face does not lose its shocked look, and he cannot help but marvel. The fiery sun tiger is unruly in nature, and there has never been a record of taming an adult fiery sun tiger in history. Want to tame the blazing sun tiger? Only while the blazing sun tiger cub did not open its eyes at the time, standing in front of it, so that the first thing it sees is their own, will recognize themselves as the main life, otherwise even if the death, but also cannot be tamed. This pair of tiger parents, even willing to send their own children to that kid as a mount? Strange. With these two cubs protecting them, who else in this world is a match for that kid? Everyone knew about the saying of animals recognizing their masters with their eyes open, so after seeing this scene, they were all amazed and envious. However, just as the two blazing sun tiger cubs are about to open their eyes, they only see Ling Yi kicking one by one, directly kicking the two little ones to the female tiger's feet, and skimming his lips in disdain. What they want is their mother. not their master. At this time, the two cubs happen to open their eyes, tilting their heads up to see their mother with a blazing fire burning in their eyes, letting out a weak hiss, and also learning from the same example, igniting the heavenly departure fire in their eyes. Roar! The female tiger tilts her head with a hiss, and then with a thud, she also kneels down in front of Ling Yi, with her head hanging to the ground, kneeling for a long time. Although the two cubs do not know the meaning, they also learn from their mother's mold, move clumsily towards Ling Yi kneeling down with their front limbs, touching the ground with their heads, then look and raise their heads, looking around curiously, looking around. Don't organize these false things, it's useless. I will go to your cave later to get something real. After saying that, Ling Yi runs wildly towards the entrance of the great river of the basin. He would like to see who, in the end, has been spying on him. However, when he ran to the entrance and exit of the great river, the river here was calm and had long been empty, and the distance from the big river exit has been hundreds of feet away from the boat. The black-robed old man pounded his chest. This kid, even this heavenly chance to return, does he not know what those two blazing sun tiger cubs mean? Stupid. Stupid to the core. Pei Nanchang, however, guffawed, finally lifting her gaze at the river, tilting her head back to look at the pale blue sky, revealing that long white neck, laughing lightly. Pooh, this vast world of people, it's precisely because of such an extremely stupid little guy like him that it's become interesting. The black-robed old man was startled at his words and asked busily, "Miss, some enlightenment?" Pei Nanchang nodded her head, the corners of her mouth smiling unabated. There is enlightenment. The black-robed old man's eyes shot out a brilliant light, looking back at the two fiery sun tiger cubs in the depths of the basin. It's worth it. Chapter 73. You're obviously so powerful. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Count on you guys to run fast. Ling Yi stands on the cliff wall of the basin and looks at the small boat on the river that is only the size of a black dot. After a cold snort, he turns around and runs furiously towards the cannibal cave. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Ling Yi realizes that the entrance of the man-eater's cave is a huge boulder, as if it is set on the cliff wall. If not for the fact that he personally saw the fiery sun tiger leaping out from this place, the average person would not even think that there would actually be a cave in here. However, Ling Yi can tell at a glance that there are formation runes flowing on it, and it is obviously a minimum-grade teleportation formation. Thus, after Ling Yi explains to the blazing sun tigers that they should not eat those on the cliff face, he enters the cave straight away. This cave is larger than Ling Yi imagined, but after all, it is understandable that it has to accommodate a giant beast of the size of the blazing sun tiger. With Ling Yi's current range of perception, he simply could not cover the entire cave, so he could only walk around in the cave and search for spirit crystal stones on his feet. Fortunately, his speed was not slow, and he explored the entire cave in about half an hour. Then holding only 2 or 3 fist-sized spirit crystal stones, he walked towards the exit of the cave with a disappointed face. That's right, after going through so much effort and turning the car around for more than 10 hours, it turned out that only 3 pieces of spirit crystal stones were found, and they were only fist-sized. Not even enough material to set up a single position of the spirit escapement formation. Originally that the so-called divine medicine sunflower can be used to enhance the cultivation. The result is also used to save lives. Equal to the end of the day is nothing to get. However, Ling Yi is not without gains, because he finds that the spirit crystal stones in this cannibal's cave have obvious traces of being mined. In other words, there should have been a lot of spirit crystal stones in this cave, but as a result, he did not know who had mined them. The fiercer the beast, the stronger the sense of territory. Who on earth has that ability to get rid of so many spirit crystal stones from the cave of those 2 fierce beasts? The guy hiding in the boat? Whether it is or not, the next time we see it, we must capture it and ask it properly. After making up his mind, Ling Yi does not investigate any further and goes straight out of the cannibalistic cave. Just after leaving the cave, Ling Yi hears Zhao Xuqing and Shen Tianyang's crying and begging Xiaoyihan to send someone to save them. But no matter how much they both beg, Xiaoyihan is indifferent, and none of those people from the Xiao family dare to go down to save the 2 of them. As for the Lin family, even if they dared to go, they would not go. So when they see Ling Yi, they instantly turn the target of their pleas to Ling Yi. Master Ling, it was me who had the eyes to not recognize Tai before. I hope that Master Ling will have the magnanimity to save me. Zhao Xucheng begged bitterly. As long as you are willing to save me, you can take whatever my Zhao family has. Master Ling, I have several magical artifacts on me. I would like to give them all to you. Chen Tianyang was much more sophisticated than Zhao Xucheng, and knew to use the honorific you when begging. However, no matter what they say, Ling Yi's face has a bland expression, as if he has turned a deaf ear, only to see him walk to the front of the 2 people. Looking at the 2 people who are trapped in the cliff wall, he laughs and asks, "Aren't you guys going to conspire to get me killed? Why are you now brazenly begging me?" Master Ling, we were wrong, just treat us like a fart and let us go. Zhao Xuqing was incomparably fawning and Chen Tianyang was also helping on the side. Ling Yi is too lazy to talk nonsense with them. With one hand, he rips them out of the cliff wall and throws them towards the blazing sun female tiger with his hand. A meal for you. The two of them who are rowing in the air originally thought that Ling Yi made a move to save them, but as a result, before they had time to be happy, they saw the open, bloody mouth of the blazing sun tiger, and they were suddenly like falling into an ice cellar. Their whole body was chilled to the bone. They unintentionally glanced at the Lin family crowd on the cliff wall. Seeing them at this time one by one are all standing there properly, the heart suddenly rose up infinite remorse if they knew that today, in the beginning, they should have properly flattered Ling Yi, so that, they should now also be intact and standing there. And Ling Yi yesterday said half-step sect master is okay. Not at all, he is talking big words. Half-step sect master in front of him, okay, are considered Ling Yi modest. Zhao Xuqing glanced at the Lin family's eldest young lady, his heart regretted. With Ling Yi as a backer, their Lin family is afraid that they will have to walk horizontally in Chu state in the future, right? Even if they went to the central state, no one would dare to tell the Lin family what to do, right? When he thought of how he had threatened them with the Xiao family, Zhao Xuqing felt like a clown. He thought his life would be over soon, but he didn't realize that after the female tiger caught him, she didn't eat him directly, but put him on the ground, then greeted the two newborn cubs and taught them how to tear the meat off their prey one bite at a time. Soon, Zhao Xuqing and Chen Tianyang's miserable screams resounded throughout the entire basin for a long time. Ling Yi, on the other hand, had already returned to the cliff wall and asked Lin Evening Chang, the person you are looking for, is he here? Lin Evening Chang had already been convinced by Ling Yi's face value and strength, and for a moment actually did not react, and finally was poked by her sister's brute waist, before she came back to her senses, and stammered, no, didn't see it, maybe it was missed. Lin Evening Rose sighed and said, shouldn't have missed it, it's just that person doesn't want to see you guys. Ling Yi shook his head and said, why do you say that? Lin Wanru frowned and asked, do you know why I just ran to that end of the basin? Ling Yi asked, and when he saw them shaking their heads, Ling Yi explained, because there is someone there who has been staring over here. If I am not wrong, that person should be the one you are looking for. The reason why Ling Yi has this judgment is because when Lin Wanchang went to Jiangzhou to look for someone before, that small boat was in Jiangzhou. Now that he is looking for someone in this hole, that small boat is there again. This is too much of a coincidence. Really? Lin Wanchang was overjoyed, pulling his sister and preparing to go down the mountain. Naturally it's true, except that it's already gone. When I chased after it, there was only a small black dot left. It's evident that that person didn't want to be discovered. Ling Yi states his judgment. Lin Lanro nods. That's right, that person indeed does not see outsiders. Unless she takes the initiative to meet people, outsiders don't want to see her. We came here, but we are just taking our chances. Now it seems that our fate has not arrived yet. What kind of person is that? This is what Ling Yi is most concerned about. Lin Wanru shakes her head. We don't know either. We only know that if we find her, we will be able to change our fate against the heavens. Change fate against the heavens? Ling Yi frowned, obviously a little less convinced. He had cultivated immortality for 100,000 years and achieved the Immortal Emperor's title before obtaining the possibility of reversing time and space and changing his fate. How could the people in this world, who are nothing more than harmonization power masters at the end of the day, have the ability to change their fate against the heavens? Lin Wanro explains, it is said to be a martial arts treasure trove. Anyone who has seen her, regardless of the current cultivation, within 2 years, will be promoted to 2 small realms. This is not a reversal of destiny is what? Ling Yi nods his head, counting it this way. It is indeed considered to be changing fate against the heavens, only that it is very different from Ling Yi's changing fate against the heavens. This is a bit interesting. It seems that next time, no matter what, we have to catch him and ask him about it, Ling Yi said to himself, scaring the Lin sisters. However, once they think of Ling Yi's heaven-defying cultivation, they let out a sigh of relief, and right at this moment, Xiaoyihan's reprimanding voice suddenly comes out. You are obviously so powerful. Why didn't you make a move earlier? That way, Uncle He who carried the sedan chair and the others wouldn't have to die. Why are you so selfish? Chapter 74, you say less. We don't want to die yet. Ling Yi is amused by Xiaoyihan's words, only to see him turn around and ask with a smile, when you guys asked me to go down as a bait, how come you didn't say that I was selfish? Now that people are dead, you blame me for not making a move? Xiao Yikan was dumbfounded. His face was reddened, and only after a long time did he huffed and puffed, but you clearly had the ability to stop that monster from killing people. I am capable of stopping it, but why should I stop it? Am I familiar with you guys? Ling Yi interrupts her. Besides, you also have the ability to stop your Xiao family from killing that old man leading the way. Did you stop it? He's a countryside piker. Dead is dead. Can you be compared to my Xiao family's 4 internal force perfection experts and 2 internal force great achievement experts who have both internal and external cultivation? Do you know how much effort our Xiao family has spent on them? Xiaohan was breathing heavily and panting. Indeed, it cannot be compared. I also don't know how much effort you have spent. So all of your family's experts are dead. Ling Yi laughed. How dare you talk to me like this? I am the Xiao family of Central State. Do you think? Ling Yi interrupted her once again and said disdainfully, that half-step sect master of your family, is he able to enter my eyes? You are too self-centered, aren't you? You. Xiaohan was speechless, because she suddenly realized that even if her own grandfather came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to carry the power of that giant beast's roar. But you robbed my life-saving medicine. You have to compensate me. Xiaohan said unforgivingly. That thing belongs to your family? Ling Yi got a little impatient and coldly said, one more ing word and I'll make all of you Xiao family members go down and feed the tigers. Xiaohan still wants to open her mouth again, only to have her mouth covered by the quick-eyed bodyguard beside her. Third miss. You say less. We don't want to die yet. The bodyguard whispered in Xiaohan's ear to persuade her. Seeing that Xiao family members no longer beep, Ling Yi then turns around and asks Lin Wanro, that person left along the river. Are you guys going to chase them along the river, or are you going back the same way? Lin Wanru was also thinking about this just now, and after weighing it up, she already had an answer in her mind. Instead of chasing after a void, it's better to grasp the immediate. Besides, the one in front of her was not necessarily worse than that person. More importantly, he had saved his people from the clutches of the beasts and the Xiao family. This favor, their Lin family had to return it anyways. Therefore, after hearing Ling Yi's question, Lin Wanro almost didn't even think before answering. Where are you going? We will follow you. Ling Yi pointed behind him. I'll return the same way. That old man leading the way won't be able to walk back for a while. I want to go and give him a ride. When the Lin family members heard this, their favorable feelings towards Ling Yi rose miserably. We also want to give him a ride. Lin Wanru nodded her head. Alright, let's go together then. Ling Yi says, handing over the spirit crystal stone to Lin Wanru to help her hold it. He himself walks to the edge of the cliff wall, touches the 2 cubs standing on the big head of the blazing sun tiger, and pats the big head of the blazing sun tiger, grinning. I really envy you, being able to stay with your children every day, and watching them slowly grow up. Withdrew. See you again sometime. Take good care of your wife and child. After Ling Yi finished speaking, he turned around and left, and behind him came a long whistle from the 4 fiery sun tigers that was higher than one. There is reluctance, and even more gratitude. It is not that Ling Yi has not thought of letting the Liang tigers carry him back, but the size of the Liang tigers is really too big, and a trip back and forth in the woods might have to cause a lot of damage. Moreover, looking at the surrounding dense forests, it seems that this beast has not traveled out of the basin, so once he lets it run wild, it is not a good thing either for Mengqi village or for it. So instead of being easy and lazy, it would be better to run a few more steps on its own. And without the constraints of the Xiao family, Ling Yi led the Lin family crowd to run wildly forward again, just like before, and soon arrived at the place where he parted ways with the old man. Soon after the crowd re-entered the dense forest, they saw 5 corpses on the ground one after another, all killed by a single blow to the center of the brow. Seeing this, Lin Wanru could not help but ask, are these the experts that the Xiao family ambushed behind? Ling Yi nodded. If they didn't make a move on that old man, I wouldn't have made a move on them either, but as a result, they didn't hold back. Lin Wanru was completely convinced by Ling Yi's character, but soon, she thought of another question. But, at that time, we didn't even see you make a move. How did you do it? Ling Yi smiles and does not say anything, only with a thought. Lin Wanro is held in place by a clear wind and flies up, looking at the crowd that is dumbfounded. Wanted to do it, and did it. Ling Yi laughed. Then he put down Lin Wanro, exerted his figure, and ran furiously along this path that had been opened up. Seeing this, the Lin family members all gritted their teeth and followed closely. Sister, do you still think now that I am using my hobby to challenge his rice bowl? Lin Evening Chang looked at Ling Yi's back that was getting farther and farther away, and was so aggrieved that she was on the verge of crying. She had already put her best foot forward, but she still couldn't catch up with the relaxed and cozy Ling Yi. Once Lin Lanro remembered what she said earlier, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, which was challenging his rice bowl. It was clearly taking his own rice bowl and challenging his hobby, and as a result, he was still being abused to the point of not even being left with crumbs. Thinking about this, not only Lin Wanru, everyone in the Lin family felt a strong sense of frustration. It was truly a case of people being more angry than people. Ling Yi's delay in the basin was not long, coupled with the fact that his current speed is even faster than before, so he did not have to run for long in the dense forest before catching up with the old man who was hurriedly moving forward. When the old man saw that it was Ling Yi, he immediately happily greeted and thanked him repeatedly. As for Ling Yi, after exchanging simple pleasantries, he picks up the old man on his back and runs towards Mengqi village at breakneck speed. Approaching the nightfall, Ling Yi slowed down his speed and waited for Lin Evening Row and the others to catch up, then said to them, the old man's grandson was interrupted by Zhao Xucheng. I want to rush back all night long. Will you guys be able to eat? Lin Evening Row said, if we go at that speed of yours, we definitely won't be able to eat, but if we go at the speed we came at, we should be fine. Alright then, let's go at the speed we came at. There will be no delay at either end. Ling Yi immediately made the decision, then used their speed and continued forward. He also wanted to go back to the village first by himself, but he was worried that the group would encounter danger. So after synthesizing, it would be best to bring them back together. Although it would be a bit slower, they would definitely be able to make it before dawn. Ling, Master. During the march, Lin Wanru had something she wanted to say, but didn't know what to call him. Just call Ling Yi. Ling Yi. I just saw Xiaoyihan sweating as long as she exerted herself a little, even if it was just to simply say a few words. Can the divine medicine in that cave really save her life? Lin Lanro asked curiously. Ling Yi shakes his head. She should have practiced some wrong body forging technique, causing her to go overboard. Her whole body is in a state of extreme exuberance, which not only depletes her lifespan, but also leads to body heat and fire, so she wears very little, and the slightest movement will be sweating. As for that divine medicine in the cave, it's actually a blazing sunflower with high vitality. Although this medicine can replenish her vitality, but at the same time, it will also exacerbate the depletion of her lifespan, and once she takes it, she will surely die in less than 3 days. Lin Evening Row nodded thoughtfully. In that case, by grabbing the blazing sunflower to save the female tiger, you're actually saving her in disguise. The main thing is to save the female tiger. As for her, Xiaoyihan, she is high-minded, cold-blooded, and loves to die, Ling Yi said indifferently. Hearing these words, Lin Wanru did not know why, but she actually breathed a sigh of relief, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily hooked out a smile that was not easily perceptible. Soon after, she put away the smile and admonished herself in her mind, Lin Wanru, you don't look any worse than Xiaoyihan. Why do you have to be so afflicted? You weren't this kind of woman before. Come on, be confident. When he returned to the village, the sky was just about to break. Under the old man's guidance, Ling Yi's group quickly arrives at his doorstep. Before they even entered the door, the group of people heard the painful cries of the small child in the house. Grandma, it hurts. Legs hurt. Grandma, hurts. Hearing this sound, everyone's heart was seized hard. Why didn't the grandmother take the little child to the hospital? Lin Evening Chang asked in a low voice. As soon as her words fell, another menacing voice came from the house. Noisy, stop crying. Cry again and I'll break your other leg too. Once these words came out, the small child really stopped crying, but the immense pain soon made him moan again without being able to stop. They sent 2 people to watch over my old companion and grandson, forbidding them to go to the town to see a doctor, saying that they can only go to the hospital when I return, the old man explained. As he spoke, tears fell, and as the others listened, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation, because they were all very clear that Zhao Xucheng that had no intention of letting him come back alive. That is to say, they have no intention at all to let the little child go to the hospital to treat his leg. If he missed the best treatment time, this child would not only lose his grandfather, but also become a cripple for the rest of his life, when really not as good. Lin Wanrui lightly chimed out, and then she called for someone to knock on the door of the old man's room. After the old man confirmed it, the 2 guards watching over the old man's child were brought to the dense forest in the back of the mountain by the Lin family's crowd and wiped their necks without God realizing it. The old man hugged his grandson and burst into tears, only to see him trembling and taking out a leaf bag from his clothes pocket. He opened it and said to his grandson, "Come, grandson, eat this chocolate bean." Uncle said, "After eating this, it won't hurt anymore." Chapter 75, God Has Eyes. 3 whole days had passed, and even though Qi Shiyun had paralyzed herself with intense work every day, she still hadn't been able to get over her grief. Ever since she sent that text message in the morning 3 days ago, she had turned her cell phone right off. She was worried that she would receive a text message from Ling Yi even though it had been blacked out. She could still see it in the blocked messages. Just like that, she didn't turn it on until the next day. As a result, she only received a few messages of sales advertisements and nothing else. Is he even too lazy to pretend now? Putting down her cell phone, Qi Shiyun threw herself into intense work. The previous advertising campaign had been returned by Party A again, saying that it hadn't met Party A's expectations. As for what exactly Party A's expectations were, Party A didn't say and only asked her to revise it again. If it wasn't for the fact that this order was specially assigned by the supervisor, Qi Shiyun would have wanted to give it to someone else. It was fine when she was at the company, but once she got home from work, especially after seeing her daughter, even if she was busy working at night, She would pick up her cell phone from time to time and open it to see if she had received any intercepted messages. This was the case for both nights. As soon as the phone rang, she would be the first to pick it up and look at it, then put it down again in disappointment. On the fourth day, Chi Shur-yoon was on the bus to the office when a thought popped up. Something happened to him, didn't it? In the past, although he had also played missing, he still knew to return messages every now and then. But this time, nothing. She wanted to make a phone call to ask, but she was afraid that this phone call would cause her daughter to be killed. Torn all the way, she finally did not call or send a message, but after gathering her emotions, she walked into the company, ready to show the A party the latest revision of the promotional video. Only she waited for more than an hour in the company, but did not see the shadow of the Party A representative. In desperation, she had no choice but to go and ask Hee Jing, the supervisor who was not dealing with her but was also the supervisor of this matter. Supervisor Hee, please ask, has Party A's representative arrived? Chi Shur-yoon knocked on the door of Hee Jing's office and asked politely. Hee Jing was in her early 30s this year, with a plump figure, wearing a professional suit, well maintained but heavily made up. Seeing that it was Chi Shur-yoon, an expression of disgust unconsciously appeared on her face. It couldn't be helped. Chi Shur-yoon was younger than her, prettier than her, better known than her. Her ability was still outstanding, and apart from marrying a waste of a husband, there was almost nothing worse than herself. Over the past 2 years, if he has not been giving her small shoes and hogging her design results, he is afraid that this position has long been hers. No, it is likely that he will also press himself to become the deputy director of this design department. They're not coming, saying that your design didn't meet their expectations. Hee Jing only glanced at Chi Shur-yoon before lowering her head again to deal with the documents at hand. Didn't meet expectations? They haven't even looked at it yet and they said it didn't meet expectations? Chi Shur-yoon felt aggrieved. The promo that she had stayed up for a couple of all-nighters to correct was just ignored? Hee Jing put down the file, looked up and asked, Xiao Qi, did you offend Party A somewhere? She was asking knowingly, and she knew better than anyone in her heart as to why Party A had repeatedly denied Chi Shur-yoon's design, because from the very beginning, this was a trap she set for Chi Shur-yoon, together with Party A. No, I've only met with Party A's representatives once, how could I have offended them? Chi Shur-yoon was at a loss. She really couldn't figure out where she had offended Party A. Think about it yourself, Hee Ling coldly said. Also, tomorrow is the final deadline. If you don't complete the project, you should know what the consequences will be. Fired. Fired. Chi Shur-yoon was like falling into an ice cellar. She was completely unable to imagine what the tiny anti-cancer drug would do if she didn't have this job. As soon as she thought of this, Chi Shur-yoon's whole body couldn't stop trembling slightly. But, this is an assigned task. According to the regulations should not. Chi Shur-yoon, are you misremembering? This is clearly you yourself looking at the high commission of this order and taking the initiative to take it upon yourself. According to the regulations, the company has the right to fire an employee for lack of ability for not completing the task on time. Hee Jing directly interrupted Chi Shur-yoon's words. Hearing this, Chi Shur-yoon was instantly petrified. She could already see, which was what Party A was dissatisfied with. It was clear that Hee Jing was putting small shoes on herself, and was trying to find ways to fire herself. Supervisor Chi Shur-yoon still wanted to argue on the basis of reason, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Hee Jing. Alright, you still have the last day. Think about what to remedy yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unsympathetic when the time comes. Remember to bring the door with you when you go out. Chi Shur-yoon's entire brain was blank when she came out of the office. Since Xiao Xiao was discharged from the hospital and she rejoined the company, she had worked overtime until the early hours of the morning every night, not sleeping for more than 4 hours a day, and her entire body was walking lightly. Every time, as long as Hee Jing made a phone call, she was remodifying without any complaints, and even the night 3 days ago, she temporarily returned to the company to work overtime. As a result, she also encountered that incident after work, causing their mother and daughter to almost be kidnapped. But she has survived all these sorrows. She has never complained, and she has never complained that the company does not give overtime pay. She just wants to work well, get her own salary and commission, and then buy cancer drugs for Xiao Xiao. She just wanted to work hard, get her own salary and commission, and then buy cancer medicine for Xiao Xiao. With such a simple request, she really couldn't understand why she was still being targeted. Chi Shur-yoon herself didn't even know how she got back to her workstation. At this moment, she was pale and disoriented. What's wrong, Shur-yoon? Being lectured by the old hag again? Next to her, Lee Yu saw Chi Shur-yoon's disoriented appearance and immediately came over to comfort her. It's fine, just take what she said as fart and don't take it to heart. Chi Shur-yoon was already aggrieved, and when she heard her best friend Lee Yu's words, she couldn't help but cry out. She said that the order I'm holding is one that I've taken on myself, and if I can't finish it tomorrow, I'll be fired according to the rules. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Ling Yi immediately exploded. We can all testify for you that this is what she assigned to you. I'm not afraid of this even if it goes to the director. The rest of the co-workers in the same office also responded, saying that they were willing to testify for Qi Shiyun, but there were also 2 or 3 of He Jing's lapdogs, sarcastically criticizing Qi Shiyun. It's obvious that some people felt that the commission was high, so they took the initiative to take it over. And now that they can't finish it, they're running here to sell their misery. It's really disgusting. That's right, because of their own beauty, they shed tears and sell misery to cause others to sympathize with them to help themselves to do false testimony. Really shameless. If everyone is like this, how can the company run in the future? Asterisk 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 is just pretentious. Not to go to the director to reason. Go, we are also willing to go to testify. I'd like to see whether the director believes us righteous people or some stinky ES. Ling Yi directly smashed the folder out. Feng Qian, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Less shifty here. Don't think you can do whatever you want by hugging He Jing's thigh. The heavens have eyes. If the heavens really have eyes, they should first give certain people a good beating. Feng Qian disdainfully said. Sister Qian, you say this? Hasn't God already cleaned her up? How else would it let her marry a worse than husband and give birth to a terminally ill daughter? Serves her right. Deng Yinjie picked up the conversation. Ha ha ha, right oh, I forgot if you didn't say it. Really deserved it. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi was furious, getting up and about to rush over to make a move, being tightly pulled by Qi Shiyun. Seeing this, Feng Qian sneered. What? You still want to make a move? Try hitting me? If I don't let you sit in jail, I'll take your name. I'll tear your face apart even if I'm in jail. The others were not used to seeing Feng Qian's face and rushed over while cursing. Seeing this, Qi Shiyun hurriedly stopped in front of the crowd, and with tears in her eyes, she gave them a deep bow and said, Thank you for your kindness. There's no need to ruin everyone's future just for my sake. It's not easy for everyone. Work well, I'll go and talk to Party A again. As long as they are willing to adopt it, He Jing will have no reason to fire me. I'll accompany you. Ling Yi immediately took a stand. Feng Qian immediately insinuated to Deng Yinjie next to her. If someone dares to accompany me, I will dare to report her for absenteeism without reason. By then the 3 days' salary will be gone. You, Ling Yi sniffed, itching to tear Feng Qian's smug face apart. Qi Shiyun, however, blocked in front of her, forcing out a smile. Thank you. Your family isn't easy either. Don't be impulsive. Besides, the 2 of us, we can't all be wiped out, can we? But, no buts. You work well. If I really fired, but you have a stable job, I can also ask you to borrow money in the future is not? This you don't worry. As long as there is my Ling Yi a mouthful of rice to eat, we'll never starve to you with a small. With your words, no matter what I do, I have confidence. You get busy. I'll go look for Party A. Qi Shiyun wiped away the tears on her face, took her laptop with her and went out of the office. Not long after she left, He Jing, who was standing by the window of her own independent office, quietly watching all of this, dialed a phone number. Mr. Lu, as you expected, she, who has been pushed to the brink of extinction, has come to find you in person. Chapter 76, I'm just going to beg on the streets, but I'll never let you succeed in your treacherous plan. Jinhuan International Hotel. After Qi Shiyun made her intentions known, the receptionist arranged for a waiter to lead Qi Shiyun to Vice General Manager Lu Feng's office. Lu Feng had been thinking about Qi Shiyun ever since he saw her picture in Song Xiaojia's cell phone, but unfortunately he hadn't found the right opportunity to get in touch with her. And after he was severely beaten by Ling Yi and by Xing Lin last time, he learned that Qi Shiyun's family was burdened with a huge debt. Since that day, he had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to get Qi Shiyun into bed. In the end, he found Qi Shiyun's company's project director, He Jing. The 2 were in cahoots, and together they planned this conspiracy to push Qi Shiyun to the brink of extinction, so that she would have to go to Lu Feng, at that time, carrying a huge debt, but also for the woman to buy cancer drugs Qi Shiyun, in order to keep their jobs, but also obediently take off their clothes, let Lu Feng to play with? According to He Jing's request, Lu Feng must take nude photos of Qi Shiyun, and she wants to use this as blackmail to make Qi Shiyun completely lose her reputation and leave the company voluntarily. After the plan was completed, both parties began the formal implementation. In the next week or so, Lu Feng's days felt like years. For him, literally every minute and every second was torture. He couldn't wait to possess all of Qi Shiyun and put a green hat on that Ling Yi. That's why when he received He Jing's call, he was so excited that he chickened out. After it was hard to calm down, he immediately called the front desk and said that if a woman named Qi Shiyun came to him, she would directly bring her to his office. So there was that scene just now. Qi Shiyun knocked on the door and Lu Feng's serious voice came from inside. Come in. Hello Mr. Lu, I am Chi Yun from Dazzling Blue Media, responsible for the design and production of your company's promotional videos. Chi Yun said graciously. Lu Feng looked at Chi Yun, who was wearing a professional outfit, and his eyes went straight. He knew that Chi Yun would be very beautiful and pretty, but he didn't expect that she would actually be so stunning. And the temperament all over her body was surprisingly better than any of the stars he had seen staying at the hotel before. Mr. Lu, Chi Yun saw that Lu Feng didn't respond but stared straight at himself, so she immediately frowned and shouted again. Only then did Lu Feng come back to his senses and smiled as he invited Chi Yun to take a seat before apologizing. Sorry, Miss Chi is just too beautiful. Making my humble self stare directly at him. Please forgive me, Miss Chi. He already didn't know how many women he had used this set of words on. When he first met Song Xiaojia, he also said this. Mr. Lu is too kind. I came here today because I want to show Mr. Lu the latest promotional video I designed and produced. While Chi Yun said that, she took out her notebook and prepared to show it to Lu Feng. She was very satisfied with the promo she had produced, and she believed that Lu Feng would definitely agree to sign it after seeing it. At that time, He Jing would have no reason to fire her and would send her the corresponding commission, so she hasn't given up yet. She wants to declare war to this unfair fate. Lu Feng sat behind his desk and watched Chi Yun operate the computer with her delicate hands, feeling that it was simply a pleasure for the eyes. If he held his Lu Feng with these hands, he felt like he was going to float just thinking about it. Ling Yi, that is really a waste, having such a beautiful wife, actually going out to gamble every night? If I were an old man, I would have to die on her belly. Lu Feng suddenly thought of Ling Yi's face that was not many times more handsome than his own, and a burst of anger rose in his heart. But Lao Zi still has to thank you for going gambling. Otherwise, how would Lao Zi have the chance to threaten your wife? Didn't you want me to call you grandpa when I see you in the future? I want your wife to call me dad in a while. Mr. Lu, this version of the promo, I've taken it from the hotel's philosophy, service, and culture. Chi Yun pressed the play button and then showed it to Lu Feng while explaining. Lu Feng, on the other hand, kept staring at Chi Yun's opening and closing mouth, thinking about it. But even though he had such an impure mind, he was still amazed by the promotional video that Chi Yun had designed and produced. There were several times when he was so mesmerized by the video that he, being the deputy general manager of the hotel, had the urge to stay for a night to experience it for himself. This should be the best Qinhuang Hotel promotional video I've seen since I've been the deputy general manager. Lu Feng thought in his heart, if I didn't want to screw her, I would definitely adopt this version of the promo. Mr. Lu, what do you think? After watching the video, Chi Yun looked at Lu Feng with an expectant face. She was very confident in this version of the promo, and she believed that Lu Feng would definitely be satisfied as well. This could be seen from Lu Feng's expression just now. However, it still doesn't work. It didn't meet my expectations. Lu Feng came back to his senses from the promo he had just seen, pretending to frown and shaking his head. Chi Yun immediately froze, and only after a few seconds did she ask with a puzzled look on her face. Mr. Lu, can you tell me what your expectations were? Lu Feng shook his head. I don't know. That's just a feeling. But this version of your promo, obviously hasn't given me that feeling. Chi Yun was once again stunned. The thing called feeling was too nebulous. Who could know what a big living person like you felt? Mr. Lu, can you be more specific? This is really important to me. Chi Yun was in a hurry, but even so, she didn't sell herself short. Seeing that Chi Yun had taken the bait, Lu Feng decided to follow the bait. Ms. Chi, this version of your promo is actually very good. If you can add something extra, I think it will definitely be better, and I will definitely adopt it right away. Lu Feng looked at Chi Yun with burning eyes, itching to rush over and pounce on her right now. Chi Yun also brightened up when she heard this, feeling that she had finally seen the light of day. As long as the other party was willing to say something specific, she would definitely be able to exceed expectations. You say it, Mr. Lu, I'll write it down. Chi Yun took out a pen and paper and said joyfully. However, Lu Feng shook his head and said, the extra things I said to include are things other than promos. Things other than promos? Chi Yun frowned, then asked, like what? Such as, you. The colorful intent in Lu Feng's eyes was no longer hidden, and he began to recklessly survey Chi Yun's body. Me? What do you mean? Chi Yun's brows furrowed even tighter. Lu Feng stood up and walked around the desk towards Chi Yun. Miss Chi is so beautiful and her husband often stays out at night, so I guess it must be very lonely, right? Saying that, he was about to grab Chi Yun's hand, which was dodged by Chi Yun. Mr. Lu, please also respect yourself, Chi Yun said in a cold voice. I can be self-respectful, but in that case, this set of your programs. No, it's all of your programs? It's impossible to pass in my place. What will happen at that time? No need for me to say. You should know better than me, right? Lu Feng leaned on his desk, his face full of smugness. A pair of eyes stared at Qi Shiyun's long legs wrapped in stockings, unable to look away. Qi Shiyun wasn't stupid, and after associating it with He Jing's behavior, she immediately understood that this was clearly a setup that the two had set up for themselves. So you conspired with He Jing. Qi Shiyun snorted coldly, and then was about to pack up her notebook and leave. Qi, you can think about it. As long as you satisfy me once, you'll be able to keep your job, and you'll have money to buy your daughter's life-saving medicine. Otherwise, if you walk out of this door, you mother and daughter will only be able to live on the streets in the future. Lu Feng threatened. He didn't believe that Qi Shiyun would dare to walk out of this gate, so he had even figured out in his mind what position to use in a while. However, after Qi Shiyun finished cleaning up, she said coldly, I'm just going to beg on the streets, but I'll never let you succeed in your treacherous plan. After saying that, Qi Shiyun cursed at Lu Feng and opened the door without looking back. Lu Feng only came back to his senses when the door was closed with a bang. Looking at the closed door, it was hard for him to accept this fact for a moment, but soon, he opened the door and shouted at Qi Shiyun in the corridor. Qi Shiyun, think about it, even if you don't do it for yourself, you have to consider it for your daughter. Don't be so selfish, that's your own daughter. After saying this, Lu Feng saw Qi Shiyun's body in the corridor froze, and he immediately thought with joy that Qi Shiyun would definitely turn around and throw herself into his embrace. However, Qi Shiyun only froze for a second before continuing to walk forward without the slightest hesitation. It was only her face that was already filled with tear stains. Walking out of the Qinhuan Hotel, she cried for a long time beside a flower bed, and only when she was tired of crying did she get up. She didn't go back to the company, but walked in the direction of her home. She was tired and she missed her daughter. Not far behind her, Wu Qian, who had taken it all in, dialed Han Ruoshu's phone. Miss, has the acquisition of Dazzling Blue Media not been completed yet?